Chapter 1. Pain, Exquisite Pain. The oppressive growl echoed in her ears as Qingqing abruptly opened her eyes. In the darkness of the stone cave, a remarkably handsome face suddenly came into view. Xiao's golden slit pupils swirled with a tremendous vortex, and the golden scales on his chest glimmered with a muted glow. What on earth is happening? Had she not perished during her last mission as an agent? Was this merely a dream? A sudden jolt of pain surged through her mind, and a torrent of fragmented memories came flooding in. She had inexplicably transmigrated into a book, and not just any book, but one set in a world of beast men. The man before her was none other than the greatest antagonist of the story, Qingqing. In this world, the beast man's city-states and tribes vied fiercely for territory. Qingqing was the illegitimate son of the city lord, whose ability to transform into a dragon had drawn unwanted attention and led to his secret assassination. He lost his dragon horn and was left in this small tribe, mistaken for a mere serpent. 5 years later, he would return to the city-state to reclaim his position of power, only to be beheaded by the protagonist and hung at the city gates for 3 days and nights, meeting a tragic end. And, quite coincidentally, she had transmigrated into the role of this nefarious antagonist's original wife. According to the plot's progression, Qingqing was currently injured during his mating season and had entered a frenzy, while the original host had suffered a broken leg from a misdirected attack by the frenzied male protagonist, lying in the cave for several months. She certainly did not wish to become a cripple. Taking a deep breath, Qingqing quickly stepped back a few paces, warily fixing her gaze on the figure before her. Qingqing, please calm down. However, the beast man above her did not calm down. Instead, upon hearing her melodious voice, his golden slit pupils seemed to find their target, and he lunged towards her with ferocity. Qingqing let out a startled cry as the cold scales pressed against her body. Before she could react, with a tearing sound, the already absurdly short beast hide skirt she wore was completely shredded, leaving her exposed beneath the moonlight. Qingqing grasped her wrists with one hand, pinning them against the stone wall. His heavy breaths mixed with a frenzied aura bore down upon her, constricting her breath, while his long thighs pressed against her pale legs, attempting to invade her. A shiver ran through Qingqing as her body responded involuntarily, a profound emptiness and insatiable craving surging from within. She too was in heat. As he gripped her slender waist, she found herself instinctively yielding to him. A frenzied kiss enveloped her, the moonlight bearing witness to their relentless entanglement. Qingqing could not help but beg for mercy in a husky voice, yet he showed her no mercy. As her consciousness blurred, Qingqing had to admit that beastmen indeed possessed boundless energy. The midday sun filtered through the dense ancient trees of the primordial forest, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. When Qingqing drowsily opened her eyes, she noticed her beast hide skirt neatly arranged beside her, as if it had been lovingly sewn back together. The traces of their entanglement in the stone cave had been meticulously cleaned. Even her body had been scrubbed spotless. In her daze, she momentarily believed she was still dreaming, until a piece of scorched meat appeared at the edge of her vision, still steaming. Startled, she quickly covered her body, only to see him silently turning away, having set down the meat. The man who had been frenziedly demanding her only a night ago now stood before her, cold and taciturn, as if they were two entirely different beings. Qingqing hastily dressed, sifting through the information swirling in her mind. In this beast world, where wolves were plentiful but meat was scarce, only females could transform into beasts. Thus, every female was a coveted prize. In both the city-states and tribes, male beastmen were expected to cherish their female counterparts. The original host had taken advantage of her status as a female, forging a blood pact with Qingqing, and had since indulged herself, tormenting him in various ways. This had resulted in a perpetual distance between them since their first meeting, with him rarely uttering a word to her. Gazing at Qingqing's towering figure, his muscles bursting with latent strength, one could only conclude that the original host was truly oblivious to her fortunate circumstances. Noticing her movements as she dressed had subsided, Qingqing turned, offering her a handful of water contained in large leaves. As Lu Qingqing tilted her head back to drink, he hesitated, saying, "I need to join the guard team now." She nodded in response. "Be careful. In this beast world, strength was paramount." Qin Xiao, due to his exceptional abilities, was one of the most esteemed members of the Beastman tribe's guard team. However, having recently sustained injuries while seizing territory, he was now confined to recuperation at home, unable to hunt and relegated to guiding others. Upon hearing her words, Qin Xiao, who had already begun to step away, paused, furrowing his brow. Her temper was notoriously volatile. Why had she not caused a scene yet? Was she perhaps waiting for him to leave before tormenting those 3 children again? Casting a glance at her calm expression, Qin Xiao hesitated before saying, "I will bring back more game for you today." He lowered his voice, speaking in a muffled tone. "The children all adore you. Please be kind to them." "All right," Lu Qingqing replied without hesitation. But in the next moment, she suddenly froze in disbelief. "Children? Wait a moment." In the original story, Qin Xiao indeed had 3 triplet children, all offspring of his loyal guards. The eldest was a small fox, seemingly gentle but with a heart of malice. The second was a young tiger, possessing remarkable strength and never showing her kind face. The youngest, like Qin Xiao, was a dragon, though frail and sickly, appearing serpentine in his beast form, yet destined to wield unparalleled poison techniques as he matured. These 3 beast cubs feigned docility in Qin Xiao's presence, but before the original host, they displayed an entirely different demeanor. Ultimately, they conspired to drive her out of the tribe, torturing her to death with cruel methods, flaying her flesh piece by piece. "I'm leaving," Qin Xiao remarked, casting a suspicious glance at Lu Qingqing, sensing that something about her had changed. His eyes still flickered with distrust, but according to the schedule, he had to gather with the others. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qingqing's mind was already in turmoil. Marrying a great antagonist, with 3 sub-antagonists under his command who had suffered at her hands, who else but her could escape this fate? She needed to devise a plan, familiarize herself with her surroundings, and find a way to flee this family as soon as possible. Resolute, Lu Qingqing gazed at the raw meat before her, took a deep breath, and decided to freshen up first. In the primordial forest, the beastmen of the tribe dwelled near water, and Lu Qingqing followed the route etched in her memory. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. "You wicked female, lingering in our home for so long. Aren't you ashamed to leave?" Lu Qingqing looked up to see a small boy, around 5 or 6 years old, standing defiantly with his hands on his hips. He was thin and lanky, with remarkably large eyes, the inky vertical pupils strikingly apparent. Dressed in a short beast-hide tunic and shorts that clung to his small, toned body, he sported 2 golden, fluffy ears and a long, slender tail, exuding the essence of a little tiger. The small tiger lifted his chin in defiance, noticing her flinch in fear, yet a glint of pride flickered in his eyes. This was the second child, known for his unyielding spirit and martial prowess, who ultimately met a brutal end at the hands of other beastmen due to his overly combative nature. "What are you staring at? If you have the guts, come fight me. Let's see if you can defeat me this time." The second child bared his teeth, glaring fiercely at her. Lu Qingqing raised an eyebrow, and upon closer inspection, the hidden rope and overly soft ground were entirely exposed to her trained eyes as a former Special Forces operative. She was not the malicious stepmother looking to torment a few children, but without establishing dominance first, she feared future troubles. Contemplating, Lu Qingqing displayed a look of disdain. "You think you can challenge me with those skills?" The second child's expression exploded with rage at her dismissive tone. He took a step forward, then hesitated, caution creeping in. If you have the guts, come over here." He was still somewhat wary. A flicker of movement crossed Lu Qingqing's eyes as she stepped forward, feigning surprise as she tripped over the rope and lunged forward. "Ha, wicked woman, you can't escape now." The second child eagerly jumped out, looking triumphant. However, Lu Qingqing smirked, quickly supporting herself on one hand while yanking the second child down into the soft earth below her. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the second child let out a pained yelp. With a powerful push from her waist, Lu Qingqing easily stood up. "Who can't escape now?" she said with a slight smile directed at him. Her smile, reminiscent of a devil's, sent a shiver down the second child's spine, his fur bristling uncontrollably. Yet, through gritted teeth, he muttered, "A lost do with me as you will." Oh, how noble of him to possess a warrior spirit. Lu Qingqing raised an eyebrow, observing as he closed his eyes in resignation, just as she was about to speak. "Stepmother," a soft, gentle voice chimed in. Lu Qingqing turned to look. This child was similarly dressed to the second, with two fluffy fox ears atop his head, yet his body bore no other signs of beast transformation. His thin face broke into a smile, resembling a little gentleman, as he gazed at her with sincerity and obedience. Among the three children, none harbored as much disdain for her as this crafty fox, who alone could present such a compliant demeanor. Lu Qingqing's interest was piqued as she studied him, that he wore an expression of deep remorse and said, "Xiao Bao is quite naive. I shall certainly teach him a lesson on your behalf. However, when father returns and discovers that his younger brother has sustained yet more injuries, he will surely be furious." Lu Qingqing regarded his obedient smile with a cold chuckle in her heart. Truly, he was a wily little fox, putting on such an innocent facade, yet among the three children, he harbored the most cunning thoughts. With Xiao Bao's straightforward nature, how could he ever conceive of such a trap? In the original tale, this little fox relentlessly pecked at an eagle, but was inadvertently injured in the eye by the very creature he tormented, ultimately falling victim to a plot orchestrated by the strategist of the story's male protagonist. She found no interest in his convoluted antics and stated bluntly, "Who devised the plan to torment me?" Noticing her unwavering gaze fixed onto Bao, Xiao Bao panicked and immediately exclaimed, "It was my idea! It was my idea! You vile female, do not stare at my elder brother." De Bao's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he maintained a sweet and compliant smile, saying, "I will certainly ensure that my stepmother teaches my younger brother a proper lesson." With that, he approached the trap, intending to pull Xiao Bao up. Lu Qingqing was not easily deceived as he reached her side. She firmly grasped his wrist and said, "Should you lie again, remember to erase any traces." She pointed unceremoniously at the smudged dirt on his wrist. De Bao's cheerful expression faltered slightly, but in the next moment, Lu Qingqing loosened her grip and gave him a gentle pat on the back, eliciting a pained cry from the depths of the pit. "You heartless wretch!" Xiao Bao was infuriated, landing heavily on the ground and bursting into tears. Lu Qingqing cast a glance at them and remarked, "The trap you set has now ensnared you. Consider it poetic justice." De Bao's innocent eyes instantly turned vigilant. Though tears brimmed in his eyes from the pain, he swiftly shielded Xiao Bao with his small arms. "If my stepmother wishes to punish someone, let it be me. Do not lay a finger on my younger brother." Despite his mischief and cunning nature, he exhibited a sense of responsibility towards his sibling. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Qingqing addressed the nearby bushes without turning her head. "Enough of this, they have fallen in. You may emerge now, there's no need to hide and watch." The small figure crouched by the large tree trembled at her words. With scales that glimmered like obsidian, he appeared as if he might be swallowed by a mire at first glance. As the youngest brother, he was the most frail among the trio, with large, bright eyes that radiated fear. Upon catching her gaze, he promptly fell to the ground. In the original narrative, the protagonist held the utmost disdain for Xiao Bao, finding his serpentine, beastly form repulsive and weak, particularly as he had been sickly since childhood, even more so than a female. Yet Lu Qingqing understood that this seemingly feeble Xiao Bao had fortuitously learned medicine, though sadly, he had become obsessed with poisoning others rather than applying his skills for healing. In the end, he played with fire and ultimately succumbed to his own poison. "Do not harm my brother." The two trapped individuals were instantly alarmed. Lu Qingqing, amused, squatted by the edge of the pit and seized Xiao Bao. He immediately cried out in panic, his small arms flailing wildly. De Bao and Xiao Bao, unable to see what was happening, could only hear their brother's cries, which heightened their agitation as they jumped in frustration within the pit. Xiao Bao, infuriated, shouted, "You wicked creature! If you touch Xiao Bao, I will ensure your demise upon my release." De Bao, more composed, yet equally threatening. Warned, San Bao's health is already fragile if father learns you have harmed him. He will not take it lightly. As San Bao was lifted, the brothers anxiously stretched out their arms to catch him. However, Lu Qingqing smiled slightly and gently placed San Bao beside the pit. This is merely a lesson. San Bao had no part in this trap. I shall spare him this time. Should any of you dare to repeat such antics, beware. Her ambiguous laughter carried an implicit warning. Having spoken, she stood and continued onward, completely disregarding the children behind her. The trio was left trembling, their backs damp with fear. About dumbfounded asked she. She isn't punishing us? In the past, whenever they engaged in such mischief, she would be enraged, wielding a switch to punish them severely. Yet this time, she had not struck anyone, nor had she harmed San Bao. San Bao, still wide-eyed with terror, stammered she. She did not hit me either when she set me down. It was gentle, and it did not hurt at all. Bao queried in confusion. Has she turned over a new leaf? De Bao, surprised as well, contemplated for a moment before asserting with heightened vigilance. We must remain cautious. She may simply be attempting to deceive us. Lu Qingqing paid no heed to the children's whispers. She strode purposefully towards the water source, only to be taken aback by her reflection in the water. Heavens! Who was this beggar staring back at her? Her face was astonishingly grimy, hair disheveled, and her entire body appeared greasy, as if a mere rub would yield a cloud of dust. From head to toe, the only feature she could behold were her eyes, clear and bright. She could hardly endure the sight of herself in such a state and immediately sought water to cleanse her body. However, what drove her to despair was the scarcity of water in her home. Not only was bathing out of the question, but even the daily necessity of drinking water had become a challenge. Detecting the host's needs, the beast realm space officially activated. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in her ears, followed by a flash of white light. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Qingqing was astonished by her surroundings. She had unexpectedly acquired the legendary golden finger. The space was merely a few square meters, yet it was filled with items she had hoarded in her previous life, from medicines and food to shampoos and body washes. Nearly everything she had stockpiled appeared here, including a box of instant noodles. More importantly, there were several boxes of mineral water she had just gathered. Without hesitation, she filled a bucket with water, and with a mere thought, she exited the space, with a source of water and even body wash at her disposal. Lu Qingqing scrubbed herself thoroughly until her skin glistened, finally donning her clothes anew. Calculating the time, she realized the lessons for the children had also reached their conclusion. It was time to retrieve them. With a refreshed spirit, she approached the pit and extended her hand. Come up. The three little ones, however, looked on in bewilderment. This was their stepmother. When had she become so beautiful? At that moment, Lu Qingqing appeared immaculate, her skin fair, hair casually tied back, with a few strands falling across her face, accentuating her lazily alluring visage. The usually composed Bao was the first to react, but quickly adopted a serious expression. Eyeing her with suspicion, don't think you can trick us, Bao, who had been about to reach out, instantly halted, his large eyes glaring at her with defiance. The original host had treated them poorly, leaving them with no trust in her whatsoever. Lu Qingqing remained unperturbed, retracting her hand and leisurely propping her chin as she squatted by the pit. If you don't want my help, can you manage to climb out on your own? If you could, your brothers wouldn't be trapped here. Bao glared at her, teeth clenched in anger. De Bao remained silent, his large eyes also shimmering with distrust. Amused, Lu Qingqing suggested, very well. Shall we negotiate? What kind of negotiation? From now on, let us coexist peacefully. I will not harm you, but do not think to employ today's tactics against me. Her tone was calm, as if discussing the day's lunch. The three little ones were struck dumb with astonishment. De Bao furrowed his brow, his dark eyes scrutinizing her intently. Bao's expression was overtly incredulous, as if she were uttering madness. San Bao, the frailest, shrank back slightly, raising his head with a soft voice. Why should we trust you? Lu Qingqing deliberately scanned her surroundings. Do you have anyone else to trust? Naturally, there was none. De Bao pursed his lips, momentarily perplexed, before discreetly pulling back Bao, who was about to shout. and nodded. Fine, we accept your terms. Observing the varied emotions in their eyes, she noted a flicker of calculation in Bao's gaze. Unfazed, she reached out to pull them up. This time, Bao did not refuse, extending his small hand to grasp hers. Her palm was warm and dry, yet Bao was prepared for the possibility of being dropped at any moment. However, as she slightly tugged, he felt himself being lifted back to solid ground. Bao joyfully lunged at him, gripping his hand tightly. Bao was momentarily stunned, watching as she reached out to pull Bao up as well. All right, since you have agreed, I shall take my leave, she declared. After a busy morning, Qingqing's stomach growled with hunger. Rubbing her belly, she strode toward the stone cave. Yet, Bao stared in shock at her retreating figure, then approached Bao, his voice laced with uncertainty. Bao, has she really changed for the better? She had actually negotiated with them without a hint of violence, a stark contrast to her previous tendency to strike and scold without cause. Bao was equally astonished. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, perhaps we should find a way to test her. How do we test her? The three little heads huddled together, whispering Qingqing, uninterested in their plotting, focused on the charred meat that Qin Xiao had given her that morning. With a thought, she retrieved some seasonings from the space. Among the tribal beastmen, both water and fire were commonplace, yet their handling of food was limited to mere cooking without any further refinement. The addition of seasonings transformed the flavor remarkably. She savored her meal. A pang of regret washed over her. She had just observed that the item she had taken from the space had vanished without replenishment. Was the heroine's space in the novels typically vast and filled with treasures? Having been granted a golden finger, why was hers not more expansive? This realization left her quite vexed. However, she needed to devise a plan to cultivate those seasonings as soon as possible. While she silently contemplated, the three little ones concluded their discussion, and Bao's small figure pushed aside the animal skin curtain as he stepped into the cave. Stepmother, what are you eating? Bao's eyes fixated on the piece of meat in her hand. Previously, she had despised their covetous gazes upon her food. Unexpectedly, Qingqing took a stone knife and cut off a portion of the meat. Would you like some? Bao was taken aback, his large eyes narrowing as he quickly devised a plan. Stepmother, that mole on your face is truly ugly. She had formerly loathed their remarks about her mole. Qingqing, having absorbed the original host's memories, was well aware that he was now treading dangerously close to her sensitive areas. She regarded him with a bemused smile that seemed they had resolved to provoke her to gauge her reactions, which was fine by her. Qingqing glanced at the two small figures hiding behind the animal skin curtain, then strode over to entirely close the curtain. Turning back, she rummaged through her belongings, deliberately creating a clattering noise, while casually stating, "Oh dear, this mole is indeed a bit unsightly. I shall have to think of a way to remove it. Isn't she angry?" Bao furrowed his small brow. Unbeknownst to him, the two little ones outside believed he had fallen into dire straits. Bao, filled with urgency and disbelief, stomped his foot and charged through the curtain. "Don't hurt Bao. I'll fight you." He burst in, only to find a perfectly unharmed Bao and Qingqing, who wore a knowing smile. He momentarily froze, failing to notice the stone beneath his feet. Thud! Bao stumbled and fell, blood gushing from his forehead, staining his body. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Qingqing rushed over, gasping at the sight of the blood oozing from Bao's head. If this injury was not treated promptly, Bao could be in grave danger. Without hesitation, she scooped him up and placed him on a pile of grass, then swiftly pretended to search for supplies while discreetly summoning medicine from the space. Simultaneously, she lamented the insufficiency of her medical stockpile. Fortunately, there were likely many medicinal herbs in the mountains, and with diligent searching, she could find substitutes that Bao and Bao, filled with concern, had already gathered around Bao. Qingqing instructed, "Step back a bit. Bao, fetch some water." Bao, disregarding the need for caution, dashed off without a second thought, while Qingqing quickly applied medicine to stop Bao's bleeding, carefully cleaning his various wounds with water. Just as she was about to continue administering treatment, a voice filled with suppressed fury rang out behind her. "What are you doing?" Qin Xiao returned from his task, and upon seeing the blood-stained cave and the half-conscious Bao on the grass, his anger surged. After the instructions he had given that morning, he was now burdened with the prey he had brought back, only to find Bao covered in blood. Rage ignited within him as he strode forward and shoved Lu Qingqing aside. "Get out!" Lu Qingqing recognized his misunderstanding and retorted, "If I don't tend to him, do you have a means to heal him?" Qin Xiu scoffed, "Bao is covered in blood, and you still pretend to be benevolent?" He looked at her with eyes full of disappointment, saying, "I had hoped you would change, but now it seems we should dissolve our blood pact." The weight of those words was heavy. Bao's heart tightened instantly. And after struggling for a long time, he rushed forward and grasped Qin Xiu's hand, exclaiming, "Father, it's not like that." Regardless of everything, Lu Qingqing has indeed changed from before, even though they used to dislike her immensely. I just witnessed her carefully cleaning the bloodstains off Bao, showing no intention of bullying them. Seeing the little fox hold on to Qin Xiu's hand and speak in her defense, Lu Qingqing merely chuckled ambiguously. She pushed Qin Xiu away and returned to Bao's side, cautiously applying medicine to his wounds, and even found something to bandage the more severe injuries. Despite his anger, Qin Xiu sensed something was amiss. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What is going on here?" Upon uttering these words, it was Bao and San Bao who first felt the tension. This was their idea, which had led to Bao's fall. They were sure to face scolding today, and Lu Qingqing would undoubtedly not let them off easily. Bao gritted his teeth, preparing for the inevitable punishment. Unexpectedly, a calm voice drifted into his ears. "It's just a child tripping. Why the fuss?" Bao was taken aback, raising his small head in astonishment, his ears twitching. A child tripping. Qin Xiu felt somewhat skeptical, but glancing at Bao and San Bao's expressions, he realized they had no intention of disputing. In the past, San Bao would have already burst into tears. Had he truly misunderstood her? He promptly said, "Bao, take San Bao outside first." Once the two little ones shuffled out, looking dazed and guilty, he turned back with a face full of remorse, saying, "I was too hasty just now." "I apologized." Lu Qingqing, with a seemingly teasing smile, replied, "Well then, shall we proceed to dissolve the blood pact?" As far as she knew, a male could not unilaterally dissolve such a pact, indicating that Qin Xiu had indeed been quite agitated earlier. Qin Xiu's handsome face flushed red as he squeezed out an apology through clenched teeth. Lu Qingqing raised an eyebrow at him, too indifferent to engage in further conversation, and fetched some animal hide to cover Bao. Meanwhile, Qin Xiu observed her every move, suddenly realizing how much she had changed. In the past, not only would she not have covered Bao with animal hide, but she would have also likely cast him out. Moreover, he noticed that her appearance seemed different now. She no longer looked shabby and dull, but rather her skin was fair, and she exuded a cleanliness that contrasted sharply with the tribe. Her every glance and smile was particularly lively. When had she become so beautiful? "What are you staring at?" Lu Qingqing shot him a glance. Only then did Qin Xiu snap back to reality, gazing at her deeply before redirecting his focus to Bao. "What did you apply to his wounds?" His intuition told him that it was something extraordinary. It's medicine, Lu Qingqing admitted without hesitation. However, Qin Xiu immediately followed up with another question. What kind of medicine? The beastmen had yet to reach a stage of widespread medicinal use. Only a small portion of them knew that certain herbs could be consumed. When Lu Qingqing, eager to distance herself from this troublesome family, had no intention of revealing her skills, so she began to concoct a story. "It's just some herbs I gathered in the mountains. Applied to cover the wounds and protect against impurities, allowing for healing." Covering the wounds and guarding against impurities? Qin Xiu felt something was off with this answer, but seeing Lu Qingqing's earnest demeanor, he ultimately refrained from probing further. His instincts told him that she did not wish to share more, and what good would further questioning do? He set his catch aside and shifted the topic. "Did you collect today's food from the square?" To his surprise, Lu Qingqing suddenly froze. Food? Forgotten memories slowly resurfaced. In their beastmen tribe, they lived in groups, and the rarer and weaker females did not venture into dangerous activities. Instead, a male-dominated guard team hunted daily, and the team leader would distribute the catch to each household, with a fixed time for collection at the square each afternoon. Lu Qingqing sprang up from the haystack, exclaiming, "I'll go right now." Caught up in a commotion with the three little ones, she had completely forgotten about this matter, and now realized she had missed the food collection time. She dashed to the square, where only a few people lingered, and, at the food distribution stand, only some scraps, such as deer liver, remained, left behind as everyone deemed them unappetizing. However, she did not notice the curious gazes of those around her. When did the tribe gain such a beautiful female? Is this all the food available today? She inquired. The crowd instantly withdrew their astonished expressions, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Lu Qingqing. When did she change so much? Panic set in. They hurriedly tried to hide the meat they had collected, fearing her outburst. For them, while Lu Qingqing's transformation was astonishing, food remained paramount in the past. When Lu Qingqing was late and only scraps remained, she would snatch food from any beast man she set her eyes on, and the one robbed would dare not protest. The gender imbalance in the tribe was severe. For every 100 beastmen, only one female appeared. Females were exceedingly precious, and they could not afford to lose any more. Thus, despite their intense dislike for Lu Qingqing, they would still adhere to the tribal rules and continuously tolerate her. This is all there is. The beastman leader said, his voice stiffening. Despair filled his heart as he recalled her previous loud disputes over food. She would never let it go quietly. Rather than await her uproar, it was better to preemptively quell the conflict. The leader, pained at the thought of parting with the hard-earned meat, reluctantly offered it to her. Take this for you. Unexpectedly, a light and cheerful voice responded, no need. The leader stared at her in shock, as if his ears had deceived him, and blinked, asking, what did you say? Lu Qingqing looked at him in confusion. I said no need. I arrived late myself. I think these are quite good. The liver and lungs are great for nourishment, especially the liver, which is perfect for Xiao Bao's injury. Her tone was casual, genuinely devoid of any intent to take his food. This left not just the leader, but everyone around her utterly dumbfounded. Had this female from Qin Xiu's family truly changed her ways? She actually rejected the meat offered to her. Lu Qingqing, oblivious to the gazes of others, caught sight of someone approaching with a pouch filled with a multitude of small creatures. They were bright red, with 8 pincers. Were those crayfish? Annoyed by the influx of shelled pests by the water, she exclaimed, What? You call crayfish pests? You want to throw them away? The beastman, still unable to recognize her, stared at her blankly and replied, What crayfish? If I don't get rid of them, they just keep multiplying, and I keep getting pinched every time I fetch water. Oh heavens, crayfish are a delicacy. Lu Qingqing exclaimed, face-palming, they're not pests. They're edible. Edible? Before Lu Qingqing could elaborate, a voice filled with laughter and satisfaction interrupted from behind. Thank you for saving me some food. If it weren't for you, I would have gone hungry today. The triumphant sound was deliberately amplified, wafting toward Lu Qingqing. Meanwhile, the orc who had quietly delivered food to her was instantly drenched in sweat. He smiled at her in astonishment while anxiously glancing over his shoulder, feeling as though he were being tormented in a furnace, caught in a painful yet exhilarating ordeal. Lu Qingqing turned to look and immediately spotted a woman with curly hair clad in a leather skirt. Her dark skin, though not excessively dirty, paled in comparison to Lu Qingqing's current appearance. If Lu Qingqing was the most detested female among the tribe's orcs, then Meng Lan was undoubtedly the most adored. She was courteous and considerate toward the male orcs, never abusing her status as a female, which only endeared her further to them, prompting more males to protect and indulge her. For instance, despite arriving late and initially having no food, her numerous supporters had already stealthily reserved a portion for her, ready to present it as soon as she arrived. Furthermore, her affections lay with Qin Xiu, which led her to look down upon Lu Qingqing, often setting traps for her. Ironically, the original owner of this body was impulsive, and upon hearing today's boastful remarks, she would instantly flare up, gradually tarnishing her reputation among the tribe's orcs. Next time, I'll come earlier and save some for you, Meng Lan said with a sweet smile, her gaze triumphantly directed at Lu Qingqing. In her heart, she mused, let the commotion ensue. The more ruckus you create, the more I shine in comparison. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingqing merely cast her a fleeting glance before turning away, saying, aside from the crayfish, are these also unwanted? The orc remained dazed, staring at Meng Lan, and only snapped back to reality upon hearing her words, quickly nodding in agreement. "Then give them to me," Lu Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, her face lighting up with a smile. Clearly a fortuitous turn of events. Yet as she accepted the food and thanked herself, an unexpected question arose from the captain. "Why would you take my scraps and those shelled insects? What do you intend to do with them?" Lu Qingqing replied with a grin. "Setting aside those scraps, the insects you mentioned can be quite delectable when prepared properly. The taste of crayfish is irresistible to anyone." "What can those foul bugs possibly be used for?" Meng Lan, unwilling to be overlooked, stepped forward assertively, stating, "Those pincers can inflict harm." She feigned shock as she continued, "You wouldn't be abusing children at home with those disgusting insects, would you?" Lu Qingqing raised an eyebrow in response. "I haven't said anything about abusing children. How would you know that that's my intent? You are clearly making malicious assumptions about me." Meng Lan, realizing she had misspoken, quickly covered her mouth, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I was just rambling, but the children are innocent." At this moment, the slight goodwill that the surrounding orcs had begun to feel toward Lu Qingqing plummeted to zero. Their gazes shifting to one of wariness and disdain. Lu Qingqing noticed this change as well. She glanced around and sighed inwardly. Her reputation had become so deeply entrenched that altering it would be a formidable challenge. However, today presented a splendid opportunity for transformation. Lu Qingqing smiled and said, "Since you all doubt me, I shall demonstrate right now. We have a pot." The latter part of her statement was directed at the captain, who nodded in a daze before hastily fetching one. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing moved to the side, pretending to gather grass while discreetly extracting various ingredients from her space. Once the fire was lit and the crayfish were tossed into the pot, they immediately began to sizzle and pop. That a number of orcs, drawn by curiosity, gathered around, but to their surprise, Lu Qingqing kept adding mysterious ingredients as she stirred. The once unsightly insects transformed into a vibrant, appetizing dish, their aroma growing increasingly enticing, until it wafted through the air, attracting a throng of orcs. Some were so enraptured that they drooled, their stomachs rumbling audibly. After toiling for a considerable time, Lu Qingqing finally completed the dish and cheerfully asked the surrounding orcs, "Who would like to taste it?" "Taste." One orc swallowed hard, hesitating to take the plunge. Among the crowd, only one stepped forward boldly, declaring, "I'll give it a try." This was Fong, notorious in the tribe for his insatiable appetite. He gazed at the dish, inquiring, "How does one eat this?" Lu Qingqing promptly replied, "You need to shell it first." She demonstrated the process hand in hand. The onlookers were astonished as the tender meat emerged from the shell. Succulent and irresistible. Fong took a bite. His initially anxious expression transformed into sheer delight. He devoured it with gusto, reaching for a second crayfish, exclaiming, "This insect is so fragrant, tender, and smooth. I've never tasted anything so delicious." No, it's not just an insect. His excitement was palpable, radiating from his gleaming eyes as he added, "It's unlike any meat we've ever eaten." Fong's love for food made him the most discerning eater in the tribe. Once he approved of something, nothing could be deemed unappetizing, and the other orcs felt their appetites awaken. Lu Qingqing grinned broadly, thinking, of course, this is a flavor that even the 21st century cannot resist. Especially for a group of orcs who have never experienced seasonings before. She observed the drooling orcs around her and said, "Everyone can have a taste as well." Her words, the crowd cast aside any reservations, rushing forward to mimic the peeling process, nearly drooling with anticipation. "I've never had anything so delicious. These insects can be made so scrumptious. Next time we must bring back more." The orcs extolled the dish, their gazes toward Lu Qingqing transforming into warmth and friendliness. Only Meng Lan, seething with fury, nearly ground her silver teeth to dust before stomping away. As Lu Qingqing watched the others revel in their newfound treasure, she glanced at the 4 or 5 boxes of seasonings in her space, wrestling with her conscience for a good while before reluctantly extracting one box, stating, "This is called seasoning. The secret to the crayfish's exquisite flavor lies within it. Once the food is cooked, sprinkle a bit on top, and the taste transforms immediately." The orcs were astounded. One brave soul dipped a finger into taste, and his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, as if he were gazing at a miracle. How wondrous! I've never encountered this flavor before. Lu Qingqing smiled gently, suppressing her anguish as she directly handed the box of seasonings to the orc captain, requesting him to distribute it evenly. She then carried the remaining crayfish home. She simply could not bear the thought of distributing it herself. It pained her too much, especially since her seasonings were irreplaceable. Yet, to alter the tribe's perception of her, she knew she had to undertake actions that would etch her name in their memories. It's all right. I still have 4 boxes left. That should last several months. Enough time for me to find a suitable place to plant seeds. She fervently reassured herself as she checked her space once more, and to her astonishment, it had expanded to twice its previous size, and the resources she had utilized had replenished completely. She was so exhilarated that she nearly jumped for joy, barely managing to contain her excitement as confusion washed over her. What on earth is happening? Qingqing Tifang's voice interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to see him approaching eagerly to help carry the crayfish. His eyes filled with anticipation as he asked, I haven't had my fill yet. Can I accompany you back to eat? Lu Qingqing found it amusing. Yet since he had indeed helped her, she readily nodded in agreement. Fong was overjoyed, eagerly clutching the crayfish and the leftover scraps as he followed her, chattering away, causing Lu Qingqing to burst into laughter. Qin Xiao awaited her return at home, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as he recalled Lu Qingqing's transformation today. However, upon seeing Fong trailing closely behind her, his expression darkened abruptly, his slit pupils coldly fixating on him. What are you doing here? Fong, completely oblivious to the menace in Qin Xiao's gaze, simply replied, Naturally, I'm escorting Qingqing back. Qin Xiao's face instantly clouded over. Just as Lu Qingqing intended to tease, she turned to see Qin Xiao's unfriendly demeanor and swiftly swallowed her words, hurriedly pushing Fong inside, saying, Enough talking. Let us hurry in and prepare for dinner. The two had already placed a large bowl of crayfish on the stone table, beckoning to Bao to fetch bowls and chopsticks, and they all sat down together. The 3 little ones were momentarily stunned. Observing Fong, who was gazing longingly at Lu Qingqing, a sudden sense of crisis brewing within them. There was a male accompanying Lu Qingqing. Let us eat. Lu Qingqing had just been busy for half a day and was already feeling ravenously hungry. Wait a minute, doesn't that look a bit like those shell bugs? Can bugs be eaten? Bao wore a face of strange suspicion. Fong nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. This is simply the most delicious and tender thing I have ever tasted. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lu Qingqing, completely oblivious to the darkening expression of Qin Xiao across from him. Without uttering a word, Qin Xiao reached for a crayfish, intending to shove it into his mouth in one go. Hey, Lu Qingqing was startled and quickly grabbed his hand, saying, That's not how you eat it. She took the crayfish from his hand and, smiling gently, said, You need to remove the head first. Then she meticulously instructed while calling the 3 little ones to come and observe. However, Qin Xiao's gaze was fixed on her long, drooping eyelashes, which cast a delicate shadow on her fair skin, accentuating her porcelain-like complexion. She was no longer the same as before. It was only natural for her to attract other males. But, have you got it? Lu Qingqing interrupted his thoughts, shoving a peeled crayfish into his mouth while eagerly watching his expression. She wanted to see how this ice-cold face would change after tasting the crayfish. Of course, Qin Xiao managed it, swiftly peeling the shell and placing it in his mouth. The peculiar tenderness left him momentarily stunned. Lu Qingqing glanced at the 3 little rascals, who, being children, were wide-eyed with excitement. Unexpectedly, Big Brother Qin was so skilled, yet couldn't peel a crayfish. Fong joked, earnestly peeling a crayfish for Lu Qingqing. The 2 small gestures were meant to lighten the atmosphere, win Lu Qingqing's affection, and make it easier to mooch off her food in the future. However, the expressions of everyone at the table, except for Lu Qingqing, darkened slightly. It was a hard-earned change for Lu Qingqing. This uncle must be trying to lure father away. Bao squinted at him, a plan forming in his mind, and smiled sweetly. Uncle since you're so good at peeling crayfish, could you help Bao out? Bao, as crayfish was not good at all. The adorable child made Fong readily agree, and he slowly peeled one to teach him. Unexpectedly, after watching once, Debeo shook his head like a rattle drum, saying he couldn't do it. The peeled crayfish went into Debeo's mouth. And he Fong, undeterred, continued to teach for the second time. The third time, the fourth time, he Fong grew weary, watching Debeo's bowl filled to the brim with crayfish meat, yet he still insisted he couldn't do it. Swallowing hard, just as he was about to peel one for himself, a sudden sharp pain shot through his foot, nearly toppling the table. Bao, feeling that Debeo disliked him, had stomped on He Fong's foot, causing He Fong to almost crash the table. Debeo looked at him in surprise. Uncle He, if you don't like us and want to teach us to peel crayfish, you can't just flip our table. Xiao Bao, although not as perceptive as his two older brothers, sensed something was amiss and glared at He Fong with solidarity alongside his brothers. He Fong, exhausted and startled, waved his hands in panic. How could that be? I have no reluctance to teach you. Then why isn't Uncle He teaching us? Debeo's face was full of grievance. He Fong's expression turned a shade of green, nearly driven mad by these little brats. And since they were someone else's children, he couldn't scold or hit them. He could only helplessly look towards Qingqing. Qingqing, I truly can't teach them. It would be better if you guided them. Suddenly, he remembered he had urgent matters at home and hurriedly stuffed 2 crayfish into his pockets before dashing outside, as if fearing something was pursuing him. Debeo immediately revealed a triumphant smile like a little fox. Trying to woo their father? Maybe in the next life. He happily looked up, only to accidentally collide with Qingqing's suspicious gaze. Qingqing had genuinely not reacted until now. The original book stated that all 3 children were exceptionally clever, especially Debeo, who would never forget something after seeing it once. Yet He Fong had demonstrated at least a dozen times, and Debeo still claimed he couldn't do it, clearly toying with him. Qingqing's expression darkened slightly. As our guest, you shouldn't have toyed with him like that. It's impolite. Qin Shou also gazed disapprovingly at the 3 little rascals. This cannot happen again. Debeo quietly pouted, not replying to Qingqing, but tugging at Qin Shou's collar to whisper in his ear. Father, we're doing this for your own good. For his own good? Qin Shou furrowed his brow. But Debeo, relentless, leaned closer and whispered, just think, if Qingqing gets taken away by another male, you'll be left without a female. Debeo knew this statement was inappropriate, and after saying it, he quickly stepped back and ran away. Qin Shou's previously stoic expression darkened, revealing a hint of anger in his eyes. That IT truly is a skill to make so many people unhappy at once. Qingqing thought with curiosity. What did he say to you? Qin Shou shot her a complicated glance, his silence heavy with unspoken words as he continued to eat. What do you mean nothing? His reticence only deepened Qingqing's curiosity. However, seeing Qin Shou's grim expression, she decided it was best to avoid probing further, lest she stumble upon a secret. After finishing the crayfish, the sky had darkened significantly. Qingqing went to wash the dishes, and while standing by the riverbank, she could no longer suppress the urge and took out her toothbrush and toothpaste from her space. The Beastman tribe's understanding of cleanliness was lacking. No one washed their hair or bathed, let alone brush their teeth. But Qingqing couldn't endure a single day without brushing her teeth. She squeezed the toothpaste and quickly began brushing, her beautiful big eyes darting around. Finally, after finishing, she hurriedly drank some water to rinse out the foam, wiped her mouth clean, and turned around joyfully, only to freeze abruptly. What is that thing you just used? A cold voice came from behind her, revealing that he had been quietly observing her for a while without uttering a word. The worst possible scenario had come to pass. She had no desire to see Qin Shou at this moment. Qingqing's mind raced as she realized he had seen what it was used for, and now she needed to think of an explanation for its origin. Why are you silent? Qin Shou's gaze was probing and doubtful. You seem a bit different these past 2 days. The inquisitive tone made Qingqing's heart skip a beat. Oh no, had he figured something out? Indeed, she had taken medicine from her space to save her bow at noon, and now she was using a toothbrush. How could she explain all these peculiar items? A cold sweat broke out on her back, but she couldn't remain silent. She immediately spoke up. This, called a toothbrush, is used for cleaning teeth. Her mind raced as she hastily fabricated. I've been feeling unwell these past few days with something stuck in my teeth, so I devised this to brush it away. He looked at her skeptically. Is that so? His gaze fell on the bubbles that had yet to dissipate on the ground, sensing that Lu Qingqing was somewhat guilty. Lu Qingqing met his doubtful gaze and nodded emphatically. Of course. Would I lie to you? This, along with the medicine you saw this afternoon, was given to me by some humans I encountered near the tribe. Humans running to the Beastman tribe for no reason? Qingxiu scrutinized her earnest expression, gradually withdrawing his suspicions. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. With that, he turned and strode away. Lu Qingqing let out a long sigh of relief. The cool mountain breeze sent chills down her back. And oh wonder, he was the formidable antagonist who troubled the male lead in the book. She had nearly thought he would realize she was deceiving him and turn against her. She needed to be exceedingly cautious in her future dealings. Lu Qingqing hastened back to prepare for rest, while simultaneously pondering the matter of dissolving the blood contract with Qingxiu. She had already grasped the survival rules of the beast world and, with the spatial ability at her disposal, could thrive on her own without relying on Qingxiu. It would be better to dissolve the blood contract, distancing herself from the antagonist while increasing her chances of survival. Has the stepmother really changed for the better? Are we finally getting a mother? A tiny voice whispered close to her ear. Xiao Bao. Lu Qingqing immediately halted her steps, her gaze drawn to the nearby stone cave, where 3 little cubs were nestled in slumber. After committing numerous misdeeds, she had only recently performed 2 good acts, and yet they had already turned against her. What a useless little traitor. Xiao Bao fell silent. Casting a sorrowful glance at Debao furrowed his brow and said, Bao. Bao stuck out his tongue, muttering, well, she was indeed very wicked before. Today she only stepped on that bad guy because of Debao, since Debao dislikes him. I do too. Debao pondered for a moment before responding, though I do not comprehend why. Her transformation is a positive development. You wish to remain as motherless children, branded as bastards? Upon hearing these words, not only the children fell silent, but even Lu Qingqing, who was eavesdropping from outside, felt a pang of sorrow. The reason Qingxiu forged a blood bond with her was for the sake of the children. No matter how clever they were, their youth made them particularly vulnerable to jealousy, and being motherless was a prime target for ridicule. She sighed. After all, she had no better place to go at present, and had yet to unravel the mysteries of her spatial abilities. It would be wise to stay here for a while, gather her thoughts, and then devise a plan. Lu Qingqing chose to ignore the children's chatter and silently return to the cave. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but the sight of the person inside instantly calmed her racing heart. Qingxiu sat with his back to her on a pile of straw, fiddling with a stone in his hand. Upon hearing the noise, he turned and said, You're back. You should rest. Lu Qingqing suppressed an awkward smile, her mind racing with questions about why Qingxiu was here. In her recollection, he had never shared a cave with her before. After their wild night, there was an undeniable awkwardness between them. Why had he returned today? She feigned composure and approached the straw pile, asking, Are you resting here? Qingxiu paused for 2 seconds before responding. It's raining outside, and my side got wet. This meant they would have to share the same bed tonight. Lu Qingqing glanced at the narrow straw pile, secretly regretting not having arranged it to be wider earlier. Now, with Qingxiu taking up half the space, their bodies were pressed closely together when she sat down. Feeling a bit stiff, she quickly adjusted herself, lying on her side to minimize contact, only to hear a rustling sound beside her as a broad figure pressed tightly against her. What on earth was happening? Lu Qingqing felt helpless and attempted to squeeze away, but overcompensated, losing her balance and nearly tumbling off the straw pile. Suddenly, a large hand shot out to catch her, pulling her back into the bed, causing them to be even closer together, their breaths mingling. The figure above her was tall and muscular, his chiseled features stern, yet his pointed ears hinted at a flush of embarrassment. He seemed to handle her like a hot potato, quickly releasing her and muttering, Sleep. He then swiftly turned away, curling up beside her in a rather pitiful manner. All the tension dissipated in an instant. And Lu Qingqing found it amusing. After all, last night had been an unusual circumstance, and judging by Qingxiu's demeanor, he appeared to lack any semblance of a villain. With such thoughts, she closed her eyes, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Sunlight filtered through the ancient trees, and birds chirped joyfully amid the dappled shadows, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, A series of rustling sounds broke the tranquility. Liu Qingqing furrowed her brow, groggily opening her eyes, only to be met by an unfamiliar face. The deep, inky eyes, tightly pressed lips, and pulsing veins from exertion were striking. Liu Qingqing's breath caught in her throat before she could fully process the situation. A large hand beside her swiftly removed the beast's skin and donned it on himself. "You continue to sleep. I'm going hunting," he said. Her heart raced, realizing he had already prepared hunting tools. Clattering noisily without disturbing her, he was surprisingly considerate. She nodded absently, saying, "Be careful." Qin Xiu grunted in response and stepped outside. Liu Qingqing watched his broad back as she tried to close her eyes again, but sleep eluded her. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by frantic shouts. "Quick, summon the shaman!" Upon stepping outside, she saw a bloodied orc being hastily carried away by others. What had happened? Instantly, Liu Qingqing was wide awake. Zhang had encountered a large cat during the night, resulting in a fierce battle that had left him severely injured. One of his arms was bitten off, just as she was about to inquire further. The group hurriedly moved on. With such grave injuries and no medicine in the orc tribe, how could they possibly treat him? Driven by curiosity, she hastened to follow, soon arriving at another stone cave. A young man rushed in, standing out among the orcs for his cleanliness. With two horn-like protrusions on his head, he possessed a handsome countenance and a solemn expression. His long fingers hovered over Zhang Da's severed arm, glowing with a soft green light, a surge of powerful life energy emanating from him, vibrant and invigorating. Liu Qingqing stared in astonishment. Is he healing him? This was her first glimpse of an orc's abilities. The onlookers chimed in, "Of course, Lord Song Sheng is our tribe's genius shaman, having healed countless members at such a young age." However, as they spoke, the shaman's brow glistened with sweat, and eventually he faltered, gasping. "He has lost too much blood. There is no saving him." That Liu Qingqing's shock subsided slightly, realizing that while the orc shaman was extraordinary, there were limitations to his powers. Indeed, the orc had lost too much blood, but there were ways to save him. Time was of the essence. She stepped forward decisively. "I can save him." But a wave of disbelief washed over the crowd, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. "You can save him?" Liu Qingqing nodded calmly. "His injuries are not beyond recovery yet. If we do not act quickly, he will truly perish." The orcs exchanged glances, their skepticism palpable. One orc hesitantly remarked, "Lord Song Sheng is our tribe's genius shaman. If he cannot save him, how could anyone else?" Liu Qingqing countered, "How can we know unless we try?" "Enough, Qingqing, stop this nonsense." That a commanding voice suddenly rang out, and she turned to see a middle-aged man clad in animal skins. Muscular and imposing, his wolf-like gaze piercing through the crowd, radiating authority. This was Qian, the chieftain of the orc tribe, the very one who had brought her to the tribe. Liu Qingqing frowned. She had merely intended to help. But now, faced with the doubts of the crowd, she felt a surge of defiance and determination to save the orc before them. That "I am not causing trouble, since Lord Song Sheng has already declared him beyond salvation. Why not give my treatment method a try? Everyone can witness my actions. I will not resort to any trickery, but if I succeed in saving him, it will be a life reclaimed." Her resolute voice resonated in the ears of the orcs, and they began to waver. Just then, a youthful, clear voice spoke up from the crowd. "I can vouch for her. She truly possesses medical skills. Yesterday, my brother had a gaping wound on his head, and today he is already healed." Liu Qingqing turned in surprise to see Bao, whose expression was earnest. "Since Lord Song Sheng has already said he's going to die, it's worth a try. What if he survives?" Others echoed their support as well. Qian's wolf-like eyes were filled with doubt. Clearly still unconvinced, he had initially kept Liu Qingqing around solely for her bloodline, believing it would produce superior offspring when combined with the tribe's warriors. But to expect him to believe she had medical skills, that was laughable. Yet, since the orc was already on the brink of death, he scrutinized Liu Qingqing deeply before conceding, "Very well, I will grant you this opportunity." Liu Qingqing lifted her chin confidently, declaring, "I need to prepare some materials." With so many orcs around, to avoid raising suspicion, she pretended to search for herbs while swiftly retrieving needles and threads from her spatial realm. The orcs watched her in astonishment. What is she planning to do? Is she going to kill him before he even dies? The orcs were abuzz with chatter, yet Song Shung, drenched in sweat, bore an increasingly peculiar expression. He murmured, "So, it is like this." He immediately furrowed his brow, silencing the other orcs. "Enough. She is correct. This indeed can save lives." With Song Shung's endorsement, the orcs fell into stunned silence, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, Qingqing, without uttering a word, knelt down with a grave demeanor, focusing intently on his wound. First, she applied a paralyzing agent to numb his hand's nerves, then swiftly employed medicine to staunch the bleeding, before deftly stitching the severed hand back onto his mangled arm. Given that the injury was recent, there remained a possibility for self-healing. Her movements were fluid and graceful, and by the end, his dislocated hand was awkwardly reattached to the bloodied stump of his arm. While his once labored breathing gradually steadied, it truly worked. The orcs erupted in fervor, no longer viewing her as a mere mortal, but as a divine savior, who could claim they had never suffered injury. With Qingqing's medical prowess, one could indeed gain a second chance at life. Some orcs had already begun to raise their arms in jubilant cheer, chanting, "Qingqing, divine healer! Qingqing, divine healer!" Even Xiao gazed at her in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation of her hidden talents. "Take him back and allow him to rest for 2 days. I trust that Song Wu Yi will manage the subsequent treatment," Qingqing remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. Song Shung remained transfixed, staring at Qingqing, jolted back to reality only when nudged by someone. And he quickly nodded. "I can take it from here." Xiaoen's gaze shifted, now imbued with a newfound respect for Qingqing, that he looked at her earnestly, stating, "You saved him. I shall reward you with one of the large cats they hunted today, should there be any future ailments in the tribe. I promise another reward for your assistance." "Reward?" Qingqing cast him a surprised glance, silently acknowledging his offer. The orc leader had initially doubted her, but, upon witnessing her abilities, had quickly abandoned his reservations and shifted his attitude, incentivizing her to assist in the future. "I humbly accept your generosity, Chief," she replied without hesitation, as fervent eyes followed her while she led the large cat homeward. However, before she could reach her destination, a figure rushed toward her in a flurry. "Qingqing, Qingqing!" It was none other than the healer, Song Shung. Panting heavily as he approached, Qingqing noticed his breathlessness and said, "Thank you for speaking up for me earlier." His words had prompted the orcs to fall silent. Song Shung, still catching his breath, smiled and said, "Your medical skills are truly remarkable. During my travels, I once witnessed the treatment methods you employed in a human city-state. It is said that only a select few healers possess such knowledge." His gaze was filled with sincerity, as if he had hurried over solely to convey this sentiment. "You have seen such methods?" Qingqing's eyes widened. While she had read about human city-states, the descriptions were scant. Had human medicine advanced to such a degree? "Indeed," Song Shung replied, appearing bewildered by her astonishment. "I have long admired such medical practices and wished to learn. But alas, humans are reluctant to teach an orc like me." "Learn?" Qingqing scrutinized his expression. He seemed earnest, his eyes gleaming with fervor for the art of healing, devoid of any malicious intent. After a moment's thought, she smiled knowingly. "In truth, this method is not overly complex. Suturing a wound is akin to mending fabric. The key lies in the tools employed during treatment. I happen to have some spare instruments. As the tribe's healer, I shall gift you a set, hoping you can save more lives in the future." "Tools?" Song Shung's expression shifted to one of shock, followed swiftly by elation. "Are you referring to the needles and threads used for suturing?" His face flushed with excitement, yet he hesitated to accept, expressing his reluctance. "We orcs seldom dare to approach humans. Obtaining such items is no small feat. How can I accept them so easily?" His sincerity was palpable. Qingqing was now entirely convinced of his good intentions, further solidifying her resolve to gift him a set of suturing tools and possibly even share additional techniques. "You are the tribe's healer. These tools will serve you far better than they would me. Perhaps one day, I may also require your skills." Song Shung attempted to refuse again. "Consider it a form of payment for your future services in treating me." Qingqing interjected. With that, and given Song Shung's reluctance, he finally acquiesced with joy. However, Once he agreed, he found himself in a quandary. But I do not know how to use them. Could you possibly? He hesitated, fearing she might decline, before suddenly brightening as an idea struck him. What if we form a blood pact? This unexpected proposal nearly caused Lu Qingqing to choke on her own words. What did you say? Yet Song Sheng was evidently serious, looking at her with utmost sincerity. That I propose we form a blood pact. You see, healers are highly esteemed in the tribe, and my healing skills will surely be passed down to our offspring. Additionally, I could alleviate some of your pain during childbirth. Childbirth? How did that come into play? She had not even agreed to a blood pact yet, and he was already discussing offspring. Lu Qingqing coughed more violently. Choose me. I assure you I am far better than that brute. Qin Xiao. Song Sheng declared confidently, thumping his chest. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the forest. Both were startled and turned to see Qin Xiao standing before a felled ancient tree. His expression dark. Who are you calling a brute? How did he end up here? Lu Qingqing's heart raced, her gaze inadvertently drifting to his side, where Meng Lan stood, her brow furrowed. What would you call it if not brute strength? Song Sheng's expression shifted dramatically. Qin Xiao's eyes swirled with intensity, but his demeanor remained unchanged as he simply stated, You wish to form a blood pact with my female? First, you must duel me. Win, and then we shall speak in orc duel. Lu Qingqing attempted to dissuade them. There is no need for this. She had no particular feelings for Song Sheng. Qin Xiao shot her glance, emotions swirling in his gaze, but remained silent, his heart convinced that she was defending that pretty boy. His tone grew firmer. An orc duel. Will you go or not? I will go. I must, Song Sheng asserted resolutely, turning back to assure her. Do not worry. I will surely win. Just you. You think you could defeat the main antagonist. How naive. Lu Qingqing tried once more to intervene, but the two had already reached an agreement and swiftly headed towards the duel grounds, compelling her to follow. Meng Lan, too, wore a troubled expression as she hurried after them. News of the impending duel between the orc healer and Qin Xiao over a female spread rapidly throughout the tribe. And soon the duel area was teeming with onlookers. Qin Xiao and Song Sheng faced each other, and with a command from the orc leader Xiao and Song Sheng transformed into his beastly form. His eyes bulged, and sharp horns sprouted from his head, glinting ominously. Lu Qingqing's heart leapt in her throat. Beastly form. Although Qin Xiao had lost his dragon horns, could his beastly form still be revealed? She certainly did not wish to face the perils of the city-state alongside him. In stark contrast to her anxiety, Qin Xiao appeared remarkably calm. He regarded the charging opponent with a serene gaze. Choosing to strike with his fists instead of transforming, a gasp rippled through the orc crowd. In the heart of the battlefield, Song Sheng's horns collided fiercely with Qin Xiao's fist, as if it would pierce through. Yet in the blink of an eye, the fist shone brilliantly, transforming into a claw-like appendage, enveloped in a mysterious aura, and struck forth with immense force. Bang! Song Sheng was sent careening out of the duel arena like a broken kite. The events of that fleeting moment escaped everyone's notice, and a clamor erupted. Lu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Thank heavens he had not transformed. Yet, in his untransformed state, he had effortlessly defeated Song Sheng with a single punch. What extraordinary power! Oh no, he surely hadn't killed him. Had he? She hastily approached Song Sheng. Are you all right? That punch had been devastating. Song Sheng coughed up blood, staring at Qin Xiao in sheer terror. A monster. He is simply a monster. Among the orc crowd, who possessed strength akin to Qin Xiao's, as realization dawned, they rushed over to check on Song Sheng. Meng Lan hurried to Qin Xiao, her expression taut with concern. Qin Gu, are you all right? Qin Xiao remained silent, his pair of slit-like pupils fixed on the figure across from him. Even a stranger of the opposite sex knew to express concern for him at the first opportunity. Yet his own female companion did not. Was she truly considering dissolving their blood pact to forge a new one with another beastman? He stared intently at the person opposite him, who had not uttered a single word. While Meng Lan's molars were nearly ground to dust in frustration, in a fit of suppressed resentment, she exclaimed, I wonder how Song the healer is faring. He has always been composed, yet today seems quite unusual. Her remark ignited a flurry of discussion among the surrounding beastmen. Indeed, Song the healer was known for his steadiness. Why had he suddenly chosen a bond with Lu Qingqing and challenged Qin to a duel? Today, Qin himself was not quite right either. The beastmen cast strange glances towards Lu Qingqing. The tribe was already weak and needed to unite. What would happen if either of them faced misfortune? Meng Lan cast a worried glance at Xiao, and at Lu Qingqing's eyes sparkled, suddenly shooting towards her like an arrow, a cold smirk forming in her heart. Was she implying that Lu Qingqing was undermining the unity of the tribe? Just as she was about to speak, Qiao waved his hand dismissively. This time, not only Meng Lan, but even Lu Qingqing looked at him as if he were a ghost. Meng Lan was the most beloved female in the tribe. Whenever disputes arose, the tribal leader had always sided with her. When had he ever supported Lu Qingqing? Qingqing was already an exceptional female. It was entirely normal for someone to fight on her behalf. In my opinion, Song the healer harbored deep feelings as well. Qin Xiao, do not be so petty. Exhibit some magnanimity. With a smile, he suggested, why not have Lu Qingqing and Song the healer bond today under my witness? At these words, the crowd erupted in commotion. Qin Xiao's expression darkened instantly. Song Sheng's eyes gleamed with delight. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing and Meng Lan were left astounded, their mouths agape. Cough, cough, coughed. Lu Qingqing nearly choked, suddenly realizing that among the beastmen, females could indeed have multiple husbands. But how could she possibly have feelings for Song Sheng? She hurriedly waved her hands. No need, no need. There is no requirement for a blood pact. Yet Xiao insisted. Song the healer is one of the finest beastmen in the tribe, that if you bond with him, you need not worry about falling ill in the future. Lu Qingqing stared at him in shock, taken aback by his enthusiastic demeanor. The former tribal leader had not been like this. Was he truly eager to play matchmaker? Leader, Meng Lan could no longer contain herself, gritting her teeth as she whispered. How can Lu Qingqing's character merit the affections of Song the healer? Wouldn't that simply allow her to bully him? Though her voice was hushed, it was still within earshot of Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing narrowed her eyes, a cold smile forming. Character? I was unaware that those who merely slander others without cause could speak of character. Meng Lan gritted her teeth. It is well known that you delight in bullying others. Who has slandered you? Just the other day, I witnessed you tormenting Bao and the others. As a mother, I teach my offspring. How does that become bullying in your words? Lu Qingqing scoffed, knowing Meng Lan referred to the original owner's previous misdeeds. Pondering how to retort that Bao had been anxious about this matter for some time. Although Lu Qingqing was not particularly kind to him now, she was certainly better than before, at the very least. With Lu Qingqing around, he and Bao and San Bao would no longer be scorned as unwanted offspring. He immediately stepped forward. Aunt Meng, how can you speak so recklessly? Lu Mama treats us very well. At this, Meng Lan's expression froze entirely. After helping his mother deal with Meng Lan, Bao anxiously turned to her, gripping her hand. Mama, let us go home. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingqing remained stationary, crouching down to observe Song Sheng. Bao's anxiety peaked. Mama. Qin Xiao's gaze darkened as he watched the scene, remaining silent. Qiao, however, appeared pleased. Everyone assumed she was about to bond with Song Sheng, but Lu Qingqing declared, Song the healer, I cannot bond with you. If you wish to learn medicine from me, that is possible, but not in the form of a blood pact. I can be your teacher. Yet Song Sheng still sought to persuade her. The relationship of a blood pact was the most solid. Moreover, Lu Qingqing was a rare female. Possessing both beauty and skill. To bond with such a female would be an unparalleled opportunity for him. That I have made my decision, but if you insist further, it would be somewhat presumptuous. Forcing a female was not the role of a male. Observing the determination in Lu Qingqing's eyes, Song Sheng finally nodded in disappointment. Very well. Lu Qingqing exhaled in relief, lifting her gaze to Qiao, and this was merely a misunderstanding. Song the healer only wished to learn medicine from me. Really? Qiao An's eyes brimmed with disbelief. If you are both willing, I can witness your agreement. Qiao An's eagerness stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, Lu Qingqing had demonstrated sufficient ability and value, and he wished to retain her. Secondly, he hoped Lu Qingqing would bear exceptional offspring for the tribe. There is truly no need. That Lu Qingqing's expression darkened. Dealing with Qin Xiao was already taxing enough. Another would be unbearable. Xiao appeared somewhat disappointed, but did not press further. Medicine? Meng Lan scoffed from his side. Where did she gain such medical knowledge? Do not be deceived by her. She did indeed save Zhang De, and I witnessed it firsthand. Her methods were rooted in human medicine. She is worthy of my mentorship, Song Sheng interjected directly. What if she used some trickery? Do not forget, she had no medical knowledge before. Now she suddenly possesses it. Do you not find that peculiar? Meng Lan watched as the gazes of everyone turned towards Lu Qingqing, especially Qin Xiao's. If this continued, she would truly have no opportunity left. Must I report my affairs to you? Lu Qingqing snorted coldly. She continued, having wandered outside for many years, I lacked a sense of belonging upon arriving here. Naturally remaining cautious. Now that I am a member of the tribe, having received kindness, I naturally wish to contribute. Her words were spoken plainly, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, to Qin Xiao's ears, they resonated differently. He could not help but ponder their relationship. Could it be that their substantial bond was what granted Lu Qingqing a sense of belonging to the tribe? He began to consider that perhaps this was the reason for Lu Qingqing's transformation. Meng Lan, keenly observant, noticed Qin Xiao's gaze soften towards Lu Qingqing and felt a swell of indignation. She wished to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Lowering her head, she fell silent. Lost in thought, Lu Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. Leader, our family has matters to attend to. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Xiao, in high spirits, waved his hand to dismiss the others. He turned to look at Song Sheng, who was fixated on Lu Qingqing's retreating figure, and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Do not lose heart. You are handsome and a healer. Winning over a female should be a simple matter. Treat her well, and you will surely persuade her to bond with you. Leader, I truly only wish to learn medicine. Since she has agreed to be my teacher, there is no need for a bond. Besides, I have mentioned before that I am not interested in females, Song Sheng replied, exasperated. Yet he noticed Xiao and skeptical gaze, clearly dismissing his words, and sighed heavily. Upon returning home, Lu Qingqing busied herself with tidying her surroundings. Her living space was somewhat disordered, which she found hard to accept. However, the fervent gaze beside her was impossible to ignore. She set aside her belongings and looked up at Qin Xiu. There's something you wish to discuss with me. Was her medical knowledge acquired previously? Do you wish to remain in the tribe instead of leaving? Are you truly going to teach Song Sheng medicine? Qin Xiao bombarded her with a barrage of questions. Before Lu Qingqing could respond, she noticed the warmth creeping onto his face as he caught her half-smiling gaze. Which of your many questions should I answer? Lu Qingqing asked, amused. Where else could I possibly go but the tribe? As for my medical skills, it remains a secret imparted only to Song, the shaman, so that he may tend to the wounded orcs. After all, the tribe has taken me in, and I feel compelled to express my gratitude. Regarding whether I will stay in the tribe permanently, Lu Qingqing has not provided a definitive answer. For her, it remains an enigma. Qin Xiao sensed her uncertainty and felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Yet, he did not forget to remind her. Medical knowledge is a treasure for humanity. Should they learn that you have shared it with the orcs, they may hold reservations against you. Rest assured, the individual who taught me this art wishes for me to pass it on. There will be no objections. Lu Qingqing replied with a smile. The sunlight graced her face, illuminating her with a radiant glow. Her every expression imbued with an enchanting charm. The images of their intertwined bodies from days past surfaced in Qin Xiao's mind, causing him to uncomfortably swallow and avert his gaze that I will join them in hunting later. It should suffice to satiate your hunger. The flavors of what you brought back were too overpowering. The children did not take to them, so discard them for now. His ears flushed slightly. This was the first time Lu Qingqing had seen him in such a state, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. She halted Qin Xiao, who was about to dispose of the ingredients, saying, No need for that. Trust me, I will prepare these delicacies exquisitely, ensuring you will crave more. Noticing the skepticism in his eyes, Lu Qingqing added, I assure you, they will be far tastier than those insects. Upon hearing that they will be tastier than insects, Qin Xiao wavered. Then give it a try. Finally relenting, Lu Qingqing responded with a playful smile. Very well. She set to work, and Qin Xiao, feeling that idleness was unseemly, offered his assistance. However, he found himself clumsy, unable to comprehend her cooking techniques. As Lu Qingqing cleaned the innards, Qin Xiu's face turned pale. You should go outside and rest. After all, you cannot assist here that I can manage just fine, Lu Qingqing said, observing his ineffectiveness. Qin Xiu wished to remain and contribute, but after a moment of hesitation, he stepped outside. He sat by the door, gazing at the sun setting on the horizon, lost in thought. After an indeterminate amount of time, a delightful aroma wafted from within, prompting him to inhale deeply as his stomach audibly protested. He turned his gaze toward Lu Qingqing's direction. Could it truly be that delectable? The three children were drawn to the enticing scent, peering in to see what delicious creation Lu Qingqing was concocting. Father, what is mother making? It smells so good. I'm starving, Bao murmured quietly. It must be something truly delicious, Bao said, swallowing hard as he craned his neck to peek inside. That mother's cooking is exceptional. I've never tasted anything so delightful, Bao remarked, nearly drooling as he wiped his mouth. Indeed, Father-'s cooking is quite lackluster, lacking flavor. Mother-s is far superior, Xiao Bao chimed in. Qin Xiu's expression darkened as he seized Xiao Bao in his embrace, ruffling his hair in dissatisfaction. Father, I see my mistake. Please don't do that, Xiao Bao laughed. Amidst the clamor, Bao's gaze gradually settled on the industrious Lu Qingqing, discreetly rubbing his stomach. That woman truly creates enticing dishes. Has she genuinely improved? If not, I shall ensure she faces the consequences. The children are hungry. Qin Xiu, irritated by their incessant chatter, rose to inquire about Lu Qingqing's progress. Not yet, be patient. For now, find some wild fruits to tide you over. These ingredients need time to absorb flavor, Lu Qingqing replied, focused on her task and not bothering to turn around. Savoring the delightful scent, she too felt her mouth water. The scraps from the claws and innards were perfect for making braised dishes. Although they required a longer cooking time, that if only there were flour to make some bread or noodles as well. Brother Qin, is Lu Qingqing home? Suddenly, two orcs approached Qin Xiu cautiously. Their anger from earlier dissipated upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma. After Qin Xiu nodded, they could not help but inquire, is Lu Qingqing the one cooking? It smells heavenly. We are curious about what she is preparing. What brings you here? Qin Xiu asked directly. Zhang Da's wound has complications. The chief has sent us to summon Lu Qingqing, one of them replied sheepishly. Sensing the fragrance, they hesitated momentarily before lowering their voices. The chief appears quite furious. You must tread carefully. Qin Xiu understood. Standing to enter the dwelling and approaching Lu Qingqing, Zhang Da has encountered issues. The chief requests your attention. Though directed at Lu Qingqing, his gaze lingered on the stone pot, tightly covered, just as he reached out to lift the lid in curiosity. He was met with a firm slap from her. Do not touch that. It's not ready yet. Lifting the lid prematurely will ruin the taste. He paused at her admonition, retracting his hand obediently. Especially after hearing her next complaint. You're a grown man. Why do you still act like a glutton? A faint blush crept onto Qin Xiu's cheeks as he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Let me accompany you. It seems serious that Lu Qingqing nodded, and with Qin Xiu by her side, she went to see Zhang Da that moment. Zhang Da's dark complexion could not conceal the flush on his face. His body trembling uncontrollably, that Lu Qingqing rushed to him, administering emergency fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medications before looking up at everyone. What has happened to him? Did something occur just now? What could possibly happen? It's merely your deliberate harm. An orc suddenly stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Qingqing. You have gone too far. Do you truly wish to bring about Zhang Da's demise? He was already on the brink of death. How could my healing cause harm? Lu Qingqing retorted coldly, lacking any courtesy. You intended to harm him. I witnessed you administering rolling grass, the orc stated defiantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd's demeanor shifted. They were somewhat familiar with rolling grass, which, if consumed by an orc, could enhance strength, but would subsequently lead to excruciating pain. That I see you sought to use rolling grass to revive Zhang Da momentarily, merely to perform theatrics before us. Disregarding the suffering he would endure thereafter, The orc accused Lu Qingqing. It would have been far easier for Zhang to pass away peacefully, yet you chose to torment him for your own reputation. You are truly malicious. What of your medical skills? If you were truly skilled, why, upon your arrival at the tribe, did you still require the shaman's treatment for your wounds? His words ignited suspicion among the crowd, their gazes toward Lu Qingqing shifting. Even the chief's eyes turned more hostile as he scrutinized her. You must explain yourself. Did you indeed use rolling grass? Without hesitation, Qin Xiao positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Qingqing, his voice low and resolute. I believe in her. Lu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Qin Xiao's faith in her, warming her heart. She raised her gaze to scrutinize the orc. Noting his glances toward Meng, and it seemed that Menglan was behind this mischief once again. I trust Lu Qingqing. Her methods when treating Zhang De were authentic human medical practices, without a doubt. Song Sheng asserted, you have been deceived by this female. Human medical knowledge is revered as a treasure. How could it be bestowed upon an orc female? The orc retorted defiantly. Then, Lu Qingqing interjected, he did indeed consume rolling grass. At her pronouncement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The orcs' faces lit up with delight as they eagerly declared to everyone, did you hear that? She herself admitted that Zhang De was fed the rolling grass by her. And you all have been deceived by her. When did I ever acknowledge that I fed him the rolling grass? Lu Qingqing scoffed coldly. You just said he consumed the rolling grass, but I never claimed I was the one who fed it to him. What do you mean by that? The beast man was taken aback. Once he regains his senses, won't he know when he was fed the rolling grass? Lu Qingqing responded with a smile, her eyes brimming with confidence. W.A.? The beastman's complexion changed dramatically, his gaze uncertain as he looked towards Menglan. Can someone who has ingested rolling grass regain consciousness? Song Sheng interjected eagerly, his eyes filled with delight. Beastmen have always steered clear of rolling grass, and they're notoriously careless, with annual cases of accidental ingestion. Once a beastman goes mad, others in the tribe will take action against him, leading to death. This poses a significant challenge for them. If Lu Qingqing can resolve this issue, it would be wonderful. Song Sheng, come here. Lu Qingqing beckoned to Song Sheng. He stepped forward eagerly, his eyes reflecting a thirst for knowledge. Do you see this grass? Once a beastman ingests it, he cannot help but vomit. It can be used to counteract the effects of rolling grass. She instructed him. Lu Qingqing forcefully stuffed the pale yellow grass into Zhang Da's mouth. Before long, Zhang De ceased his convulsions and began to vomit profusely to the side. A foul odor permeated the air, leaving everyone with ashen faces, had it not been for their desire to understand the situation. The beastmen present would likely have fled. With the vomiting, Zhang Da's complexion finally eased somewhat, regaining a hint of color. Joy spread across Song Sheng's face as he looked at Lu Qingqing with admiration. However, the contents of his stomach had already been partially digested, so even if he vomited, it would be of little use. Additional measures were necessary. Lu Qingqing produced a silver needle. Next, she said, do you see these acupoints? Stimulating these acupoints with a silver needle can restore consciousness and prevent the beastman from going mad. Sometimes, when a beastman is in a deep coma, these acupoints can also be stimulated as for the toxins lingering in the body. They will gradually dissipate over time. At most, it will make him irritable for a few days, so everyone should be a bit more forgiving. Yes, soon as Lu Qingqing finished speaking, Zhang De slowly opened his eyes. The crowd rejoiced, their gaze towards Lu Qingqing now devoid of initial suspicion. Wow, you're truly amazing, Song Sheng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. You will all come to know in due time, Lu Qingqing replied with poise. She then turned to Zhang De and asked, do you know who fed you the rolling grass? To her disappointment, Zhang De shook his head. Weakly, he said, I had my eyes closed at the time, and I only knew that it was after you left. As for who it was, I'm not quite sure. Lu Qingqing sighed helplessly, catching a glimpse of Menglan nearby, who had secretly let out a sigh of relief. Xianggu, do you have anything to say now? Did you not claim to have witnessed Lu Qingqing feeding Zhang to the rolling grass? Why do you slander Lu Qingqing with such intent? Xiaowen's gaze fell upon the beastman who had defamed Lu Qingqing after she cleared her name. Xianggu's expression was filled with panic. No, It was not me. Xianggu was genuinely flustered, casting a pleading look towards Menglan. Who knows if he returned later to feed Zhang to the rolling grass, and then slandered Xianggu. Menglan stepped forward impatiently. She had been with me the entire time since she left. How could she have returned? Qin Xiu snorted coldly, his gaze towards Menglan laden with pressure. After today's events, Qin Xiu was quite certain. Menglan harbored animosity towards Lu Qingqing. When Menglan saw Qin Xiu's guarded expression, a wave of grievance surged within her. She truly could not comprehend why Qin Xiu was so protective of Lu Qingqing now. Brother Qin, why do you defend her so? She has always mistreated your 3 children. It's merely a matter of a mother educating her children, Qin Xiu retorted quietly. Menglan's heart brimmed with grievances she could not express, her gaze drifting towards Xianggu, revealing a look of despair. I see that Lu Qingqing merely wishes to have Xianggu frame someone she cannot stand. Aside from her, who else would have the opportunity to harm Zhangde? In the end, the person framed would likely be driven out. Is that what you all wish to see? Do you trust Lu Qingqing so readily? We naturally believe her, Qin Xiu replied firmly, warming Lu Qingqing's heart. Menglan's heart ached as she cast a sweeping glance at Qin Xiu, ultimately landing her gaze on Xianggu, her expression one of desolation. Observing her demeanor, Lu Qingqing finally understood. It seemed the entire time she had been trying to garner sympathy from Xianggu. Sure enough, in the next moment, Xianggu could no longer bear it and spoke. It was my doing. I simply could not stand Lu Qingqing and wanted to frame her. In truth, Menglan had informed him that she had seen Lu Qingqing feed Zhang to the rolling grass, and it was out of trust in her that he had spoken so decisively. But given the current situation, it was highly likely that Menglan was the one slandering. Yet even so, Xianggu could not bring himself to expose her. After all, Menglan was the one he held dear. Yes, I deliberately framed her. Chief, punish me. Xianggu half knelt on the ground. Qiu's wolf-like eyes swept over Xianggu before finally landing on the visibly guilty Menglan. If that is the case, then you shall be expelled from the tribe. Your life or death shall be left to fate. Such punishment is the ultimate consequence for a beastman. Being cast out of the tribe to hunt alone would inevitably lead to an attack by wild beasts. Not to mention that winter is approaching. Without prey, coupled with the frigid conditions, survival would be nearly impossible. Xianggu trembled, ultimately resigning himself to his fate. Menglan let out a secret sigh of relief, thankful for the outcome. However, under Qiu's scrutinizing gaze, she lowered her head, feeling uneasy. This matter was hardly the doing of Xianggu alone. Lu Qingqing was sure to speak out in defiance. Yet, seeing the pressure in Qiu's eyes, she fell silent. Since the matter has been clarified, let it be. Do not bring it up again in the future. His gaze bore a threatening warning, and Lu Qingqing understood all too well he was aware of Menglan's involvement, but was unwilling to expose her. After all, in his eyes, Menglan's value was greater than Lu Qingqing's. Lu Qingqing's heart brimmed with resentment, and she could not help but retort, Chief, how truly fair. I greatly admire you. Qiu's expression turned awkward, and dissatisfaction surged within him towards Lu Qingqing that he was the chief, when had it become Lu Qingqing's place to instruct him. Lu Qingqing snorted coldly, feeling indignant on Zhang Da's behalf. Yet the tribal chief held absolute authority within the tribe, and he had already made his determination. What more could she say? With a defiant glance at Qiu, she turned to leave. Qin Xiu followed closely behind. Qiu, treated with such rudeness by Lu Qingqing, felt equally humiliated but could only suppress his anger as he departed. As he passed by Menglan, he lowered his voice to warn, do not let such matters occur again. Take care of yourself. Menglan's body stiffened, her head bowed. Unable to look up, her teeth clenched in frustration. She recalled the way Qin Xiu looked at Lu Qingqing. No, that cannot be. Brother Qin must have no feelings for Lu Qingqing. Only she is worthy of him in this world. Menglan took a deep breath, her gaze towards Xianggu tinged with reluctance, but she still walked away without looking back. After returning, Lu Qingqing's anger had yet to dissipate. Noticing that the braised dish in the pot was nearly ready, she angrily lifted the lid and cast it aside, making a loud clatter. The 3 little ones waiting for the delicacy were startled. Exchanging worried glances, What just happened? Their gazes turned to Qingqiu, silently inquiring. Qingqiu sighed helplessly and stepped forward. I'll help you. No need. Lu Qingqing's tone was laced with impatience, and her gaze towards Qingqiu brimmed with reproach. Meng Lan's scheme to frame Zhang De was all for him, and yet those harmed due to her female status faced no repercussions. Lu Qingqing felt a profound sense of injustice. This was simply unfair. Despite being treated in such a manner by Lu Qingqing, Qingqiu felt no resentment, standing helplessly in place. With an undertone of appeasement, he asked, "Is there anything else you need my assistance with?" "No," Lu Qingqing replied tersely, pushing him aside and returning to her tasks. The atmosphere in the room was starkly silent, the four individuals feeling quite uneasy, yet none dared to provoke Lu Qingqing's ire at that moment. Fortunately, their solitude was soon disrupted by a voice from outside. "Are you all home?" Yifeng peered into the room, sniffing the air with palpable satisfaction. "Tea smells divine." "What do you want?" Qingqiu asked darkly as he opened the door. "I wish to form a blood pact with Lu Qingqing." Yifeng declared boldly he had already devised a plan. Once he formed the blood pact with Lu Qingqing, he could confidently indulge in her culinary creations. Truly, he was quite clever. He was also grateful to Song Sheng for the inspiration. With this thought, Yifeng eagerly peered into the room, anticipating the delightful food. However, before he could act, Qingqiu seized him by the collar and flung him outside. "Scram, she won't form a blood pact with you. You can't decide that," Yifeng retorted, gulping nervously under Qingqiu's intimidating presence. Yet the enticing aroma wafting through the air ultimately overshadowed his fears, summoning his courage. He insisted, "I want to form a pact with Lu Qingqing. Get lost if you don't want to die," Qingqiu threatened through gritted teeth. "Even if I die, I want to die with a full stomach." Yifeng boldly countered. His greatest passion in life was food. He would go to great lengths to satiate his appetite. "Very well. I shall grant your wish. Tomorrow, we will duel here," Qingqiu said with a cold smirk before turning to leave. His imposing figure the only remnant of his presence. Naturally, Yifeng was dissatisfied. He couldn't wait until tomorrow. He wanted to eat today. Just as he stood to call out to Qingqiu, he was met with the sight of Qingqiu's bloodshot eyes, filled with murderous intent, freezing him in place. That it was only after Qingqiu vanished from view that Yifeng regained his composure, the fear quelling his appetite. "Never mind, I'll talk about it tomorrow," he conceded. Meanwhile, the three children left in the room could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. They preferred the earlier warm scene. After exchanging glances, they approached Lu Qingqing. "Mother, are you feeling unwell?" the second child cautiously ventured. "No," Lu Qingqing replied curtly, her tone harsh enough to leave the three children unsure whether to press on with their inquiries. However, a moment later, Lu Qingqing recognized her own misstep, setting aside her tasks to look at the three children. Did they perceive her unhappiness and wish to console her? The thought made her chuckle softly. "Really, I am fine. You children need not concern yourselves with adult matters. It has nothing to do with you." She then removed the braised meat from the pot, cutting it into small pieces and beckoning the children over. "Come, taste and tell me how it is." The three children approached cautiously, and as soon as they tasted the dish, their eyes lit up with astonishment. Being children, the delectable food made them forget all their worries. Observing their delighted expressions, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but smile, her thoughts drifting back to Qingqiu. It seemed she had unfairly directed her frustration at him. After all, it was Meng Lan who instigated these troubles, not Qingqiu. She ought not to have shown him her displeasure. When he returned, she would apologize. Not long after, Qingqiu returned, and the two exchanged glances, each recognizing the awkwardness reflected in the other's eyes. Lu Qingqing opened her mouth, preparing to articulate her earlier sentiments, only to be interrupted by Qingqiu's accusatory question. "What exactly is going on between you and Yifeng? Why does he want to form a pact with you?" His tone was far from pleasant, tinged with suspicion. Inwardly, he wondered if Lu Qingqing had been ignoring him all this time because of Yifeng. Hearing his inquiry, Lu Qingqing frowned, her eyes narrowing in discontent. "What do you mean by that? Are you angry because of Yifeng? Do you intend to form a pact with him?" Qingqiu reiterated, his voice laden with accusation. Lu Qingqing felt her temper flare at his words. "What do you mean by that?" It's bad enough that you brought this trouble upon me with your meddling. Must you now provoke me further? What are you talking about? Qingqiu asked, confusion etched across his face. His keen instincts told him he had misspoken, but he couldn't pinpoint where to owe his surprise. Qingqing declared. If that is the case, let us simply dissolve this blood pact. Her words. The four individuals present turned pale. What did you say? Qingqiu's gaze turned dangerous, his conviction strengthening that I want to dissolve our blood pact. Qingqing repeated, her eyes filled with determination. It was unacceptable for Qingqiu to blame her for the troubles he had instigated. That's impossible. Qingqiu's response came through gritted teeth, as if the words were forced from him. You have no say in this, Qingqing retorted with a cold snort, resolutely making her decision. As long as she remained with Qingqiu, such troubles would undoubtedly resurface. That it would be better to sever ties completely. Among beastmen, a female could dissolve the blood pact unilaterally without requiring the male's consent. With this in mind, Qingqing tentatively attempted to activate the pact within her. However, to her astonishment, the moment she did, a surge of energy coursed through her, causing a sharp pain in her chest, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, she lost consciousness. When Qingqing next awoke, it was already night, and Qingqiu lay beside her, fast asleep. What had happened to her? The blood pact appeared to remain intact. Any attempt to forcibly activate it only resulted in a backlash. Realizing this, a look of profound discomfort crossed her face. Although the power to dissolve the pact lay with her, her lack of strength rendered her unable to do so. You're awake. Have something to eat, Qingqiu murmured, lifting his head, dispelling the remnants of sleep from his eyes. His demeanor was calm, as if none of the earlier unpleasantness had occurred. Is this even edible? Qingqing stared incredulously at the dish Qingqiu presented. It seemed merely boiled meat, and she could almost smell the unpleasant odor wafting from it. Unable to suppress her nausea, she turned away, covering her mouth. Though she wished to conceal her reaction, it proved too difficult. A hint of embarrassment colored Qingqiu's cheeks as he lowered his head. His culinary skills were limited to this. Forget it. Just bring me what I made. Qingqing finally managed, her tone softening. But it's already prepared. Just cut it into small pieces, and it's ready to eat. The three children behind Qingqiu instantly brightened at her words. The second child, unrestrained, exclaimed, "That's wonderful. I really can't eat what father makes." Qingqiu shot a warning glance at the second child, who promptly hid behind the eldest sibling while defiantly muttering, "That was unavoidable. Now that we have mother-s food, eating father-s is a bit." As he spoke, he gathered allies among his brothers. "Don't you all agree?" The faces of the three brothers turned awkward, their disdain palpable. Qingqiu's expression darkened further as he stood to leave. "That I'll go get some food. You all tidy up the area for the meal." Observing the playful banter among the four men, Qingqing felt a weight lift from her heart. Although her impression of Qingqiu was less than favorable, the children were quite endearing that moment. The youngsters did not embody the wickedness described in books. They still retained a childlike innocence, perhaps leaving room for improvement. With this thought, Qingqing's gaze softened as she looked at the three children. "Mother, do you wish to sever the blood bond with father?" Xiao Bao approached cautiously, his head bowed as he nervously tugged at his clothing. Previously, he had been the most eager for Qingqing to leave. But now, weren't you always against me being your mother? Qingqing replied with a hint of amusement. "Is your desire to sever the bond because of our poor treatment of you? If so, I apologize. Would you reconsider my departure?" Xiao Bao's eyes brimmed with pleading. Bao, witnessing this scene, contemplated intervening but ultimately paused. Deep down, he too hoped Qingqing would stay. Seeing the subtle plea in the children's eyes stirred something within Qingqing. They had not yet committed any serious transgressions. With guidance, they might not follow the path depicted in the books. Since severing the blood bond was not an immediate option, it would be more prudent to remain and guide the three children toward goodness. Having come to this conclusion, Qingqing exhaled softly, lifting her head to offer them a gentle smile. "It's not because of you. This is a matter for adults, and it doesn't concern you. Please, don't overthink it because of my father. He is actually quite wonderful. Many females in the tribe wish to bond with him. He's an exceptional hunter who ensures we won't go hungry." And he is rather handsome as well. That Xiao Bao eagerly extolled Qingqi's virtues, only to be interrupted. That's enough of that. I'm hungry. Let's fill our stomachs before continuing this conversation, Qingqing interjected, wishing to avoid any further discussion about Qingqi. Meanwhile, outside, Qingqi stood with something in hand, listening intently to the dialogue within, his expression somber as he entered with heavy steps. The aroma of the braised delicacies wafted toward Qingqing, making her feel revitalized, her lips curling into a smile, especially as she watched the children devour their food with grease glistening at the corners of their mouths, filling her heart with satisfaction. As night fell quietly, Qingqing's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to dissolve the blood bond. It seemed the original text made no mention of this matter. Clearly, she would need to seek a solution while also teaching the children according to their strengths. Sighing silently, she was about to close her eyes and drift into slumber when she felt a shift behind her. Qingqi had lain down. Without thinking, she instinctively made space beside her, projecting an air of indifference. Yet the next moment, Qingqi naturally pulled her into his embrace, prompting her to struggle against him. They engaged in a silent tug-of-war, neither willing to concede. Unable to break free, Qingqing unceremoniously pinched the tender flesh of Qingqi's arm, eliciting a muffled grunt from him, which satisfied her. After all, he had been the one to provoke her anger with his foolish words. Still, Qingqi stubbornly held her close, appearing to allow her any actions she deemed necessary. Qingqing felt a mix of exasperation and amusement as she silently resisted until fatigue overtook her and she fell asleep. Under the moonlight, Qingqi gently cradled Qingqing, observing her delicate features illuminated by the silvery glow. His heart fluttering momentarily, a feeling he chose to dismiss. Regardless, he could not allow the female in his arms to bond with another, even if it incurred her wrath. With this thought, he silently tightened his hold on her and slowly closed his eyes. The two were embroiled in a silent standoff. Qingqing had become acutely aware of Qingqi's recent attempts to please her. For instance, he would return from hunting with wildflowers and fruits, which were the favorites of females. He even clumsily fashioned a garland, albeit rather unattractive. Embarrassed, Qingqing regarded the garland, ultimately unable to suppress a resigned expression. After a considerable effort, she managed to utter, "It's quite nice," only to be met with his disappointed gaze. "I have some matters to attend to outside today," she announced. That "I'll accompany you." Qingqi eagerly responded, "And no need," Qingqing replied curtly, but upon meeting his steadfast gaze, she felt a twinge of reluctance. "It's too dangerous outside," Qingqi insisted, positioning himself protectively in front of her. "I said no. I want to go alone." Her tone was laced with impatience. "Are you going to meet He Fong or Song Sheng?" Qingqi's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint surfacing. Initially, he intended to oppose her, but upon seeing the resolve in Qingqing's eyes, he chose to relent. Qingqing was already upset with him. If he pressed further, she might become even angrier. Would he truly allow her to meet another male? The mere thought ignited a series of flames within his chest, and he clenched his fists in silence. Expecting Qingqi to flatly refuse, Qingqing contemplated her next steps. Over surprise, he took a step back, then come back early. Qingqing blinked in astonishment. She had not anticipated such compliance from him. Nodding, she turned to leave but was called back. "Is he trying to stop me?" Qingqing furrowed her brow, turning around to see Qingqi approaching with something in hand. "This is a whistle made from bamboo. It can produce a loud sound when blown. If you encounter danger, sound it, and I will come to your aid." He placed the whistle, tied with a hemp cord, around her neck, urging her, "Return early," with complicated feelings. Qingqing acknowledged him and departed. Unbeknownst to her, after she left, Qingqi gazed at her retreating figure, entranced in thought for a long while. "Mother 1T abandoned us to bond with another male. Will she?" Xiao Bao's worried voice echoed. "Don't say such things. Mother promised she wouldn't leave. She just told me she would make us delicious food when she returns." San Bao chimed in, licking his lips as drool nearly escaped. "Father, the truth is, you're simply inadequate." The three children cast disappointed glances at Qingqi, their eyes filled with frustration. The aunties in the tribe also remarked that father was not skilled in winning a female's affection. If this continued, mother might genuinely leave. Xiao Bao sighed helplessly at the thought. After a pause, he continued, if that happens, father, you want to let Meng Lan take our mother's place, right? We absolutely do not want that. Exactly. She looks terrifying, and her cooking is dreadful. San Bao added with a grimace. That all you ever think about. Food? I bet mother would only want to leave because she's exhausted from cooking for you. Xiao Bao retorted. Not true. She was driven away by you. Don't forget how you set a trap for her not long ago. San Bao countered defiantly. The two children erupted into a bickering frenzy. Their voices overlapping. It's definitely your fault. No, it's yours. Watching his two foolish younger brothers, Bao sighed in exasperation and stepped forward to Qingqing. Adopting a serious demeanor, he stated, Father, I think you should inquire among the tribe about how to win a female's affection. Your current approach is utterly ineffective. Seeing the children's antics, Qingqing wore an expression of disbelief. This is an adult matter. Children should not meddle. He lightly flicked Bao's forehead and pulled Xiao Bao and San Bao away, leading them back into the house. The commotion finally subsided. Whether Qingqing absorbed any of their words remained uncertain. Qingqing had important matters to attend to that day. According to the book, her foster parents were expected to arrive at the tribe to find her, but they encountered unforeseen misfortune. She needed to change this outcome. However, after wandering the nearby forest for quite some time, Qingqing found nothing of use and instead searched for potentially useful plants and seeds. This chili, and this, it should be ginger, and this is sweet potato. Gathering everything together, Qingqing became increasingly excited as she searched. Longing to conceal all items within her space, it was only when her space was completely filled that she appeared somewhat unsatisfied. How unfortunate. It seemed she would have to wait until later to return. At that moment, a sudden cry for help pierced the Qingqing's heart skipped a beat as she gripped the fork she had fashioned in one hand and the whistle around her neck in the other. Cautiously following the sound, before long, she spotted a massive tiger, its back turned towards her, baring its teeth and roaring fiercely. The scent of blood filled her nostrils, causing her to shift uneasily. Then she noticed, not far away, the familiar figures of her adoptive parents. Were they in danger? They stood their ground, armed with sticks, confronting the tiger, their bodies trembling with fear, yet holding the beast's gaze. You, don't come any closer. They stammered, their voices trembling. The tiger let out a furious roar and lunged at them. Just when the elderly couple thought their end was near, the tiger suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching howl, shaking and struggling. Even as the tiger collapsed to the ground in silence, the couple remained momentarily stunned. What was happening? They exchanged glances, seeing disbelief reflected in each other's eyes, until a familiar voice reached their ears. Father. Mother, are you all right? Their faces lit up with joy as they turned to see Qingqing approaching. And I'm so relieved you're safe, she sighed, hastening to their side. Thankfully, she had struck the tiger's vital spot. Otherwise, even if she had blown the whistle to summon Qingqing, it would have been too late. Did you kill this tiger? Lu Hao inquired, astonished. When had his daughter become so formidable? It was merely a fortunate strike to the tiger's critical area. Qingqing replied, opting to shift the topic. How did you come here? We were worried about you since you had been away for so long, so we decided to look for you. However, we unexpectedly encountered Lu Yuan from the same village. Seeing him injured by the tiger, we couldn't just abandon him, Lu Hao explained. Only then did Qingqing notice the injured figure on the ground, grimacing in pain, and instinctively frowned. His leg had been caught in a trap used by the tribe's beastmen to capture wild animals. Such traps would worsen the more one struggled. Don't move, she urged, rushing over to expertly release the trap and apply medicine to his wound. Thank you, Lu Yuan expressed gratefully, feeling as though he might have perished that day. Fortunately, Lu Hao and his wife had protected him, and with Qingqing's assistance, he felt a sense of relief. He discreetly observed Qingqing, having interacted with her a few times before, yet she seemed different somehow. Qingqing, you've grown up now and recognized the harsh realities of the outside world, but let's return home. Lu Hao suggested earnestly. No, I've married here and formed a blood bond. I cannot leave, Qingqing insisted firmly. At her words, Both Lu Hao and his wife changed expression, their eyes filled with incredulity. What? You've married? It's a long story. Let's go home and discuss it in detail, Lu Qingqing said, exasperated, unsure of how to break the news to her adoptive parents. Though they were filled with countless questions, Lu Hao and his wife could only temporarily set them aside upon seeing Lu Qingqing's demeanor, sighing in relief at their lack of further inquiries. Lu Qingqing shifted her attention to Lu Yuan. She then realized that Lu Hao had referred to him as Lu Yuan. Was he the second male lead from the original story? In an instant, her expression shifted. Lu Yuan had grown up alongside the original protagonist, willing to do anything for her. He had even sincerely wished her well in her love story with Qin Xiu after his own affections were unrequited. However, his kindness had been largely directed at the original heroine in the story. Lu Yuan had played a significant role in the original protagonist's eventual demise. Yet after the original character's death, he was the only one who collected her remains, ensuring she was not left to rot in the wilderness. But now it seemed that one reason he had been willing to collect her remains was due to the deaths of her adoptive parents while trying to protect her. Unfortunately, this matter had never been mentioned in the original text. Contemplating this, Lu Qingqing's gaze toward Lu Yuan grew more hostile. Lu Yuan, feeling inexplicably uneasy, managed an awkward smile. The news of Lu Qingqing's marriage had struck her adoptive parents hard. Exchanging glances, they shared a look of confusion that it seemed they would have to wait until they reached Lu Qingqing's new home to discuss matters further. Meanwhile, at home, the four family members anxiously awaited Lu Qingqing's return. Father, do you think Mother has left? Why hasn't she come back yet? Bao could no longer contain his complaints. That won't happen, Qin Xiu murmured, though it was unclear whom he was trying to comfort. Finally, when movement could be heard outside, joy illuminated the faces of the four as they then saw Lu Qingqing step inside, and as Qin Xiu's lips began to curl into a smile, he noticed Lu Yuan following closely behind, causing his expression to drop. So, Lu Qingqing had gone to see this male. What was their relationship? Father, Mother, this is my home. Please make yourselves comfortable, Lu Qingqing said, stepping inside, and the elderly couple appeared before Qin Xiu and the three children. Qin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, watching the confused expressions on the couple's faces as they entered, and connecting it to Lu Qingqing's earlier address. He understood. Father, Mother, Qin Xiu greeted. The couple's gaze fell upon Qin Xiu, their brows furrowing deeper. This was the man their daughter had married. He seemed quite handsome. Surely their daughter hadn't been deceived by his looks. This is Lu Yuan, a fellow villager. He has sustained some injuries and will rest here for a while before leaving. Lu Qingqing explained to Qin Xiu after some consideration. Qin Xiu's expression softened, realizing he had misunderstood. So, you're the children's grandparents. It's a pleasure to meet you. The three children exchanged glances, their faces radiating innocence. However, upon seeing the three children, the elderly couple was utterly taken aback. Were these the children the male had brought along? Surely, their daughter had not been misled. The couple could think of nothing else. Casting worried glances at Lu Qingqing, as expected. The next moment, she introduced, these are his three children. After hesitating, she added, they are all quite well behaved. You will come to like them. Hearing this, the couple offered awkward smiles. This male appeared so fierce. Could he really take their daughter away? My parents might stay here for a while, so I apologize for the trouble, Lu Qingqing said, pulling Qin Xiu aside. That is quite all right. Qin Xiu replied earnestly, his heart swelling with joy. Surely this meant Lu Qingqing would not leave easily. That I will help them find a place to stay nearby. Lu Qingqing reassured him. Rest assured, it won't trouble you for too long. It's no trouble at all, Qin Xiu insisted, but noticed Lu Qingqing's cold demeanor as she merely responded with a curt before turning to leave. Her attitude left Qin Xiu perplexed, uncertain of what had transpired. At that moment, he wished he could change things but didn't know how. Daughter, are they bullying you? With your temperament, how could you possibly become a stepmother to three children? Lu Qingqing's adoptive mother, Bai Fei, pulled her aside mysteriously, her eyes filled with concern. Before Lu Qingqing could respond, she continued, you must tell me the truth, that if they are forcing you, your father and I will certainly take you away. Even if it costs us our lives, we would never allow you to suffer. Warmth flooded Lu Qingqing's heart. having lost her parents early in life and sent to an orphanage by relatives. She had never experienced parental love. Yet, unexpectedly, she felt a mother's love after traversing into this narrative. They are really quite nice, and I chose to stay willingly. Please, don't worry. The children are also very well behaved. Qingqing explained helplessly. Very few people knew that these 3 children were not Xiao's biological offspring, and she felt it inappropriate to disclose this to her adoptive parents. Once this information reached Xiao's ears, who could predict how he would react? Bai Fei's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yet, Qingqing interrupted her words. I'm truly fine. Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave. I'll find a place for you to settle down later. Her original intention was to accommodate her parents as well, but seeing Bai Fei's current demeanor made her heart ache. With a resigned sigh, Bai Fei asked again, Are you really not suffering any grievances? Don't swallow your bitterness. Mother, do you think I am that kind of person? Qingqing retorted. Besides, I am a female. What can he possibly force me to do? Bai Fei scrutinized Qingqing's countenance and conceded that she indeed was not one to endure suffering. However, observing the 4 males not far away, her worry was palpable. Rest assured, Mother, I will not allow myself to be wronged. Qingqing stepped forward, affectionately wrapping her arm around Bai Fei's. She playfully added, Mother, we haven't seen each other in so long. Don't you miss me? I've missed you all terribly. Of course I miss you. Bai Fei's expression softened as she gently patted Qingqing's head. Mother, let's sleep together tonight. Qingqing coaxed once more. Bai Fei readily agreed. Though she lacked the ability to bear children, Qingqing's arrival fulfilled her maternal longing. As she pondered this, Bai Fei's gaze toward Qingqing grew increasingly tender. Yuan had only recuperated at Qingqing's home for 2 days before he bid farewell. He discerned that Qingqing did not particularly like him and felt no need to remain any longer. Thank you for saving my life. I am eternally grateful that if you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to ask. Yuan bowed slightly in Qingqing's direction. That it was merely a small favor. There's no need for gratitude. Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. She did not expect repayment. As long as he refrained from aiding the original female lead in harming Xiao and her, she would be content. Qingqing's adoptive parents had settled in, and their disdain for Xiao and the 3 children was glaringly evident. Grandfather, grandmother, this is the marinated dish that mother made. It's particularly delicious. Please have a taste. Xiao Bao offered the dish eagerly, his eyes wide with anticipation as he struggled to suppress his saliva. The elderly couple initially had no intention of acknowledging the child, but reconsidering, they thought it unfair to ignore him, especially since he had been well-behaved in their presence. Relenting, they accepted the dish, sampling it, as they said. You should try some too. No, thank you. Mother has saved some for us, and Bao quickly responded, then walked away with a cheerful gait. Wow, this is indeed delicious, Lu Hao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, it is remarkable. Yet, I recall Qingqing could hardly light a fire before, and now she can create such delectable dishes. I wonder how much hardship she has endured. Bai Fei's expression turned pained. Hearing this, Lu Hao couldn't help but sigh. These are fruits that father picked from the forest. Would you like to try some, grandfather and grandmother? Bao approached, placing the fruits before the elderly couple. Have you all washed your hands before eating? I tell you, don't make me take each of you to wash your hands one by one. Do be sensible. Qingqing directed the children. We are very obedient. We have already washed our hands and brought the bowls and chopsticks. The 3 children replied in unison. They sat at the table, eagerly craning their necks to gaze at the delicious food Qingqing was serving. Even the usually composed Bao displayed a gluttonous expression. Qingqing nodded in satisfaction, inviting everyone to eat. However, she continued to maintain her previous cold demeanor towards Xiao, not even casting a glance in his direction. This treatment left Xiao feeling uneasy, and a sense of grievance welled up within him. Had he done something wrong to provoke Qingqing's ire? Observing the familial scene, the elderly couple's expressions grew increasingly complex. Qingqing stepped outside. Intending to find a suitable place for her adoptive parents to reside, she had been observing their interactions with the 3 children, well aware that her parents' attitudes stemmed from their concern for her. Yet seeing the three children so humbly seeking approval tugged at her heartstrings that it would be better for them to live separately. However, after searching for a considerable time, without success, Qingqing sighed in frustration. "Stop right there!" A sudden shout rang out from behind her. Confused, Qingqing turned to see a furious female approaching her. Upon stopping before Qingqing, the female began to berate her without reservation. "Qingqing, you are utterly malicious. Someone like you will only bring trouble to the tribe. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and expel you." "And who might you be?" Qingqing asked, perplexed. "I am Xiangyan, the sister of Xianggu. Because of your scheming, my brother was banished. Those males may be swayed by your manipulations, but I will not be. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the beast god." Xiangyan's hatred was palpable, her desire to physically confront Qingqing evident. Understanding the situation, Qingqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Xianggu's expulsion was his own doing. "How is that my fault? You are the one who plotted against my brother. Why would my brother harm you? You merely relied on your status as a female to falsely accuse him, while he is the innocent party." Xiangyan spoke through clenched teeth, her gaze toward Qingqing filled with animosity. She had always shared a close bond with her brother, and the thought of him being banished from the tribe because of Qingqing ignited her fury. Indeed, Xianggu is truly pitiful. He was wronged for speaking out in defense of justice and was banished from the tribe. "Even I feel sympathy." Menglan suddenly appeared before the two, addressing Qingqing. She added, "Now that both the leader and the shaman are siding with you, why must you be so aggressive towards Xianggu? Ultimately, they have been bewitched by you to the point of banishing my brother for your sake." Xiangyan's words dripped with resentment. Hearing this, Qingqing could not help but chuckle. She too held grievances against the leader. With a sidelong glance at Menglan, Qingqing continued, "I also believe the leader has been rather foolish. Simply because one is a female, it is unreasonable to show favoritism, especially when the other party has harmed an innocent beastman." Menglan fully understood that Qingqing was alluding to her. Her expression growing awkward, yet she refrained from retorting, "It seems you possess quite a bit of self-awareness." Xiangyan was oblivious to the undercurrents between the two. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, she boldly declared, "If you are aware, then you should present yourself before the leader and clarify matters, voluntarily leaving the tribe so my brother can return. I agree." Qingqing nodded in agreement, raising her gaze toward Menglan. A half-smile graced her lips. "Menglan, did you hear that? I'm talking about you. Would you like to go before the leader and explain how you used Zhang to defeat the rolling grass, leading to Xianggu's wrongful banishment while you, relying on your status as a female, escaped unscathed? What nonsense are you spouting?" "I did not," Menglan retorted hastily. "Then let us clarify this before the leader." Qingqing replied with a cold smile. "The rolling grass only grows on the back mountain. While several days have passed, investigating it is not a difficult task. If the leader wishes to, it can certainly be uncovered." Not to mention, Qingqing paused, her expression turning increasingly severe, causing Menglan to feel a sense of dread that "I possess a certain herb. Anyone who has come into contact with the rolling grass will develop blisters on their hands, which will subsequently rot. Even if they had touched it several days ago, there will still be a reaction. Why don't we give it a try?" Before her words had fully settled, Qingqing seized Menglan's hand with one grip, while the other held the herbal juice, poised to smear it onto her opponent's palm. "Stay away from me," Menglan cried out, fear gripping her as she struggled, desperate to preserve the integrity of her hands. "You've never even touched the rolling grass. What are you afraid of? Just like me, I've never touched it either, yet I stand unperturbed," Qingqing retorted with a cold smile, stubbornly pulling at Menglan's hand. "Keep your distance. If anything happens to my hand, I will ensure you pay dearly for it," Menglan exclaimed, her eyes reflecting sheer terror as she regarded Qingqing as if she were a demon. She stumbled back several steps, losing her footing and collapsing onto the ground, her hands still flailing in a frantic attempt to avoid the juice. "Are you deceiving me? You used my brother to frame Qingqing, which led to my brother's expulsion, didn't you?" At this scene, Xiangyan had begun to grasp the truth, her gaze towards Menglan brimming with animosity. "Are you not aware of how well my brother treated you? I tolerated you dangling the prospect of a bond over him. What with your status as the tribe's most esteemed female? But now, you would go as far as to harm him. Do you truly intend to jeopardize his life? As Xiang Yin spoke, a dawning realization flickered in her eyes. I wondered why you would conspire against my brother. There was no conflict between them. But if it were you, it would make sense. My brother would go to any lengths for you, even facing disgrace and expulsion to protect you. And this is how you repay him. Fury coursed through Xiang Yin as she advanced, seizing Menglan's hair and yanking it without mercy, as if to vent all her pent-up rage. Release me. He chose this willingly. It has nothing to do with me. Let go. Menglan protested vehemently, struggling against the painful grip. The two became entangled in a fierce scuffle, while Lu Qingqing observed with cold indifference, devoid of any sympathy for either. Let go of me, or I won't hesitate to retaliate. Menglan warned. Even as she was being overpowered, you had better be ready for my wrath. I will avenge my brother, Xiang Yin shouted in anger, striking without restraint. Perhaps driven by pain, a fierce yearning for life surged within Menglan, compelling her to muster all her strength to push back against her adversary. Finding the spectacle tedious, Lu Qingqing turned to leave, only to be startled by a sudden cry of pain from behind her, followed by an eerie silence. She spun around to witness Xiang Yin collapsed against a large stone. Motionless, Menglan, momentarily free, gasped for breath, but when she looked up, the sight of Xiang Yan's closed eyes sent a chill through her heart. Is she? As Lu Qingqing rushed forward, Menglan shouted without a second thought. Help! Someone, please! Lu Qingqing is trying to kill Xiang Yin. Her voice pierced through the air, drawing the attention of passers-by. Before long, a crowd had gathered, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Menglan pointed accusingly at Lu Qingqing. Lamenting, Xiang Yin confronted Lu Qingqing about my brother's expulsion, and to my shock, Lu Qingqing attacked her, leaving me in this state. But I'm fine. You must pull Lu Qingqing away before she kills Xiang Yin. The onlookers were quick to believe Menglan, for the situation indeed appeared as she described. Xiang Yin soon approached, her expression darkening as she learned the details. Pull her away. Call Song Sheng to help. She commanded angrily, directing her ire at Lu Qingqing. Even if Xianggu has wronged you, you cannot harm his sister. Lu Qingqing, however, paid no heed to their words, her focus solely on Xiang Yin. She had to act swiftly to save her. But upon witnessing this, Xiang Yan's fury intensified, and she ordered Lu Qingqing to be expelled. With no choice left, Lu Qingqing blew her whistle. Qin Xiu arrived promptly, his demeanor fierce as he approached the gathering crowd. What are you all doing? He demanded, his presence silencing the throng. Lu Qingqing harmed someone and attempted to kill Xiang Yin. She cannot remain in the tribe, Xiang Yin asserted, her tone now more tempered as she faced Qin Xiu. Rest assured, I will find you a more suitable mate. This malevolent female is unworthy of you. Yet to Menglan's surprise, Qin Xiu interjected, I only want Lu Qingqing. She would never do such a thing. I trust her. Qin Xiu, I'm trying to save her. Give me some time. Lu Qingqing understood that words were futile. Only Xiang Yan's revival would change the tide. Qin Xiu acknowledged her with a curt nod. Exuding an imposing aura, his gaze swept over the crowd, declaring, as long as I am here, none shall approach. The three children echoed his sentiment, stepping forward to shield Lu Qingqing. Meanwhile, Lu Hao and his partner exchanged glances, their feelings increasingly complicated. Soon, Lu Hao approached Lu Qingqing, asserting, I know my daughter. She would never harm anyone. There must be a misunderstanding. Are you willing to openly oppose the tribe for a mere female? The chief's expression darkened, his authority challenged by Qin Xiu's disregard. Will you leave the tribe alongside Lu Qingqing? She would never act so maliciously. If the tribe expels her without proper investigation, then my presence here holds no value. Qin Xiu declared resolutely. Xiang Yin seethed with frustration at his words. Her jaw clenched tightly. Oh, you think your strength grants you the right to act with impunity within the tribe? I will not let a female who endangers our kin remain. Then remember your words, Chief, and do not repeat the mistakes of the past by overlooking a female's actions. Lu Qingqing interjected suddenly. Xiang Yan's words startled the chief, prompting him to meet Lu Qingqing's gaze, which bore a mocking expression. Memories of past events flooded his mind. Was Lu Qingqing seeking revenge for the previous oversight regarding Menglan? How dare she? Master is saving a life. Do not disturb her, or it will be disastrous. Song Sheng arrived just in time to interject, as if in response. Xiang Yan began to stir, slowly opening her eyes that a wave of dread washed over Menglan. This was the end for her. Now that she has awakened, if you wish to uncover the truth about who harmed her, just ask, Lu Qingqing said, fixing her gaze on the pale Menglan. Menglan pushed me down. It had nothing to do with Lu Qingqing. Xiang Yan accused vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Menglan. Gasps rippled through the crowd. It couldn't possibly be me. I have no enmity with Xiang Yan. Why would I do such a thing? Menglan protested desperately. She used my brother to frame Lu Qingqing. Upon realizing this, she attempted to silence me and further entangle Lu Qingqing. Xiang Yan declared, her voice laden with condemnation, I swear it wasn't me. Menglan felt the atmosphere shift, her heart racing as she caught sight of Qin Xiu's distancing gaze, now filled with reproach. Qin Xiu, you know me. I would never do such a thing. Please, testify on my behalf. Menglan hastily spoke, reaching out to tug at Qin Xiu's clothing, only to have him evade her grasp. Chief, you owe us an explanation. Qin Xiu cast a displeased glance towards Xiu and froze in place. Taken aback by the turn of events, especially in the next moment, Lu Qingqing directly interjected. Everyone heard what he said earlier. He proclaimed that this time he would not show leniency towards females. Surely, he will not let us down. Chief, Menglan exploited my brother to frame Lu Qingqing, and now she has nearly cost me my life. You cannot possibly intend to be lenient with her. Xiang Yan also regarded Qiu and with a look of skepticism. Currently, Qiu was being pressed for an answer, his expression tinged with unease, but he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. Menglan, you have secretly harmed a member of the same tribe. Your actions are reprehensible as punishment. You shall accompany the harvesting team for 3 months, with all that you collect handed over in Xiu's eyes. Menglan was still a female, and banishing her would be a significant loss for the tribe. Listening to this mild punishment, Lu Qingqing could scarcely contain her laughter out of frustration, with a tone full of sarcasm. She remarked, it is indeed a fortunate event to have such a fair and just chief in the orc tribe. Everyone harbored some dissatisfaction with the chief's decision, yet remained silent. Even Xiang Yan was no exception. Menglan was not only one of the few females, but also appeared to possess formidable reproductive capabilities. The expulsion of such a female would be too great a loss for the tribe. For the orc tribe at present, both food and offspring were exceedingly precious. Thus, even though Menglan had committed acts that were universally scorned, the tribe was still willing to tolerate her. Lu Qingqing naturally understood this reasoning, her dissatisfaction mounting. She was genuinely at a loss for words regarding the tribe's regulations, yet felt utterly helpless. Very well, I accept this punishment. Ultimately, Menglan acquiesced to the punishment, though a sense of grievance lingered within her. She was the most favored female in the tribe, and now she was to toil alongside those aged and fated females in harvesting, a notion she found intolerable. I hear you have been seeking a residence for your parents recently? As the chief of the tribe, allow me to take care of this matter, ensuring their proper accommodation. Xion spoke once more. Lu Qingqing understood this represented the tribe's compensation towards her and readily agreed. Thank you, Chief. A fleeting glance fell upon Menglan, her eyes turning ominous. Should there be a next time, she would not easily forgive. Menglan was startled by such a gaze, instinctively shivering, but she quickly regained her composure and shot a defiant glare in return. This time she may have lost, but why should Lu Qingqing be angry? One day, she would ensure that the tables were turned. Her adoptive parents moved into the house arranged by Qiu, and this house was quite close to Lu Qingqing's home, allowing for frequent visits. However, the couple harbored some concerns for Lu Qingqing, but could only take it one step at a time. The orcs of the tribe remained enamored with the little crayfish Lu Qingqing had prepared that day, particularly the spices she had produced, in their eyes. Those spices seemed to possess the miraculous ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Just a pinch could elevate the flavor of any dish. After several days of tasteless boiled meat, They could no longer resist approaching Lu Qingqing, that we understand the rarity of this ingredient. We merely wish to request a small amount. Whatever you need us to do in the future. We will certainly oblige, the orcs said cautiously, watching Lu Qingqing to Lu Qingqing. Not one to be stingy, waved her hand generously, distributing a bit to each of them and instructing them on its use. The orcs were overwhelmed with gratitude. In no time, the entire tribe was infused with the delightful aroma of crayfish and spiced delicacies. Yet, due to the limited storage space, many in the tribe did not receive any spices and could only return home in disappointment. Observing the dejected expressions of those without, the fortunate ones felt a pang of sympathy. Standing at her doorstep, she called out, "Don't be too disheartened. Bring your ingredients to my house. We can use my spices to cook something. Though it may be a bit milder in flavor," a smile spread across the faces of the crowd, and they hurriedly raced home to gather their ingredients. Menglan, watching the harvesting team indulge in spicy delicacies, felt her stomach rumble uncontrollably. Unable to restrain herself, she called out to them, "Let me have a taste." "No," they replied curtly. Menglan, accustomed to being pampered by everyone in the tribe, felt a surge of indignation at the refusal. "These are our belongings. Why should we share them with you? If it comes to that, I shall appeal to the chief. Even if you are a precious female in the tribe, you cannot simply take what isn't yours." A rather elderly female retorted with annoyance. "Indeed. Moreover, this was provided by Lu Qingqing. How dare you, one who has framed her, ask for it?" Others chimed in. This struck a nerve within Menglan, her face flushing with embarrassment. "I'm hungry. Since you refuse to share any food with me, I shall take my leave and go home to eat." With that, Menglan turned and departed. The others felt no particular loss as they continued with their tasks. After all, Menglan was merely present, never contributing to the work. Her departure allowed them some respite from tolerating her foul temper. Lu Qingqing's space had upgraded. Upon awakening, she discovered that her space now possessed geological analysis capabilities. By placing soil within, she could ascertain which plants were suitable for cultivation. That wasn't this precisely what she required at this moment. With limited spices in her space, she needed to devise a means of growing her own, which could also be taught to others. She could not continue supplying spices to everyone indefinitely. Lu Qingqing set out early, using the geological analysis function of her space to search the vicinity. "This area should be suitable for rice cultivation. I recently found seeds resembling rice," she murmured with delight. After several days of searching, she finally located an appropriate plot for planting. Observing the nearby environment, she noted that it was likely infrequently visited, and even if rice were planted, no one would mind, provided that wild beasts did not cause destruction. With this thought in mind, Lu Qingqing did not rush to plant the seeds. Instead, she spent several days setting traps in the area. If any wild beast were to come by, it would be a welcome opportunity for a feast. After much effort, she finally planted all the rice seeds she had found, her eyes shining with boundless joy. She yearned for staple foods so desperately. Since her arrival in this world, she had primarily consumed meat, and even finding sweet potatoes was a rare feat. She felt as though she was becoming constipated. If this continued, she feared she might lose her mind. Lu Qingqing truly longed for rice. It was an innate craving embedded in her very being. The soil she had found was the most suitable for rice cultivation. Yet even so, it would take nearly 100 days to yield a successful harvest. She felt she could hardly wait. Just then, Lu Qingqing unexpectedly discovered a spring of water had appeared in her space. Tentatively, she drew some out to taste, finding it refreshingly sweet. However, this spring water surely held more potential than mere thirst quenching. Lu Qingqing gazed at the rice paddies before her, a thought flickering in her mind. Could it be? She cautiously dripped the spring water onto the rice field, observing that there was no immediate reaction. Undeterred, she patiently awaited the results. As time passed, within merely 5 days, the rice began to sprout. At this rate, it should mature quite soon. The thought of fragrant, glutinous rice made Lu Qingqing unable to resist licking her lips. She had awaited this day for far too long. Her obsession with rice led her to rise early and return late each day, merely preparing a quick meal for her adoptive parents before departing. Even Qin Xiao, who often shared her early starts and late returns, could not catch sight of her, oblivious to her intentions. "Father, what have mother and you been up to lately?" Bao could not help but lean closer to Qingqiu, speaking in a hushed tone. Who knows? Qingqiu, too, found himself lost in contemplation, unable to suppress his thoughts. Do you think she might be nurturing a male outside? What if before long, we become siblings? Bao spoke with a face full of anxiety. He did not harbor any disdain for siblings, yet the idea of Lu Qingqing giving birth to another male sibling unsettled him. Lu Qingqing had never treated Qingqiu kindly. What if she favored the new male instead? It is often said that children rise with their father's status, and soon the three brothers might only watch helplessly as Lu Qingqing lavished attention on other children. The mere thought of such a possibility weighed heavily on Bao's heart. He cast a disdainful glance at Qingqiu and said, "Father, didn't I tell you, you need to make an effort to win mother's favor? How has so much time passed, and you still haven't achieved anything? You truly disappoint me." A dark cloud formed on Qingqiu's forehead, leaving him speechless for a considerable time. "You must try harder. I still quite like our mother now." Bao hastily interjected. "Leave the adult matters alone. Your father knows what he is doing." Qingqiu could only retort inwardly. "What do you know of what he is doing? So much time has passed, yet I've seen you accomplish nothing." Bao's tone grew increasingly disdainful. This infuriated Qingqiu, who warned, "Don't make me spank you." Upon hearing this, Bao was instantly enraged. Struggling to leap from Qingqiu's embrace. "Just look at your temper. No wonder mother ignores you." Bao stuck out his tongue cheekily at Qingqiu before swiftly departing. Only Qingqiu remained behind, shaking his head helplessly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Bao sought out to Bao, complaining, "Brother, mother wouldn't truly be raising another male outside, would she? If she has other children, will she still care for us? Do you really like our current mother?" Bao's expression was inscrutable. "Of course, I do. Our current mother is sweet and soft, and she prepares delicious meals for us. She's truly wonderful," Bao replied contentedly. "Have you forgotten how she used to bully us?" Bao could not help but remind him, this. Bao's expression dimmed momentarily, but he quickly continued, "But mother has already acknowledged her mistakes. Hasn't she? Since she knows she was wrong, we should forgive her." After saying this, Bao cautiously gauged Bao's expression and tentatively asked, "Brother, do you not like mother?" Bao did not answer directly. He indeed liked the current Lu Qingqing, but he could not forget the past misdeeds of the original owner. But he feared that the present Lu Qingqing might merely be a facade, and what if she reverted to her previous self one day? Those who have seen the sun cannot bear the depths of the abyss again. That time, Bao and San Bao would likely be devastated. "Brother, I believe we should give mother another chance. She has recognized her mistakes." Bao persisted. He paused before continuing, "Of course, if she returns to her old ways, I will no longer want her as a mother." Bao nodded in agreement, wrapping his arms around Bao. He softly said, "Regardless of circumstances, as long as we brothers are together, that is what matters most." Bao smiled. He felt that life was truly splendid at present. Lu Qingqing returned home late into the night, cautiously making her way through the village. Just then, an unbearable sound reached her ears, causing her to shift uncomfortably. For beastmen, the night offered no entertainment, save for the act of procreation, which was evidently the most significant affair. Lu Qingqing had encountered such scenes multiple times since arriving in this narrative. After all, those who were slender bore little sense of shame. She had grown accustomed to it, silently yearning to leave this place as soon as possible, for it was still too embarrassing for her. Upon returning home, the blush on Lu Qingqing's face had yet to fade. "What is the matter?" Qingqiu suddenly spoke from behind, startling Lu Qingqing. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingqing shot him an irritated glance. "I was worried you might encounter trouble coming back so late, and since I didn't know where you were, I thought I would wait for you at home." Qingqiu explained that "I won't encounter any trouble. I still have the whistle you gave me." Lu Qingqing replied, "What have you been up to lately? Do you need my help?" Qingqiu pondered before adding, "As your beast man, it is only natural for me to assist you with whatever you require." Lu Qingqing felt a twinge of warmth. She indeed needed some labor. However, she quickly reconsidered. If Qingqiu detected her use of spatial powers, it would be unfavorable. After all, Qingqiu was a perceptive and intelligent individual. Thus, she declined, saying, "Never mind, let's discuss it another time." Qingqiu felt a bit disappointed, yet seeing her demeanor, he did not press the matter, simply stating, "If you need anything in the future, feel free to call on me." Upon seeing Lu Qingqing nod, he appeared somewhat bashful, as if there were words he wished to share with her. "Is there something you want to say?" Lu Qingqing inquired, sensing something unusual about Qingqiu today. Out a rare blush adorned Qingqiu's face, his expression shy. Shy. Lu Qingqing noted her choice of words, feeling awkward and shaking slightly. Such terminology should not be associated with Qingqiu. It felt exceedingly odd that if you have nothing to discuss, "I will head to bed now. I am quite tired," Lu Qingqing declared, turning to leave, only to be halted by Qingqiu, who looked at her in confusion. "This is for you." Qingqiu thrust a handful of blue flowers into Lu Qingqing's arms, lowering his head as if he could not bear to look at her. He reassured himself that he was merely giving her some flowers. It was nothing significant. Moreover, as her beast man, it was only natural for him to do such things. Huh. Lu Qingqing was taken aback. She struggled to comprehend why he presented her with flowers. Furthermore, these flowers, while beautiful, were inedible. They would have been better off gifting her with some grains or vegetables. Despite her thoughts, Lu Qingqing still accepted the flowers. After offering her thanks, she placed the flowers in a nearby pot, casually adjusting them before heading to bed. Upon lifting her head, she saw Qingqiu, his brow furrowed in a daze. She called out again, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Coming, Qingqiu replied in a hoarse voice. Then lay beside Lu Qingqing, his heart still tumultuous. Did she not like the flowers he had given her? That night was destined to be an unsettled one for Qingqiu. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing slept soundly. Having come to terms with her situation during this time, Qingqiu was merely a cohabiting roommate, and there was no need to dwell on trivial matters, since there was no way to dissolve the blood contract. She would reluctantly coexist with him, as long as he did not cause her trouble. She had no reason to escalate their conflicts. Her sole desire now was to cultivate delicious food and educate her 3 children. The following day promised to be another arduous one for Lu Qingqing. Rising early, she made her way to the rice paddies, her expression reflecting satisfaction. At this rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before she could savor fragrant rice. Beside the paddies, she discovered an empty patch of land suitable for planting spices, such as bay laurel, Sichuan pepper, and star anise. Unlike rice, these spice plants required many years to mature, and even with the enhancement of spring water in the area, sufficient time was still needed. Lu Qingqing did not have the luxury of waiting, but fortunately, she had previously found similar trees nearby and transplanted them into her space. She only needed to carry them out now. However, this presented a challenge for Lu Qingqing's frail physique, and she was uncertain whether to seek Qingqiu's assistance. Just as she was wavering, a helper appeared. A series of pained cries reached her ears, prompting Lu Qingqing to follow the sound, where she found Yifang trapped in a pit she had dug to deal with wild beasts. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingqing quickly found a sturdy branch nearby and tossed it toward Yifang. After considerable effort, she managed to pull him up. Yifang gasped for breath beside the pit, embarrassment evident on his face as he said, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have been stuck here for quite a while." "No need for thanks. It was my responsibility that I dug these traps to protect against wild beasts, but I didn't expect it to ensnare you. I truly apologize," Lu Qingqing hurriedly explained. Yifang bore no ill will toward her, but curiously asked, "Why did you dig traps for wild beasts in this area? It seems quite rare for anyone to pass by. I planted some things nearby and feared that wild animals might cause damage." Lu Qingqing replied honestly after some contemplation. It wasn't a significant matter, and she would eventually have to inform the tribe. "What have you planted? Would you mind sharing?" Yifang inquired, recalling the delicious food Lu Qingqing had prepared recently. "Was it related to food?" "It's spices, the same ones I gave you to make the marinated dishes," Lu Qingqing explained, successfully igniting a spark of excitement in Yifang's eyes, his tail wagging behind him. This sudden realization reminded Lu Qingqing that Yifang was a wolf beast man, yet she hadn't anticipated him possessing canine traits, such as wagging his tail when happy. "Really? You're going to plant spices? If that's the case, won't our tribe be well stocked with spices in the future?" Yifang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lu Qingqing nodded, and, after a moment of thought, continued, "Could you lend me a small favor? I want to transplant some spices, but my strength is insufficient to do it alone. That if you help me with the transplanting, I'll reward you with spices once it's done." "Absolutely," Fong agreed eagerly. This was excellent news for him. Qingqing discreetly hid the spice trees from her space in a nearby cave and directed Fong to carry them to the transplanting site. Each type of tree required different soil, and Fong, full of enthusiasm, followed Qingqing through the forest, carrying the trees. He was drenched in sweat, yet paid no mind to his fatigue. Qingqing observed this with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "That you've worked so hard today. Let me treat you to dinner. I'll head home early, and you can come over," Qingqing said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she looked at the perspiring Fong. "Sure," Fong readily accepted. When Qingqing returned home early, the 4 men in her household wore expressions of delight. However, just as their smiles began to bloom, they caught sight of Fong trailing behind her, causing their smiles to freeze. Especially Qingxiu, whose aura darkened as he regarded Fong with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey. Was this the reason Qingqing had been coming and going at odd hours? As if that weren't enough, Xiao Bao chimed in with exaggerated concern. "Oh no, Mom is bringing home a male from outside. Does this mean we're really going to have little brothers or sisters?" "Be quiet." Bao quickly covered the mouth of the oblivious Xiao Bao. Qingxiu's expression grew increasingly grim as he recalled what Menglan had said to him earlier that day. He had little desire to see Menglan, sensing her hostility toward Qingqing. Yet she had persistently told him that Qingqing had been secretly meeting with Fong. Initially skeptical, Qingxiu now found himself reconsidering. "This is the game I hunted during the day. See what delicious dishes we can prepare." Qingxiu stepped forward, a facade of congeniality on his face, not sparing a glance at Fong. Qingqing assessed the situation and thought it provided a perfect opportunity to reward Fong. However, since it was indeed Qingxiu's catch, she pondered before responding, "I will repay you with something else in the future." Hearing Qingqing's distant words, Qingxiu felt a wave of discomfort and quickly replied, "This was meant for you." Qingqing remained silent, squatting to inspect the catch, which included rabbits, chickens, and some pre-cut meat that appeared to be lamb. After a moment's consideration, an idea struck her. This meat would be perfect for roasting as for the chicken. She could prepare beggar's chicken, and we can use these scraps to make marinated dishes. I'm not picky. Fong interjected eagerly, licking his lips at the thought of the delicious flavors from the marinated dishes he had savored recently. Upon hearing this, Qingxiu's demeanor grew even more menacing. Did this person really expect to eat at his home? Filled with resentment, he cast a glance at Qingqing, hesitating before ultimately remaining silent. "He did a lot of work for me today. I'll prepare something for him as a reward," Qingqing said nonchalantly as she returned home, casting a brief glance at Qingxiu, as if to explain her actions. Yet, Qingxiu's expression did not soften in the slightest. He had promised to assist Qingqing, so why did she seek help from another? He quickly approached her, asking, "Is there anything you need help with?" Qingqing glanced at him coolly, her voice low as she replied, "No need, I am your beast man. Whatever you need, I should assist you with." Qingxiu insisted. "Additionally, you prepare so many delicious meals for us each day. I wish to help you as well," he added. And this time, Qingqing finally relented. With a resigned sigh, she said, "Could you go find some large leaves and clean soil for me? Afterward, help me chop some firewood." Qingxiu's face brightened with joy as he nodded and swiftly dashed out. In no time, he returned with the items and presented them to Qingqing. Qingqing acknowledged him with a nod, wrapping the chicken in leaves and the mixed soil, then igniting a fire in the yard. She tossed the chicken, along with the potatoes and sweet potatoes she had gathered earlier, into the flames. Placing a stone slab above, while Qingxiu was out, she had managed to prepare most of the ingredients. She then called everyone to sit around the fire, saying, "Let's have some roasted meat to tide us over while we wait for the chicken and potatoes to cook." The orcs lacked experience in seasoning with spices, so Qingqing took the initiative to sprinkle the seasonings while grilling. Once the meat was nearly cooked, she beckoned everyone to dig in. However, most of the bowls and chopsticks in the orc tribe were crafted from stone, which had poor heat conductivity, The individuals gathered around were nearly drooling with anticipation, but could hardly enjoy more than a few pieces of meat. Observing this, Qingqing brought over a few rabbits that were almost done cooking and distributed them to each person, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry while waiting for the roasted meat. Wow, this method of cooking is absolutely delectable, albeit a bit slow. Xiao Bao couldn't help but voice his complaint, echoing everyone's sentiments. Boiling meat is much quicker. You might as well eat that from now on, De Bao quipped from his side, his eyes glued to the grilling meat. I can wait patiently, Xiao Bao quickly replied, for after tasting the roasted meat, he found it impossible to go back to the previous fare. Qingqing chuckled and shook her head, then glanced at San Bao in the corner, dumping the freshly roasted meat into his bowl. You should make an effort to grab some too. At this rate, you might end up with none at all. San Bao's cheeks flushed, and he murmured, "Thank you, mother," despite his small stature due to health issues. His features were delicate, and the sight of his flushed face was indeed endearing. Unable to resist, Qingqing gently pinched his cheek and remarked, "So adorable." Upon witnessing this interaction, both De Bao and Xiao Bao's eyes ignited with jealousy. They too longed for such affectionate treatment from their mother, A.S. Free Fong. He felt quite uncomfortable during this meal, acutely aware of Qin Xiu's unfriendly gaze fixed upon him, as though a duel was imminent. He was not an orc skilled in combat. If a fight broke out, he feared he would simply be pinned down and beaten. However, with delicious food before him, he disregarded everything else and focused intently on the roasted meat. "Umph," Qin Xiu scoffed, slowly averting his gaze. Such a coward. Qingqing surely wouldn't be fond of him. Time passed slowly, and Qingqing estimated that the beggar's chicken and sweet potatoes in the fire were nearly ready. She retrieved them from the flames. "Can this be eaten?" Xiao Bao couldn't help but voice his skepticism, his eyes filled with doubt as he gazed at the charred items before him. "I trust mother. Whatever she cooks is the best in the world. I will eat every last bit." De Bao chimed in with a smile. "If Xiao Bao finds it unpalatable, I'll gladly consume his portion." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at De Bao. "When did you become like this?" he exclaimed, hastily adding, "I don't dislike it. I love everything mother makes. I believe she could even make beast droppings taste delightful." The moment Xiao Bao uttered this, everyone's expression shifted, their eyes brimming with disdain. "Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from speaking," Qingqing replied, exasperated. "We're enjoying a meal here. Why mention such things?" "Rest assured, I could never find fault with the meals you prepare," Xiao Bao said, his face flushed with embarrassment. "So, brother, you might as well give up on that notion. I have no need for your food." De Bao continued. "What a pity," he sighed dramatically. Observing the brotherly exchange, Qingqing shook her head in amusement. Given Xiao Bao's intellect, he was likely to be easily manipulated by De Bao. She picked up a stone from nearby and struck it against the beggar's chicken. Breaking open the charred exterior, the fragrant aroma wafted from the chicken, enveloping everyone in its enticing embrace. Suddenly, all conversation ceased, and their gazes were fixed on the blackened item in Qingqing's hand. Once she distributed the food, they eagerly dug in, satisfaction evident on their faces. As the creator of this culinary delight, Qingqing couldn't help but smile at their joy. After indulging in the feast, Fong felt it best to leave, especially under the intense scrutiny of Qin Xiu, which was quite exhausting. He turned to Qingqing and said, "If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I promise to be at your service." That he then departed swiftly. Qingqing mused to herself about how incredibly inexpensive labor was in the orc world. A single beggar's chicken sufficed. "You could have asked me to help as well," Qin Xiu interjected from the side. Qingqing nodded, but refrained from elaborating, contemplating that perhaps having Qin Xiu assist wouldn't be such a bad idea. However, she was taken aback when Qin Xiu continued. "I heard Malevolent say that you two have been working together all day. What tasks were you engaged in?" At this, Qingqing's expression turned icy, and she fixed her gaze on Qin Xiu. Though she remained silent, Qin Xiu sensed her anger and hurried to explain, only to be interrupted by her inquiry. "You were with Malevolent? We just happened to bump into each other today." Qin Xiu stammered, looking flustered as though he had committed a grave error. Qingqing already harbored disdain for Malevolent, and hearing Qin Xiu mention her would undoubtedly infuriate her. It must be said that Qin Xiu had grown significantly. He could clearly comprehend the reason behind Lu Qingqing's ire. He hurriedly reassured her, I know you dislike Meng Lan. From now on, our family will have no dealings with her, as you wish. Lu Qingqing replied with a cold laugh, It has nothing to do with me. Just from Qin Xiu's earlier words, she understood everything. It was clear he had been swayed by Meng Lan's insinuations to confront her. I don't require your assistance. It's getting late. You should rest early, Lu Qingqing declared, rising to leave without further acknowledgement of Qin Xiu. Turning back towards her room, Bao observed this exchange and silently shook his head. Father is truly useless. Mother's mood had just improved, and now he made her angry again. Father, you really are something. You have a knack for provoking Mother, Bao chimed in, successfully darkening Qin Xiu's expression. What do you children care about such matters? Hurry and sleep so you can grow taller. Otherwise, no females will want you, Qin Xiu warned. Although Bao and Bao were twins, they were significantly different in height. Upon hearing this, their faces reflected their displeasure. Father, you are being unreasonable, they grumbled before turning away in anger. And other female is as gentle as Mother, nor can they cook as well. I don't need any females to want me. Sam Bao muttered quietly before also leaving. Dad, Bao called cautiously as he approached Qin Xiu. The eldest son is indeed the best, Qin Xiu said, turning to him, ready to express his heartfelt gratitude. Only to hear Bao bluntly state, Father, you should really make an effort. If Mother truly decides she no longer wants you, we three might not necessarily follow anyone that don't forget, she is a stepmother, Qin Xiu reminded him. Yet, Bao remained unfazed, directly asserting, but she likes us very much. She wouldn't mind raising us. As he said this, he cast a peculiar glance at Qin Xiu and added, but as for you, it seems she doesn't like you that much. This revelation struck a painful chord with Qin Xiu. Son, your words wound me, he replied. I only speak the truth, Bao retorted, rising to his feet and advising. So, you should really make an effort, otherwise, you'll end up all alone. As soon as he was left alone, Qin Xiu let out a long sigh. In that moment, he found himself uncertain whether Lu Qingqing's improvement was truly a blessing. Little did Lu Qingqing anticipate that, just a few days later, the trap she had set in the planting area would yield unexpected rewards. The wild beasts, for reasons unknown, quietly approached, only to fall victim to her snares. As she gazed at the recently deceased creatures, a smile crept across her lips. This meat should sustain them for quite some time. With all her strength, Lu Qingqing bound the beasts and chose a less conspicuous path, diligently dragging them home. Today, she intended to enhance the children's meals. However, to her utter dismay, upon her return, she was greeted by the very person she least wished to see. Meng Lan, what are you doing in my home? Lu Qingqing's voice was laced with coldness. That you've returned. Please, take a seat. Brother Qin will be back shortly, Meng Lan replied, a hint of smugness in her tone as she warmly welcomed Lu Qingqing, seeing Meng Lan's familiar demeanor. Lu Qingqing felt a mix of anger and amusement. Just then, Meng Lan sauntered over to pick up a piece of bee skin, cheerfully declaring, I'm busy making clothes for San Bao, so I can't entertain you right now. Lu Qingqing's anger turned to a bitter laugh as she prepared to respond, only to be interrupted by Qin Xiu's entrance. Pointing an accusatory finger at Meng Lan, he demanded, Why is she in our home? Did you bring her here? Don't you find your actions somewhat repugnant? The memory of Qin Xiu's previous accusations made Lu Qingqing chuckle bitterly, as if she were the one at fault. In truth, it was Qin Xiu who had strayed, and the thought disgusted her. Her heart brimmed with disappointment, particularly because Meng Lan was the object of his infidelity. Lu Qingqing had envisioned a life with Qin Xiu, but now she could no longer endure it. Even if she could not break their blood pact, remaining together was no longer an option. That I can explain this matter. It is not as you think. Qin Xiu stammered, his heart racing in confusion. That he looked at Meng Lan, questioning, Why are you still here? Brother Qin, you invited me, didn't you? It's not yet time for me to leave, Meng Lan replied. Her tone unapologetic. With a grin, she turned to Lu Qingqing, saying, But since Sister Lu is back, I'll take my leave and not disturb you. Her words only deepened Lu Qingqing's disgust. What did Qin Xiu mean by bringing someone over to their home while she was away? Had they done something in their own bed? The mere thought made Lu Qingqing feel nauseous, and she leaned against the wall, unable to suppress her urge to vomit, seeing her in such distress. Qin Xiu's heart ached, and he rushed to ask, "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" As he approached, Lu Qingqing's revulsion intensified. She shot him a cold glare and retorted, "I find you repulsive. Stay away from me." Her words struck Qin Xiu deeply. Outsiders. He was a snake beast man, a figure seldom embraced in their society, often regarded with disdain. Yet for reasons he could not fathom, he sensed a deeper meaning behind Lu Qingqing's words. Suppressing his discomfort, he suggested, "Fine, I won't approach you, I'll find shaman for you. That is unnecessary, I just think you're disgusting. Just keep your distance." Lu Qingqing replied curtly, her disdain evident. She turned and dragged her hard-earned prey toward the house of Lu Hao and his wife. This time, she truly felt revolted by Qin Xiu. However, it was to be expected. Beastmen typically lacked a sense of shame, and mating in the open was deemed normal. Yet, she found it utterly unacceptable as she walked. Lu Qingqing was lost in her thoughts, oblivious to the glances thrown her way by passers-by. The sheer number of beasts she dragged along stirred a mix of curiosity and horror among the onlookers, who mused whether these catches could possibly have been hunted by Lu Qingqing herself. But soon, the absurdity of the thought made them chuckle. After all, she was merely a female. When Lu Qingqing arrived at the home of Lu Hao and his wife, their faces lit up with joy upon seeing her approach. "What brings you here today?" Bai Fei asked with a smile. "Are you suggesting I'm unwelcome?" Lu Qingqing pouted, feigning indignation. Bai Fei immediately reassured her. "Of course not. I'm thrilled to see you." However, her gaze fell upon the haul Lu Qingqing had brought along, and she continued, "But why did you bring so many beasts? Qin Xiu will surely be upset. You shouldn't have to suffer just to help you." Lu Hao chimed in, "Indeed, your father is quite capable. He can easily provide for your mother. Don't underestimate me. I'm also a skilled hunter. These beasts are my own hard-earned catches. They have nothing to do with Qin Xiu. Why would he be angry?" Lu Qingqing snapped. Her words left Lu Hao and Bai Fei momentarily stunned, and they exclaimed, "You caught these?" When Lu Qingqing nodded, disbelief lingered on their faces. "That I'm quite formidable. Don't underestimate me," she boasted, adding, "Tonight, you two will witness my culinary skills. I guarantee you'll want more." Recently, Lu Qingqing had often prepared delightful meals for them, distinct from anything they had previously tasted, leaving a lingering flavor that thrilled their palates. The mere mention of her cooking ignited excitement in them. Before long, Lu Qingqing had prepared a feast for the three of them. Yet, as they ate, her thoughts wandered to her three children. Although Qin Xiu had erred, the children were innocent, each one so endearing. They had been well-behaved lately, and the prospect of them consuming Qin Xiu's food felt like a grave injustice. Especially for the little glutton, Xiao Bao, who might very well refuse to eat, and San Bao, already frail, would surely suffer if he were to vomit after eating. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Qingqing sighed in resignation. If only she could break the blood pact and take her three children with her. "Why the long face? Has something happened?" Bai Fei inquired, casting a glance at Lu Hao. Nothing. Lu Qingqing shook her head, clearly reluctant to elaborate. The more she dismissed it, the more concerned Bai Fei became. Glancing at Lu Hao, who was devouring his meal with abandon, she felt a surge of irritation and kicked him lightly. Realizing her displeasure, he finally put down the half-eaten meat and turned to Lu Qingqing with concern. "Was it Qin Xiu who bullied you?" "Just wait. I'll get justice for you." "Father, you should sit down." "No one has been born who can bully me," Lu Qingqing replied, pulling him back with a sigh. "I truly am fine. Please don't overthink it." The couple's faces betrayed their disbelief, and just as they were about to push further, their expressions fell as they spotted Qin Xiu approaching. "What are you doing here?" Lu Hao's tone dripped with disdain. Lu Qingqing turned to face Qin Xiu, anger surging within her. Yet despite her feelings, she did not wish for her children to go hungry, especially not when they looked at her with such longing. "Come here, all three of you. I've prepared plenty of food today." The children hesitated, casting glances at Qin Xiu, but ultimately chose to side with their mother, one by one sitting beside Lu Qingqing and eating heartily. This infuriated Qin Xiu. How ungrateful they were. Hadn't they come to help him when Lu Qingqing back? How utterly disregarding of him. her elderly father, to indulge in such gluttony that if you have nothing pressing, then you ought to return. I can manage the 3 children perfectly well, and you are not welcome here. Lu Qingqing brusquely issued an eviction order. I have come to escort you home, Qin Xiu said, braving the disapproving gazes of those around him, summoning all his courage to speak. I have no desire to return to that home. It disgusts me, Lu Qingqing declared bluntly. Her gaze softened as it fell upon the 3 children, and she spoke in a gentle tone. Would you like to stay with mother at your grandparents' house? I will prepare delicious meals for you, and you shall not be wronged in any way. This successfully prompted the 3 children to set aside their food and look up at the aggrieved Qin Xiu, instantly resolving their minds. After all, there remained a place for Qin Xiu in their hearts as their father. The second child tugged at Lu Qingqing's sleeve and eagerly exclaimed, Mother, are you jealous of father and Menglan? At these words, Lu Qingqing nearly choked on her own saliva, staring incredulously at the second child. Has he come down with a fever, spouting such nonsense? How could she possibly be jealous of Qin Xiu and Menglan? She merely found it repulsive. Father and Menglan are nothing. You've misunderstood them, the eldest child chimed in to clarify. Father merely noticed that you have been cultivating many peculiar plants at home, thinking they might be beneficial for you. Hence he sought the help of the planting team to bring some to amuse you. Menglan simply visited to deliver some items. Father detests her and told her to leave after dropping off the goods. However, we were taken aback to find she had lingered while we searched for you. It was truly vexing. As the eldest spoke, his expression revealed his disdain for Meng, Lanis. That truly the case? Lu Qingqing regarded Qin Xiu with a hint of disbelief. Then, she was pulled out of the room by the 3rd child, her gaze landing on a chaotic heap of plants strewn across the floor. These are the items the planting team brought back. Mother, do you think they are of any use? These were exchanged from many of Father's hunts. The 3rd child scrutinized Lu Qingqing's expression with caution. I am your beast man. It is impossible for me to engage with any other female. Qin Xiu followed closely behind and whispered. His heart felt as sweet as honey, reminiscent of childhood, yet he could not quite articulate the source of his joy. So that is how it is. Lu Qingqing felt a sense of relief wash over her, though her gaze towards Qin Xiu now bore a touch of awkwardness. Nevertheless, she spoke. In any case, let it be known that until our blood pact is dissolved, I hope you honor the spirit of the contract and refrain from anything that might repulse me with other females. That is a given, Qin Xiu quickly replied. Yet, such words only heightened Lu Qingqing's discomfort. This dialogue feels rather peculiar. After some contemplation, Lu Qingqing continued. Moreover, rest assured, I too shall abide by this pact, until the blood contract is nullified. I will certainly not engage with any other males. These words struck Qin Xiu's heart like a thunderbolt, as though his previous suspicions were unfounded. Moreover, for a female, the blood pact is never binding. This was precisely why Qin Xiu had always been reluctant to forge such contracts with females. He did not wish to share them with other males, to be consumed by jealousy, or to be controlled by a female. Yet now, a nascent thought began to take root in his mind. Perhaps binding himself to a female like Lu Qingqing was not such a dreadful idea after all. Do you still harbor anger towards me? Qin Xiu inquired once more. However, Lu Qingqing responded, I am not angry with you. What could I possibly be angry about? Ah, Qin Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lu Qingqing was not upset enough to return to her maternal home? Yet his instincts warned him that speaking such words at this moment would not be wise. He tentatively asked, When will you return home? After I finish eating, I shall return. I merely came to my maternal home to improve the meals for my adoptive parents. Lu Qingqing replied, awkwardly. She would never admit to being angry. Qin Xiu secretly exhaled in relief, grateful that she was willing to return home. He could no longer acclimate to the days without her presence by his side. He cherished the sight of Lu Qingqing's sleeping face each morning upon waking. Upon witnessing this exchange, the 3 children exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. Finally, the matter was resolved. After finishing dinner, when Lu Qingqing prepared to leave, the expressions of Lu Hao and his wife were filled with reluctance. Why not stay a few more days? Lu Hao urged. Casting a glance at the 3 children, he added, It will be perfectly fine for the 3 children to stay with us as well. No need for that. I shall return to see you all in a few days. Lu Qingqing replied with a smile, departing under the wistful gazes of the elderly couple. That night would be a peaceful one for this family of 5, as the burdens that had weighed upon their hearts for so long were finally lifted. The next day, Lu Qingqing intended to work as usual, only to be halted by Qin Xiao. Allow me to accompany you. You may command me to do anything, Qin Xiao proposed, his tone laced with a hint of trepidation. This time, Lu Qingqing did not refuse him. Instead, she nodded in agreement. However, just as they stepped outside, they spotted Xiao and approaching from a distance. I have a matter to discuss with you, Xiao stated, coming to a halt before them. His expression quite peculiar. I heard that you hunted a considerable amount of game yesterday. Is that true? Realizing the implications, Lu Qingqing nodded and replied, Yes, those are my hunts. May I inquire how you managed to capture such game? Xiao pressed on, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Those hunts, even for males, require considerable effort from many beastmen to capture. It was quite simple. I set a few traps, and when the game arrived, they fell right in. I simply collected these spoils the following day, Lu Qingqing recounted with ease. Xiaoen's face betrayed his disbelief as he hurriedly asked, Was it truly that simple? Seeing Lu Qingqing nod, his mood grew increasingly heavy. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Before Lu Qingqing, he felt somewhat constrained, and on one hand, this was likely Lu Qingqing's expertise, and demanding her to share it felt excessive, and on the other hand, having defended Menglan previously, he had left a rather unfavorable impression on Lu Qingqing, and he felt he lacked the dignity to request such invaluable knowledge. Yet as the leader, it was his duty to do so. Just as he summoned the courage to speak, Lu Qingqing preemptively offered, I can teach you how to set traps for capturing game. You will find it quite simple. This proposal undoubtedly thrilled Xiaoen, who eagerly inquired, Really? You are truly willing to teach us? I am now a member of the tribe. The better the tribe, the better I will fare. So naturally, I will teach you, Lu Qingqing replied with utmost sincerity. Her nonchalant attitude struck Xiao like a heavy slap, rendering him rather despicable in comparison. After all, he had always been wary of Lu Qingqing. From this day forth, you shall be esteemed in our tribe. We will harbor no prejudice against you, Xiao declared earnestly, gazing at Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing paid this no mind, simply stating, I will teach Qin Xiao, and he can relay the knowledge to you. Xiao had no objections to this and replied, We are immensely grateful. If you require anything, the tribe will be at your service, Lu Qingqing, unreserved, replied. Indeed, I do have some matters for you to assist with. The rice and similar crops she cultivated were nearing maturity, perfectly allowing the orcs in the tribe to assist in the harvest, subsequently transforming the rice into grains. This was also an opportune moment for her to enlighten the orcs about the benefits of rice. Xiaoen readily agreed, summoning a group of lean figures to follow Lu Qingqing and lend a hand. Upon arriving at the rice fields, a hint of confusion crossed his face. He leaned in close to Lu Qingqing and whispered, We've encountered this plant before, but its taste was rather unpalatable. Only the males could consume it to some extent. The females and younger males likely couldn't handle it. That we would only store it during winters when we lack sufficient food, allowing the males to barely survive the cold season. How do you eat it? Lu Qingqing inquired. Surely you don't consume it raw. In the next moment, Xiaoen confidently answered her unvoiced question, stating, We simply eat those white specks directly. A look of helplessness appeared on Lu Qingqing's face as she hurriedly replied, That's not how it's meant to be consumed. Come to my home for dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, not just Xiaoen, but every male present displayed expressions of joy, eagerly anticipating the meal. A few days prior, Lu Qingqing had enlisted He Feng's assistance to harvest a portion of the rice, which was now drying nearby. It was time for these males to gently strike the rice with stones to separate the grains. However, their strength was overwhelming. Even with caution, it was challenging to extract the rice intact, with the grains often shattering into powder with the slightest touch. Witnessing this, Lu Qingqing felt a pang of sorrow and quickly urged, Please finish harvesting the remaining rice and let it dry over there. As for the grains, we should find some females to assist. Xiaoen swiftly called for some females from the harvesting team, who proved to be far more adept than the males. In no time, they had separated the grains, their faces filled with curiosity as they beheld the pristine white rice. Seizing the moment, Lu Qingqing checked her traps and, as expected, had caught a considerable number of prey, which brought a satisfied smile to her face. In the beast world, the deities of beasts relied solely on brute strength to capture prey, resulting in a lack of cunning among the wild animals, who charged heedlessly. However, as time passed, the beasts would eventually recognize the dangers of traps, making it increasingly difficult to utilize them for capture. Qiao stood silently by, astonished and at a loss for words. Could hunting truly be this simple? If they could learn to set traps like Lu Qingqing, their winters would surely become far more bearable. Excitement slowly stirred within Xiao's heart. Once the tasks were nearly complete, Lu Qingqing instructed everyone to gather some nearby spices to take home, but not without repeatedly warning against taking too much, assuring them of future benefits. After witnessing this, Qiao promptly expressed, "Lu Qingqing has shown great kindness to our tribe, generously providing us with these spices. One must not be overly greedy, lest the beast deities impose their wrath." The orcs in the beast world held a deep respect for the deities, and upon hearing Xiao's words, panic flickered across every face. With promises made to refrain from taking more than allowed, a throng of individuals followed Lu Qingqing home, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, occasionally licking their lips, eager for dinner. In a corner, Meng Lan watched this unfold, her teeth grinding in frustration as she clenched her fists. Once the most popular female in the tribe, surrounded by admirers, she now found even the males keeping their distance, instead flocking around Lu Qingqing. This was an utterly unacceptable situation for her. She would not allow Lu Qingqing to bask in her triumph any longer. Lu Qingqing prepared rice from the harvested grains and concocted a simple hot pot base using spices. Although she had yet to find chili peppers, the flavor was still passable, sufficient to satisfy the orcs. The aroma of the rice was foreign to the orcs, their faces reflecting sheer anticipation. Lu Qingqing instructed the orcs to fetch her stone pot, set up a fire, and prepare the hot pot base. She then distributed the ingredients they had just processed, allowing them to cook for themselves, and soon a simple dinner was ready as the orcs sampled the rice. Disappointment washed over their faces. They believed the taste of meat was far superior. However, when Lu Qingqing mixed the hot pot ingredients with the rice and took a bite, they followed suit, instantly opening the door to a new culinary experience. This rice could serve as a staple, paired with meat and vegetables. Otherwise, a diet consisting solely of roasted meat could lead to constipation. Lu Qingqing reminded them. Observing the confusion in their eyes, she elaborated. Haven't you ever faced difficulties with digestion? Consuming more of these foods is beneficial for your health. Though puzzled, they all nodded obediently. Among the crowd was Song Sheng, who upon hearing this, displayed a look of realization. I've heard that humans consume these foods, but for us orcs, it seems rather cumbersome. Traditionally, orcs did not concern themselves with culinary pleasures. Filling their bellies with meat sufficed. Thus, even when aware of the myriad delicacies in the human world, they dismissed them, viewing humans as weak due to their preoccupation with such matters. Yet now, they had shifted their perspective. These foods were indeed delightful. They felt immensely fortunate to be able to enjoy such dishes. After hearing this, a glint of longing flickered in Lu Qingqing's eyes. How wonderful it would be if she could one day visit the human world. Having once been human, she still yearned for that realm, especially during times when she found it difficult to adapt to the beast world. Their existence was so coarse, often devoid of shame, which was overwhelming for her. Yet Lu Qingqing understood that as an orc, if she were to venture into the human realm, she would likely be met with hostility. That was a matter for another time. That this knowledge from humans? Xiao couldn't help but inquire. His gaze toward Lu Qingqing tinged with skepticism. That it seemed peculiar that someone who had arrived in the tribe knowing nothing now suddenly possessed such skills. Furthermore, he had interacted with Lu Hao and his spouse, growing increasingly certain that Lu Qingqing had not known these things before. That Lu Hao had even expressed gratitude for helping Lu Qingqing learn these skills. Lu Qingqing was well aware of the doubts swirling his mind and quickly prepared an excuse. I honestly don't know how to explain it. One day, I woke up, and these ideas seemed to emerge in my mind, as if by magic. I can't quite fathom why. With a wry smile, She continued, I've been hesitant to share this with outsiders, fearing you would think me a monster, but these insights are undoubtedly beneficial for the tribe, and I don't wish to keep them hidden. Chief, could you help me keep this secret and refrain from disclosing it? Lu Qingqing's words struck Xiao like a thunderclap, causing him to exclaim, could it be that the beast deities have chosen you to impart these revelations? What? Lu Qingqing was taken aback, but upon reflection, this could serve as an excellent excuse. After all, no one would dare question the beast deities. Would the beast deities truly take notice of me? She said hurriedly. I doubt it. That seems unlikely. This must be a sign from the beast deities. You are truly fortunate. Our tribe is equally fortunate. Your presence here is undoubtedly a divine blessing for us, Xiao exclaimed with fervor. The beast deities were the most revered figures in the hearts of all orcs, and everyone longed for the day they might encounter the deities or receive their favor. Never did Xiao imagine that he would witness such a divine proclamation in his lifetime. As he thought of this, a twinge of jealousy toward Lu Qingqing stirred within him. What was it that she possessed? He, the rightful leader of the tribe, quickly suppressed this thought within his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, it ultimately served the greater good of the entire tribe. However, it will be prudent to keep this matter under wraps, as I fear someone might seek to harm you as a result. Chuan interjected hastily. This was music to Lu Qingqing's ears, and she nodded in agreement. In the future, should similar situations arise, having Chuan by her side to help conceal them would indeed be advantageous. As night gradually descended, the gathering of guests departed from Lu Qingqing's home, leaving her feeling quite satisfied. This meal had garnered considerable goodwill, which was certainly beneficial for Lu Qingqing. Mother, I'm still a bit hungry, Xiao Bao said pitifully, gently tugging at Lu Qingqing's clothing. In the past, she would take care to prepare a small bowl for him, ensuring he wouldn't go to bed hungry. Yet today, it seemed as if Lu Qingqing had forgotten this entirely, leading to Xiao Bao feeling unsated. Beyond his hunger, he felt a sense of grievance due to Lu Qingqing's oversight. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Lu Qingqing picked Xiao Bao up and playfully tapped his nose. How could mother forget about our Xiao Bao? I prepared some delicious treats for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao's face lit up with joy. Not far away, De Bao and Air Bao hurried over, eager to join in, exclaiming, we want some too. Rest assured, there's enough for everyone, Lu Qingqing assured them. She took the leftover rice and bird eggs and made a fried rice dish, albeit without oil, making it less fragrant but sufficient nonetheless. She also placed the crispy rice left in the pot before the three children. Here's some snacks for you that if you get hungry at night, just come and take some. Mother is truly wonderful. The three children cheered, joyfully eating the fried rice, almost burying their faces in their bowls. Qingqiu observed this scene silently, suddenly feeling that forming a blood bond with a female wasn't such a bad idea after all. His gaze gradually fell upon Lu Qingqing's face, imbued with a tenderness he was unaware of. After the three children had their fill, they soon fell asleep. Witnessing this, Lu Qingqing approached Qingqiu. I'll teach you how to set traps for catching wild beasts. You can then pass this knowledge on to the orcs in the tribe. Qingqiu nodded in agreement. Lu Qingqing began to draw in the dirt, explaining continuously, occasionally glancing up to ensure Qingqiu understood. It was undeniable that Qingqiu, as the main antagonist, was quite intelligent. He grasped the concepts nearly without needing Lu Qingqing to repeat herself. Lu Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, place these items there. This is the simplest trap. Once the wild beasts become more cunning, I will teach you new methods. Understood? Qingqiu looked at Lu Qingqing, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he wanted to smile, but ultimately failed. Lu Qingqing gazed at him in confusion, wondering if his face had cramped. She dismissed the thought and continued. It's getting late. Since you've learned, let us get some rest. However, Qingqiu stopped her, looking puzzled. Ahem. Qingqiu cleared his throat awkwardly. What is the matter? Lu Qingqing asked again. Why mating season is approaching soon. Qingqiu turned his face away. Even in the darkness, illuminated by the moonlight, Lu Qingqing could see the blush on his ears. Was he shy? She found it amusing that an orc could experience shyness. Shaking her head with a smile, she replied, I understand. When the time comes, you can find a cave to wait it out. If it becomes unbearable, I can take the 3 children home. She did not perceive Qingqi's implication that he wished to spend his mating season with her. After all, aside from the last time, he had always sought to hide away during such periods, apprehensive of any entanglements with the original owner of her body. Moreover, she had no desire to repeat the events of that previous occasion. Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Qingqi's expression stiffened. He seemed to mean something else. Yet, gazing at her forthright inquiry, "Do you have any further questions?" he ultimately said nothing and shook his head. Watching her depart, a sense of regret washed over him. Had he lost his mind? Why was he contemplating spending his mating season with her? Chuan divided the orcs into 3 groups, one for patrolling and hunting as usual, another to learn from Qingqi about setting traps, and the last to follow Lu Qingqing in agricultural practices that, in no time, the entire tribe buzzed with activity out if the orc tribe desired to cultivate sufficient crops. The nearby forested fields would be inadequate. Thus, Lu Qingqing contemplated clearing new land. However, this would lead to an infinite expansion of the tribe's territory, and with the orcs lacking sufficient manpower to patrol the farmlands, they would be vulnerable to wild beast incursions. Faced with these challenges, Lu Qingqing devised a plan to demarcate a specific area akin to the orc city-states, preventing wild beasts and members of rival tribes from encroaching. The inhabitants within could enjoy a brief respite, at least without the need for numerous orcs to patrol daily to ensure the tribe's tranquility. This was indeed a sound idea, yet the city-state's population was substantial, and such an undertaking could not be accomplished overnight. With winter fast approaching, the tribe needed to focus on food storage, which posed its own difficulties. Chuan expressed with some hesitance that I can find a way to address these issues. Lu Qingqing stated forthrightly. She had been studying the terrain nearby and believed incorporating the cliffs as natural barriers would not be overly challenging. Furthermore, there was no immediate need to construct towering walls. Functionality would suffice. Chuan gritted his teeth, but considering Lu Qingqing's potential as the orc deity's messenger, he ultimately nodded in agreement. If we encounter a beast tide, we may not have to worry as much as we have in previous years. Lu Qingqing continued. Moreover, once the traps are set, food acquisition will become easier, granting us ample time. You can take care of the subsequent matters. Chuan finally relented, permitting Lu Qingqing to proceed with her plans. With great fanfare, Lu Qingqing rallied the orcs to prepare for these endeavors. Each day, she provided delectable meals, leaving no room for discontent among the orcs. However, during this bustling time, a piece of news shattered the tranquility of the tribe. Lu Qingqing instructed the orcs to cultivate not only rice and spices, but also sweet potatoes, and various vegetables. Some of these were foraged by Lu Qingqing in the forest, while others had been procured with Qingqi's assistance from the planting team. The vegetables matured quickly, and some children, seizing the opportunity when adults were distracted, secretly plucked and consumed them, finding the taste delightful. The adults, having heard Lu Qingqing mention that these vegetables could be eaten raw, allowed the children to indulge. Unfortunately, this led to a calamity, as some children fell ill, suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, rolling on the ground in agony. The adults were thrown into a panic, urgently summoning Song Sheng and Lu Qingqing for assistance. What on earth happened? My child took just a bite of that vegetable and is now in this state. An anxious female exclaimed nearby. This was her first child, a precious little girl, to whom she had devoted all her care and affection. She and her mate had been exceedingly cautious, treating her like a fragile treasure. Yet, despite their vigilance, calamity struck that why child 1T come to any harm? Will they? She implored, her anxiety palpable that it seems to be poisoning. Song Sheng spoke uncertainly. But how could that happen? My child hasn't done anything wrong. The female interjected hastily. They must have been poisoned by those vegetables. Meng Lan stepped forward, assertively declaring these plants should not be consumed indiscriminately. How many people have suffered from poisoning after eating such random plants in the past? Lu Qingqing's audacity in cultivating these vegetables was beyond comprehension. Now, they had caused harm to a little girl, which was truly despicable. Her eyes glinted with malice as they fixed upon Lu Qingqing, harboring a sense of schadenfreude. Let us see how Lu Qingqing escapes this predicament. There is no way those vegetables could be faultless. Lu Qingqing interjected, Everyone has already stated that apart from vegetables, nothing was consumed. If not for an issue with your list, then what else could it be? Meng Lan continued to interrogate. I see you've learned a thing or two. Yet you seem to have lost all sense of humility. Humans consume these items, and their health is so poor, yet they suffer no consequences. Surely we will be fine as well. Song Sheng could no longer contain himself and retorted. But we are beastmen. Our bodies differ fundamentally from those of humans. What is safe for them may not be safe for us, especially considering this is a young female. Our tribe already has a scarcity of females. What if she falls ill from consuming such things? Can you bear the consequences? Meng Lan regarded Song Sheng with a lack of courtesy, stating bluntly, Song Shaman, your desire to be Lu Qingqing's mate is evident in your defense of her. I now question whether you are truly committed to treating this young female at that moment. Song Sheng's rebuttal seemed feeble and ineffective. Lu Qingqing squatted before the pale young female, assessing her condition. Feeling the doubting gaze of the young female's mother nearby, she devised a plan. Unnoticed, she retrieved a white pill from her spatial pouch and placed it into the young female's mouth. Before long, the young female began to vomit, her demeanor growing increasingly distressed and feeble. Lu Qingqing supported her, gently patting her back, her eyes filled with compassion. This young female appeared no older than 3 children, yet had encountered such a predicament. It was impossible for her not to feel sorrow. Catching sight of Meng Lan's triumphant expression only fueled her anger further. This situation undoubtedly bore Meng Lan's machinations. Witnessing this unfold, the young female's mother, Yin Qing, could no longer endure it and rushed over, exclaiming, What have you done to my daughter? Are you trying to harm her? I am trying to save her. Lu Qingqing replied. In the meantime, several of Yin Qing's mates arrived, rushing to her side. What is happening? They demanded. She means to harm our daughter. She's going to kill her. Stop her. Yin Qing shouted frantically. The mates, unable to tolerate this any longer, transformed into their beast forms and lunged at Lu Qingqing. Wolves, tigers, and foxes among them. Song Sheng positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Qingqing, urgently saying, There's been a misunderstanding. Please calm yourselves. My daughter consumed the vegetable she provided, then began to vomit and faint. How could this possibly be a misunderstanding? Yin Qing felt on the verge of madness, her gaze towards Lu Qingqing filled with hatred. If anything were to happen to her daughter, she would surely confront Lu Qingqing with all her might. Seeing Yin Qing in this state, her mates no longer feared Song Sheng's status and charged at the two, claws raised, ready to tear them apart. Meng Lan observed the scene silently, a smug expression gracing her face. Yes, let them swiftly bring about Lu Qingqing's demise. Those nearby, witnessing the unfolding chaos, averted their eyes in distress, convinced that Lu Qingqing and Song Sheng were doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, a collision echoed through the air, prompting everyone to look over and witness Yin Qing's mates crashing heavily to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld Qin Xiao, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing protectively in front of Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing means to harm my daughter. Qin Xiao, are you still siding with her? Yin Qing cried hoarsely. Let me tell you, even if it costs us our lives, we will not let you go. Help me stop them. This will be over shortly, Lu Qingqing urged, catching sight of the nearby vegetables. She instructed Song Sheng, please help me wash some vegetables and bring them here. Although Song Sheng was puzzled by her request, he complied obediently, soon returning with freshly washed greens. This is Qingkai. It is crisp and refreshing. If there are gastrointestinal issues or vomiting, consuming it will provide relief, Lu Qingqing explained, placing the vegetables into the young female's mouth. Yin Qing and her mates. This spectacle ignited their fury. They disregarded everything else and charged towards the young female. But even in their beast forms, they were no match for Qin Xiao. His gaze turned frigid as he engaged them in combat, prioritizing Lu Qingqing's protection above all else. Qin Xiao, it was Lu Qingqing who intended to harm our daughter. Isn't your behavior rather excessive? Even if Lu Qingqing is your mate, you cannot disregard right from wrong. Meng Lan interjected from the sidelines. Qin Xiao merely cast a cold glance in her direction. How could it be her again? Surely this matter cannot be related to Meng Lan, he thought to himself, opening his mouth to speak when he heard Lu Qingqing call out from behind him. Qin Xiao, step aside and let them through. Qin Xiao paused, momentarily stunned, then turned to see the determination in Lu Qingqing's eyes. Though he did not comprehend her intentions, he obediently stepped aside. Yun Qing rushed forward, ready to confront Lu Qingqing, but the latter interjected, "Look closely at your daughter. She is no longer in danger. She vomited that much. How could she possibly be fine?" Yun Qing countered in disbelief. Just then, they heard the young female's voice, "Mother, what happened?" Upon looking up, they saw the young female's complexion rosy once more, as if truly unharmed for them. The young female's safety was paramount. They quickly asked, "Tell Mother, do you feel unwell anywhere? Are you still in discomfort?" The young female shook her head. "I'm just a bit hungry. I lack energy, but I don't feel nauseous anymore." Yun Qing exhaled in relief, though her expression towards Lu Qingqing remained unfriendly. "Even if you have healed my daughter, it does not absolve you of responsibility that it was your vegetables that caused this. Look at this." Lu Qingqing pointed to the contents of the vomit. Before Yun Qing could respond, Song Sheng's face lit up with realization. "Isn't this Huang Chanko? I've warned the tribe several times that it is absolutely inedible. Consuming it will undoubtedly lead to vomiting." Yun Qing was aware of this too, standing still with a frown, a look of confusion flashing across her face. "I instructed you to plant vegetables, which are undoubtedly safe. It was she who mistakenly ingested Huang Chanko, which only grows behind the mountains and could not have appeared here without reason. Someone must have done this intentionally." Lu Qingqing's gaze landed on Meng Lan, a smirk dancing on her lips. Meng Lan trembled, taken aback that Lu Qingqing had truly uncovered the truth, especially when Lu Qingqing continued, "Aside from the planning team, very few would venture to the mountains. Furthermore, we have always kept our distance from Huang Chanko. If someone strayed from the team to gather it, it would certainly attract attention. We only need to summon the planning team to clarify everything." This was no trivial matter. Qion quickly arrived on the scene. Upon learning of the situation, he promptly summoned the planning team and inquired if anyone had strayed toward the area where Huang Chanko grew. With such a small number of people, and the team leader regularly observing each individual, how could he not know? His gaze settled on Meng Lan, pointing directly at her. Meng Lan strayed from the team, claiming she needed to relieve herself, and returned after quite some time. Upon hearing this, Qiuan's expression shifted dramatically. Before inquiring further, he had already suspected Meng Lan's involvement. After all, she had been causing trouble for some time and had ample motive to frame Lu Qingqing. Although he had previously tolerated her due to her status as a female, her lack of remorse and repeated schemes against Lu Qingqing, especially targeting the young female, was intolerable. Now, with Lu Qingqing holding significant value to the tribe, her worth far surpassed that of Meng Lan. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." Meng Lan shook her head vehemently in denial. However, given the evolution of events, her acknowledgement had become utterly meaningless. Everyone had come to the conclusion that she was indeed responsible for the incident. "Meng Lan, how dare you harm my daughter? I will not let you go unpunished." Yun Qing rushed forward, unceremoniously delivering several slaps across Meng Lan's face. It was only when her pent-up fury gradually subsided that she finally ceased her assault. Before her, Meng Lan curled up on the ground, a picture of abject misery that "I truly did not do it." Meng Lan attempted to defend herself, but was interrupted by Yun Qing's words directed at Qiuan. "Leader, we hope for an explanation regarding this matter. She nearly killed my daughter. Surely, you do not intend to impose merely a light punishment? Meng Lan, you have harmed a young female and sought to frame Lu Qingqing. Our tribe can no longer harbor you. You must leave." Qiuan delivered the final ultimatum to Meng Lan. This declaration shocked Meng Lan profoundly. She was, after all, a rare female. "Leader, I realize my mistakes. You cannot expel me. Please allow me to state that a female like me, if cast out, will surely perish." Overcome by fear, Meng Lan suddenly knelt before them, pleading earnestly. Unfortunately for her, Qiuan had made up his mind and turned his face away, refusing to look at her. "When you sought to frame Lu Qingqing, did you consider that she too is a female? And what of this young female? She is still so small. Had it not been for Lu Qingqing's timely reaction, she might not have survived. Qiao took a deep breath and continued. As the leader, every action I take is for the benefit of the tribe, and your presence jeopardizes our interests if you remain. Who knows what further chaos you may unleash? The tribe cannot afford to keep you. Qingqing's expression finally softened. Her precious daughter had endured much suffering, and Menglan deserved her share of torment as well. Upon hearing Xiao An's decree, Qingqing let out a sigh of relief, having feared that Xiao An would once again be lenient. That I truly recognize my errors. I will never engage in such actions again. Leader, please allow me to stay. I am incredibly useful. I possess remarkable reproductive capabilities and can contribute significantly to the tribe's strength, Menglan hurriedly interjected. Over the years, she had steadfastly refused to enter into a blood pact with any beastmen. Despite Xiao An's numerous proposals, Menglan believed herself to be extraordinarily beautiful and capable, unwilling to settle for just any beastman. Each one she considered must be formidable. The first beastman she had set her sights on was Qingqiu. Yet her efforts had repeatedly ended in failure. Throughout her life, she had been the most sought-after female in the tribe, always in a position to refuse others, never once imagining that she could be rejected. Yet, in the end, she not only failed to win Qingqiu's heart, but had also brought ruin upon herself. In that moment, regret welled up from deep within her, but it was too late for words. I truly understand my faults, and I apologize to all of you. I promise never to act in such a manner again. Please do not expel me. Menglan pleaded desperately to everyone present. Yet, whether it was Qingqing or Qingqing, their gazes were filled with icy disdain, wholly unmoved by her pleas. Ultimately, Menglan turned her hopes toward Qingqiu, crawling on her knees to his side, her face a mask of desperation. Brother Qin, I implore you, please intercede on my behalf with the leader. I cannot be cast out. I will die. When you sought to harm Qingqing and wished for her demise. Did you not think of this? Qingqiu scoffed, stepping back to stand behind Qingqing. He was no fool. He was acutely aware of the events that had transpired. Yet, due to Menglan's status as a female, and one protected by Xiao An, he feared that any action taken against her might result in repercussions for his own family, which included elderly and young members. He had no personal qualms. But with females and children to consider, it was simply too precarious. He had nearly resolved to leave the tribe altogether. But everything I did was for you. Do you not feel the slightest pity for me? Menglan's tone was mournful, increasingly convinced of her own victimhood. After all, she had been the first to encounter Qingqiu. Why had he chosen Qingqing instead? What right did Qingqing have? No matter how much Menglan protested or pleaded, she was ultimately expelled. Some beastmen in the tribe expressed their discontent, having long hoped to become Menglan's mate. However, witnessing Xiao An's displeasure, they feared being compelled to leave alongside her, and thus swallowed their grievances, watching regretfully as Menglan was cast out from the tribe. With a major threat eliminated, Qingqing truly felt a sense of relief. With Menglan gone, her father would no longer consider taking them away from the tribe, and they could continue to remain there. Second treasure, upon returning home, reflected, I rather like it here, especially since Qingqing has planted so many delicious things nearby. You were planning to take us away from the tribe? Qingqing looked at Qingqiu, puzzled. Menglan has repeatedly troubled you, and Xiao is biased toward her. I do not wish for you to endure further harm or indignities. However, should a conflict arise with Xiao, we would undoubtedly be unable to remain here. Thus, I contemplated leaving if necessary, but I did not expect matters to resolve so swiftly. Qingqiu explained, you truly have no other feelings for Menglan? Qingqing couldn't help but inquire. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I wish to enter into a blood pact with her? Qingqiu asked, bewildered, upon seeing Qingqing nod. His expression turned increasingly perplexed as he retorted, how could that be possible? I have no interest in her whatsoever. Qingqiu found it incomprehensible that Qingqing would harbor such thoughts. He had never once considered forming a pact with any female. I have never thought of bonding with anyone else, as I do not wish to be controlled by a female, losing my autonomy, preoccupied only with competing with other males and engaging in reproduction. He said, his gaze heavy with disdain as he recalled something unpleasant. However, his peripheral vision landed on Qingqing, and he felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He thought back to the recent heat he had experienced with Lu Qingqing and suddenly found himself less averse to such matters. Lu Qingqing understood. She recognized the reasons many women in her former world had chosen not to marry. She nodded in agreement, remaining silent but visibly in better spirits. Qingqiu contemplated for a moment before leaning closer. In the near future, there will be a market across the mountains, where individuals from various beastman tribes will gather to trade resources in preparation for the coming winter. Winter is particularly harsh for beastmen, especially for females and younglings that protect them. Every tribe will employ every means at their disposal. Upon hearing Qingqiu's words, Lu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds wonderful. Ever since I arrived in this world, I haven't had the chance to explore elsewhere. I will go as well, Lu Qingqing said eagerly. Perhaps I can find things there that are unavailable here, and along the way, maybe I can discover some seeds or the like. But the journey is arduous. Your body may not withstand it, Qingqiu replied, a hint of concern in his voice. If there is anything you wish for, just tell me. His surprise, Lu Qingqing remained resolute. I want to go. I will think of a way. Observing Lu Qingqing's enthusiasm, Qingqiu, though somewhat perplexed, chose not to press further. Ever since Lu Qingqing learned about the market, she had been incessantly inquiring about it. That night, as they lay in bed, she tugged at Qingqiu's arm, bombarding him with questions. When are we going to the market? Will the tribe go together? How will we get there? In due time, the beastmen of the tribe will form a group to travel together. The beastmen will shift into their animal forms for the journey. So primarily, the faster beastmen will lead the way, Qingqiu patiently explained. For reasons unknown, lying beside Lu Qingqing and discussing mundane matters filled him with a sense of contentment. Lu Qingqing paused, puzzled. But if that's the case, wouldn't that be inconvenient for you? Don't you dislike transforming into your beast form? I will find someone to accompany me. It is not a big issue. Qingqiu spoke in a light, airy manner. In the past, he certainly would not have visited the market, but if Lu Qingqing needed it, he could find a way, though Qingqiu did not elaborate further. Lu Qingqing understood, and a surge of sweetness filled her heart. Clearing her throat awkwardly a couple of times, she pondered before saying, Perhaps I have a solution to this matter. Let us go as a family. Do you have a plan? Qingqiu inquired. While taking the entire family to the market presented considerable challenges, upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, he felt confident that she could accomplish it. Lu Qingqing nodded, then asked, Are you aware that there are carriages in the human world? We could create something similar, using beasts to pull it, that we would simply sit in the carriage and let the beast take us to the market. Although it would be slower than if the beastmen transformed into their beast forms, it would suffice for our needs. That I will draw you a picture of what we need, and you can gather the materials. We shall work it out together. Lu Qingqing grew increasingly excited as she spoke, envisioning taking the children out to see the world. Qingqiu was inspired by Lu Qingqing's enthusiasm and nodded vigorously. Very well, I shall take care of these matters. He was more than willing to assist Lu Qingqing, a joy blossoming within him. Lu Qingqing did not hesitate. After all, this endeavor would benefit everyone. After several days of effort, Qingqiu finally gathered all the items Lu Qingqing required and fashioned a simple contraption resembling a human cart. They chose the hardest wood available to prevent it from falling apart during their journey. But this choice also made the construction exceedingly laborious. What is that in your hand? Lu Qingqing asked curiously as she observed Qingqiu cleave the sturdy wood with a single stroke. She had just attempted to break it by throwing it against a stone, and it had not yielded a splinter. It is my scale, Qingqiu explained. Are your scales truly so sharp? Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes brimming with curiosity. I have some more here. Take them for self-defense. Qingqiu offered. Lu Qingqing accepted them, gently caressing the scales, which felt pleasantly cool to the touch. Be careful. You might easily cut yourself, Qingqiu cautioned, his tone softening with tenderness. In the beastmen world, there existed a bias against snake beastmen, particularly among certain large tribes and city-states. They found snake beastmen unsettling, especially due to their scales, which provoked disgust. Additionally, as cold-blooded creatures, snake beastmen were often perceived as heartless and unapproachable. Seeing Lu Qingqing so fond of his scales stirred something within Qingqiu, though he kept his excitement hidden. his heart racing at that moment. What was happening to him? He could not help but place a hand over his chest, feeling that his heart had been acting strangely, racing uncontrollably, especially when he looked at Lu Qingqing. Was he unwell? Qin Xiao discreetly glanced at Lu Qingqing, observing her smiling expression, and he could not help but smile in return. However, he soon realized something was amiss and quickly regained his usual composure. Something was indeed not quite right. After completing the cart, Lu Qingqing initially intended for Qin Xiao to find a gentle and steady beast to pull it. However, as soon as the cart was finished, it attracted the attention of the beastmen in the tribe. "What have you made?" Xiao approached, inquiring. He had noticed that Lu Qingqing often created peculiar items that brought convenience to the tribe. Thus, when he discovered that she and Qin Xiao were secretly working on something, he had kept a watchful eye and could no longer contain his curiosity. "This is a cart," Lu Qingqing explained. "We tie the beast here to help pull it, allowing the beastmen to ride in the back and travel swiftly and conveniently. But the speed of beastmen is not inferior to that of beasts. Is this not somewhat redundant?" Xiao questioned, confusion evident in his eyes. "What about the females and the young? If they wish to go somewhere, they can sit in this cart. Plus, relying solely on the beastmen to run would be quite exhausting. And this cart can carry many items," Lu Qingqing clarified. Xiao nodded in understanding, a thought crossing his mind, that if we can use beasts to pull the cart, could we not also use beastmen? He suggested we could have a group of beastmen take turns pulling the cart, making it easier. Lu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed possible. However, in her understanding, beastmen were human beings with their own dignity and pride, and it seemed unlikely they would willingly transform in a beast to pull a cart for others. Such an act would be humiliating to some extent. It is possible. But Lu Qingqing hesitated, only to see Xiao and excitedly examining the cart. His eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Unable to contain himself, he transformed into a wolf and said, "Let me give it a try." After all, he was the chief, and Lu Qingqing felt a wave of frustration. Yet, since he had spoken, she had no choice but to comply. She harnessed the wolf to the front of the cart, and Xiao eagerly took off, urging Lu Qingqing, "Get on." Without hesitation, Lu Qingqing led her 3 children onto the cart, eager to see how well it functioned. Xiao seemed to unleash some primal instinct within him, racing through the tribe with exhilarating speed that had Lu Qingqing gripping the edge of the cart tightly. This speed rivaled that of modern sports cars. The physical prowess of the beastmen was truly remarkable. As they continued, Lu Qingqing began to feel nauseous, covering her mouth to suppress it. She glanced worriedly at her 3 children, only to see their expressions filled with excitement. While she was unconcerned about the eldest and second child, she worried about the youngest, who had always had a frail constitution. "Xiao Bao, can you hold on? Is your body feeling unwell?" she asked with concern. "Mother, I feel great. This is so much fun," Xiao Bao shouted excitedly. Lu Qingqing assessed his demeanor and, seeing no signs of distress, decided not to press further. Meanwhile, Xiao was reveling in the experience, darting across the tribe's paths, drawing the attention of many onlookers. "Chief, what is this delightful contraption?" someone shouted from the crowd. Immersed in his enjoyment, Xiao was oblivious to the question. In desperation, Lu Qingqing transformed into her beast form to keep pace with Xiao, asking as she ran, "What is this?" At last, Xiao's attention was captured, and he gradually came to a halt, still brimming with exhilaration. This cart was made by Lu Qingqing. It allows beastmen to transform and pull it, enabling females and young ones to be transported far and carry additional goods. Xiao explained animatedly. "This is excellent. I want to pull it too," another person exclaimed eagerly. Though Xiao was not yet finished playing, he knew, as chief, he could not be selfish, so he nodded and made room for others. Lu Qingqing could no longer tolerate the situation. She stepped down from the cart, saying, "You all continue to enjoy. I shall refrain from joining." For several consecutive days, the villagers were enraptured by the amusement of the carts, pulling them one after another as if they could never tire of the activity. The concerns of Lu Qingqing regarding dignity were rendered insignificant in the eyes of these beastmen. Consequently, she allowed them to indulge in their play. Xiao also harbored a keen interest in the carts and, upon learning that Lu Qingqing had constructed them for a trip to the market, proactively approached her with the hope of creating more, so they could journey together. Naturally, Lu Qingqing was pleased and consented, instructing Qin Xiao to teach them how to build the carts. Within just a few days, the Beastman tribe had produced over a dozen carts, alleviating the need for everyone to wait at Lu Qingqing's doorstep daily for their turn to pull a cart. Meanwhile, the group was preparing to set off for the market. The journey was quite distant, and the Beastmen took turns pulling the carts, which would take at least 10 days. Not to mention that the presence of females and cubs would require a slower pace to ensure their comfort. Along the way, their carts attracted the attention of other Beastman tribes, causing the pulling Beastmen to unconsciously slow their pace, their pride evident even in their beastly forms. Is this the cart of the human world? How remarkable! How did you come by it? Some familiar members from other tribes approached in admiration. Our tribe is favored by the beast god. What is a mere cart to us? Qiao declared proudly. The others gazed at him with admiration, satisfying his sense of accomplishment. Were it not for the fear of not reaching in time, they might have lingered on the road a while longer. This year, aside from furs and similar items, Qiao also brought the spices and cured meats that Lu Qingqing had taught him to the market. Rest assured, once we trade for goods, we can provide you with anything you desire. Qiao assured Lu Qingqing. Regardless, these are items you introduced, so it is only natural for us to exchange them. Lu Qingqing replied with a smile. Her feelings towards Xiao were quite complex. While she disapproved of his boundless efforts to protect the females, she admired his willingness to sacrifice for his tribe as a leader. For these reasons, she found it difficult to forge a deep connection with him. Yet she would not distance herself either, as long as there were sufficient interests, particularly those beneficial to the tribe. They would make the best of partners. That I have brought ample furs and meats. Feel free to browse the market and take whatever you want, that if it is insufficient, I can always hunt more on the side. Qin Xiao confidently stated that Lu Qingqing, not one to be polite, nodded and set off with her family of 5. Is this cotton? Lu Qingqing inquired, gazing at the fluffy material before her. Xiao Bao tentatively plucked a small piece and placed it in his mouth, his face contorting in distaste as he exclaimed, "This is utterly unpalatable. Mother, perhaps we should pass on this." The vendor chuckled awkwardly before explaining, "This is not for eating. It is meant for making nests for the cubs, providing warmth and comfort during winter." "Indeed, this is a valuable item." Lu Qingqing nodded in understanding, boldly declaring, "I will take it all. How many furs is it worth?" Transactions in the Beastman tribe typically revolve around furs, though some meats, particularly salted ones, were also quite popular. "This is not expensive. Just 2 furs will suffice." The vendor hesitated before settling on a price he deemed reasonable. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he began to wonder if he had overestimated its worth. After all, for most beastmen, furs were still the preferred means of warmth. Cotton was abundant in their tribe, rendering it rather inexpensive. To his surprise, Lu Qingqing readily agreed. With a glance, Qin Xiao promptly tossed 2 furs onto the ground, efficiently gathering all the cotton. Having spent considerable time in the Beastman tribe, Lu Qingqing had yet to encounter cotton, and after a moment's thought, she inquired, "Which direction is your tribe located?" "Southwest," came the reply. "That should not be too far from our tribe. Will you have an abundance of this cotton?" Lu Qingqing continued her questioning. Eagerly, the vendor replied, "Plenty." Lu Qingqing nodded. "Perhaps we will visit your tribe in the near future to exchange for cotton. So be prepared." "Good." The vendor agreed readily, pondering before adding, "In that case, you can take this cotton for just 1 fur. We need not take advantage of you." Lu Qingqing waved her hand dismissively, turning to leave. "Is mother making these for us?" Xiao Bao asked, his heart filled with delight. "This material can be used to create nests for the cubs and even worn like furs. It is quite versatile." Lu Qingqing replied with a smile. Though Xiao Bao did not fully grasp the implications, he nodded. "In any case, whatever mother buys is the best." Lu Qingqing discovered many useful items at the market, particularly chili peppers. Upon seeing them, her eyes sparkled. She could no longer endure a tasteless existence. "This must be edible, right?" Xiao Bao asked quietly. "Of course. These are incredibly delicious. When we return, mother will prepare a feast for you." Lu Qingqing exclaimed excitedly. The 3 children were equally eager, gazing at the chili peppers as if they were treasures. However, The vendor's expression shifted upon witnessing their reaction, and he was about to caution them that the peppers might not be as delightful as they seemed when he was interrupted. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could these red fruits possibly be delicious? They taste as if they are poisonous." A haughty voice interjected as Qingqing turned to see a female striding towards them. Clad in tiger skin furs, her figure was alluring, her dark skin glistening, and her every movement commanded attention. Such a female would undoubtedly be highly sought after in the beastman world. Why do you always purchase things others discard? And so recklessly trading away your furs? Don't you care for your mate at all? The woman asserted with an air of righteousness. Huh. Qingqing was taken aback. Who was this person, and why did her choices concern her? What does it have to do with you? Qin Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qingqing, his gaze fixed on the woman with a hint of warning. All the furs were procured through his efforts, and Qingqing could utilize them as she pleased. It was none of anyone else's business. Moreover, Qingqing had never been one to waste resources. Her decisions were always grounded in reason. "I am merely standing up for you," the female retorted, her eyes widening in indignation at Qin Xiao's demeanor. While beastman females were indeed precious, they should not be so willful. Deep down, this female harbored jealousy towards Qingqing. She believed her looks and abilities matched Qingqing's. How was it that she could not find such a great mate? Not to mention, Qingqing's slender and pale appearance seemed less conducive to bearing offspring. She scrutinized Qingqing with disdain, coldly taunting Qin Xiao. "I am Wu Ling. You should sever your bond with her and become my mate. I already have over 20 cubs. You can see my fertility for yourself, and I could bear many more for you." Wu Ling raised her chin defiantly, casting a haughty glance at Qingqing. "If you relinquish him to me, I can offer you the benefits you desire, sparing you from chasing after worthless items." Qingqing was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Did this person have some sort of issue? "I refuse, and why choices are none of your concern, and what transpires between my mate and me is not your business." Qingqing replied, regarding her with a disinterested expression, "that I simply cannot stand by while you mistreat your mate. It is utterly excessive." Wu Ling huffed indignantly. "I think she is wonderful," Qin Xiao stated solemnly, his expression serious, as if discussing a matter of great importance. Hearing this, Qingqing couldn't help but glance at him again. "Why, mother says that if it is delicious, it must be." At that moment, Daba also spoke up, directly grabbing a bright red chili pepper from beside him and stuffing it into his mouth. However, as soon as he began to chew, an unfamiliar, overpowering flavor flooded his palate, slicing through his mouth like a knife, causing him immense pain. His initial instinct was to spit it out, but then he realized that would mean falling into the trap set by the wicked woman before him. Daba's face turned crimson as he numbly swallowed, forcing himself to say, "It's particularly delicious." Witnessing this scene, Qingqing was taken aback. How could someone who had never eaten spicy food handle such chilies? Especially considering Daba's taste buds were notoriously sensitive. "Spit it out quickly," Qingqing exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she reached out to pull Daba's mouth open, trying to make him expel the offending item. Yet, to her surprise, Daba clenched his teeth stubbornly, declaring, "It's really delicious. I like it a lot. Look at him. Does he resemble someone who enjoys it?" Wu Ling chimed in with malicious glee. "I told you this female was talking nonsense. This is red fruit, that we don't eat this red fruit directly. It is used by beastmen when they feel unwell or during winter to brew water, which can provide some comfort." The vendor owner grew anxious and hurriedly suggested, "Quickly give this cub something sweet to alleviate the suffering. This truly is a great ordeal." Qingqing, feeling helpless, was touched by Daba's actions. She knew very well that he was doing this to defend her. "Spit it out right now. I will make you something delicious with these red fruits shortly." Qingqing was deeply anxious. She quickly turned to Qin Xiao, saying, "It seems there is some beast milk in your package that I prepared for Xiao Bao. Let Daba drink some to help him feel better." After much effort, she finally got Daba to spit out the chili, seized the beast milk, and poured it into Daba's mouth while gently patting his back, complaining, "Why are you so reckless, just like Bao, stuffing everything into your mouth?" Daba felt aggrieved, arguing that it was Qingqing who claimed it was delicious. "Look at this female. What a failure as a mother to let her cub end up like this. Are you just going to stand by as a beast husband? You might as well find another mother for the cubs, Wu Ling remarked again, unabashedly sizing up Qin Xiao. Although she couldn't clearly identify his beast type, his handsome features and commendable physique were undeniable. Even though he was already bonded with a female, she felt no disdain. She wanted to continue vying for his attention, but when she lifted her gaze, she caught a glimpse of Qin Xiao's icy stare fixed upon her, as if he were gazing at a corpse. This made Wu Ling swallow the words she had intended to say and involuntarily gulp. I told you this is delicious. You simply do not know how to appreciate it, Lu Qingqing asserted, meeting Wu Ling's gaze defiantly. Once Wu Ling recovered from the earlier pressure, she laughed at Lu Qingqing's declaration. You're just grasping at straws? Lu Qingqing scoffed coldly. She felt no obligation to prove anything to her. However, her gaze fell upon Daba's flushed face, and a flicker of concern crossed her features. She spoke gently. You endured quite a bit just now. Let me prepare something for you as compensation. Daba initially wanted to say there was nothing to endure, but upon hearing Lu Qingqing's forthcoming words, his eyes lit up. Perhaps a bit of compensation would be nice. Recalling the delicious dishes Lu Qingqing had prepared in the past, he licked his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Then I shall show you what true delicacy is, Lu Qingqing said with a cold smile, surveying those around her. Under the expectant gazes of the three father and son, she began her preparations. This time, she intended to make a spicy hot pot. Throughout their journey, Lu Qingqing had been self-sufficient, and with the pot and other essentials on the cart, she instructed Qin Xiao to fetch the pot in just a moment. A crowd had gathered, curiosity etched on their faces. Once Qin Xiao brought the pot and set it up over the fire, Lu Qingqing commenced by stir-frying the chilies and preparing the hot pot base. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, captivating everyone nearby. Sounds of eager swallowing filled the atmosphere. Even Wu Ling couldn't resist inching closer. Is this chili the soul of the hot pot that my mother mentioned last time? Daba asked suddenly. Recalling the look of regret on Lu Qingqing's face when she spoke about it, Lu Qingqing nodded. Adding this will enhance the flavor, and chilies can be used to create many delectable dishes. With that, anticipation painted the faces of the onlookers. What nonsense! Everyone knows the taste of red fruit. Even if it's in here, it will surely burn your mouth like poisoning, Wu Ling retorted, her face betraying disbelief. She couldn't fathom how such a dreadful red fruit could possibly taste good. All right, everyone, give it a try. Lu Qingqing generously invited everyone to taste. Yet the crowd hesitated, none daring to be the first to sample it. The three children, witnessing this, rolled their eyes in disdain. Seeing their repulsed expressions, they were reluctant to share. Mother, I want to eat. The three children clamored, rushing to cling to Lu Qingqing's legs. A smile broke across Lu Qingqing's face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she responded to the three eagerly. However, unbeknownst to her, Qin Xiao had already silently taken a bowl and started eating. Father, this is too much. Why didn't you call us to join? Bao shouted in dissatisfaction. At your age, you ought to do things for yourself. I can't keep doing everything for you. Qin Xiao replied resolutely. Besides, weren't you always saying you've grown up and don't need me to take care of you anymore? Bao found himself at a loss for words. Feeling something was off but unable to articulate it, he merely shot a glare at Qin Xiao before eagerly joining in. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingqing quickly cautioned. Don't eat too much. Your stomach might not handle it well since it's your first time trying something spicy. No problem. We're not scared, Daba exclaimed, taking a single bite that left him awestruck. Although it still bore the same pungent flavor, once transformed in a hot pot, it became an entirely different experience. This is truly delicious. Daba nodded vigorously, persisting in eating even as beads of sweat formed on his forehead from the spice. Lu Qingqing also sampled it, her eyes widening in astonishment. She called out to the vendor, "You should give it a try. It's genuinely delicious, and I'll cover the chilies." The vendor's eyes gleamed with delight. Although he brought red fruits every time, they rarely sold. Yet today, an unexpected surprise awaited him. Considering this, despite his reluctance towards the red fruits, he picked up a bowl and tasted it. Soon enough, he couldn't stop eating. This is truly delicious. How can red fruit taste this good? The vendor exclaimed in admiration. The crowd exchanged glances. While it might be plausible for Xiao and his sons to be pretending, the vendor had no reason to do so. What else did you add to the red fruit? Can I trade for some? The vendor eagerly asked Qingqing, his eyes filled with desire. It's just some seasoning to create the base. Of course, you can trade. Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. The aroma was indeed overpowering, attracting even those from Qingqing's tribe who were elsewhere. Upon spotting Qingqing's culinary creation, they immediately settled down to taste it. Showering her with compliments, I've seen this red fruit before. I accidentally tasted it once and thought I was going to die. Yet who would have thought it would be so astonishingly flavorful when prepared by Qingqing? Xiao remarked, devouring his food swiftly while praising her. In the future, our tribe can plant more of these red fruits instead of uprooting and discarding them like before. Discarding them? Are there any of these chilies around our tribe? Qingqing quickly inquired. This thing is called chili. There used to be some in the forest near our tribe, but we worried about accidental consumption, so we would uproot and throw them far away. Over time, they vanished from the area. Xiao elucidated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Qingqing felt a wave of frustration wash over her, her forehead adorned with dark lines of exasperation. After searching for so long, she finally discovered the reason behind her fruitless endeavor. Chili peppers are exceptionally delightful in culinary creations. They enhance dishes and can even be incorporated into spicy powders for barbecued meats, adding an irresistible aroma. Qingqing, a fervent aficionado of spicy food, eagerly exclaimed, "All right, once we return, I will send someone to find them." Xiao promptly made a resolution to become a connoisseur of all things spicy. However, he was reminded that such indulgence should be moderated, lest it lead to digestive distress and constipation, a caution reiterated by Qingqing. Yet, every individual around them was preoccupied with their meals, none having the time to heed her warnings. Ultimately, she shook her head in resignation, choosing not to pursue the matter further. They would learn caution through their own tribulations. Can we try some? Finally, someone among the crowd could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired softly. Upon seeing Qingqing nod in approval, they eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, joining in as more participants joined in. Doubts about the deliciousness dissipated, and each person became immersed in the culinary delight. Only Wu Ling's expression grew increasingly grim. Witnessing the scene before her, she could no longer afford to doubt the flavors. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, intent on sampling the dish, but Qingqing swiftly intervened. "You are not welcome here," she stated coldly to "Oh, you truly believe I wish to taste these dishes? They are merely a novelty. How good could anything made from red fruit possibly be?" Wu Ling retorted, her indignation palpable as she discarded the chopsticks. Turning to Xiao, she demanded, "I hear them calling you chief. Are you the leader of this tribe?" Xiao, puzzled, nodded in affirmation. "I require you to expel this female from the tribe," Wu Ling asserted. Her tone resolute and self-righteous. This declaration. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their gazes toward her ignited with fury. Qingqing was regarded as a treasure within the tribe. Xiao believed that as long as Qingqing remained, their tribe would surely flourish, reaching the legendary paradise of the beast god. How could he tolerate this inexplicable female demanding Qingqing's expulsion? Typically, he would maintain a semblance of politeness toward female. But now his eyes reflected nothing but hostility. "Who are you to instruct me on how to act?" "I am Wu Ling," she replied, lifting her chin defiantly. Wu Ling. "What of it?" Qingqing responded, confusion marring her features, particularly as she noticed Xiao's countenance darken, stirring her curiosity. What was so special about this Wu Ling? Wu Ling's expression swelled with pride as she proclaimed, "You should know that our tribe is the only one capable of producing salt. If you do not expel this female from your tribe, I, as the chief's daughter, can assure you that your tribe shall never acquire a grain of salt again." Understanding dawned on Qingqing. So that was the crux of the matter. Xiao's face contorted in turmoil. Salt was of paramount importance to the beastmen. Without salt, not only would the flavor of their food become unbearable, but the males would gradually lose their strength as well. Yet, as he cast a glance at Qingqing, he hesitated, ultimately choosing to stand resolutely by her side. "And no matter who you are, I will not easily cast out a member of my tribe. He declared that Liu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Xiao had always prioritized the tribe's interests, yet here he was, willing to disregard those interests for her sake. She understood the value of salt well. Observing the support rallying around her, Wu Ling's expression darkened, her demeanor tinged with desperation. She had assumed that merely revealing her identity would compel others to acquiesce to her demands. Very well, if that is your stance. Then you may as well resign yourselves to never obtaining salt again. Wu Ling glared at Liu Qingqing in frustration before storming off to, "Is salt something that can only be procured from them?" Liu Qingqing inquired softly. Watching Wu Ling's retreating figure, a wry smile graced Xiao An's lips as he explained, "Only their tribe possesses the knowledge to produce salt. Thus, despite often enduring their oppression and extortion, we have no choice but to endure. However, do not take it to heart. Even without your involvement, we have reached our limit with them. Each time we trade for salt, we have had to swallow our pride." Indeed, others chimed in, offering words of comfort to Liu Qingqing. "This situation is entirely Wu Ling's fault. Do not feel too guilty about it. If necessary, we could discreetly seek assistance from other tribes to exchange for some salt." "Exactly, it is her fault. Every time we trade for salt, it is the most trying time. We would rather be scolded than endure it silently." Liu Qingqing fell into deep contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, she lifted her gaze to the crowd, that a gentle smile graced her lips as she proclaimed, "Fear not. I will ensure you have salt to use that I know how to produce it. We shall take a detour to the seaside on our way back." Upon hearing this, Xiao An's excitement surged, and he promptly inquired, "Is that truly the case? Do you genuinely know how to produce salt?" As Liu Qingqing nodded, his conviction solidified. She must be the envoy sent by the beast god. How else could she possess such knowledge? The crowd wholeheartedly believed in Liu Qingqing's words. Their earlier despondency evaporated. The market had spanned 3 days, and Liu Qingqing was determined to leave no stone unturned, purchasing an array of goods before reluctantly heading home. The vendors looked at her as though she were a deity of wealth, displaying items long abandoned by their tribes, all of which Liu Qingqing eagerly acquired. Much to their profit. Qin Xiao had initially believed that he had brought enough furs, yet in the end, he had no time to hunt on the side. Instead, Xiao encouraged everyone to offer their furs to Liu Qingqing, allowing her to purchase whatever she desired. Liu Qingqing accepted all the offerings. Knowing that her acquisitions would ultimately benefit the tribe, and on their return journey, they diverted toward the seaside. As Liu Qingqing beheld the vast ocean once more, she inhaled deeply, her eyes alight with Is this the ocean? I have never seen it before. Xiao Bao exclaimed with excitement. The 3 children immediately began a frolic, and Liu Qingqing observed from a distance before turning to Qin Xiao, instructing, "Take good care of them. Ensure they do not encounter any mishaps." Qin Xiao nodded in agreement, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. This must be the feeling of home. Liu Qingqing stared at his smile, momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that the villainess from the original tale could possess such a warm expression. Liu Qingqing directed the beastmen of the tribe to gather seawater, filter it, boil it down, add water, and filter it again, repeating the process several times until they finally obtained a small quantity of pure white salt. Upon seeing the white crystals, Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement. He even licked the salt, grimacing at the bitterness yet unable to contain his joy. Who would have thought that they would one day be able to produce salt themselves? Have you all learned? In the future, you can directly produce salt by the seaside, free from the constraints of others, Liu Qingqing said with a smile. After several days of toil at the seaside, it was time for them to return. Xiao contemplated for a moment before deciding to let Liu Qingqing and her companions leave first, while the remaining members would stay behind to produce enough salt for survival through the winter. However, just as they were about to depart, trouble found them once more. "Why have you followed us here? I told you I won't sell to you, and your presence here is futile." Wu Ling confronted them, pointing accusingly at Liu Qingqing. Their tribe had lived by the sea for generations, relying on salt production. She had been minding her own business at home when she learned that friends were busy at the seaside. As the chief's daughter, she had intended to assess the situation, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face. spotting Lu Qingqing. Her expression swelled with triumph as she boldly declared, "Here's the deal. If you kneel and bow to me 10 times, I will sell you salt and refrain from expelling you from the tribe." "What do you say?" "Not a chance," Lu Qingqing retorted with a scoff, raising her gaze to meet Wu Ling's. "That it's just salt, not some precious commodity. It is utterly remarkable that you take such pride in this. It seems your tribe is indeed pitiable." Wu Ling, who has always held her tribe in high esteem, felt her countenance darken upon hearing these words. "What did you say? Who permitted you to speak disrespectfully about my tribe?" she exclaimed. "Is this the kind of salt you speak of? We have plenty of it." Xiao Bao interjected maliciously, showcasing the freshly produced salt before the group. Wu Ling, initially brimming with pride, found her smile faltering in the wake of this display. In disbelief, she asked, "Is this salt produced by you?" "Of course," Xiao Bao replied eagerly. "Why, mother is exceptionally skilled. She can do anything. It is merely this white salt, nothing remarkable." Listening to Xiao Bao's words of admiration, Lu Qingqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that she had merely built upon the shoulders of her predecessors. "You dare to steal our salt-making methods and come to our shores to produce salt? This is outrageous. I shall teach you a lesson." Wu Ling fumed, her face flushed with anger. She summoned her tribesmen to confront Lu Qingqing and her companions. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they swiftly shielded the females and younglings behind them, fearlessly facing the impending conflict. Orcs are inherently warlike, and in such situations, their hearts brimmed not with fear, but with exhilaration at the forthcoming clash. Yet, Xiao spoke up, "This salt-making method is our own. We did not steal it from you. Moreover, the sea belongs to all orcs, not just your tribe. Every orc tribe knows that only we produce salt. How else could you have begun to make salt if it were not from our methods? We shall not let anyone who steals our salt-making techniques go unpunished. You shall not escape this." Wu Ling scoffed, unwilling to waste further words with Lu Qingqing and her party, and directly commanded her kin to attack. The two groups clashed, and to Wu Ling's dismay, she discovered they were unable to overpower their adversaries. Particularly, Qingqiu, who had yet to shift into his beast form, held his own against several orcs in their beast forms. The fierce desire to win flickered in Wu Ling's eyes. She was determined to possess this man. "Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of our entire tribe?" Wu Ling shouted. "You instigated this first. If we are to be enemies, so be it. We are unperturbed," Qiao replied directly. Lu Qingqing was of great value to their tribe. He could hardly tolerate such treatment towards her. The initial courtesy shown to Wu Ling was primarily due to the matter of salt. Yet now, she was of no consequence. In his youth, Qiao had been violent and combative, but upon becoming a leader, he had restrained his temper. Wu Ling trembled with rage, her eyes darting towards the distant sea, a shadow of malice flickering within them. Perhaps she was concocting a scheme to deal with Lu Qingqing and her entourage. Wu Ling contemplated her course of action. Qingqiu effortlessly tossed several orcs before her, his expression one of disdain. "These few are worthless." The members of Wu Ling's tribe, accustomed to being coddled due to their salt-making prowess, found themselves utterly defenseless against the formidable presence of Qingqiu and his companions. Wu Ling's eyelids twitched violently. Emboldened by the fact that they dared not strike females, she straightened her chest and defiantly shouted, "You cannot be arrogant for long. I will not let you escape." With that, she fled. "It seems they will indeed seek trouble again. If that is the case, let us remain together for now. We can look after each other," Lu Qingqing suggested. Qiao agreed, nodding in affirmation. "That sounds splendid," Xiao Bao exclaimed eagerly. Meanwhile, Wu Ling returned to her tribe, her anger still simmering as she wreaked havoc upon the items in her room. "What is the matter with you? Who has provoked such fury?" Her beast husband rushed to inquire. Is that female I mentioned encountering at the market. She brought her people to the seashore and produced salt. If word of this spreads, our tribe's status will surely plummet. It is infuriating." Wu Ling seethed, her teeth grinding in frustration. "No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. I am devising a plan to ensure they cannot spread this news." "What are you planning to do?" Her husband's heart sank. He was well aware of Wu Ling's malicious nature. She was capable of anything. Wu Ling slowly curled her lips into a smile, leaning close to whisper a few words into his ear before stating, "This matter is entrusted to you. I hope you will not disappoint me." Her husband's expression shifted dramatically, uncertainty clouding his features. "Isn't this a bit excessive? If this gets out, the leader will be furious. And it disrupts." Wu Ling impatiently interrupted him. "If you do not speak, and I do not speak, who will know it was I who did this? Everyone will presume it was that female's doing. Once this is revealed, even if she possesses salt-making abilities, it will be rendered useless. Ideally, she would perish by the seed." A cruel smile crept across Wu Ling's lips, and as for her husband, he could conveniently take care of that. Until Lu Qingqing and her companions had produced sufficient salt, they did not encounter any further trouble from Wu Ling's group. They did not believe the opposition had relinquished. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Sure enough, just as they contemplated departing, the sea erupted with turmoil. Fierce winds howled, and towering waves surged, catching them completely off guard. "This is bad. Run," Lu Qingqing shouted, sensing the impending danger. The orcs, keenly attuned to peril, transformed into their beast forms, carrying the females and younglings towards the distant mountains. Fortunately, their speed proved adequate. Although the younglings were frightened, they were safely delivered to a secure location. Qin tightly held 3 children and glanced towards Lu Qingqing, relieved to see her rescued by Xiao and as they made their way towards the foothills. However, just as he placed the children in safety, he noticed Xiao rushing towards him, filled with anxiety. "Lu Qingqing has fallen into the water. We must save her." The weight of those few words plunged Qin Xiao into an icy dread. Without a second thought, he grasped Xiao's collar. "Did you not already bring her out?" "I did rush to save her at the first opportunity, but a massive wave knocked her down. I attempted to dive in after her, but the waves kept pushing me back, and I am not a strong swimmer. I had to return to find someone familiar with the water to rescue her," Xiao replied, his expression rife with regret. If anything would happen to Lu Qingqing, he would be haunted by remorse. Qin Xiao's gaze fell upon the tumultuous scene nearby, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the waves, disappearing into the depths. In that instant, as the ocean engulfed her, Lu Qingqing truly believed she was on the brink of death. Although she could swim, she lacked the strength to combat the sea. After struggling for a time, her arms grew weak, and her eyes slowly closed, only feeling the searing pain in her abdomen. Was this how she would die? As darkness enveloped her, a melodious song reached her ears, soothing her soul like a gentle balm. Then, she fell into oblivion. When she awoke again, she found herself on a small island. She sat up abruptly, bewildered by her surroundings. "Where is this?" Her gaze eventually settled on a figure not far away, and she gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. This figure appeared to be male, yet his skin was delicate, and his features soft. He bore no resemblance to the orcs of the beast world, instead resembling a refined man from modern times. Silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, swaying gently in the sea breeze, radiating an ethereal glow. What astonished Lu Qingqing most, however, was his lower half. There were no legs, but rather a fish tail. Was this the fabled mermaid? Lu Qingqing never anticipated encountering a merman in the beast world. Akin to the legendary mermaids, she finally managed to rise, cautiously approaching the figure from behind, and asked tentatively, "Did you save me?" The individual turned around, revealing a strikingly handsome face before Lu Qingqing. She immediately inhaled sharply, wondering if a celestial being had descended to Earth. How could such beauty exist in this world? Stunned, Lu Qingqing found herself speechless, gazing blankly at the stranger. However, she noticed something peculiar. Not only were the individual's eyelashes and eyebrows silver, but even his pupils shimmered in a silvery hue, as if they could draw one in completely. The stranger seemed amused by Lu Qingqing's dazed expression, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I am Bai Yin, the priest of the merfolk," he said. "Thank you for saving me, but I must return. You know how I can get back to the shore?" Lu Qingqing asked again. "Can you not stay here?" Bai Yan's voice was melodious, imbued with an enchanting allure. "I have young ones waiting for me." Lu Qingqing was puzzled, yet when she met his gaze, her anxious heart began to calm. "But they are not your young ones," Bai Yin stated directly. "The world of beastmen is too muddled. It is not suitable for you. Perhaps remaining here would be better for you." His words struck Lu Qingqing like thunder. What do you mean by that? She demanded, her guard immediately up. There is no need for you to be anxious. I mean you no harm, Bai Yin continued, smiling that I am naturally blind. I perceive the world through my spirit, and I can discern your origins. Then what do you intend to do with me? Lu Qingqing pressed, you wish to exploit my otherworldly identity for your own purposes? No, I harbor no malice towards you, nor do I wish to use you. Bai Yin replied, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. I merely sense that you are in danger, which is why I came to rescue you. Lu Qingqing was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his reasoning. If I were to tell you that remaining outside would bring you harm, even life-threatening peril, would you still choose to leave? Bai Yin asked after a long silence, his expression tinged with an otherworldly compassion. Lu Qingqing fell into deep contemplation. She could tell he possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet even so, she raised her head and stated gravely, regardless, I must leave, and no matter the danger, I have the courage to face it. I cannot simply hide in fear. That is not my nature. Bai Yin showed no surprise at Lu Qingqing's resolve, merely expressing, I had anticipated this, that in that case, I shall escort you away. Lu Qingqing scrutinized him, finding his appearance remarkably fortuitous and his demeanor rather odd. Bai Yin transformed his fishtail into legs and approached Lu Qingqing. A melodious song issued from his lips. She could not comprehend the lyrics, which seemed to be in some foreign tongue, yet it entranced her nonetheless. The sound of the waves drew her attention, and she turned to see a large turtle swimming slowly towards them. Bai Yin guided Lu Qingqing onto the turtle's back, and they ventured deeper into the sea. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao searched frantically through the tumultuous waters, unable to locate Lu Qingqing, panic consuming him entirely. Surely, Lu Qingqing will not come harm. He repeatedly reassured himself, but to no avail. Fear engulfed him. He suddenly realized he had grown accustomed to his current life, and if Lu Qingqing were to vanish, he could not bear in that moment. Every smile and frown of Lu Qingqing flooded his mind, causing his heart to ache. Lu Qingqing. Qin Xiao shouted in despair, but received no reply. The thought of possibly losing Lu Qingqing occupied his every thought. Even the crashing waves against him went unnoticed. Yet before long, he sensed something amiss. His gaze hardened, and he bellowed, Come out, all of you. He launched an attack in a specific direction until the figures in the waves became clearer, and he swiftly swam toward them. Upon recognizing the silhouette of the merfolk, he immediately understood that their actions were responsible for Lu Qingqing's disappearance. With anger now directed at them, he charged forward. However, the sea was the realm of the merfolk, and for a human like him, battling them was quite challenging, especially with so many opponents. Qin Xiao roared, his expression icy. He transformed into his beast form, a massive serpentine figure gliding effortlessly through the water, with two dragon horns faintly visible on his head. The merfolk, upon seeing his slitted pupils, felt a wave of dread wash over them, their bodies trembling under the pressure. They thought he was merely a serpent beast man, yet he instilled in them a fear akin to facing a dragon beast man. You seek death, Qin Xiao sneered, launching himself at the merfolk once more. This time, the merfolk scattered in retreat rather than attacking. Qin Xiao was not about to let them escape. With a swift movement, he barreled through them, sending them crashing to the ocean floor. He attacked again, determined that if anything happened to Lu Qingqing, he would make these merfolk pay dearly. That moment, a beautiful melody reached his ears, and his slitted pupils began to glaze over. Qin Xiao was suddenly transported back to his past. Recalling the time he had wandered wounded in the wilderness, he had 3 children with him, mistaken for a serpent beast man, and relentlessly pelted with stones and other objects, he shielded the children with his body, enduring all the pain. After being injured, they could only huddle in a cave, lacking medicine and suffering through fevers that nearly claimed his life, especially the frail Xiao Bao, who once nearly succumbed to illness. He had desperately sought out his father, hoping for rescue, but his father, recognizing him, feigned ignorance and ordered the guards to throw him out, worsening their injuries. In that moment, Qin Xiao realized it was because he had lost his former strength that he was deemed useless by his parents. Thus, even when he was injured, they turned away from him. Coming to this realization, Qin Xiao felt utterly disillusioned with these people, abandoning any thoughts of returning. Now, he found himself witnessing the scene of his father ordering the guards to drive him away. The disdain on his father's face was unmistakable. This serpent beast man is the most cold-blooded and disgusting. Get rid of him at once. He paid no heed to Qingqiu's injuries, commanding the guards to toss his beast form to the edge of a cliff. In that moment, Qingqiu felt as if he were truly facing death, watching his father's uncaring back recede into the distance. Memories of the warmth and kindness his father had shown throughout his childhood flooded his mind. Was everything merely a facade? "Father, why must you treat me this way?" Qingqiu could not help but shout at his father's retreating figure. Yet before long, the scene shifted again, this time to his father's encouraging word from his childhood. "Our Qingqiu is the strongest, the most exceptional. I am proud of you. It's all right. A single failure means nothing. You may yet achieve greater things." Qingqiu watched as his father encouraged him from a distance. While his mother smiled at him, a contented smile gracing his lips, his parents had treated him well. He had always lived within a warm and loving family. If only it could remain this way forever. Such thoughts surged in Qingqiu's mind. No, this is not right. Suddenly, he recognized the incongruity. His family had never been like this. Even in his childhood, his parents had not offered him such warmth, merely urging him to strive harder. When he failed, they did not encourage him but blamed him instead. It was all a lie. Realizing this, he let out a low growl, his voice laced with a dragon's roar, causing the scene before him to shatter in an instant. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself back in the sea, and the merfolk around him were utterly astonished, wondering how this human had emerged from the illusion so swiftly. The enchanting illusions woven by the mermaids through their melodious voices seldom allow anyone to escape. Moreover, it seemed they had just heard the roar of a dragon. This individual, the mermaid, was engulfed in panic, her sole thought being to flee as swiftly as possible. Yet, how could Qingqiu grant them such an opportunity? With a cold sneer, he flicked his long tail, and all the mermaids sensed the impending danger of death. Fortunately, in the next moment, a series of water columns surged up from the ocean depths, thwarting Qingqiu's assault. Upon witnessing these water columns, the mermaids' faces lit up with It was the priest had come to save us. For the mermaids, Bai Yin was akin to a divine being, capable of accomplishing anything. Qingqiu, however, remained unfazed. No matter the circumstances, nothing could deter his resolve to settle the blood debts of these mermaids. Yet unexpectedly, the next moment, Bai Yan's voice rang in his ears. "There seems to be a misunderstanding. Lu Qingqing is here, and she is in no danger." Qingqiu's expression faltered as he leapt from the ocean floor, catching sight of Lu Qingqing and Bai Yan on the back of a giant turtle not far away. In that instant, his heart returned to his chest. As for Lu Qingqing, she was not surprised that Bai Yin could utter her name. There was something inherently mysterious and omniscient about him. Her astonishment lay in the fact that Qingqiu had reverted to his beast form. She recalled that in the original text, ever since Qingqiu had been secretly harmed, he seldom transformed into his beast form. That on one hand, he loathed the appearance of his beast form post-injury. On the other, he detested the peculiar gazes of others upon him. In the original story, it seemed that his transformation into beast form was never described until the end. Only in the early chapters was it vaguely mentioned that he appeared small and grotesque, his scales giving off a slippery, cold, and eerie impression. However, having witnessed it firsthand, Lu Qingqing realized the original description was erroneous. The Qingqiu in his beast form before her was undeniably stunning, his entire body a lustrous black that shimmered like jewels under the sunlight, every scale resembling a precious gem. His head was imposing and handsome, especially his eyes, which were captivatingly beautiful. The only flaw lay in the two broken horns on his forehead, now reduced to mere protrusions. Qingqiu sensed Lu Qingqing's gaze upon him, and, feeling uneasy, shifted his body slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of hurt. She must find his beast form distasteful. That moment, he fervently wished to retreat into the water. Yet out of concern for Lu Qingqing, he forced himself to remain there, vigilant and wary, casting a cautious glance at Bai Yin, reluctant to revert to his beast form. "Who are you?" "Return Lu Qingqing to us. We can discuss matters on the shore," Bai Yin said, disregarding Qin Shio's reaction as he directed the giant turtle to carry them ashore. By the time they reached the shore, tranquility had been restored. Qiao took stock of the numbers. Aside from Qin Shio and Lu Qingqing, the others had sustained only minor injuries and were otherwise unharmed. Where are my parents? Bao, unable to locate them, immediately panicked. Yet at that moment, he could only force himself to remain calm. After all, he was the elder brother and had to look after his two younger siblings regardless of the situation. Not worry. They will undoubtedly be fine, and everyone skilled in water has gone to rescue them. Qiao hurriedly reassured, though he felt an urgency within. Though he believed Lu Qingqing was the messenger of the beast god, she was still immortal. In the face of such calamity, she might not fare well. Brother, our parents won't be in danger. Will they? Bao's voice quivered with fear, his body trembling. He had finally attained a fulfilling life. What would he do if something happened to their parents? Bao, though silent, had red-rimmed eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. They're back. They're back. The beastmen from the sea cheered as they rushed towards them. Everyone turned their gaze, only to find Lu Qingqing being carried by the giant turtle, leaving them all in a state of shock. Once ashore, Qin Shio silently reverted to his human form and quickly approached Lu Qingqing. His expression one of concern as he scanned her from side to side, incessantly inquiring, "Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" Seeing the genuine concern in Qin Shio's eyes, Lu Qingqing shook her head awkwardly, her voice softening considerably. "I am perfectly fine. I owe my thanks to Priest Bai Yin." She glanced at the hand tightly clasped in Qin Shio's, subtly attempting to pull away, yet he held on firmly, making it impossible to break free. In the distance, the three children rushed over, clinging tightly to Lu Qingqing's legs, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. "Father! Mother! We're so relieved you're safe. We were nearly frightened to death. I apologize for worrying you. Mother is completely unharmed," Lu Qingqing said, kneeling down gently to wipe away their tears. "Priest, they've gone too far, carelessly dumping garbage into the sea. Had we not discovered it in time, the merfolk would surely have fallen ill." The mermaids also climbed ashore, voicing their grievances towards Bai Yin, and they did so intentionally. Otherwise, why would they dispose of so much waste? Our young ones were playing nearby and ingested some. Fortunately, we caught it in time. The merfolk glared indignantly at Lu Qingqing, awaiting Bai Yin to stand up for them. This matter was not our doing. We had already instructed against carelessly throwing things into the sea when we arrived. Lu Qingqing hastily explained. Upon hearing her words, the tribesfolk echoed her sentiments. "We have never thrown anything into the sea. Do not speak such nonsense. And because of your reckless actions, causing a tsunami, our females and young ones were injured. If anyone seeks justice, it must be us who do so." The mermaids retorted defiantly. "You speak falsely. If it were not you, then who else could it be? We have lived here for generations, and such incidents did not occur before your arrival. It must be your doing. This truly was not you." Lu Qingqing looked up at Bai Yin, her gaze sincere. "I trust you," Bai Yin replied. "Priest, do not be deceived by this female. Terrestrial beings are often cunning." The mermaids exclaimed in alarm. They were more worried about Bai Yin being misled than about the pollution of the sea. Upon hearing this, Qin Shio scrutinized the speaker with a neutral expression. The person's pupils were entirely white, making it impossible to discern any change in emotion. Their tone was equally cold, as if devoid of any joy or sorrow. Yet even so, he detected a difference in their attitude towards Lu Qingqing. Coupled with the fact that this individual had saved Lu Qingqing, he could not help but ponder further. "Do you think I could be easily deceived? Do you believe me to be so foolish?" Bai Yin countered. "That was not my intention." The mermaid hastily apologized for her reckless words. "That I am merely concerned. These matters were not of our making. They were caused by the people of the Highly tribe." Bai Yin stated directly. The Highly tribe was where Wu Ling resided. "That is impossible. We have had generations of friendship with the Highly tribe, and we are bound by a contract. How could they possibly do such a thing?" The mermaid's immediate reaction was to refute. Although the Highly tribe was a terrestrial tribe, they depended on the sea for their livelihood. If the waters were polluted, they would not fare well either. The daughter of the Highly tribe's leader, Wu Ling, had some discord with Qingqing, so she might resort to such underhanded tactics, hoping to use the merfolk to teach them a lesson. Bai Yin effortlessly revealed Wu Ling's scheme. Upon hearing the name Qingqing, both Qin Xiao and Lu Qingqing's expressions changed, though neither spoke to Wu Ling. I've always known her to be willful and reckless, but I never imagined she could stoop to such treachery. It is truly despicable. The mermaids had always trusted Bai Yan's words. Upon hearing him say this, the crowd erupted into chaos once more, eager to confront Wu Ling Qingqing. Shall we go together? After all, this matter also concerns you. Wu Ling's target is you. Bai Yan turned to Lu Qingqing and inquired with a voice imbued with unmistakable tenderness. At that moment, the onlookers became acutely aware of the unusual atmosphere, particularly the members of the merfolk who had never witnessed a priestess display such gentleness towards anyone. After exchanging glances, the three children silently positioned themselves beside Lu Qingqing. Grasping her hand and looking at Bai Yan with eyes brimming with hostility, they vividly recalled that it was because of the merfolk that they had nearly lost their parents to go. Lu Qingqing responded softly. Wu Ling had conspired against her, nearly leading to the demise of the entire tribe beneath the sea. She felt compelled to seek justice. As Bai Yan and Lu Qingqing reached their resolution, the others naturally held no dissenting opinions and set off towards the Haili tribe. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Wu Ling was at home, reveling in a dream where Lu Qingqing had been swallowed by the ocean. This was the fate that awaited those who opposed her. Wu Ling, the chief is calling for you. A voice suddenly echoed from outside. Wu Ling frowned, rising in discontent to open the door, muttering, "What does father want with me?" The messenger's expression conveyed a sense of urgency. The chief appears quite enraged, and many people have gathered in the tribe. You should brace yourself. A wave of unease surged within Wu Ling, but she shook her head, dismissing the thought as she followed the messenger away. Upon entering the chief's chamber, her gaze immediately fell upon Lu Qingqing and Bai Yan among others, and her heart sank. It was over. Surely her misdeeds had been discovered. Suppressing her growing dread, she hastened to the chief, lifting her head with a smile. "Father, what is it that you need from me?" "Rebellious daughter." The chief bellowed, delivering a swift slap. Stunned, Wu Ling was taken aback. Females were typically cherished in the tribe, especially being the chief's daughter. Despite her previous arrogance, none dared lay a hand on her, let alone her own father. "Father, why do you strike me?" she exclaimed incredulously. "Quickly kneel and admit your wrongs. It is your misdeeds that have brought this upon us." The chief glared at Wu Ling, disappointment etched across his face. His only daughter. She had been spoiled, but he had not anticipated the turmoil she would unleash upon the tribe. "That I do not comprehend your meaning," Wu Ling replied defiantly, resolved to deny all accusations. For as long as she remained silent, no one would know the truth. "You discarded refuse into the sea, framing the Qingshi tribe, nearly endangering the young of our merfolk. Have you forgotten the pact between our tribes? What a malicious heart you possess." The merfolk were the first to step forward, pointing accusingly at Wu Ling. "I do not know what you speak of. You yourself stated there is a pact between our tribes. How could I possibly commit such an act?" Wu Ling retorted instantly. Out of the corner of her eye, she cast a disdainful glance at Lu Qingqing, brazenly asserting, "Surely you have been deceived by someone. The land dwellers are inherently cunning." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing scoffed, ready to respond, but caught sight of Bai Yan's expression nearby, prompting her to hold her tongue. "Do you believe I am maligning you?" Bai Yan inquired. This question left Wu Ling momentarily speechless. She looked up, her body freezing in place. The last time she had encountered Bai Yan was in her childhood. Yet she appeared unchanged, as if time had not touched her. Looking at Bai Yan now, Wu Ling couldn't help but recall the days of her youth when she had wept and begged to marry her. However, after being provoked by Bai Yan's sharp tongue, the latter had retreated into seclusion, and they had not crossed paths since. She wondered why such a trivial matter had summoned Bai Yan out now. Did she know of Wu Ling's misdeeds? When one errs, one must acknowledge it. "Do you think the priestess would falsely accuse you?" Chief Wu Qi gazed at Wu Ling with disappointment. "Did I in the past?" Her caprices were tolerable, but now she had entangled their tribe with the merfolk. "I have warned you countless times that we share a pact with the merfolk and that our entire tribe relies on the sea for survival. Our mother. Yet you dare to pollute it. Have you lost your mind?" Wu Qi clenched his fists, nearly striking her again, but managed to restrain himself I have told you, I did nothing wrong, Wu Ling stubbornly insisted. Wu Qi's frustration boiled over, and disappointment flickered in his gaze as it shifted toward Bai Yin. With great difficulty, he closed his eyes. This child must be dealt with by the merfolk. Her actions have gone too far, and I can no longer indulge her. He bowed deeply toward the merfolk. I sincerely apologize for the trouble she has caused you. You and her daughter owe us nothing. It is they who are at fault. Bai Yin pointed towards Lu Qingqing. Wu Qi immediately understood. Turning to Lu Qingqing to apologize, I failed to raise my daughter properly. However you choose to deal with her, I shall voice no objections. Wu Ling could hardly bear to witness her father bowing and scraping before the person she despised most. Unable to contain herself, she glared fiercely at Lu Qingqing. That I am not in the wrong. If you wish to punish me, you must consider whether you have the ability to do so. The Wu family had once shown her kindness. She could not stand idly by while Wu Ling suffered. Rest assured, leave her to me, and I shall ensure you are satisfied, Bai Yin stated once more to Lu Qingqing. Since Bai Yin had saved Lu Qingqing, she held no objections and nodded in agreement. Bai Yin instructed her followers to bind Wu Ling and suspend her from a large tree by the seaside, her entire being drenched in seawater. With the tide rising, she would be submerged, gasping for breath, and as the waters receded, she would find peace once again. You shall remain here for 3 days and nights, as a form of reparation for the suffering inflicted upon our tribe because of you, Bai Yin remarked coldly, her gaze sweeping over Wu Ling's face. Wu Qi, witnessing this, was filled with sorrow and compassion, ultimately retreating from sight. That Wu Ling could not accept being so humiliated, especially before Lu Qingqing, and erupted into a tirade. The merfolk, unable to bear her outbursts, approached and stuffed seaweed into her mouth. The seaside finally returned to its former tranquility, and Lu Qingqing and her companions prepared to depart. Will you truly not stay? Bai Yin inquired once more. This question immediately aroused suspicion in Qin Xiao and the 3 children, their eyes filled with hostility directed at him. Mother will certainly accompany us. You wicked person, do not think to keep her here. Bao was the first to step forward, shielding Lu Qingqing behind him. But she is not your biological mother. You cannot force her to remain with you. Bai Yin replied with a gentle smile, uttering words that struck deep. That Bao's eyes reflected hurt, yet he steadfastly stood before Lu Qingqing, declaring, I say she is my mother, and that is enough. That the not speak nonsense to the children. Lu Qingqing interjected, her tone tinged with discontent. Bai Yin ceased his insistence, softly adding, should anything arise, this place will always be your sanctuary. You may return at any time. Lu Qingqing felt the warmth of his kindness and understood his intentions were for her benefit, nodding in agreement. Yet, in her heart, she thought that this might be the last opportunity they had to meet. Ultimately, Lu Qingqing turned and departed. Bai Yin gazed longingly at her receding figure, lost in thought. If the priestess truly cherishes this female, why does she not find a way to keep her here? A merfolk queried cautiously from the side. They had never witnessed Bai Yin show such concern for any female before. If she does not wish to stay, then let it be, Bai Yin replied indifferently, turning to vanish into the depths of the ocean. Even as Lu Qingqing accompanied them on their journey, Bao remained anxious, closely watching her, which left Lu Qingqing both amused and exasperated. Why do you keep staring at me? I won't suddenly disappear, she chuckled, poking Bao's forehead playfully. You should just sit properly in the carriage. No way. There are too many eyes on you, mother. I must guard you closely to protect you. What if someone tries to take you away one day? The second child, with a worried expression, spoke up. He had already come to the conclusion that Qin Xiao was utterly inept and unable to keep Lu Qingqing by their side. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing seemed to genuinely cherish their 3 children, prompting them to make every effort to retain her presence. He dared not imagine the kind of life they would lead if Lu Qingqing were to leave. Moreover, he had sincerely regarded Lu Qingqing as his own mother. I won't leave. A warm feeling surged within Lu Qingqing's heart. Glancing at Qin Xiao from the corner of her eye, their gazes met for a fleeting moment before quickly averting, since embarking on their journey. She had sensed something amiss with Qin Xiao, though she couldn't quite articulate what it was. He felt as though he had been avoiding her. Had something happened? Unable to comprehend it fully, Lu Qingqing ultimately seized an opportunity to approach Qin Xiao. Is something troubling you? No matter the circumstances, they had forged a blood bond and needed to take care of the three children together. Qingqing felt it her duty to check on Qin Xiao. I'm fine, Qin Xiao replied, shaking his head, his gaze fixed on the ground. Lost in thought, such a demeanor hardly suggested that he was truly fine. Yet, since he was unwilling to elaborate, Qingqing deemed it unnecessary to press further and began to rise to leave. Just as she turned, however, someone grasped her arm from behind, and she looked back in confusion. But you think my beast form is ugly? Qingqing was taken aback. In her eyes, Qin Xiao's beast form had nothing to do with ugliness. Could it be that his recent gloom stemmed from this matter? Are you unhappy because you believe I find your beast form unappealing? Sitting beside Qin Xiao, she asked, perplexed, why would you think that? Qin Xiao's eyes revealed a sense of bewilderment as he explained, it seems everyone despises my beast form. They used to throw stones at me, then my beast form must be quite ugly and disgusting. Summoning his courage, he looked at Qingqing and softly added, I apologize for frightening you that day. Rest assured, the three children and my beast form don't resemble each other too closely. Unexpectedly, Qingqing responded, I don't find your beast form ugly at all. It's quite handsome and imposing, truly beautiful, and your scales are stunningly radiant. Qin Xiao initially thought her words were mere consolation, but upon looking into her eyes, he saw sincerity reflected back. It appeared she genuinely found his beast form appealing. Realizing this, Qin Xiao asked again, you truly think my beast form is attractive? You can speak honestly. I'm not that fragile. I genuinely believe your beast form is handsome. I'm not forcing myself. Qingqing stated earnestly. Each word she uttered struck Qin Xiao's heart like a heavy blow. Is this the reason you've been unhappy lately? It doesn't matter. If someone finds your beast form unattractive, it is surely a reflection of their own poor taste, not yours. Qingqing gently patted Qin Xiao's shoulder, encouraging him, you shouldn't concern yourself too much with others' opinions. Regardless, we are still here for you. Qingqing couldn't help but recall that in the original story, Qin Xiao had never transformed into his beast form, likely for this very reason. Encouraged by Qingqing's words, Qin Xiao's expression softened, his gaze toward her imbued with tenderness, and a faint smile unconsciously graced his lips. Observing him in this light, Qingqing found herself momentarily stunned. Qin Xiao was already strikingly handsome, yet his usual demeanor carried an air of darkness and a lack of mirth that made him seem distant in this moment. However, he radiated a warmth that made him appear like an ordinary young man. Considering his age, Qin Xiao was merely at the university level in the modern world, yet here he faced such trials. With this thought, Qingqing felt a surge of maternal affection and gently reached out to stroke his hair. Murmuring, those who speak ill of you are not worth your concern. You needn't take their words to heart. Qin Xiao's body tensed momentarily. He was not fond of such intimate gestures. Yet, at this moment, he felt no inclination to reject her. He wished for this moment to linger. After a significant pause, Qingqing reluctantly withdrew her hand, finding the sensation rather pleasant. However, such opportunities might be rare in the future. For Qin Xiao, as the main antagonist, was not someone to be casually touched. Let us return. It's time to set off again, Qingqing said as she walked toward the direction of the three children. I think they've made up. Father is smiling, the eldest child whispered. Where is the smile? Hasn't he always worn that same expression? No wonder mother ignores him. He always looks so fierce. The second child couldn't help but complain. After this exchange, the three children exchanged glances and burst into laughter. We can't let father hear this. Otherwise, he might spank you. The third child said gleefully, as long as we don't say anything. No one will know. The second child scoffed, warning his brothers, you better not let a word of this reach father's ears. Otherwise, I'll sneak into your bed at night and accuse you of wetting it. You're utterly shameless, the eldest and third children exclaimed in unison. What is going on here? Both laughing and getting angry, Qingqing approached, having not overheard their conversation, yet noticing their expressions. Nothing, the second child replied hastily. Casting a threatening glance at his brothers, the eldest and third children nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. Qingqing could easily see the little secrets among the three brothers, but she deemed it a trivial matter. So she let it be. Sensing that Lu Qingqing would not press further, the three brothers sighed in relief, exchanging furtive glances. The group continued their trek back. They had purchased an abundance of items at the market. And even the most vigorous of beastmen began to feel overwhelmed, their pace slowing. Meanwhile, in a cave near the tribe, Menglan watched the downpour outside, increasingly agitated by the damp atmosphere within, as the most favored female of the tribe. She now found herself hiding like a rat in a cave, living a life devoid of light, and the food available was becoming nauseating. The beast pelts beneath her were damp, and her body emitted an odor from not having bathed for an extended period. If this continued, she felt she might go mad. No, she had to get out. No one could stop her any longer. However, just as she stood and approached the cave's entrance, she collided with someone. The other person looked at her with dissatisfaction. "What do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you to stay put in the cave? I've been trapped here for too long. I want to get some fresh air. Besides, it's raining heavily today. I won't be seen by anyone from the tribe." Menglan quickly retorted. "The weather is getting cooler. Everyone is busy gathering food. Even in this heavy rain, the outside is filled with tribe members if they catch wind of you being hidden here. Do you want me to be expelled from the tribe along with you?" The beastman in front of her barked impatiently. "Oh, what if I get expelled? You have such strong hunting skills. Even without the tribe's protection, we can still manage just fine," Menglan replied defiantly. The scrawny individual looked at her as if she were a fool. "Have you lost your mind? Winter is fast approaching. Without the tribe's protection, you'll only meet a miserable end. Even if it means a miserable end, I no longer wish to live this way. I've had enough," Menglan shouted in frustration. "Even if you wish to die, don't drag me down with you. Do you have any idea the pressure I'm under to keep you hidden here? If outsiders find out, I'm finished." The orc's expression was one of palpable impatience. He was Qingqing, who had harbored feelings for Menglan since childhood. Unfortunately, Menglan had always been proud and aloof, completely disregarding him, and no matter how he professed his affection, Menglan steadfastly refused to accept him as her mate. It was only when Menglan was cast out from the tribe, left to fend for herself, that Qingqing felt he finally had a chance. He stealthily emerged to provide her with shelter in a nearby cave, occasionally bringing her supplies. However, being in close proximity to her, Menglan's irritable disposition began to deeply affect him, and Qingqing felt as though he could hardly endure it any longer. "Here, eat this," Qingqing said, tossing some roasted meat to Menglan. "Why is there less and less food? I'm still hungry," Menglan complained, her dissatisfaction evident. "And I want fruit and honey." Upon hearing this, Qingqing couldn't help but retort. "I lack the means to fulfill all your whims. The people in the tribe are waiting for Lu Qingqing and the others to return. All surplus food is being reserved for winter. This little bit is what I've managed to save. Are you willing to eat or not?" Qingqing felt his patience wearing thin. He had never realized before how exasperating Menglan could be. When had Menglan ever been treated with such disdain by Qingqing? He had always been gentle and considerate towards her, never uttering a harsh word. Ultimately, it was because she was no longer the belle of the tribe. Menglan harbored a deep sense of discontent, though she did not dare to express it. She was currently dependent on Qingqing for survival. If he were to abandon her, she would truly be lost. With this thought, Menglan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She looked up and offered him a gentle smile. "I was too hasty. Please don't be angry. I was merely reminded of Lu Qingqing's poor mood and spoke out of turn." "Are you still resentful towards Lu Qingqing? You must know she has never wronged you. Is it possible that you still think of Qingqiu?" Qingqing asked bluntly. Menglan's countenance darkened. She had certainly not moved on from Qingqiu. However, what she desired now was not to have Qingqiu as her mate, but to see him and Lu Qingqing kneeling before her, begging for mercy. She wished for them to suffer humiliation 100-fold more than she had. "I have long since let him go. My heart belongs only to you now, and I only wish for you to be my mate," Menglan said, settling into Qingqing's embrace and wrapping her arms around his neck. "I am so anxious because I carry our offspring that I do not want our child to be born into such an environment. That would be too cruel as a father. Wouldn't you want him to grow up in a better place?" Upon hearing these words, Qingqing was taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. "Is what you say true? You are really carrying my child?" "I'm going to be a father," he exclaimed out of course. Menglan replied hurriedly. Regardless of my situation, I do not find it burdensome, but I truly do not wish for our child to grow up in such surroundings. Just look at the environment around us. Where could a newborn possibly thrive here? I fear he might not survive past birth, especially with winter approaching. Qingqi's expression shifted repeatedly. He could not deny that Menglan's every word struck deeply within his heart. His hand instinctively moved to caress Menglan's belly, where a new life was growing, that he was no longer young and was already at the age where fatherhood was expected. With this in mind, Qingqi's gaze grew resolute as he stated, "Do not worry. I will find a way that I will not allow you and our child to live in this cave forever. Why child will grow up under the sun?" Hearing this, Menglan's lips curled into a faint smile. Though it was quickly suppressed, she nestled deeper into Qingqi's embrace, whispering, "I believe you can do it." Such words provided Qingqi with immense encouragement, further solidifying his resolve. They prepared to return to the tribe. The faces of their party glowed with renewed hope. Yet, at that moment, a group of individuals suddenly halted their cart, startling them. Had it not been for the swift reaction of the pulling orc, injuries could have ensued. "What are you doing? Do you realize how dangerous this is?" Xiao exclaimed, alighting from the cart to reprimand the assembly before him. But as his gaze fell upon them, he was taken aback. These individuals appeared woefully destitute. Both the orcs and the females looked painfully emaciated, as though they had not had a proper meal in ages. Many bore various scars, with some limping noticeably. "What happened to you?" Xiao inquired, frowning. "Our tribe was attacked, and we seek your refuge or at least some food. We are on the brink of collapse," the speaker, an elderly man who seemed to be the leader of the group, said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Even in his humiliation, he had to speak out. Their tribe could not withstand much longer. Xiao, observing them, ultimately decided to send some food their way. That was all he could do. "These frail and ailing individuals would not benefit the tribe. I am sorry, but our tribe cannot take you in. We can only offer you some food," Xiao declared. Upon hearing this, the light in the eyes of those present dimmed instantly. This answer was not entirely unexpected, yet remained difficult for them to accept. With winter looming, they feared they would not survive without shelter. Understanding the gravity of their situation, the crowd could not help but stifle their sobs. Xiao felt a pang of compassion. Yet as the leader, he had to prioritize the tribe's interests, unwilling to invite trouble upon them. Unexpectedly, someone from the crowd timidly asked, "Are you from the Qingqi tribe?" Upon Xiao's nod, a figure stepped forward, joy illuminating their face. "That we are from the Qingqing tribe. Lu Qingqing is one of our kin." Xiao's expression immediately turned troubled. Under normal circumstances, he would have expelled outsiders without hesitation. However, the Qingqing tribe was Lu Qingqing's homeland, and among these people were likely her relatives and friends. Contemplating this, he called for Lu Qingqing to come over. After all, with her capabilities, if she wished to assist these individuals, there was no reason she couldn't. "Are we truly in the Qingqi tribe now? With Lu Qingqing present, will they be willing to keep us?" Someone murmured, skepticism lacing their voice. "I doubt it. Lu Qingqing lacks that kind of influence. And besides, our relationship with her is not particularly warm. That if she holds any power, wouldn't she seek revenge against us?" Although they belonged to the same Qingqing tribe, their relationship with Lu Qingqing was tenuous at best. The orcs were typically diligent and hard-working, while the original bearer of this body was an exception, someone unable to endure hardship, contributing nothing of value to the tribe. Her delicate nature often led to conflicts with others. Fortunately, the tribe members were generally kind-hearted. They would merely turn away in disdain upon encountering her, without any further hostility. Nevertheless, the impression she had left was overwhelmingly negative, making retaliation a distinct possibility, especially considering Xiao's evident regard for Lu Qingqing. They feared what might happen should she decide to act against them. Lu Yuan, understanding their concerns, spoke up. "Everyone, do not worry too much. Lu Qingqing is a good person. Witnessing your suffering, she certainly would not turn a blind eye. However, if she truly cannot assist us, I hope you all can understand." Lu Yuan recalled the sight of Lu Qingqing he had encountered that day. She seemed to have changed significantly from the person etched in his memory. If it were indeed her, perhaps she could truly assist them. The people of the Qingqing tribe had endured unbearable torment. Liu Qingqing was initially perplexed as to why everything had suddenly stopped, only to be informed of the calamities that had befallen the Qingqing tribe. Without a moment's hesitation, she alighted from the vehicle and walked steadily forward. Among the crowd, there were some familiar faces, particularly Lu Yuan. However, unlike the person he had seen a while ago, Lu Yuan at this moment appeared to have been severely ravaged, his frame considerably weakened. "What has happened to you all?" Liu Qingqing inquired urgently. Upon learning of the tribulations faced by the Qingqing tribe, she fell into deep contemplation. Although she shared no emotional ties with these individuals, they were nonetheless kin and friends to her adoptive parents. Furthermore, Liu Qingqing could not bear to stand idly by while these people faced death. Contemplating this, her gaze settled on Xiao, a hint of shyness coloring her expression. "Chief, can our tribe offer them refuge? I will attend to their injuries, and I will also address their needs for food and other necessities." Liu Qingqing's decision was anticipated by Xiao, and he was not taken aback. With a smile, he replied, "We owe much to you during this time. It is no burden for us to shelter these individuals. Just give the word, and we shall handle the rest. The other beastmen in the tribe will surely have no objections." "Then I thank you," Liu Qingqing said with a smile, continuing, "Our tribe is indeed in need of manpower. Though they may appear frail, they can still be of use." She then directed her gaze towards the members of the Qingqing tribe nearby, adjusting her demeanor before stating, "If you wish to align yourselves with the Qingqing tribe, you may do so. However, let it be clear from this moment forth, the Qingqing tribe shall cease to exist. You will henceforth be regarded as members of the Qingqing tribe. Moreover, upon joining, you shall not receive provisions without contributing labor. Rest assured, we shall not overburden you." Liu Qingqing's words resonated with the members of the Qingqing tribe, who exchanged glances, momentarily struck dumb. Soon, however, an indescribable joy surged within them. They had not anticipated the Qingqing tribe would genuinely welcome their allegiance. As for the dissolution of the Qingqing tribe, they had already come to terms with that reality. For all of them, survival was the most pressing concern. One member of the Qingqing tribe, filled with eagerness, declared, "We agree." His grateful gaze fell upon Liu Qingqing as he complexly added, "Thank you." Liu Qingqing signaled for others to assist in settling the members of the Qingqing tribe into the vehicle. With so many injured aboard, their pace noticeably slowed. The Qingqing tribe, renowned for its stature, possessed such remarkable means of transportation, something the Qingqing tribe had never encountered before. The members of the Qingqing tribe cautiously approached their Qingqing counterparts, expressing their admiration. "You are truly impressive." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan silently listened, a frown knitting his brow. Something about the situation felt far from straightforward. He recalled that during his last visit to the Qingqing tribe, he had not encountered anything similar. Could it be? This is something Liu Qingqing taught us, that we never had such things before. The members of the Qingqing tribe excitedly explained, their enthusiasm growing. Not only that, but she also taught us how to cultivate, prepare exquisite meals, and construct fortifications. Without her, we would not be enjoying our current lives. These words left the members of the Qingqing tribe in a state of shock. Was this truly the Liu Qingqing they recognized? "Aren't you from the same tribe as Liu Qingqing? How could you be unaware of these matters?" The Qingqing tribe members could not help but inquire. The Qingqing tribe members exchanged awkward smiles, none daring to speak further. Though their journey was slow, they managed to return to the Qingqing tribe 3 days later. Xiao ensured the members of the Qingqing tribe were settled, and Liu Qingqing approached to organize the injured. Upon learning that Liu Qingqing intended to treat the wounded, Song Sheng rushed over to assist her, even volunteering to tend to their injuries. The wounds are festering, and the situation is dire. They're also running a high fever. "I can only bandage the wounds and administer some fever-reducing medication," Song Sheng lamented, gazing at the grievous injuries before him. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such horrific wounds. "Are you a healer? Please, save me. I do not wish to die," one individual pleaded, gripping Song Sheng's arm in desperation. The compassionate heart of a healer could not bear such scenes, and Song Sheng's gaze sought Liu Qingqing for assistance. "Master, do you have a way to resolve this?" Upon hearing Song Sheng refer to Liu Qingqing as master, the members of the Qingqing tribe gazed at her in astonishment. Was Liu Qingqing truly so formidable? Did she possess medical skills? The injured could not afford to ponder these matters. They turned to Lu Qingqing, begging, "Lu Qingqing, please save me. I will do anything if you are willing to help." Lu Qingqing, surveying the terrifying injuries, fell into contemplation. The wounds were indeed festering and would require careful debridement. However, in this world, she had yet to find sufficient anesthetics, fearing the patient would have to endure the pain. Given the severity of the injuries, it seemed she would need to scrape down to the bone. This is quite a challenge, she thought. Observing Lu Qingqing's demeanor, the injured man, Jin Yuan, grew agitated, mistakenly believing she was holding on to past grievances and unwilling to assist him. He struggled to rise, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Please, I beg you, save me. I apologize for my previous actions. It was wrong of me to treat you that way. I will dedicate the rest of my life to serving you if you save me." At last, Lu Qingqing snapped back to reality, rushing forward to help him up. She understood the nature of the conflict between him and the original host. It was hardly a significant matter. It stemmed from a dispute between the original host and a female whom Jin Yuan admired. He had mocked the original host, claiming that even as a female, she was undesirable. Their animosity had grown, and they were always at odds whenever they met. Lu Qingqing dismissed the matter from her mind. First, she was not the original host. Second, the incident had not been entirely Jin Yuan's fault. The original host had carelessly bumped into the female without offering an apology, instead ridiculing her. "Rest assured, I will save you," Lu Qingqing assured him. "The past is not your fault. I was too headstrong. I have matured now and will no longer act as I did before. Let's put our differences behind us. Master, do you know how to resolve this?" Song Sheng inquired eagerly, his eyes alight with anticipation. "Saving his life is not particularly difficult, though it may be a bit troublesome that we will need to remove the necrotic tissue with something sharp. Apply herbal remedies and administer some medicinal soup, and then he should be fine," Lu Qingqing explained. "However, as you can see, his wounds are severe, and it will undoubtedly be painful. He may not withstand it. Moreover, we currently lack any sharp instruments. We can only use a stone knife to slowly scrape, which will be excruciating for the patient." It was clear that there were several others within the group who suffered similarly, and they could not afford to delay. Lu Qingqing turned her gaze to Jin Yuan, speaking again, "I will have someone hold your limbs. It will hurt a great deal, so prepare yourself and try not to struggle. That I will ensure your survival." Upon hearing her words, Jin Yuan nodded vigorously. "You need not worry. I am particularly resilient to pain. As you see fit. I promise I will not utter a sound." Lu Qingqing did not take his words to heart. She pondered deeply. Suddenly, a thought surged in her mind, and a smile graced her lips. How could she have forgotten about that? Lu Qingqing, with a radiant expression, retrieved Qin Xiu's scale from her bosom. It was undoubtedly the sharpest object she had encountered since her arrival in this world. During this period, she had been utilizing this scale to prepare ingredients. While it may not have been capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, it was certainly sufficient for her needs. However, she gazed at the scale in her hand with a twinge of regret, for it was a solitary piece she had fortuitously found by the seaside. Qin Xiu, noticing her reluctance, felt a stir of emotion. He approached her with a few steps, leaning in to whisper, "I have more. I shall gift you some later." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's satisfaction grew, and her reluctance diminished. Observing this exchange, Qin Xiu could not help but smile. "Hold him steady. Do not allow him to move," Lu Qingqing instructed. Song Sheng, "Watch closely as I tend to these wounds. You shall attend to the remaining minor injuries afterward." With a deep breath, she began her work, meticulously treating each wound, oblivious to the sweat trickling down her forehead, her focus solely on the injuries before her. Qin Xiu, watching intently, reached out to wipe her brow, his gaze filled with tenderness as time passed. Lu Qingqing finally completed her task. When she looked up at Jin Yuan, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. She applied herbal remedies to his wounds and provided Song Sheng with a prescription, instructing him to prepare it for Jin Yuan. The others with injuries exhibiting signs of high fever could also take the medicine. Song Sheng readily accepted her instructions, feeling rather pleased to learn from Lu Qingqing rather than perceiving it as her commanding him. "Please be vigilant tonight. Should anything arise, Feel free to seek me out. I am utterly exhausted and shall return to rest now, Lu Qingqing stated before attempting to rise. However, as she did so, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to sway unsteadily. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. Her last memory was of Qin Xiu's urgent voice calling out, "Qingqing." When Lu Qingqing regained consciousness, it was already deep into the night. She slowly opened her eyes, still adjusting to the darkness. Upon noticing a figure leaning by her bedside, she was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Qin Xiu to be keeping vigil at her side. Yet, it seemed only natural. Their relationship had notably improved as of late, and Qin Xiu no longer regarded her with the same disdain as before. Perhaps cohabiting in this manner was not so bad after all. Otherwise, as a female in this beastly world, she would undoubtedly face harassment. "You are awake? How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Qin Xiu, with heightened senses in the night, immediately sensed her awakening and eagerly inquired. "I am fine. I have merely been fatigued lately. A good rest will suffice," Lu Qingqing replied nonchalantly. However, Qin Xiu continued, "I shall venture outside tomorrow to hunt some game to replenish your strength. You must rest well. The matters of cultivation in the tribe can wait for now. There is nothing pressing for me to do, and I am simply weary from the journey." Lu Qingqing felt a warmth surge within her heart. "Nothing is more important than your well-being. You must rest properly. You are single-handedly managing the affairs of the entire tribe, and it is far too taxing on you," Qin Xiu insisted resolutely. Lu Qingqing, slightly exasperated, pondered for a moment before responding. "Staying cooped up indoors all day can lead to illness. Moderate exercise is beneficial for one's health." Seeing that Qin Xiu was about to argue further, she added, "I am knowledgeable in medicine. I understand my own body better than you do." "Very well," Qin Xiu conceded, though he did not forget to remind her, "If you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me and the 3 children handle it. Do not overexert yourself. Come join me to rest," Lu Qingqing said softly, clearing a space for him on the bed. Though they had shared the bed many times before, this time, inexplicably, a slight blush and embarrassment graced her cheeks. Qin Xiu, on the other hand, was unfazed. Rising to lie beside her, a distance remained between them, each hesitant to breach the gap. After a night of pleasant dreams, Lu Qingqing was astonished to discover that she had unwittingly nestled into Qin Xiu's embrace. Startled, she quickly glanced up at his face, relieved to see him still soundly asleep. Cautiously, she extricated herself from his arms, noticing that he remained oblivious to her departure. Her gaze fell upon Qin Xiu's face, and she found herself captivated. In slumber, he appeared much softer than in waking moments, devoid of his usual sharpness, exuding an aura of approachability. Unable to resist, Lu Qingqing gently caressed his cheek. It must be said that Qin Xiu possessed the most alluring visage she had ever encountered in both of her lifetimes. Regrettably, his temperament was rather harsh, and their interactions had been far from harmonious. Otherwise, she might have wished to cultivate a deeper connection with him. Reflecting on their recent experiences together, Lu Qingqing's expression hardened, and she withdrew her hand, diverting her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment her hand retreated, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Xiu's countenance. Despite his tightly shut eyes, a commotion outside captured Lu Qingqing's attention, prompting her to rise and head towards the door. The 3 children stood resolutely at the entrance, refusing to allow anyone outside to enter. "Do not be obstinate. We have crucial matters to discuss with you," Song Sheng implored, his anxiety palpable as he struggled not to resort to force against the children. His expression was grim, having stood guard all night, with dark circles under his eyes, looking as though he might collapse at any moment. "We cannot allow anyone in. Mother is resting. She has already collapsed from exhaustion and must not be disturbed until she has recuperated," Bao insisted stubbornly, refusing to budge. His eyes were filled with hostility as he glared at Song Sheng. "Mother's health is paramount. I will not permit you to trouble her further. Indeed, if you insist on causing a ruckus here, do not blame us for being unkind," Bao added, brandishing a stick and glaring fiercely at Song Sheng. The 3 brothers had always harbored disdain for Song Sheng, especially since he harbored intentions of usurping Lu Qingqing. Moreover, given that Lu Qingqing had already collapsed from fatigue, it was utterly outrageous for them to seek her out. Song Sheng silently lamented his predicament. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, he would never have approached Lu Qingqing. He was left with no choice. Lives were at stake, and this matter necessitated her expertise. He attempted to persuade the three children, but Bao scoffed, "Are you not the shaman of the tribe? Why do you lack the ability to save lives? It is utterly pathetic. You cannot rely on Mother to save everyone." Upon hearing Bao's complaints, Song Sheng felt a pang of embarrassment. He was aware that he could not expect Lu Qingqing to shoulder every burden. Yet, in this dire situation, he was truly at a loss. "What has happened? Did something happen to Jin Yuan?" Lu Qingqing inquired as she opened the door, observing the standoff. Upon hearing her voice, Song Sheng's expression transformed, as though he had heard the most enchanting melody. "Mother, please do not concern yourself with them. You are utterly exhausted and must rest well," San Bao urged, stepping forward to gently grasp Lu Qingqing's hand, attempting to guide her back inside. However, Lu Qingqing crouched down, her expression earnest as she spoke. "San Bao, lives are at stake. Since I possess the skills to heal them, I must do so. I cannot allow them to lose their lives unnecessarily." The reason she articulated this to San Bao was her concern that he might, like a character from the original story, learn medicine but only master the art of poisoning to harm others. San Bao's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Then, Lu Qingqing rose and turned to Song Sheng once more, asking, "I have rested enough. Let us discuss as we walk." Song Sheng eagerly agreed, following closely behind her as he explained, "The current situation is not that Jin Yuan has encountered trouble. Rather, several individuals have fallen ill after consuming food, experiencing gastrointestinal distress and persistent diarrhea, with some already unable to withstand it and collapsing." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing immediately grasped the situation. It must have been due to their prolonged hunger that their sudden consumption of food had led to this. She had not anticipated that these orcs were unaware of such common knowledge. Had she known, she would have warned them in advance. This was not a significant issue. She instructed someone to gather some herbs from the vicinity. Lu Qingqing described the appearance of the herbs to them, urging them to collect as much as possible. "Are we going to die?" a young cub asked in a hushed tone, his eyes filled with despair. Lu Qingqing, who was inspecting Jin Yuan's wound, felt relieved upon noticing that his fever had finally subsided. Hearing the cub's question, she quickly approached him and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am called Yudai." The cub murmured, his gaze clouded with fear, though he made an effort to suppress it. "Are you afraid?" Lu Qingqing asked again, "I am not afraid." Yet, despite her defiant response, her body trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps the cub was more sensitive to the environment around her. The journey had rendered her somewhat numb to the tumult and the partings of life and death. She certainly feared death, but so many who had been afraid along the way had ultimately succumbed to it. What use was her fear? Lu Qingqing sighed silently, reaching out to gently stroke the cub's hair, whispering, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, you will not perish. Look at Uncle Jin. Is he not lively and well now?" Lu Qingqing chuckled softly before continuing, "Did you enjoy the food we gave you yesterday?" Yudai licked her lips and nodded vigorously. "It was delicious. You will be fine. You will have plenty more of those delightful foods." Lu Qingqing assured her, In many instances, a person's will to survive is paramount in the face of illness. As long as they maintain their resolve to live, they would undoubtedly be all right." While waiting for the orcs to return with the herbs, Lu Qingqing had them prepare a large bowl of broth for each of them. She then cautioned Song Sheng, "When a person is extremely hungry, their stomach is quite fragile. Do not give them heavy meats. Have them prepare some chicken soup, ensuring to skim off the fat." Song Sheng nodded in understanding and promptly relayed her instructions. The survival instinct of the orcs has always been remarkably resilient. Whether due to consuming toxic herbs or sustaining injuries, they have managed to endure solely through their willpower. Lu Qingqing instilled sufficient confidence in the injured orcs, repeatedly assuring them that they would be fine. They too felt a steadfast conviction within themselves. Finally, after a few days, their condition began to improve. Lu Qingqing instructed those in more serious condition to continue resting, leaving some individuals to care for them while the others began to busy themselves. "Chief, winter is approaching, and I have some ideas I wish to share with you." Lu Qingqing approached Xiaoan, which excited him immensely. He understood well that Lu Qingqing's suggestions always brought tremendous benefits to the entire tribe. He eagerly listened. In addition to teaching the tribe how to cook and cultivate, I also wish to prepare smoked meats and pickled vegetables, which can be preserved for extended periods. Even during winter, we can still fare quite well. Furthermore, the cotton we procure can be combined with animal hides to create bedding and blankets for warmth, especially for the cubs. Lu Qingqing proposed numerous suggestions, leaving Xiao and momentarily speechless. I can somewhat grasp the idea of using cotton, but what exactly are pickled vegetables and smoked meats? Xiao asked, unable to contain his curiosity that it involved preparing vegetables and meats using special methods so that they can be preserved for several months without spoiling. This ensures we have ample supplies during winter, albeit the taste may be somewhat lacking, Lu Qingqing explained patiently. Are you saying that this way, the meat will not spoil? Xiao asked eagerly. Despite the cold winter, food stored for extended periods would still go bad. No matter how careful they were by spring each year, they would have to close their eyes and simply consume whatever they had. The rugged orcs could manage, but the females and cubs often struggled, with some even succumbing to illness. This was a concern Xiao had always harbored. Not at all. It will not cause discomfort, Lu Qingqing confirmed, continuing, with this, our provisions and warmth for the coming winter will be largely resolved. In truth, Lu Qingqing had many more ambitions, such as constructing houses. Currently, their dwelling was merely a transformed cave, and although the entrance was blocked, it was still prone to drafts. One could only imagine how cold it would be during winter. She envisioned weaving cotton into clothing, diverting water from the mountains, and creating pottery to replace the stone pots currently in use. However, these were monumental endeavors that could not be completed in mere months. With winter approaching, time was of the essence. Lu Qingqing could only devise temporary solutions for the immediate challenges, leaving other plans for the following year. Very well, I will arrange for people to learn. Xiao responded, brimming with excitement. He had anticipated that Lu Qingqing would surprise him, but he had not expected such monumental news. The word spread throughout the tribe. Lu Qingqing could hear the jubilant roars of the orcs from afar. There's one more thing, Lu Qingqing stated. When winter arrives and everyone is less occupied, I wish to teach everyone literacy and arithmetic. Xiao's expression turned perplexed once more. What is that? Writing is the key to inheritance. It allows for communication and the documentation of events. Lu Qingqing attempted to explain, but he could not grasp the concept. She picked up a stick and wrote her name, Lu Qingqing, in the earth. This is my name. Once you learn to read and write, these 3 characters will represent me. Time may pass, and once we are gone, no one will remember us. However, with writing, we can record our experiences and the history of the tribe, ensuring that we are not forgotten, no matter how many years have passed. Once dead, we return to dust. What does it matter if we are remembered or not? Xiao still did not fully comprehend. Lu Qingqing sighed in frustration, lamenting her limited vocabulary and inability to articulate her thoughts. After much contemplation, a thought finally emerged. I recall you once mentioned that long ago. The messenger of the beast god descended upon the beast realm. He taught the orcs many things before vanishing. The knowledge he imparted was passed down orally, but as time passed, it was largely forgotten. However, with writing, this will no longer be the case, that we can document these teachings and pass them down through generations, ensuring that nothing is forgotten. At this point, Xiao's expression shifted, revealing a contemplative demeanor. She bit her lip and pressed on. Moreover, I dreamt recently that someone gifted me a book containing methods for planting, smoking meat, and pickling vegetables, along with the uses of various herbs. Upon awakening, I inexplicably understood writing and the contents of the book. I believe this is the beast god's will. He wishes for us to learn literacy. Is that true? Did the beast god truly gift you something? Xiao asked, his excitement palpable. After Lu Qingqing nodded, he took a moment to regain his composure. He could not help but exclaim, "You must understand that you're the only one who knows how to read. If no other orc can comprehend it, your status in the entire orc world will be unparalleled, even surpassing that of a chief like me. You possess a treasure. Are you truly willing to share it?" Xiao gazed at Lu Qingqing with a complex expression. The leader. He felt a sense of joy at her willingness to share these treasures. However, That joy was soon overshadowed by a growing concern for her well-being. He was not so devoid of conscience as to think of her only as a means to an end. The beast god, having entrusted these treasures to him, surely wished for them to be shared among all, rather than hoarded by a single individual. If he would keep this bounty to himself, the beast god would likely reclaim it. Qingqing spoke with calm assurance, her gaze shifting as she regarded Xiao, and it was indeed remarkable for someone like him, who prioritized the tribe's interests above all, to articulate such sentiments. You need not worry, my leader. The beast god has granted me this magnificent gift, along with the ability to safeguard it, and myself. With a confident smile, she added, should anyone attempt to harm me out of greed in the future, I shall not fear. They will ultimately face the consequences. Seeing Qingqing in this light, Xiao found himself inexplicably inclined to trust her words. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at her earnestly. I must apologize for my earlier support of Meng Lan. With that, he bowed solemnly in her direction. Qingqing was taken aback for a moment. But then a smile graced her face. It's all in the past. I am nearly forgotten it. She understood the leader's actions. He had done his utmost. Furthermore, everything that transpired thereafter indicated that Xiao was not of malicious intent. This was merely a consensus across the orc world, not solely his fault. Then it's settled, Qingqing concluded. After receiving a nod from Xiao, she turned and returned to her quarters. She began to busily gather a group of individuals to teach them the art of curing meat and making pickles. Upon learning that these items could be preserved for extended periods without causing illness, the people of the tribe were filled with excitement, diligently absorbing the knowledge. During this time, Xiao had also been honing his culinary skills. While his creations could not rival those of Qingqing, they were still quite palatable. She entrusted him with the task of preparing meals at home. Qingqing worked tirelessly, leaving early and returning late, often grabbing a quick bite before collapsing into bed. However, that night, she sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Qingqing opened her eyes, her complex gaze landing on Xiao. Bathed in moonlight, she could only see his back, but she could feel the heat emanating from him. That he running a fever. The thought ignited a wave of concern within her, especially as she awaited his response, which did not come. What on earth is going on? She reached out to gently nudge him, noticing the rigidity of his body. Attempting to coax Xiao to turn, she was met with silence, amplifying her anxiety. She hurried to examine his face, only to find it flushed, her hand nearly scorched by his warmth. You have a fever? Realizing this, she sprang up to fetch some herbs. Yet, as soon as she moved, Xiao wrapped his arms around her waist, his grip as firm as iron. Confusion coursed through her, and just as she was about to speak, she felt him lean closer, his heavy breaths brushing against her ear, causing her body to shiver involuntarily. Xiao made no further moves, merely holding her, his breathing growing more labored, restrained in that moment. Qingqing suddenly understood. He was not feverish. He was in heat. Months had passed since the last occurrence, and she had nearly forgotten about it. Calm down, Qingqing could only utter, her heart racing with uncertainty. Previously, their encounter had been an unknowing haze, but now both were acutely aware, and she felt a strong resistance within her. Xiao finally spoke. Uttering a single word, he retained a sliver of rationality, aware that Qingqing seemed to resist him, and he did not wish to pressure her. You should leave, he said, exerting immense effort to loosen his grip. Curling up on the bed, a picture of torment, Qingqing froze, standing to regard the man on the bed, her heart flooded with conflicting emotions. She had read about the agony experienced by males in heat. Some orcs were said to pound against walls in their desperation, wishing for death. Observing Xiao's state made it evident what kind of suffering he was enduring. Are you all right? She asked, unable to suppress her concern. Leave, he growled, suppressing his desires. I do not wish to hurt you. Logically, she should have turned and left in that moment. After all, his afflictions were not her concern. Moreover, he was the greatest antagonist in the story and unlikely to face repercussions over such matters. Yet, seeing the man drenched in sweat, her heart softened. They had been roommates for quite some time. She could not simply stand by and watch him suffer, but she could not sacrifice herself either. Qingqing gazed at Xiao, suddenly striking her own face lightly. She felt pity for the man, but he could endure his suffering alone. She ought to refrain from meddling. Having steeled herself, she turned to leave. However, just as she took a step, her mind flickered back to the sorrowful expression Qingqiu had worn when discussing his beast form, but a pang of pain shot through her heart. She realized she could no longer treat him as a stranger. Ultimately, she turned back, gazing deeply at him on the bed. Resigned, she stood by Qingqiu's side and whispered, "Fine, I will help you." Those few words brushed against Qingqiu's ears like a gentle breeze. Clear amidst his torment. Struggling, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. "What did you say?" "That wasn't my intention. What I meant was," Lu Qingqing began, only for her wrist to be seized by the man on the bed. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in his embrace, and before she could protest, her lips were captured, her words dissolving into soft moans. She felt his hands wandering at her waist, her entire body turning to jelly. Weakly clinging to him, "No. Please," Lu Qingqing attempted to resist, but felt a sudden chill wash over her. She was engulfed by an overwhelming tide of emotion, surrendering to his desires. The moment her rationality slipped away, she cried out inwardly. She wanted to help him, but not in this manner. Qingqiu spent an entire day and night in fervor, leaving Lu Qingqing hoarse from futile attempts to halt him. As he seemed impervious to her pleas, "That I'm sorry. I cannot control myself," he murmured, his voice husky and Lu Qingqing felt an urge to lash out, yet she was ensnared once more in the throes of desire, lost to the world around her. The following day, 3 children intended to call for them but paused at the door, hearing peculiar sounds of "Is mother unwell?" "She sounds uncomfortable," Xiao Bao queried. Worry etched across his face as he yearned to rush inside, only to be restrained by Bao. Though their ages were similar, Bao was more aware of such matters and flushed crimson, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Mother should be fine. Let us not disturb them." "I will prepare some food for you," he suggested. Yet, Xiao Bao persisted, "But mother sounds in pain. She was ill from exhaustion not long ago, and she's been so busy lately. Surely she is unwell again." Xiao Bao was consumed with worry, ignoring Daba's attempts to dissuade him, and recklessly rushed forward. Daba was startled, and, after exchanging a glance with her Bao, the 2 brothers pulled Xiao Bao back with all their might. Fearing he might charge, "Do you not trust your brother? I care for mother even more than you do. She is certainly fine, so rest assured," Daba hastily spoke. Xiao Bao's face bore a mixture of doubt and belief. But upon reflection, he realized that Daba and Bao were indeed quite anxious about Lu Qingqing. If anything were to happen to her, they would undoubtedly be more worried than he was. With this thought, Xiao Bao finally calmed down and ceased his insistence on rushing inside. Daba and Bao let out a sigh of relief, their worries alleviated. After finishing breakfast, the 3 children stationed themselves at the door, intercepting those who came to seek Lu Qingqing. Consequently, each visitor departed with ambiguous expressions. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingqing, she was entirely immersed in everything that Qingqiu had provided to it. Was not until a day and a night later that Lu Qingqing, utterly exhausted, could barely move a finger, comfortably nestled in Qingqiu's embrace, allowing him to play with her hand. Observing the marks on her body, a fleeting expression of satisfaction crossed Qingqiu's face as he silently tightened his hold on her. When Lu Qingqing finally regained her strength and opened her eyes, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. She struggled to rise, a flicker of relief washing over her. Fortunately, she had felt uncomfortable recently and had sent the 3 children to sleep in the neighboring cave. Otherwise, awakening from this slumber would have been quite embarrassing. Alas, her moment of relief dissipated shortly thereafter. Lu Qingqing got up. Qingqiu remained asleep, which somewhat eased her mind. Little did she know that just moments after she had risen, Qingqiu slowly opened his eyes. He sensed the uncertainty in Lu Qingqing's emotions and understood her dilemma in interacting with him. So he feigned sleep. As Lu Qingqing walked through the tribe streets, she began to notice something amiss. Why did everyone look at her with such peculiar expressions, and why were some even stifling laughter? "Mother, you're finally awake. You overslept, and for so long too. How embarrassing." Xiao Bao exclaimed as he dashed over from a nearby play area. Lu Qingqing smiled awkwardly. "I apologize. I've been quite fatigued lately. But we understand that we stood watch at the door, and anyone who came looking for you was persuaded to leave. You mustn't let them disturb you when you're this tired, Xiao Bao said proudly, eagerly seeking Lu Qingqing's praise. Daba behind him displayed a helpless expression. He had tried but failed to stop Xiao Bao. Lu Qingqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Surely everyone couldn't know about this, which explained their strange glances. Although she was aware that the beastmen were open about mating and often spoke of it, she, being fundamentally human, found it difficult to accept. Now that it was out in the open, nothing could be done. She had to cast aside her unnecessary shame. Closing her eyes, Lu Qingqing pushed aside her excess emotions, repeatedly reassuring herself that this was not a significant matter. In the world of beastmen, it was as commonplace as eating. There was truly nothing to be ashamed of, nor anything to dwell upon. After mentally preparing herself, Lu Qingqing took a deep breath, disregarded the gazes of others, and busied herself. As the day grew later, Lu Qingqing found herself troubled again on her way home, unsure of how to face Qingqiu. Before she even entered the house, the aroma of food wafted toward her, causing her lips to curve into a faint smile. Upon opening the door, she found Qingqiu preparing a meal at a makeshift stove, prompting her to think that perhaps this way of life was not so bad after all. "Why is it you cooking again today?" Bao couldn't help but complain. Though your skills have improved, they're still incomparable to Mother's, not to mention that Mother's dishes are far more innovative. "Eat if you want. Or don't," Qingqiu replied irritably, shooting a glare at Bao. Seeing this, Bao quickly approached Qingqiu with a flattering smile. "Father, I think your cooking is quite good. I particularly enjoy your dishes," Qingqiu snorted dismissively, poking Bao in the forehead and pushing him away. "If you dislike my cooking so much, then keep your distance that I don't have to feed you." The banter between father and son added a touch of warmth to their home. And Lu Qingqing, watching from the side, couldn't help but smile broadly. That evening, after the events of the past few days, Qingqiu finally attempted to speak, but was interrupted that "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep," Lu Qingqing said hurriedly, closing her eyes and turning away, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter further. Qingqiu sighed helplessly, tentatively wrapping his arms around Lu Qingqing, and upon finding no resistance, a smile crept onto his face. That night, the two quickly fell into a deep slumber, their restless hearts finally finding a moment of peace. It seemed they had reached a silent understanding about the matter, as neither mentioned it again. As everyone busied themselves, winter quietly approached. This year's winter was unlike any other for the people of the Qingshi tribe. They no longer bore the same anxiety regarding the seasonal dangers. The entire tribe was filled with laughter and joy, free from worry. The most noticeable change after winter set in was among those like Qingqiu and Xiao Bao, who would hibernate, appearing drowsy and lethargic. Since winter's arrival, Qingqiu and Xiao Bao had mostly slept for over half a month, awakening only a handful of times. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the mountain, an unknown darkness unfolded. "Who would have thought we could find a female out here? We are truly fortunate," one beastman remarked. "Indeed, for wandering beastmen like us, encountering a female is exceedingly rare. I haven't experienced the presence of a female in ages," another replied. At a group of disheveled beastmen surrounded Meng Lan, their faces twisted with cruel and lustful smiles. Terrified, Meng Lan trembled, unable to comprehend how she had attracted the attention of these wandering beastmen. These outcasts, often expelled from their tribes, were known for their ruthlessness and lack of humanity. Tales of them were often used to frighten children, inducing nightmares. Meng Lan had only heard of wandering beastmen through others, always believing they were too distant to concern her. Yet now, they stood before her, gazing at her, as if she were prey, and she felt as though they would pounce and tear her apart at any moment. Overcome with fear, tears welled in her eyes. She couldn't help but feel terrified. She had heard that wandering beastmen were exceptionally cruel, treating females as mere objects for their desires. In fact, they would heartlessly use them for gratification and, once satisfied, might even devour them. Utterly merciless, the mere thought of her potential fate filled her with dread, rendering her speechless and full of regret. Had she known better, she would have heeded Qingshir's advice and refrained from wandering about, thus avoiding the notice of these rogue beastmen. The tribe's leader had often warned that as winter approached, wandering beastmen were most likely to appear, especially when hearing their unabashed conversations in her presence. I warn you, don't overstep this time. It's exceedingly difficult to find a lone female in this season. If you kill her, there will be nothing left to play with. Another added, this cave is quite nice. We could settle here. With food and a female, life would be splendid. Listening to their discussions, Meng fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head. Please spare me. I beg you, she pleaded. Yet her desperate cries fell on deaf ears, met only with mocking laughter from the man before her. One of them casually lifted Meng chin, revealing a lewd grin. My delectable prey, how naive you are. After much difficulty, we have finally found our prey. You think we would let you escape? Such words plunged Meng heart into an icy abyss. As she could almost foresee her impending fate, she could not resign herself to death. Suddenly, a thought surged rapidly into her mind. Meng hastily lifted her head and spoke. I can assist you in acquiring a more formidable female. Once you have her, not only will you possess a female, but you will also no longer have to worry about sustenance in the future. If you were to sustain injuries, she could tend to your wounds as well. Oh, the wandering beastman's interest was piqued. You must be aware of the Qingqing tribe nearby, which has constructed fortifications, cultivated crops, and set traps to amass a substantial food supply. Seeing their intrigue, Meng pressed on. You have also seen the cured meats and pickled vegetables in the cave. Have you not? These provisions can be preserved for an extended period without spoiling, and they are skills that a female would possess. Once you obtain her, what else would you desire that you could not attain? You claim these items were discovered by a female. The wandering beastmen could no longer maintain their composure. Meng nodded. She possesses an array of skills, such as human medical knowledge. If you were injured, as long as there is breath left in you, she could heal you. While she extolled Qingqing's virtues, a swell of hatred surged within her. That it was solely because Qingqing had inexplicably acquired these skills that even Qingqing, who had always stood by her side, began to harbor doubts and no longer wished to involve himself with her. Were it not for her claims of pregnancy, she might have been abandoned by Qingqing. As a female, to fall to such a state, all of this was due to Qingqing. You seem to harbor a deep-seated hatred for this female you speak of. The wandering beastman inquired with keen interest. Of course, I despise her. If it were not for her, how could I have fallen to such depths? To be confined here and encounter individuals like you, Meng spoke. She could no longer hold back her tears, her heart heavy with grievance. The wandering beastmen, observing her emotional turmoil, found themselves increasingly captivated by her. If you agree not to harm me, I can facilitate your acquisition of her. She is far more useful than I am. Meng declared through gritted teeth, unable to contain her eagerness. Very well. I agree to your proposition. The wandering beastman finally relented, speaking with satisfaction. As long as you can deliver, we shall certainly acquiesce to your request. However, do not entertain thoughts of deceit. Should you dare to trick us, I shall ensure you learn the true meaning of cruelty. Why would I scheme against you? I desire nothing more than for her to perish. Meng retorted bitterly, her eyes brimming with malice. Thus, an intricate conspiracy targeting Qingqing was set in motion. Unbeknownst to Qingqing, she was preoccupied with teaching the beastmen of the tribe to read. She had specifically selected the 20 most intelligent individuals to instruct in literacy. These individuals comprised the first cohort of learners, and once they had mastered the basics, she would select others that in short. She was determined that every member of the tribe would learn to read. However, the chasm between dreams and reality was insurmountable that on the first day, she was so exasperated that she questioned her very existence. Merely teaching them some phonetic letters led to an avalanche of questions. Why must the written this way? Can it be written differently? This pen is utterly useless. Can I carve it into the stone slab with my claws? These phonetic letters resemble tadpoles. They are far too difficult to memorize. The murmurs from the crowd became incessant, and Qingqing, unable to endure any longer, slammed her palm on the table. Silence. There are no more questions. I will instruct you as I see fit. For a brief moment, the crowd quieted, but soon restlessness returned, accompanied by incessant fidgeting. Do not scratch your head. It has been ages since you last washed it. Do you not find that disgusting? And you, what is this scribble? Pay attention. Ultimately, in desperation, Qingqing shouted, "Today, whoever masters the lesson will be rewarded with a delicious meal that they have never tasted before. Those who fail will endure 3 days of boiled meat." Qingqing's threat proved exceedingly effective for the beastmen. Upon hearing her words, their expressions changed instantly, and they ceased their fidgeting, focusing intently on their studies. To Qingqing's surprise, the most outstanding among the 20 was a young male fox and a female cub of unknown breed, especially the female cub, who by nightfall had nearly drifted off to sleep, yet still possessed the energy to assist others. Look at you all, merely growing in size but lacking in intellect. Now observe these 2 cubs. Do you not feel ashamed? Qingqing reproached without reservation. The beastmen were not incapable of learning. They simply lacked the patience to sit still and listen attentively. For them, being asked to sit quietly felt akin to a death sentence. Although they felt disgruntled by Qingqing's words, they did not take offense, merely offering awkward smiles and repeatedly assuring her that they would study diligently. As dusk descended and night began to envelop the land, fatigue became evident on everyone's faces. Particularly for Qingqing, she sincerely felt that being a teacher was an arduous task, not due to physical fatigue, but emotional exhaustion. "This is a medicinal recipe I prepared using your teachings. It is excellent for alleviating fatigue." Sheng was the first to step forward, blocking Qingqing's path. "And this is a culinary creation I devised recently. I tasted it myself, and it is rather good. This is for you." Fang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Qingqing. It must be said, these 2 individuals were both talented and diligent. Their creations quite impressive. Noticing that Qingqing showed no inclination to accept their offerings, Sheng spoke again. "These items were originally taught by you. We merely wish to showcase our progress and see if there is room for improvement." Qingqing considered this and realized they were indeed correct, so she accepted their gifts. She cautioned, "If only you approached learning to read with the same seriousness as you do in these endeavors." Upon hearing this, Sheng and Fang exchanged glances, a hint of guilt evident in their expressions. They too wished to learn diligently, but the sight of those densely packed characters gave them headaches. "I also have some recipes and medicinal formulas I wish to share with you. If you cannot comprehend them, I cannot assist you that I cannot spend all my time teaching you personally. I simply do not have that luxury." Qingqing lamented. She was counting on these 2 to help instruct the others in the distance. Bao and Bao silently observed this scene, their eyes filled with concern. Father remained in hibernation. If this continued, would it not allow others to take advantage of the situation? Contemplating this, the 2 exchanged determined glances, hastening toward Qingqing, each grasping one of her hands while casting hostile glares at the 2 males before them. The tensions of this silent struggle went unnoticed by Qingqing, who remained engrossed in her teaching. "Mother, let us return home," the 2 children urged, casting a fierce glare at the remaining men before swiftly turning to leave. "You 2 performed admirably today. When we return, I will prepare extra food for you," Qingqing said cheerfully. "When your brother awakens, you can teach him as well." The 2 children readily agreed. "Brother, I find this somewhat perilous. While father is in hibernation, those 2 are constantly vying for mother's favor. What if they truly sway her and forge a blood pact?" Bao expressed his concerns, a sense of helplessness in his tone. "If this continues, by the time father awakens, mother may have several beast husbands." Bao's worries mirrored Bao's. Yet as cubs, what could they do? "Let us inform father of this matter," Bao finally suggested. "It would be futile to tell father now. He cannot awaken," Bao replied, puzzled. However, Bao explained, "What if he can hear and wakes up early? We must at least give it a try." Thus, when Qingqing was not at home, the 2 children stealthily approached Qin Xiu's bedside to voice their grievances. "Father, if you do not awaken soon, mother will form a blood bond with another male. And by then, if she bears several cubs, we shall be cast out," Bao murmured quietly beside him. "Indeed, mother is currently in high demand. I have noticed many males in the tribe vying for her attention, wishing to become her mate. Especially since your hibernation began, they have grown increasingly audacious. My brother and I are too young to effect any change." Bao sighed in resignation. Your disposition has never been charming, and you remain oblivious to how to endear yourself to females. Now that you are hibernating, if this continues, Mother may truly be taken from us." They fretted, their words tumbling over one another as if to release the weight of their worries. Some of their chatter, however, did reach Qin Xiu's ears. During his hibernation, he sometimes found himself in a deep slumber, yet at other times he could still hear snippets of external conversations. The mere thought of someone ingratiating themselves to Qingqing while he lay dormant ignited a fire of anger within him. As he listened to Bao and Bao's complaints, his agitation only intensified. Had these two children forgotten who their father was, to criticize him so? Was he truly that inadequate? However, remaining in this state of hibernation was not viable. Months could alter many things, and if he continued this way, unforeseen events were bound to unfold. Qin Xiu struggled to open his eyes, yet the allure of slumber overcame him once more. As time passed, Qingqing, amidst her bustling activities, was astonished to discover that her space had unexpectedly upgraded. Since the onset of winter, she had ceased all planting activities, assuming it would be a long time before another upgrade occurred. To her surprise, the space had delivered a delightful surprise in such a short span. This upgrade presented her with numerous blueprints for furniture and various small tools. If constructed, they would undoubtedly enhance the tribe's efficiency. She brought all the blueprints to her class, inviting everyone to see if anyone could make sense of them. To her astonishment, the most talented among them turned out to be Lu Yuan. Although he had not yet learned many characters, he could grasp the general idea from the blueprints alone. Though Qingqing harbored some reservations about him deep down, she still entrusted him with the blueprints. In that moment, Lu Yuan felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had not anticipated receiving such a precious item. His craftsmanship was exceptional, and before long, he had fashioned a rocking chair, which he presented to Qingqing. Her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the chair. She had not expected him to possess such talent. In the original story, aside from his occasional lapse in judgment regarding the original female protagonist, he was quite commendable. One could only hope the original female protagonist would make her appearance later. Meanwhile, Qingshi stealthily slipped out of the tribe once more to meet Menglan. "How have you and the little one in your womb been faring?" he inquired with concern. "I am quite well. You needn't trouble yourself to visit me any longer. It would save you the hassle," Menglan replied with a slight huff, her tone tinged with resentment. Upon hearing this, Qingshi offered an awkward smile. "I realize I've been remiss in my visits, but I have no choice. It is winter, and frequent outings would surely raise suspicions. So, are you suggesting I rely on you to remain hidden outside? What shall we do when the cub is born?" Menglan lamented, covering her face as tears streamed down. Qingshi's eyes flashed with regret, and he quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. Just give me a little more time, and I will find a way to bring you back. The tribe's animosity towards you has not yet dissipated completely. Even if I speak to the leader, they would certainly not acquiesce in a corner unnoticed." Menglan scoffed. The claim that the tribe's resentment had not fully subsided was merely a pretext. It was ultimately Qingqing's disapproval that prevented her return. If Qingqing were to vanish, who could possibly obstruct her path back? It seemed reliance on others was futile. She had to depend on herself. "You are all I have left. You cannot abandon me," Menglan said, lifting her head to nestle against Qingshi. Her tone laced with dependence. One could not deny that this tactic proved effective for Qingshi. He gently patted her back, his voice soothing. "Rest assured, for the sake of our child, I will resolve these matters promptly, ensuring you do not remain outside for long." Listening to his words, Menglan's gaze was filled with disdain that if she were to wait for Qingshi to resolve everything, she knew not how long that might take. After spending some time with Menglan, Qingshi glanced at the sky and hastily reassured her, "I must return now. Bear with it for a while longer, and do not venture out unnecessarily. I have heard there are rumors of feral beastmen nearby. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Menglan obediently acknowledged him, watching his retreating figure before her expression hardened. "Come forth. We can follow him into the tribe. Once we capture him, I will cooperate to facilitate your escape," she instructed. "You truly have a heart of stone. This man has treated you with sincerity. And you would deceive him so?" The feral beast man inquired with a smile. "Had he not settled me here, I would never have encountered you. Ultimately, he is to blame for everything. Furthermore, if he truly cared for me, he would understand that Lu Qingqing is my enemy, and he ought to assist me, Meng Lan replied bitterly. The feral beastman showed no interest in their peculiar relationship, shrugging indifferently as he continued. That is of no concern to us. All you need to do is help us acquire what we desire, and if you fail, you ought to know what your fate will be done, of course. I will ensure your success. Meng Lan eagerly anticipated the moment Lu Qingqing would face torment. For several days, an uneasy premonition lingered within Lu Qingqing. She could not shake the feeling that someone was watching her from the shadows. Yet each time she looked, she saw no one. Was it merely her imagination? She shook her head, suppressing her suspicions. The weather had grown increasingly frigid, and just a few days prior, heavy snowfall had fallen. Not only the students, but she herself found it difficult to muster the will to venture outside. Had it not been for Lu Yuan constructing a stove in the classroom, she might have abandoned the endeavor of teaching them to read altogether. Achoo! Lu Qingqing involuntarily shivered, adjusting her clothing in a corner. The feral beastman's hand gripped Meng Lan's throat tightly, applying pressure until her face turned a shade of blue from lack of air. We have infiltrated the tribe for several days now, yet we remain unable to approach that female. How much longer must we wait? The feral beastman's tone was laden with impatience. During their time in Qingshir's tribe, they had scurried about like mice. Narrowly avoiding capture on multiple occasions, he had observed that the males of Qingshir's tribe were robust. Should a conflict arise, their chances of escape were slim. You do not intend to lure us in and trap us all, do you? The feral beastman eyed Meng Lan with suspicion. How could I? As a female dwelling in an outer cave, unmonitored, you can see how ruthless this tribe is towards me. How could I possibly aid them in scheming against you? I wish for them to suffer even more than you do, Meng Lan managed to utter through gritted teeth. And in the next moment, the feral beastman tightened his grip, tossing Meng Lan aside, causing her to grimace in pain. Pain coursed through her body, yet she dared not cry out, fearing it would draw attention. After a moment of recovery, she rose, donning an expression of servitude. Tonight, we act, Meng Lan resolved. Clenching her jaw, we will infiltrate her home and take her directly. Do you not possess that drug-like substance? If you render her unconscious, you can do as you please. That is ineffective against males. What if her mate encounters us? Did you not mention that her mate is formidable? If we create a commotion, our chances of escaping diminish. The feral beastman hesitated. However, Meng Lan interjected, you need not worry about that. Her mate is a snake beastman and is currently hibernating, so he will surely not notice. Upon hearing those words, the wandering beastmen finally felt a sense of relief, their gazes directed at Meng Lan, filled with warning. You would do well not to play tricks on me, for the consequences would be beyond your capacity to bear. As night fell, several figures silently emerged near Lu Qingqing's residence. Before long, they stealthily infiltrated the premises, discovering Lu Qingqing already in a state of unconsciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, they hoisted her away, vanishing into the shroud of night. Meanwhile, Qin Xiu gradually opened his eyes in the darkness. His slit pupils faintly glowing red, seemed he had caught a whiff of an unfamiliar male scent. Turning his head, he noticed that Lu Qingqing, who should have been resting beside him, was missing, with lingering traces of her scent still in the air. She could not have gone far. Realizing this, Qin Xiu sprang to his feet. Following the scent in pursuit, a wave of panic surged within him. Lu Qingqing could not be in any danger. The frigid air enveloped him, and he distinctly felt his physical faculties waning, his speed considerably decreased. For him, hibernation often served to regulate his internal condition, gradually mending his wounds. Last winter, he had ventured forth with the children in search of a suitable dwelling. After much effort, they discovered a cave. But before they could rest, they were disturbed and forced awake. This year, both his mindset and environment afforded him a sense of peace. He not only felt a need to heal his internal injuries, but also sensed an impending breakthrough. Daily complaints from Bao and Bao stirred a slight impatience within him, but he managed to suppress it. He had to present his best self to Lu Qingqing, necessitating his temporary concealment. Yet, just as he believed all would soon conclude, An unfamiliar male presence abruptly emerged. He had exerted considerable effort to rouse himself, only to find Lu Qingqing had been taken. He sensed ill intentions from the newcomers. They surely harbored ulterior motives. With this thought, an undeniable aura radiated from him, causing the surrounding animals to kneel in submission, trembling in fear. Transforming into his beast form, he noticed that his dragon horns had indeed grown, bestowing upon him an imposing majesty. The dark scales, even in the night, were strikingly visible, exuding an aura of brilliance that inspired awe. Yet, amidst it all, Qin Xiu remained unfazed. His focus lay solely ahead. His heart was consumed with thoughts of Lu Qingqing. He urged himself onward. Faster, faster. Lu Qingqing slumbered deeply, a state she herself had not anticipated. Just before opening her eyes, she pondered on her recent fatigue. However, upon awakening, she was met with an unfamiliar scene. A dim cave, with only a solitary ray of sunlight managing to penetrate. "Where am I?" Lu Qingqing gasped, springing upright. She surveyed her surroundings, locking eyes with a pair of shadowy gazes. A recognition dawned. Her body involuntarily shuddered. The figure before her was terrifying, not due to grotesqueness, but rather an unsettling chill that emanated from him, as though he had not seen sunlight in years. At a glance, Lu Qingqing could not discern the nature of this beast man. Yet, she soon realized that he was not alone. Several beast men surrounded her, their curious eyes scrutinizing her. "Who are you? What do you want?" Anxiety flickered within Lu Qingqing as she felt an unsettling chill creeping up her spine under their gaze, as if she were the prey under scrutiny. "What on earth is happening here? You are female, and we are male. Surely you comprehend the situation. We wish to mate with you and have you bear our offspring." One of them proclaimed with brazen confidence. "You must be dreaming. I will never agree to that." Lu Qingqing retorted coldly. "You have no say in the matter," the beast man replied dismissively. "Who is behind your actions?" Lu Qingqing inquired once more. She could not believe anyone could so easily abduct her from her tribe without inside assistance. Naturally, it was that Meng Lan emerged from the shadows, a malevolent smile plastered across her face. "These individuals are wandering beast men. Once you fall into their clutches, you should already anticipate your fate. You will be tormented to your demise, and this is the consequence of crossing me." Meng Lan could not suppress her laughter, her heart brimming with malice. Lu Qingqing had indeed heard of the wandering beast men, and upon hearing Meng Lan's words, she subtly furrowed her brow. It was said that the wandering beast men were cruel and devoid of humanity. Unlike other beast tribes that cherished their females, treating them as treasures, instead relegating them to mere tools for gratification. Females captured by them often met tragic ends. However, Lu Qingqing felt little fear. She merely turned her gaze towards Meng Lan. "And what of you? How can you expect to fare any better? In the hands of these individuals, do you truly believe they will spare you?" "They will certainly spare me. They have promised that as long as I assist them in capturing you, they will let me go," Meng Lan boasted with growing arrogance. She attempted to discern fear and trepidation on Lu Qingqing's face to satisfy her twisted psyche. Yet, to her dismay, Lu Qingqing remained composed throughout, showing no signs of being intimidated by her current predicament. "Are you not afraid?" Meng Lan could not help but ask. "What good is fear?" Lu Qingqing countered dismissively, sneering as she continued, "You should worry less about my fears and more about whether they will allow you to leave." Lu Qingqing regarded Meng Lan as if she were a fool. How naive to believe that one could escape unscathed after collaborating with devils. Meng Lan was about to assert herself, but she caught sight of the amused expressions on the faces of the surrounding beast men, a wave of panic washing over her. "You will let me go, won't you? You promised." Meng Lan stepped back in fear, halting only after several strides. "We are wandering beast men. Do you truly believe our words are trustworthy?" One of them scoffed. "You promised me. You cannot go back on your word. You already possess a female. Why would you not let me go?" Meng Lan trembled uncontrollably. Who would complain about having an additional female? The wandering beast man replied with unyielding confidence, his gaze filled with interest as he observed Lu Qingqing. "You truly are not afraid of falling into my hands? I've already stated, what use is fear? If I were to be tormented by fear, would you willingly let me go?" Lu Qingqing scoffed. Since it is futile, what purpose does my fear serve? Surely you must understand what fate awaits those who fall into the hands of wandering beastmen. The beastman lifted Lu Qingqing's chin, his eyes malevolent. I know, Lu Qingqing replied, disdainfully averting her gaze and leaning comfortably against the wall, casting a cold glance at them. Why, beast husband is incredibly powerful. If you were to learn what you have done to me, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Given your current capabilities, you would hardly suffice as a snack for him. What reason would I have to fear? A beastman from a mere small tribe. We truly do not regard you seriously. Particularly since he is currently hibernating. What could he possibly do to us? The wandering beastman chuckled, inching closer to Lu Qingqing with a sly grin. I find you increasingly intriguing. Why not yield and allow me to be your beast husband and protect you? Boss, that won't do. If you become her beast husband, she will be the sole focus of your attention, and that simply cannot be. Moreover, shouldn't this female be shared amongst us? One of the others grumbled in dissatisfaction. However, the one referred to as the boss merely cast a fleeting glance and swiftly silenced him, unwilling to entertain any dissent. Yet their silence did not deter Meng Lan, especially upon hearing the words, I sent to one female enough for you all to share. Meng Lan's eyes widened, suppressing her fear as she rushed forward. Why should you bond with her, casting me aside to those beasts? I have assisted you. You must let me go. Do you truly believe you have a voice here? The boss of the wandering beastmen, Imo Meng, sneered, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Just one glance stripped Meng Lan of her courage to speak, leaving her paralyzed with fear. That I refuse. You are too unattractive, Lu Qingqing declared without reservation, successfully darkening Imo Meng's expression. Are you seeking death? Imo Meng seized Lu Qingqing by the throat, applying a slight pressure. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you? What are you wandering beastmen afraid of? Lu Qingqing chuckled dismissively. I simply cannot tolerate even the slightest injustice. Rather than form a bond with someone so grotesque, I would prefer death. Imo Meng, unable to bear such humiliation, smirked cruelly. You have successfully exhausted the scant pity I had for you. Given that, do not blame me for being ungracious. Lu Qingqing let out a cold snort, watching as his hands reached for her. Though she feigned calmness, her fists tightened in anxiety. As he drew nearer, she reluctantly retrieved the chili powder she had prepared earlier and hurled it towards their faces without missing a single one. Instantly, the cave echoed with the howls of several beastmen. Without delay, Lu Qingqing dashed toward the cave's entrance. Although she was unfamiliar with the way, a singular thought consumed her mind: to flee as far as possible before they could react. She realized that the whistle Qin Xiao had given her was likely taken by Meng Lan, just in case. If they were to capture her again, her fate would surely be even more dire. It was winter, and Lu Qingqing was only draped in a simple layer of animal hide. A gust of wind swept through, causing her to shiver uncontrollably, her limbs numb. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. She needed to escape quickly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Qingqing could bear it no longer and collapsed to the ground, her knees bruised, yet she felt nothing. She heard the angry shouts behind her. They were closing in. Lu Qingqing concealed herself, frantically searching her space for something to defend herself. Ultimately, she grasped Qin Xiao's scales in one hand and the chili powder in the other. The beasts were closing in rapidly. One among them, a bear beastman, had the keenest sense of smell and quickly detected her scent. Imo Meng sneered, his gaze fixating on her hiding spot as he approached step by step. Why, dear? You cannot escape. Lu Qingqing could distinctly hear his footsteps drawing closer, yet they slowed, as if he were relishing the thrill of the chase like a cat playing with a mouse. She tightened her grip on the items in her hands, knowing that she had no choice but to fight. Just then, a chorus of wails erupted, followed by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Lu Qingqing's heart filled with confusion. The footsteps had ceased, and she dared not rise to see what had transpired. It was not until she heard a familiar dragon's roar that her heart finally settled. He had arrived. Gathering her courage, Lu Qingqing peeked out and saw the familiar dragon head not far off, exhaling with fury as it lashed its tail against the wandering beastmen, venting its pent-up emotions. Are you all right? Qin Xiu called out upon spotting Lu Qingqing unharmed. She shook her head. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I fear I would have been in serious trouble. Despite her words, Qin Xiu could see that she was trembling from the cold. He wanted to approach her, but remembered the questions he had. Stopping himself and focusing his gaze on the wandering beastmen, in a matter of moments, he tore the animal hides from the beastmen and tossed them at Lu Qingqing's feet. Use this for now. We can sort it out once we return. Lu Qingqing's eyes brimmed with disdain. She truly did not want to touch the belongings of these wandering beastmen, but there was no alternative if she continued to freeze. She feared she might perish. Thankfully, there was still a layer of animal hide clothing. Otherwise, she would have rather frozen than touched their things. She carelessly donned a few pieces and cast a cold glance at the fallen figures. Mo Meng, having transformed into his beast form, had regained some strength. His savage gaze fixed on Qin Xiu, he was utterly astonished that so many of them had not been able to last even one round against Qin Xiu. With just one move, he had brought them all to the ground. Although they had attacked in their human forms, the terror of his power was evident. In this beast form, Mo Meng was well versed in such matters and could tell that Qin Xiu's dragon form was anything but ordinary. You are a dragon beastman. What relation do you have with the leader of the beastman city-state? A sense of fear gripped Mo Meng to his knowledge. Only the leader's family of the beastman city-state possessed dragon forms. Could this person be the leader's son? If so, they had indeed offended the wrong individual. This was a disaster. We acknowledge our wrongdoing. We should not have laid our sights on your female. However, neither you nor your female have suffered any harm. I apologize for this incident. Shall we consider it settled? Mo Meng forced the words out. Dream on. Qin Xiu roared, his tail swinging back with force. If you dare to lay a hand on my female, you shall pay the price that we admit our fault. Let us consider this a chance for friendship, that I can apologize for today's events. Consider it a favor owed to you, that I in the future, if you need anything, just ask, and I shall go through fire and water for you. Mo Meng, desperately evading, cursed inwardly, and "Oh need." Qin Xiu replied, slamming Mo Meng hard into the ground with his tail. Blood spewed forth, and he lost consciousness. The remaining few exchanged glances and rushed toward Qin Xiu, only to be easily thrown to the ground, their breaths extinguished. Lu Qingqing silently observed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Was Qin Xiu truly this formidable of a villain? Let us return, Qin Xiu said, lying on the ground with his head bowed slightly. Lu Qingqing nodded in understanding. Climbing onto his back, it was Meng Lan who conspired with them to abduct me. She should still be in a nearby cave. Shall we go check? A flash of coldness crossed Qin Xiu's eyes as he nodded and headed in the direction Lu Qingqing indicated. However, when they arrived, Meng Lan was nowhere to be found. Qin Xiu transformed back into his human form upon entering the cave and, with a thoughtful expression, remarked, Meng Lan must have been residing here for quite some time. The furnishings and supplies suggest she has been secretly aided and settled here. Indeed, Lu Qingqing agreed, nodding. Once we return to the tribe, we must investigate thoroughly. Finding no trace of her, they deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer and returned to the tribe together. Lu Qingqing stroked the dragon scales beneath her, unable to conceal her delight. Eventually, her gaze fell upon the dragon horns, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch them. You've actually grown horns. Do not touch me carelessly, Qin Xiu grumbled, his tone laced with discomfort. What's wrong? Lu Qingqing asked, puzzled, finding his scales and horns to feel quite pleasant. Don't touch. It tickles. Qin Xiu finally could not hold back any longer, letting out a low grunt filled with restraint. Though Lu Qingqing remained somewhat oblivious to the situation, her instinctive sense of danger alerted her that this was not right. She quickly withdrew her hand, refraining from further actions, and offered an awkward smile. Upon returning to the tribe, she immediately sought out Xiu and to recount her ordeal. Xiu frowned deeply, taking a long moment before responding, I will investigate this matter. I never imagined that despite our fortified defenses, wandering beastmen would find an opportunity. Thankfully, Qingqing, you are unharmed. Otherwise, I truly do not know how I would have handled it. A wave of relief washed over Xiu, and grateful that all had ended without incident, that I will look into those who are on good terms with Menglan to see who is most likely involved. Then I must trouble you with this matter." Lu Qingqing expressed her gratitude. Qiuan waved her off dismissively. "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. I'm simply glad you are not angry with me for allowing them to infiltrate so easily. Such occurrences are unpredictable, and you cannot be blamed for it." Lu Qingqing returned a smile and bid him farewell as she made her way home. Upon arriving, she promptly asked, "You suddenly emerged from hibernation. Will there be any repercussions?" "No worries. My internal injuries have nearly healed. With the weather gradually warming, it seems I no longer need to continue my hibernation." Qin Xiu lowered his head, a hint of shame flickering in his eyes. "I apologize. It was my failure to protect you." Observing him in such a state, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but smile, a sudden thought blooming in her heart. She never expected Qin Xiu to appear quite so endearing. "This isn't your fault. I have grown complacent in my tranquil life, lacking vigilance that I will certainly safeguard you from now on." Qin Xiu's gaze held a resolute intensity that struck deep within Lu Qingqing, making her acutely aware of something uncontrollable surging from the depths of her heart. She shook her head and replied, "I believe in you." Qin Xiu, taken aback by her words, momentarily froze before a smile illuminated his face. It seemed as though something intangible had quietly shifted between them. After Lu Qingqing departed, Qiuan couldn't help but slam his palm against the stone table, the pain failing to rouse him. He had not anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Menglan would still be so restless that he wondered who in the tribe could be aiding her. Qiuan summoned a few trusted individuals to discreetly investigate within the tribe, ultimately zeroing in on Qing Shi. The rumors circulating suggested that Qing Shi had been mysteriously coming and going at odd hours. Moreover, though he had diligently hunted and stored provisions before winter, his physical condition had visibly deteriorated. Not to mention, as a solitary individual, he was incessantly surrounding himself with females discussing matters of offspring, which seemed quite suspicious. Is there a misunderstanding here? Qing Shi does not strike me as the sort to engage in such behavior. Song Sheng interjected. In truth, Qing Shi was not a native of the Qing Shi tribe. He had been rescued by its members during his infancy and raised with their support. His name was a tribute to the tribe for their kindness. Over the years, he had expressed profound gratitude and treated the tribe with utmost respect, always striving to give his best in every endeavor. Yet now, it was bewildering to see him in such a predicament. "Bring him to me." Qiuan sighed heavily. When Qing Shi was brought forth, a wave of anxiety washed over him, dreading that Menglan's affairs might have been discovered. "The Qing Shi tribe has treated you well, hasn't it?" Qiuan fixed a sharp gaze upon him. "Indeed, the Qing Shi tribe has been exceedingly kind to me. I would sacrifice anything for them, even my life," Qing Shi assured fervently. "Then why would you expose the tribe to such grave risks?" Qiuan slammed his palm against the table, startling the dazed Qing Shi. "What is the matter? I have done nothing." Qing Shi exclaimed, bewildered. "Is Menglan being sheltered by you?" Qiuan pressed, bypassing any further pleasantries. Qing Shi's complexion shifted dramatically, leaving him speechless for a moment. Bowing his head, he murmured, "I apologize, but I genuinely care for Menglan, and she is now carrying my offspring." "Chief, offspring are precious. I do not wish to lose them." "Rest assured, Menglan has recognized her mistakes and will not repeat them." Upon hearing this, Qiuan let out a cold laugh. "Are you aware that Menglan brought a rogue beastman into the tribe to abduct Lu Qingqing, nearly costing her life? That is impossible." Qing Shi gasped in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is the truth. Fortunately, their target was Lu Qingqing. Qin Xiu awakened just in time to save her. Otherwise, our tribe would have faced utter devastation." "All because of you," Qiuan expressed, disappointment flooding his gaze. "You nearly brought ruin upon us all, but Menglan promised she would live well with me." "I will confront her," Qing Shi insisted, eager to leave. Yet he heard Qiuan's calm voice behind him. "She has already left with the rogue beastmen. The rogue beastmen are terrifying. We must find a way to rescue Menglan. Regardless, she is a female, and those rogue beastmen surely will not spare her," Qing Shi implored urgently. However, all he received in return was Qiuan's frustrated expression. Regardless of what she may face, It is her consequence to bear. It does not concern us. Have you considered that Qingqing is also a female? What might she endure because of Menglan? But Chief, Qingshi attempted to argue further, but Xiao interrupted. And you should leave. The Qingshi tribe can no longer keep you. These words struck Qingshi like a bolt from the blue, and he stared at Xiao in disbelief. Chief, you cannot do this to me. He pleaded earnestly. It is too late for such discussions. I cannot harbor one who would jeopardize the tribe's safety for a female, that I cannot place the tribe in danger, Xiao stated firmly. You must go. Qingshi wished to plead further, but seeing the determination in Xiao's demeanor, he ultimately swallowed his words. With reddened eyes, he slowly lowered his head. That I understand. This matter is my fault. I shall take my leave. Having finally found a home, he now faced losing it once more. Qingshi was engulfed in anguish, but there was little choice but to comply. His departure was silent, leaving the tribe in a state of quiet confusion. Though they shared suspicions, none dared voice their thoughts in light of Xiao's displeasure. Qingxi awakened and had no intention of resuming his hibernation. Qingqing arranged for the two children to take the opportunity to teach Qingxi the usage of characters. Watching the trio in the distance, engrossed in their studies, Qingqing felt a sense of satisfaction. Little did she know, the discussions among the three were entirely unrelated to learning. Dad, I must tell you, Song Sheng and Yifeng are absolutely relentless. I see them vying for Mom's favor every day. Clearly hoping to form a blood bond with her, the second treasure whispered. You must work hard. We have no distinct advantages. You think I'm that incompetent as a father? Qingxi retorted, a vein visibly throbbing on his forehead. Though the eldest and second treasure said nothing, their expressions conveyed their sentiments entirely. Dad, you should focus on your studies. It seems Mom favors those who are diligent, if your grades are good enough. Perhaps she will look upon you differently, the eldest urged. Thus, the two children assumed the roles of the strictest teachers, ensuring Qingxi remained vigilant in his studies. Dad, eat while reviewing these phonetics. Make sure to memorize them well. The eldest insisted, even while dining. Yes, you must catch up quickly, so you can attend Mom's classes, the second echoed. Qingqing observed this scene, exasperated. You need not be so serious. I believe he is learning quite well. Mom, you don't understand. As our father, he must surpass us. He is determined not to lose to me. The eldest stated, his tone resolute. Qingqing, not questioning their logic, simply nodded in agreement. Point one cannot deny that Qingxi's genes were exceptional. Not only was he physically robust, but his intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Within a mere few days, he caught up to everyone, excelling in class beyond comparison. In the end, Qingqing found herself providing him with additional lessons at home. Unexpectedly, one day, as she finished teaching everyone and prepared to leave hastily, Yifeng and Song Sheng called out to her, We have something to discuss with you. Qingqing looked back in confusion. Mom is busy. She still needs to go home to teach Dad. After all, he is quite clever and requires her guidance, the eldest declared with a glare directed at Qingqing. The second treasure mirrored this sentiment, glaring silently. Qingqing, I have something crucial to discuss with you regarding the medicinal formula you entrusted to me. I cannot make sense of it, and there are some characters I cannot recognize. Could you assist me? Song Sheng implored eagerly. Qingqing, not overthinking it, nodded in agreement. She crouched slightly to address her two children. You both head home first. I shall return shortly. However, the eyes of Bao were filled with reluctance. Be good, Bao. When I return, I will prepare delicious food for you. Qingqing coaxed patiently. Bao still wanted to say something, but was held back by Daba, who looked at him in confusion. He saw Daba's face adorned with a sweet smile. Then let us hurry home and wait for Mother. Gazing at Daba's smile, Qingqing felt a sense of dissonance in her heart, unable to resist glancing at him a few more times, chuckling as she shook her head. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Qingqing left with Song Sheng and Yifeng, and Bao angrily glared at Daba. Brother, what are you doing? We agreed to be vigilant against these people approaching Mother when we set out today. I know, but if we insist on going, Mother will surely be upset. Therefore, we should follow her quietly. No matter what happens, we can return and inform Father. Daba's lips curled into a smile. You're still the clever one. Brother, Bao understood, and then followed Daba. You may speak your mind. There is no need to go to such lengths. Qingqing halted her steps. I wish to form a bond with you that I will treat you well. Whatever you desire, I can provide that I will ensure you become the happiest of matriarchs. Shang gazed at Qingqing with sincere eyes. So do I, he Fong added after casting a glance at Shang. Qingqing's face instantly displayed a look of helplessness as she replied, Have I not already conveyed this to you? As your teacher, I am here to educate you in these matters. There is no need for such theatrics. I will impart all that I know to you in due time. No, it is not that way, Shang interjected. Perhaps at the beginning, I indeed hoped to bond with you to learn medicine. However, after spending this time together, I can affirm that my feelings for you are genuine. I like you for who you are, with no ulterior motives. Shang was already captivated by the current Qingqing. He cherished her smile and wished to remain by her side forever. I have thought it over. Even if you no longer teach me to cook or prepare meals for me, I still wish to bond with you. Moreover, I desire to cook for you for a lifetime, he Fong confessed, his face flushed. This is the end. I knew my concerns were justified. They truly wished to take mother away. Bao muttered, attempting to rush forward to prevent the unfolding scene. Yet, Daba firmly restrained him. We cannot go over. Mother might become angry. But we cannot just stand by and watch as someone takes mother away, Bao retorted defiantly. Let us return and discuss it with father. Daba grasped Bao's hand, forcibly leading him away. Qingqing raised her gaze to them, seeing only sincerity in their eyes. Ultimately, she sighed in resignation. I am sorry, but even so, I cannot form a bond with you. Why? They asked in unison. Because I desire only one beast husband, not many, Qingqing explained. Thus, I must regretfully decline your kind intentions. Yet everyone in the Beastman tribe thinks this way. Females inherently hold a higher status and deserve to be protected by many beast husbands. Especially someone as exceptional as you. Undoubtedly, more will wish to have you in the future. That a hint of confusion flickered in Song Shang's eyes as he questioned. Qingxiu may not be able to protect you alone. Together, we stand a chance that, if I become your beast husband, I will do everything to safeguard you, even at the cost of my life, he Fong chimed in. Yet, Qingqing still shook her head. Even so, I remained steadfast in my choice. Since arriving at the Beastman tribe, everything had indicated to Qingqing that females held the highest status here. As a female, she could rightfully enjoy many privileges. Yet, she did not share this sentiment. With her modern mindset, she found it impossible to accept such a radical departure from self-identity, let alone the notion of being with multiple men. Furthermore, deep down, she did not believe that the females in the Beastman tribe were truly esteemed. The supposed ability to marry multiple beast husbands and be cherished by the tribe was merely an acknowledgement of their reproductive capabilities. In other words, in the eyes of everyone, she was nothing more than a mobile womb. Each time Qingqing contemplated this, she felt a wave of nausea. Thus, she would rather forego such preferential treatment. She aspired to empower herself, to become strong enough to change these rules and disregard them altogether. Regardless, I'm truly grateful for your affections, but I can only accept one beast husband. Even if one day my feelings for Qingxiu fade, I would only dissolve our bond and seek another. Qingqing took a deep breath, her eyes revealing a distinct unease as she spoke. The complex emotions within her were forcibly suppressed as she continued. Perhaps you do not understand the reasons behind my words now, but I trust that you will come to comprehend them in time. Disappointment was evident in their eyes, yet neither was the type to impose. Song Shang spoke. If that is the case, we will not force you. We only wish for your happiness. That he Fong remained silent, gazing intently at Qingqing, before suddenly stating, I will wait for you. When you no longer have feelings for Qingxiu, remember to inform me. Qingqing was momentarily speechless. She looked up at him. There is no need for that. Even if one day my feelings for him fade, I would not choose you. However, despite Qingqing's assertion, he Fong remained resolute. Regardless, this is my decision, and you have no say in it. Qingqing displayed a look of helplessness, refraining from further discussion, merely stating, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Observing Qingqing's retreating figure, he Fong and Song Shang lingered, their heads bowed in contemplation. The moment Lu Qingqing returned home, she sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. "What is the matter with you?" Lu Qingqing asked in confusion. "Where did you just go?" Qin Xiao inquired, a wave of panic surging within him. In that instant, he was acutely aware that Lu Qingqing had silently occupied a significant place in his heart. The thought of losing her was unbearable. Daba and Bao did not mention anything to you. They were discussing matters with Yifang and Songsheng. Lu Qingqing chose not to disclose the confessions made by the two to Qin Xiao. She believed that their current relationship was merely that of roommates, and sharing such matters would only add to her troubles. However, upon hearing this, Qin Xiao's expression turned cold. "You are lying. It was they who confessed to you." Wishing to form a blood bond, Qin Xiao rose slowly, standing before Lu Qingqing and looking down at her, which inadvertently instilled a deep sense of pressure within her. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing remained unruffled, furrowing her brows slightly, casting an annoyed glance at Qin Xiao. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the two children, who quickly averted their eyes. Witnessing this scene, she let out a cold laugh, looking up at Qin Xiao. "Did you instruct the children to follow me? Do you not think you've gone too far? My actions are not for you to question." Lu Qingqing's words were quite impolite as she stated directly, "What I wish to do and what I choose are my own decisions." Her attitude was resolute, giving the impression that she might leave at any moment. This demeanor only deepened Qin Xiao's sense of panic, further confirming his earlier suspicions that so. "You agreed to bond with them?" Qin Xiao pressed again. The accusatory tone only served to heighten Lu Qingqing's displeasure. She shot him a cold glare, responding directly, "It has nothing to do with you." She had not anticipated that even in a female-dominant beast world, Qin Xiao would be such a staunch advocate of patriarchal ideals, even going so far as to have the children watch her. What did he take her for? Lu Qingqing's anger intensified with each passing moment. She had initially hoped for a harmonious relationship with the other party, but it now seemed she had been overly optimistic. In fact, she felt so disheartened that she no longer desired to be around the children. For a long time, Lu Qingqing had wished for her 3 children to shed the undesirable traits depicted in the original novel and grow up like normal young ones. She also hoped they would gain wisdom while learning to read and write. However, after such a prolonged period, it appeared that the children had shown no signs of change. The wave of helplessness surged within her, and her disappointed gaze fell upon the children. Under the weight of her gaze, Daba and felt startled and dared not continue hiding. They cautiously emerged. With their heads bowed, they stood helplessly before Lu Qingqing, saying, "Mother, we understand our mistakes. Please do not be angry. We will never behave this way again." "I have nothing more to say to you," Lu Qingqing replied, casting another glance at Qin Xiao. "Even if we share a blood bond, you have no right to monitor me." With her anger palpable, Lu Qingqing turned and left, leaving the 3 of them in a state of confusion. "Did we do something wrong?" murmured, fear flooding his heart as he unconsciously tugged at Daba's sleeve. "Mother seems very angry. She won't abandon us, will she?" "Of course not. Mother would never forsake us," Daba quickly reassured, though he was unsure if he was comforting or himself. Looked up at the despondent Qin Xiao, refraining from uttering his usual scolding words, and merely sighed deeply. "Go play by yourselves. I wish to be alone for a while," Qin Xiao said softly, turning back to his room. Noticing his demeanor, the 2 children wisely refrained from disturbing him further. Lu Qingqing moved directly to her adoptive parents' home, feeling no desire to see the 3 of them. Qin Xiao, filled with unexpressed fury, ultimately focused his ire on Songsheng and Yifang. He voluntarily challenged the 2, who, harboring resentment towards Qin Xiao, chose to fight despite knowing they would be defeated. The outcome was as expected. Songsheng and Yifang were left battered and unable to rise. "Stay away from Qingqing," Qin Xiao scoffed, his gaze laden with malice. "We will certainly keep our distance from her in the future, but not because of you, rather because of her own choices. Had she not said she only wanted one beast husband? Even if we were defeated and beaten to a pulp by you, we would never have given up." Songsheng boldly met Qin Xiao's gaze. Frustration gnawed at him for his own inadequacy. He wished he were stronger, yet he couldn't comprehend how Qin Xiao had grown so formidable after a mere hibernation. "True enough, but don't rejoice too soon. Once Qingqing becomes disillusioned with you, and forms a blood bond with you. That will be our opportunity. He Fong gasped from the ground, breathless and in pain. Upon hearing their words, Qin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. So, Lu Qingqing had rejected them. Had she told him she only wanted one partner? Had he misunderstood her intentions? In that instant, a tide of regret washed over him, swiftly followed by a wave of sweetness. He relished their words. Just so you know, do not entertain thoughts of interfering between us in the future, or you will face dire consequences, Qin Xiao declared bluntly before departing with a light step. He was eager to see Lu Qingqing and clarify everything. However, as he approached the vicinity of Lu Hao's home, he abruptly halted, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Given the current situation, if he were to confront her, it would likely only provoke further anger. Perhaps it was best not to irritate her at this critical juncture. Moreover, he still had many things he did not understand. Ultimately, Qin Xiao cast a lingering glance at the cave in the distance before turning away. Spring arrived quietly, the snow melted away, and the people of the tribe gradually ventured out to hunt. My daughter, have you quarreled with Qin Xiao? Bai Fei could not help but inquired. It's nothing, Lu Qingqing replied, shaking her head and offering a broad smile. I merely wish to spend a bit more time at home. Does mother not wish for her daughter to linger a while longer? Of course I do, Bai Fei smiled, though her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Then it is settled. I'm already grown, and I know how to conduct myself. You need not worry, Lu Qingqing said, wrapping her arms around Bai Fei's. Qin Xiao has been sending over some game. Shall we accept it? Bai Fei asked again. Initially, she had been quite critical of Qin Xiao, believing Lu Qingqing had been deceived into marriage. However, after spending some time together, she began to see that Qin Xiao, in certain respects, was not so bad, aside from the fact that he had 3 children. Let us accept it, Lu Qingqing pondered before responding. After several days of delivering game, Qin Xiao finally felt a sense of relief when his offerings were accepted, and he became increasingly enthusiastic about providing. For him, he did not expect Lu Qingqing to forgive him soon. He merely hoped she would accept his gifts of apology. Each day, Lu Qingqing busied herself cooking for her adoptive parents and teaching the tribe members to read and write. Every time she caught sight of Daba and Erbo watching her from a distance, their uncertain gazes betraying their hesitance to approach, her heart felt heavy, yet she did not make an effort to go to them. She was genuinely angry with the 2 brothers. After this extended period of interaction, Lu Qingqing had come to regard them as her own children, yet she had not anticipated their behavior. With a long sigh, Lu Qingqing averted her gaze from the 2 young ones and turned to leave, only to be called back. Mother, the little brother has awakened. He wishes to see you. I know you are angry with us. But he is innocent and has done nothing wrong. Daba finally gathered the courage to block her path. Yes, since the little brother awoke, he has completely ignored us. He hasn't spoken to us in a long time. This has nothing to do with him. Could you please see him? Erba added cautiously. Seeing the 2 children in such a state tugged at Lu Qingqing's heart, yet the memory of their actions hardened her resolve. I do not wish to see you for the time being. We will discuss this later, she said coldly. She needed to correct their behavior. Without a profound lesson, they would never truly understand their mistakes. Mother, I know you are angry with us, but Father truly did not instruct us to spy on you. We were merely worried about what they might do to you, fearing that Father would not win your favor and that you might prefer them. Daba sniffled, lowering his head to conceal his reddened eyes. We were so frightened. This is all our fault, and it has nothing to do with Father. If you must blame someone, blame us. Listening to Daba's voice, laced with tears, caused Lu Qingqing's heart to tremble slightly. Daba had always been mature and sensible in her eyes, displaying wisdom beyond his years. Yet, she had not expected to see such a vulnerable expression from him one day. Gently, Lu Qingqing reached out to stroke Daba's hair, her myriad thoughts coalescing into a long, deep sigh that I understand. You should return home for now, she murmured before departing with heavy steps. In retrospect, her reaction had been somewhat extreme. It was not only the 3 children. Even Qin Xiao had inadvertently taken on an extraordinary significance in her heart. She felt this was somewhat inappropriate and realized she needed to sort through her feelings before returning. Lu Yuan and the others had returned from hunting with numerous captives, and they might require her assistance. Song Sheng hurriedly approached Lu Qingqing, panting heavily. Without further thought, Lu Qingqing followed him, quickly tending to the wounded among the weary, tattered individuals. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Among the 12 rescued, one female seemed to be in charge. Though her face was filthy, her eyes sparkled with vitality. Yet, for reasons unknown, the moment Lu Qingqing laid eyes on her, a wave of revulsion surged within her, as if stemming from the depths of her soul, making it difficult for her to suppress. What was happening to her? Lu Qingqing cast aside the peculiar thoughts that had plagued her mind and approached the female figure. "Do you feel unwell?" she inquired. "That I'm fine," came the response, accompanied by a relaxed smile. Just as Lu Qingqing believed the female truly had no issues, Lu Yuan suddenly appeared, worry etched across his face as he positioned himself protectively in front of the female. He urgently addressed Lu Qingqing, saying, "She is not well. Her leg is injured, and it seems quite serious. That I need you to help take a look." The anxiety on Lu Yuan's face was palpable, and Lu Qingqing's heart sank, her gaze once again falling upon the female. Surely, this couldn't be mere coincidence. "Let me examine it," Lu Qingqing offered, observing the wound on the female's leg, likely inflicted by a branch or something similar. And indeed, it appeared rather severe that a sense of admiration welled within Lu Qingqing. The female was quite resilient. She called the Songsheng to fetch some herbs, only to see the female hastily cover her injury with animal hide. Her voice tinged with embarrassment as she insisted, "My injury is truly not severe, and I possess a strong self-healing ability, so there is no need to trouble you." Lu Yuan, hearing this, expressed his discontent. "How can that be? Even if your self-healing ability is strong, it must still hurt. Applying the herbs will help hasten your recovery. Wan, I know you're kind-hearted and reluctant to burden others, but an injury is an injury. You ought to have it checked." Upon hearing this name, Lu Qingqing's heart sank. So, this person was indeed Jiang Wanwan. She glanced over again, her eyes narrowing in realization that the original female lead had appeared sooner than expected. "Are you certain you don't need any treatment for your injury?" Lu Qingqing asked again, her tone growing noticeably colder. "No, thank you," Jiang Wanwan replied, her expression resolute, her gaze filled with aversion towards the herbs in Lu Qingqing's hands. She was acquainted with the original female lead and had no faith that Lu Qingqing could truly heal her injuries. The thought of having that chaotic concoction smeared on her wound was simply unthinkable. She wasn't willing to take such a gamble. "Wanwan," Lu Yuan interjected, visibly displeased. Yet Jiang Wanwan smiled slightly and pouted, saying, "Brother Lu Yuan, I'm really not that fragile. This injury merely appears severe." With that, Lu Qingqing stood coldly, stating, "I've assessed the injury sufficiently. I must take my leave." She had no desire to waste herbs on Jiang Wanwan. After all, she recalled that in the original narrative, the fates of Qin Xiao and his 3 sons, as well as the original female lead's family, were inextricably linked to Jiang Wanwan. The dark transformation of the 3 young ones had been propelled by Jiang Wanwan's actions that Lu Qingqing was protective of her own, having already come to regard the 3 young ones as family, leaving her with little kindness for Jiang Wanwan. While she wouldn't intentionally make things difficult for her, given that Jiang Wanwan had yet to commit any overt wrongdoing. She certainly wouldn't treat her as an ordinary person, as long as Jiang Wanwan refrained from causing them harm. Lu Qingqing wished to regard her as a stranger. However, this attitude led to a misunderstanding on Jiang Wanwan's part. She sensed Lu Qingqing's displeasure, her gaze darting between Lu Qingqing and Lu Yuan. Could it be? Especially when in the next moment, Lu Yuan called out to Lu Qingqing, "Do you still remember Wanwan? We were once part of the same tribe. They are now in dire straits. Could you speak to the chief and allow them to stay?" A fleeting expression of conflict and reluctance crossed Lu Qingqing's face, only intensifying Jiang Wanwan's belief that she harbored feelings for Lu Yuan. An unusual sensation surged within her. Lu Qingqing, of course, was reluctant. With the original female lead present, the original male lead would inevitably arrive as well. She recalled that in the original text, the male lead believed the tribe that sheltered the original female lead had suffered greatly, nearly leading to its demise. In truth, the tribe had provided the best they could for the original female lead, but as a small tribe, they had already exhausted their resources. Presently, Lu Qingqing was not keen on bringing trouble to the Qingstone tribe due to the original female lead. Before she could formulate a refusal, Jiang Wanwan interjected, "Brother Lu Yuan, thank you for your kindness, but we are merely separated from my beast husband. He should arrive shortly to find me. We only ask for your hospitality for a brief period. But do not worry. We won't be a burden, and why beast husband will repay you." As she spoke, a hint of pride was evident in her demeanor. Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, visibly sank into disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingqing acquiesced. "I will discuss this matter with the chief." She reasoned that expelling them would only lead to retribution from the original male lead, so it was wiser to keep them close and prepare accordingly. Xiao had no objections. Even if Lu Qingqing had not mentioned it, he would have been willing to take them in. However, he felt a twinge of regret that Jiang Wanwan and her companions were hesitant to remain, especially now that spring had arrived and the Qingstone tribe was in dire need of more hands. What Jiang Wanwan did not anticipate was that those who were injured more severely than her, after applying the medicine provided by Lu Qingqing, began to heal even more swiftly than she did. This was enough to astonish Jiang Wanwan, but what followed would astonish her even more shortly after her recovery. She wandered around the Qingstone tribe and was amazed to discover that they cultivated grains and raised livestock, not to mention the delectable food and written language. Each revelation left her utterly astounded, especially upon learning that all these advancements were thanks to Lu Qingqing. How could this be? A mere small tribe was on the verge of rivaling the lifestyle of the Beastman city-states. After a brief period of contemplation, Jiang Wanwan devised a plan that Lu Qingqing was becoming increasingly exasperated as Jiang Wanwan trailed her day in and day out, bombarding her with questions and subtly probing into the origins of her ideas. This immediately put Lu Qingqing on high alert. It was certainly not favorable for the original female lead to take notice. "This is a secret of the tribe. I cannot disclose it to you." Lu Qingqing replied curtly. "Sister Qingqing, please just tell me. I promise I won't breathe a word of it, that we are from the same tribe. How could I possibly harm you?" Jiang Wanwan pleaded, tugging at Lu Qingqing's arm with a childlike demeanor. "I am sorry. I've stated that I cannot share this with you, so please do not press the matter." Lu Qingqing's voice remained firm, but a glimmer of cunning flashed in Jiang Wanwan's eyes as she continued. "Sister Qingqing, you must have feelings for brother Lu Yuan. If you tell me this, I can help you make him your beast husband." "What?" Lu Qingqing was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Jiang Wanwan, however, wore a self-satisfied smile, gazing at Lu Qingqing with triumph. "This is quite a lucrative deal. Your disdain for me is merely because you desire brother Lu Yuan as your beast husband. I assent to it." In that moment, Jiang Wanwan revealed her true colors, shedding the facade of the delicate female she had maintained in previous days. Lu Qingqing's expression shifted to one of realization, but she was not surprised. This was the true Jiang Wanwan from the original text. "You seem to have misunderstood something." Lu Qingqing chuckled lightly. "I have absolutely no interest in someone like Lu Yuan. Stop being stubborn. You can't deceive me." Jiang Wanwan insisted, confidently asserting, "I can definitely help you to as I said. I have no interest in Lu Yuan. When those who came for you arrive, you'll need to leave. We aren't that welcoming to you." Lu Qingqing stated resolutely. Lu Qingqing coldly stated, dismissing Jiang Wanwan's self-talk, and turned to leave. Jiang Wanwan attempted to call out to her, but upon lifting her gaze, she was met with the tumultuous emotions swirling in the man's eyes not far away, causing her to halt and her body to involuntarily shudder. She had noticed the man who frequently observed Lu Qingqing from a distance a few days prior. After making inquiries, she discovered that he was Lu Qingqing's beast husband. Jiang Wanwan could sense Qin Xiao's formidable presence, which instantly ignited an insatiable curiosity within her. Yet, gazing into the depths of his eyes, which resembled a black hole capable of drawing one in, it felt as though her very soul trembled in response. Such a person seemed somewhat terrifying. Despite her trepidation, Jiang Wanwan felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, an overwhelming desire to compete surged within her. She yearned to claim this man as her beast husband. However, it appeared that such a pursuit would not be simple. Jiang Wanwan halted her steps, gazing distantly at Qin Xiao, and offered a harmless smile. She was acutely aware of her allure to males. Yet to her surprise, in the next moment, Qingqiu merely cast her a fleeting glance before turning away. His indifferent demeanor truly incensed Jiang Wanwan, and a deep sense of unwillingness flashed across her face. She silently clenched her fists, resolute in her belief that this man would inevitably submit to her from the moment Jiang Wanwan entered the tribe. Qingqiu had begun to observe her. He had keenly sensed Lu Qingqing's disdain for Jiang Wanwan. Unlike Jiang Wanwan, Qingqiu did not presume that Lu Qingqing's animosity towards Jiang Wanwan stemmed from Lu Yuan. After all, he could discern that Lu Qingqing held a similar disdain for Lu Yuan as she did for Jiang Wanwan. There must be some unknown matter at play. After careful contemplation, Qingqiu decided to have someone he trusted keep a close watch on Jiang Wanwan. This would serve to protect Lu Qingqing and also to uncover any secrets that might lie behind Jiang Wanwan. He understood Lu Qingqing's current value and recognized that Jiang Wanwan could not possibly remain indifferent. From that day forth, it became evident to all that Lu Qingqing harbored a dislike for Jiang Wanwan. Consequently, the tribe members began to distance themselves from Jiang Wanwan. She was a remarkably likable female, not solely due to her beauty, but also because of her character. However, Lu Qingqing had long established an unparalleled status within the tribe, and everyone understood that without her, their current comfortable lives would not be possible. They were keenly aware of where their loyalties lay. Jiang Wanwan sensed this growing distance and felt a surge of resentment towards Lu Qingqing. Yet, more than that, curiosity consumed her. She was certain that Lu Qingqing harbored secrets. She believed she could leverage this secret to acquire more. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiang Wanwan became increasingly agitated. Brother Lu Yuan, does Sister Qingqing dislike me? I feel as though she is quite hostile towards me. I can't tell if it's just my illusion, but even the others in the tribe seem to be isolating me. Jiang Wanwan voiced her grievances to Lu Yuan, her expression one of distress. Observing her demeanor, Lu Yuan felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly reassured her. You must be misunderstanding something. Lu Qingqing is certainly not targeting you. Yet he himself found it hard to believe those words. As anyone could perceive the truth. Perhaps I should just leave. I don't want you to be disliked by Sister Qingqing because of me. It would be unfortunate if you two were targeted by the tribe. Jiang Wanwan said, feigning concern for Lu Qingqing, which only served to heighten Lu Yuan's agitation. He patted his chest and promised, rest assured, I will speak to Lu Qingqing on your behalf. I won't allow you to suffer any grievances. Without waiting for Jiang Wanwan's response, he turned and set off to find Lu Qingqing. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Wanwan smiled with satisfaction. Surely, Lu Qingqing would appreciate the grand gift she intended to present her. Lu Yuan approached Lu Qingqing, suppressing his simmering frustration as he spoke. I sense you may have some reservations about Wanwan. She is a wonderful person, and if you take the time to know her, you will surely come to like her. Why should I bother getting to know her? Once her beast husband arrives, she will be leaving anyway. Lu Qingqing retorted with a cold laugh, her tone lacking any courtesy. Why do you harbor such animosity towards her? Are you aware that your disdain is causing the tribe to ostracize her? This is truly excessive. Lu Yuan questioned Lu Qingqing, disappointment etched across his face. Are you questioning me? Lu Qingqing's expression turned icy. That if you pity her, you can leave with her when the time comes. No one will force you to stay. Lu Yuan's face turned a mix of red and pale. How could he possibly leave? His family was here. Not to mention, what reason would he have to follow Jiang Wanwan? So you do admit to targeting Wanwan. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, pressing for an answer. To his surprise, Lu Qingqing openly acknowledged, I indeed dislike her, but if you claim I am targeting her, I cannot accept that. Have I done anything specifically against her? If I truly aimed to target her, I would have simply driven her out of the tribe. You must know very well that if I expelled her, the entire tribe would have no objections. Lu Yuan understood Lu Qingqing's standing within the tribe all too well. Her words left him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter. Could it be that Jiang Wanwan has been sobbing to you about how pitiful she is? Lu Qingqing scoffed, upon hearing Lu Qingqing's insinuation. Lu Yuan could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Jiang Wanwan, and his patience wore thin. What do you mean by that? Wanwan is not that kind of person. Your dislike for her stems solely from jealousy of her popularity. You vile female, without certain advantages, do you truly believe anyone in the tribe would pay you any mind? Lu Qingqing's words elicited laughter from her. You actually think my disdain for Jiang Wanwan is rooted in jealousy? How absurd! However, you have reminded me. Do remember to return the blueprints I lent you. I trust someone as proud as you wouldn't deign to use my designs. Lu Qingqing's remarks dripped with sarcasm, especially as she observed Lu Yuan's indecisive expression. She finally understood why Jiang Wanwan had always regarded Lu Yuan as a sycophant, unwilling to grant him even a position as her beast husband. This man was far too easily manipulated, requiring no incentives to be controlled. You don't intend to keep my blueprints without returning them, do you? Don't forget, those were merely lent to you, Lu Qingqing reiterated. You are a devoted supporter of Jiang Wanwan. Don't you find it distasteful to use my belongings? Her words struck a chord with Lu Yuan, who replied without a moment's hesitation, I'll return them. I have no need for them. His promptness was driven by his own ulterior motives. He possessed unparalleled talent in constructing tools from blueprints, unmatched by anyone in the tribe. He was eager to see if, after returning the blueprints, Lu Qingqing would find someone else capable of creating those items. That my stance is clear. I simply do not like Jiang Wanwan, and that will never change if there is nothing further. Please leave. That Lu Qingqing spoke directly. Seeing that Lu Qingqing could not be reasoned with, Lu Yuan felt there was no longer any need to stay, and in a fit of anger, he turned and left. Before long, he returned, throwing the blueprints at Lu Qingqing with a violent thud, his demeanor exceedingly unpleasant. Lu Qingqing merely scoffed, not allowing his actions to trouble her. She awaited the moment when Lu Yuan would find himself with nothing left to his name. Jiang Wanwan seemed to have sensed that Lu Qingqing's attitude towards her was unlikely to change, and with Lu Yuan proving to be of little use, she finally settled down, ceasing her attempts to ingratiate herself with Lu Qingqing. However, to Lu Qingqing's surprise, just a few days later, she spotted several beastmen assisting Jiang Wanwan from a distance. That it was customary for the tribe to distance themselves from Jiang Wanwan, yet the individuals aiding her were markedly different. These male beastmen had entered the tribe shortly after Qin Xiu's arrival. Although they appear to have no direct connection to Qin Xiu, they were, in fact, his dragon guards in secret. Had Lu Qingqing not seen this in the original text, she would not have suspected any association between these individuals and Qin Xiu. Typically, they were not known for their willingness to help. They only occasionally lent a hand to Lu Qingqing and the children. Their assistance to Jiang Wanwan now undoubtedly bore Qin Xiu's endorsement. In an instant, Lu Qingqing found her thoughts spiraling. Could it be that everything was unfolding as it had in the original text? Had Qin Xiu been captivated by the original female protagonist? Did he harbor feelings for Jiang Wanwan? Although the original story left the antagonist's romantic inclinations somewhat ambiguous, there were several hints suggesting his interest in the original female lead. Upon realizing this, Lu Qingqing felt her heart swell with a sensation akin to being submerged in sour water. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She continuously reassured herself. This could be advantageous, providing a reason to swiftly dissolve the blood pact. Yet what of the 3 children? Would Jiang Wanwan care for them well? Could she reclaim custody of the 3 children? Initially, Lu Qingqing merely observed the situation. But soon she received a definitive answer. From a distance, she witnessed Jiang Wanwan bashfully delivering something to Qin Xiu, who accepted it. A cold smirk silently crept onto Lu Qingqing's lips as she turned away in outrage. Qin Xiu was truly remarkable. On one hand, he guarded against her interactions with other males, while on the other, he actively sought to befriend other females. Such a blatant double standard was truly astonishing. Nevertheless, Lu Qingqing placed her hand gently over her chest, her gaze flickering with a hint of confusion. Why was she so angry? Shouldn't she be pleased? If Qin Xiu had found someone he truly adored, he would release her from the blood pact, allowing her freedom. Yet, why did she feel a sense of gloom? Was it because the object of Qin Xiu's affections was Jiang Wanwan? Lu Qingqing could only comfort herself in this manner, shaking her head to dismiss the unrealistic thoughts clouding her mind. This is the wild chicken that Qin Xiu sent over. Roasted chicken your favorite? Bai Fei said cheerfully as she pushed the door open. She noticed Qin Xiu's unwavering resolve, and her satisfaction grew. However, she was taken aback when Lu Qingqing, upon hearing her words, lost her usual calm demeanor. suddenly rising to her feet and coldly stating, "I don't want it. Throw it away." Bai Fei was momentarily stunned and cautiously inquired, "Have you two had a quarrel?" Lu Qingqing snorted derisively. "How could I possibly argue with him? What do I have to argue about? I don't care about anything." It was evident to Bai Fei that a quarrel had indeed occurred, though she dared not express it. Instead, she tentatively probed, "Did something happen?" Lu Qingqing remained silent, her gaze growing increasingly disdainful towards the wild chicken in Bai Fei's hands. She stepped forward and snatched it back. "I will return this to him. I have no interest in his meager offerings." As Qin Xiu walked home, a familiar sense of disappointment washed over him. Yet he did not anticipate an unexpected delight. From behind, he heard Lu Qingqing's familiar voice. "Wait a moment." A smile instantly illuminated his face as he turned around, only to see Lu Qingqing hurl the wild chicken at him. "Take this back. I don't want it." "What's wrong?" Qin Xiu asked, bewildered as he looked at her. His mind raced, wondering if he had unwittingly upset her in some way during this time. "I don't want your things. There's no need for you to bring them again. Our blood pact cannot be dissolved for the time being, but don't worry. We will find a way to resolve it eventually. I won't hinder your pursuit of others." Lu Qingqing intended her words to convey a calm discussion, yet they inadvertently carried an undertone of sarcasm. "You want to dissolve our blood pact?" "No, I do not agree." Qin Xiu's expression hardened as he grasped Lu Qingqing's arm. "If I have done something wrong, you can tell me. I can change, but don't casually mention dissolving the blood pact that I will not agree to it." "What do you want then? Don't you wish to bond with Jiang Wanwan? Surely you don't intend to remain entangled with someone you despise for life." Lu Qingqing's irritation deepened. Why did Qin Xiu choose Jiang Wanwan of all people? Was poor taste a flaw of the antagonist? "What did you say, me? Bond with Jiang Wanwan?" Qin Xiu's eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend why Lu Qingqing would assert such a thing. "Isn't that what you hoped for?" Lu Qingqing cast him a cold glance, a sneer lingering at her lips. She then mockingly added, "Rest assured, I will facilitate your union. I just wonder if Jiang Wanwan will be willing to accept you." Perhaps Lu Qingqing herself did not realize that a hint of jealousy laced her words. "Are you very concerned about this?" Qin Xiu forced himself to calm down, lifting his gaze to meet Lu Qingqing's. Quietly asking that Lu Qingqing, taken aback, instinctively replied, "Of course, I don't care. Why would I concern myself over such trivial matters?" "But you appear quite angry." A flicker of joy surged within Qin Xiu. If Lu Qingqing seemed so invested, did that not imply she held some regard for him? He gazed at her intently, excitement growing. However, as Qin Xiu looked at her with such fervor, a sense of unease crept into Lu Qingqing's heart. She felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Furrowing her brow, she met Qin Xiu's gaze fearlessly and replied earnestly, "I genuinely do not care. We are merely cohabiting, but if you wish to bond with Jiang Wanwan, even though our blood pact cannot be dissolved now, I will eventually find a way to do so. But I do not wish to dissolve it." Qin Xiu interrupted her incessant chatter. "I have no desire to sever our blood pact. I want us to be well together, to be a true couple." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing was utterly taken aback. Her mind spun with Qin Xiu's words, her heart flooded with questions. What did Qin Xiu mean by this? She looked up in confusion, her expression a mixture of bewilderment. Surely, this could not be as she imagined. "You are so angry. Does that not mean you care for me a little? Do you like me?" Qin Xiu spoke uncertainly, his eyes filled with tension as he regarded Lu Qingqing Tia's words. Lu Qingqing felt as though her innermost being had been struck, plunging her into a state of panic. "What are you saying? I don't care about you. I certainly don't like you." Her instinctive reaction was to deny it vehemently. However, she lowered her head, unable to meet Qin Xiu's gaze, her heart brimming with guilt. She could not help but reach out to gently place her hand over her heart, which thumped violently, impossible to ignore. "What exactly do you want to say? You can't possibly believe that I take pride in my concern for you. Can you? I assure you, that's impossible. I don't care about you at all. Why anger stems solely from your actions that disgust me, while our blood pact remains unbroken." Lu Qingqing glared at Qin Xiu with indignation, her body trembling with anger. It was unclear whether her words were meant to counter Qin Xiu or to console herself. She stood her ground, meeting Qin Xiu's gaze with a fearless expression. Yet in the next moment, she felt herself freeze. Qingqiu unexpectedly reached out and enveloped her in his arms, leaving her utterly stunned. When she finally regained her composure, she instinctively pushed against him, only to be drawn in even tighter. Confused about Qingqiu's intentions, she shouted in anger, "What do you mean by this? Keep your distance from me. Listen to me." Qingqiu's deep voice resonated by her ear. Lu Qingqing's body jolted, and she struggled even more fiercely to break free. But she heard Qingqiu's voice once again. "I like you. I sincerely wish to forge a blood bond with you and become true partners." Huh. Lu Qingqing was left dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. After a long pause, she hoarsely managed to ask, "Do you even know what you're saying?" When I came to this realization, I was also taken aback. However, after this period of time, I can confirm that I have feelings for you. As for Jiang Wanwan, I have no interest in her whatsoever, so please do not misunderstand or push me towards someone else. Qingqiu pondered for a moment, tightening his embrace further as he continued. "And please, do not forge a blood bond with anyone else." Lu Qingqing was utterly speechless, unsure of how to respond. She had never imagined that one day Qingqiu would harbor feelings for her. Lu Qingqing, do not know what to say. I am telling you this simply to clarify any misunderstandings. You can take your time to think it over. I will wait for you." Qingqiu suddenly released her. His gaze filled with tenderness as it fell upon Lu Qingqing. Under such a gaze, it was difficult for Lu Qingqing to ignore his feelings, and she couldn't help but blush. Did he truly have feelings for her? The thought of this question left her hesitant, and she slowly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. "Are you certain? Could this be a misunderstanding? Perhaps it's because we've been together a lot lately. And you mistaken your feelings for me." Lu Qingqing asked incredulously. "That I know myself very well. I am certain I like you." Qingqiu reiterated, gently caressing Lu Qingqing's cheek. His touch was tender yet filled with careful affection. "My attention towards Jiang Wanwan was only because I sensed that you did not like her. That I believe you are not someone who would dislike another without reason, and I had a bad impression of her. I worried she might harm you." Qingqiu explained earnestly, not wanting Lu Qingqing to misunderstand him over such trivial matters. Lu Qingqing understood Qingqiu. He had no reason or need to lie to her. She looked into his eyes and saw a genuine affection that was hard to ignore. Did he truly like her? What were her own feelings towards Qingqiu? As she questioned her heart, she found herself at a loss for an answer. Her rational mind urged her to directly state that she did not have feelings for Qingqiu, yet those words felt impossible to utter, leaving her in a stalemate with him. "That I won't rush you. I will patiently wait for you to understand your feelings." Qingqiu sighed softly, placing his hand gently upon Lu Qingqing's head. After spending time together, Qingqiu had come to understand Lu Qingqing somewhat. He knew she was stubborn and preferred gentleness over force. In certain situations, a patient wait was the best approach. Qingqiu's lack of pressure brought Lu Qingqing a sense of relief. She awkwardly diverted her gaze to a distant point, stating, "I have things to attend to, so I will head back first. You should return home early as well." She found it impossible to completely ignore Qingqiu. Her demeanor was a complex blend of restraint and uncertainty. The more she acted this way, the more Qingqiu felt assured. It seemed that Lu Qingqing did not harbor completely indifferent feelings towards him, which was a positive sign. For a considerable time thereafter, Qingqiu continued to bring game to the Lu family, but now it was delivered directly into Lu Qingqing's hands. Initially, she attempted to refuse, but eventually she relented, unable to turn him down. Bai Fei, witnessing the scene, could not help but approach Lu Qingqing, teasingly remarking, "It seems you won't be staying at home for long. Mother, are you unhappy with me being here? Why do you always want me to leave?" Lu Qingqing feigned annoyance as she replied, "We are happy, but we can't just watch you sulk at home. It's not good for your health." Bai Fei responded helplessly, "If you can't let go, find a reason to return quickly." Lu Qingqing fell silent, lowering her head and lost in thought. She needed to clarify her feelings towards Qingqiu. Amidst these emotions, she was suddenly informed by someone from the tribe that a plant resembling wheat had been found in the southern part of the territory. Lu Qingqing felt a surge of excitement. If it truly was wheat, she could make flatbread. The thought alone made her mouth water. Without a second thought, she followed the directions given. However, it wasn't until nightfall that she finally found what she was looking for. Filled with joy, Lu Qingqing gazed at the wheat before her. This was wonderful. She harvested a substantial amount and stored it in her space before setting off contentedly. Yet as she walked, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her foot and stumbled, falling into a pit. When she regained her senses, she found herself sitting at the bottom of the hole, her lips curving into a bitter smile. This was truly absurd. The pit must have been a trap set by the hunters of the tribe. As for the injury on her leg, it was likely caused by a snare set by the tribe not long ago. She never expected these devices would be used against her, with a wry smile. Lu Qingqing noted that the materials used by the Beastmen tribe were not as sturdy as those in the modern world. Otherwise, her foot would surely be broken. Using the moonlight, she awkwardly propped herself up and managed to dislodge the snare from her foot. Tossing it aside as she gazed helplessly at the sky, she attempted to climb out of the pit, but ultimately failed. These pits were dug deep to prevent wild beasts from escaping, and the surrounding plants were deliberately chosen to hinder their ascent, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to climb out. Not to mention, it was nighttime. Forcing her way up could lead to injury. Of course, Lu Qingqing was more concerned about the possibility of encountering a wild beast. After a long sigh, she found a suitable spot to rest. Regardless of her predicament, she couldn't allow herself to suffer unduly. It was best to rest a bit before devising a plan. However, unexpectedly, just as she was about to rise and attempt to climb out, she heard a familiar voice calling from above. "Qingqing, Qingqing, where are you?" Was it Qin Xiao? Lu Qingqing had never longed for Qin Xiao's voice as much as she did now, her eyes lighting up with joy as she called out, "I'm here," after an indeterminate amount of time. Qin Xiao's figure finally appeared at the edge of the pit. "Are you all right?" His tone was laden with concern. "But I'm fine," Lu Qingqing shouted back. Qin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, transforming into his beast form as he cautiously leaned his head into the pit. Observing Lu Qingqing sitting there, "Climb up." Lu Qingqing complied, settling on Qin Xiao's back. "Thank you, I was just thinking about how to get out." Pondering for a moment, she curiously asked, "But how did you know I was here?" "You didn't return home, so my mother came looking for you. After inquiring, I learned that you had come here to search for something, so I came to find you," Qin Xiao explained, leaping effortlessly from the pit. In that moment, Lu Qingqing's heart felt an overwhelming sense of peace. She leaned down, resting her face against his back, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. "Qin Xiao, I think I might like you a little." Lu Qingqing's voice was so faint, as delicate as a whisper carried away by the wind. Yet, despite its ethereal quality, it caught the attentive ear of Qin Xiao. He stirred with excitement, eager to turn and gaze upon Lu Qingqing, only to nearly jostle her off balance in his fervor. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingqing complained with a hint of displeasure. Qin Xiao forced himself to regain composure. "Is what you said true? Have you truly developed feelings for me?" Lu Qingqing softly affirmed with a gentle hum. She could not deceive her own heart. Indeed, she had grown fond of Qin Xiao. Coming to this realization, she ceased to evade the matter, reaching out to lightly pat the scales on his body, and continued, "However, I must make it clear that my perspective diverges significantly from that of the beast world. If I commit to you, it shall be solely between us, with no room for another. Yet, should you find yourself enamored with someone else one day, you may speak freely of it, and I will release you from our blood pact without hesitation. I cannot abide duplicity. If you betray me during our union, I shall seek retribution without fail." Lu Qingqing was resolute in her feelings for Qin Xiao. However, those feelings were not yet fervent enough to ignite a passionate bond. Furthermore, she held an unwavering zero-tolerance policy towards infidelity. Qin Xiao absorbed her words and silenced. Him. Every statement made by Lu Qingqing was a rule she established for herself, not for him. After all, in the beast tribes, females possessed dominion over males. Qin Xiao had already prepared himself to be guided by Lu Qingqing. Conversely, he harbored concerns about her potentially accepting another beast husband. He did not expect that her thoughts had long been shaped in such a manner, which somewhat relieved him. He replied directly, "Of course, my loyalty lies solely with you. No one else shall ever hold sway over my heart. Such absolutes can be misleading. One should not speak with such certainty about any matter." Lu Qingqing remarked pointedly. She pondered for a moment before adding, "There's one more thing. I do not wish to bear offspring." Lu Qingqing was acutely aware that for those in the beast world, procreation held immense significance. Her declaration stemmed from a personal desire to gauge Qin Xiu's sentiments regarding children. While she did indeed cherish young ones, she loathed the idea of being reduced to a mere breeding machine. That notion was far too terrifying. The atmosphere fell into a long silence, and just as Lu Qingqing feared that Qin Xiu could not accept her stance, he finally spoke. "You seem quite fond of children. You are very kind to Bao and the others, as well as to other cubs in the tribe." Qin Xiu observed, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Yet I do not wish to bear children." Lu Qingqing reiterated gravely. She assumed Qin Xiu would be unable to accept this, and finally spoke in a vague tone. "If you cannot accept this, I can accept it," Qin Xiu interrupted her. "What?" Lu Qingqing was taken aback. "In truth, I do not have a particular fondness for children, especially when I cared for Bao and the others. There were several occasions where they nearly perished, which terrified me. Had it not been for..." Qin Xiu paused, then continued. "Moreover, I have witnessed the state of females during childbirth in the tribe. I understand your reluctance to bear children, and I too can forego it. While the beast tribes traditionally revered females, I sometimes feel that this reverence is misplaced. The value of females stems from their reproductive capacity, and incessant breeding is not necessarily a virtue. Although I have always wished to avoid being bound by a female. If given a choice, I would certainly prefer to be male. Females, being weaker, rely solely on their reproductive abilities to depend on males, leaving their destinies beyond their own grasp." That Lu Qingqing was taken aback by these sentiments from Qin Xiu. Her heart experienced a profound shock. After a moment of stunned silence, she suddenly inquired, "I have heard that in the past, females possessed beast blood and could also undergo beast transformation. Many years ago, a female leader of a beast tribe discovered the method of transformation, leading to the emergence of many capable of it, elevating the status of females to unprecedented heights." Qin Xiu spoke slowly. "However, as the beast leaders grew disillusioned, the methods of transformation faded into obscurity. Coupled with the fact that females gradually became accustomed to a life of being pampered while bearing children, their fighting spirit waned." At the conclusion of his statement, Qin Xiu could not help but express his lament. If our kind had possessed written language long ago, perhaps these truths would not have been lost. Lu Qingqing nodded in understanding. She had not anticipated Qin Xiu's insight to reach such depths, and she fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, she finally asked, "Can you teach me how to transform?" "The methods of transformation differ between males and females. I worry it may harm you." Qin Xiu replied with concern, "I merely wish to observe how transformation occurs, and in doing so, explore my own body." Lu Qingqing explained. She did not want females to remain in a passive state, appearing lofty yet devoid of survival skills, merely existing to bear offspring. Qin Xiu understood Lu Qingqing's intentions and agreed. "Very well, I shall teach you." Lu Qingqing smiled brightly, silently embracing the beast form beneath her. Noticing this, Qin Xiu's dragon head slowly curved into a smile. The two fell into a comfortable silence, yet an unspoken change occurred between them, transforming the cool night into a warm embrace. Little did they know, shortly after they departed, several figures emerged from the shadows. "Why does that beast form seem so familiar?" Qin Yu pondered, stroking his chin in deep thought. It couldn't possibly be that person. After all, they suffered such grave injuries and were pursued. They shouldn't have survived until now. The thought of that individual ignited a wave of jealousy within Qin Yu. He had worked painstakingly to ensure that person disappeared from this world. They could not re-emerge. "We didn't get a clear look." One of his companions chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, you think Qin Xiu is still alive?" Qin Yu could not help but voice his unease as he felt a surge of anxiety. How could he possibly still be alive? We all witnessed how wretched his condition was. He has surely perished in silence. Another member of the group shared the same somber expression. The events of that time had been meticulously plotted, and if Qin Xiu were truly alive, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against them. So, they tried to reassure him, "Don't dwell on it too much. He certainly isn't alive anymore. What we need to do now is to find the female master." Upon reflection, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "She should be nearby. I heard there's a Qingshi tribe in the vicinity. We should go investigate." The group acknowledged his words and resumed their search, casting aside their earlier worries. Lu Qingqing returned home. And the three children immediately erupted with excitement, jumping around joyfully. Xiao Bao dashed to Lu Qingqing, affectionately wrapping his arms around her leg. "Mama, I've missed you so much." Meanwhile, Bao and Bao cautiously observed Lu Qingqing's expression from a distance. Afraid to approach for fear of upsetting her, Lu Qingqing noticed their hesitance and felt a pang of heartbreak, quickly beckoning them over. "Come here," you tooted upon hearing this. Bao and Bao finally mustered the courage to rush over, their faces displaying a mix of guilt and anxiety. "I'm sorry, Mama. It's all our fault. Please don't be angry with us." Bao hurriedly apologized. Xiao Bao, feeling a twinge of empathy, interjected, "The two brothers certainly didn't mean it. Mama, if you're upset, just give them a good beating. Don't let it ruin your mood. And please don't cast us aside or reject Papa." Bao and Bao immediately echoed their assurances. "We promise we won't do anything like that again. You can hit us as you wish." After uttering those words, the two of them turned their backs to Lu Qingqing, presenting an attitude as if inviting her to strike them. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingqing was momentarily speechless, then squatted down to embrace the three children, gently patting them. "Mother is not angry with you. It's all in the past. However, you must promise not to engage in such behavior again. Understood?" "Understood, we promise," the three children eagerly assured, their lips finally breaking into relaxed smiles. Qingxiu observed this heartwarming scene, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Perhaps what he had always yearned for was nothing more than such an ordinary life. Yet there always seemed to be someone intent on disrupting this idyllic existence. Qingyu had arrived. Upon learning this news, Lu Qingqing rushed over, her expression grave as she gazed at the embrace between Qingyu and Jiang Wanwan. At this moment, the original female and male leads, along with the antagonist, had finally converged. You finally came to find me. You have any idea how much I've missed you during this time?" Jiang Wanwan nestled closely against Qin Yu's side. "I missed you too," Qin Yu replied, wrapping his arms around her tenderly. "Have you been well? I was particularly worried that you might be wronged." "Not far away." Lu Yuan observed this scene, his expression one of desolation. Jiang Wanwan, looking pitiful, was about to say something, but after catching a glimpse of Lu Qingqing from the corner of her eye, she pouted and lowered her head, saying, "I've been doing quite well here. No one bullies me, nor treats me poorly. I am genuinely happy that the people here took me in." Jiang Wanwan curled up in Qin Yu's embrace, as if she had endured great injustices. The moment those words left her lips, Qin Yu's expression darkened, his gaze sweeping over everyone present with an air of menace. Qion observed this, and his face fell, his demeanor evidently displeased. What does this person mean? Is he implying that the Qingshi tribe has treated her poorly? In the next moment, Jiang Wanwan stepped out of Qin Yu's embrace, striding up to Lu Qingqing. "I truly appreciate your willingness to plead with the chief on our behalf. Whatever you desire, do not hesitate to ask. We will certainly accommodate you." Jiang Wanwan, her eyes reddened, spoke sincerely to Lu Qingqing. "I believe it's time to clarify our misunderstandings. I have no intentions towards Lu Yuan, and you need not harbor animosity towards me." The expressions of those present shifted because of Jiang Wanwan's words, their gazes flitting between Lu Qingqing and Lu Yuan, the two parties involved. Jiang Wanwan continued, seemingly oblivious. "To me, Brother Lu Yuan is just like an elder brother. I never intended anything more with him. You are all dear to me as siblings, and I sincerely hope for your happiness together." Hearing this, Lu Yuan's face revealed a look of realization, and after casting a determined glance at Lu Qingqing, he stepped forward. "I have no intentions towards you. I hope you can understand this. Do not target Wanwan because of me. She is innocent, and your actions will only make me see you as malicious. I could never like someone like you. At this moment, Lu Yuan seemed to finally grasp why Lu Qingqing had been so hostile towards Jiang Wanwan. Lu Qingqing wore a look of disbelief, exasperation bubbling within her as she retorted, "I genuinely believe you two are a perfect match. Your brains must have been kicked by a wild beast. When did I ever have feelings for Lu Yuan? You are fabricating accusations against me without cause. Shouldn't I despise you?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingqing forced herself to remain calm. She cast a cold smile at Jiang Wanwan, saying, "I have already told you that I have no feelings for Lu Yuan. How many times must I repeat myself? Stop trying to repulse me." Her gaze toward Lu Yuan was filled with disdain. Before encountering Jiang Wanwan, she had never realized Lu Yuan could be this foolish. Even after Lu Qingqing had spoken, Jiang Wanwan maintained an understanding demeanor, continuing, "I understand you're shy and find it hard to express yourself, but it's really no big deal. If you like someone, you should say it openly. Why are you so fixated on my supposed feelings for Lu Yuan? I'm genuinely curious why you think I like him. My beast husband must at least resemble him, not just any random cat or dog." Lu Qingqing pointed towards Qin Xiao, who immediately stood tall and proud, casting a cold glance at Lu Yuan. Under such scrutiny, Lu Yuan instinctively took several steps back before stopping. Qin Yu followed the gazes of the crowd to Qin Xiao, and he was momentarily taken aback. This person bears an uncanny resemblance to that individual. Could it merely be a coincidence? Furthermore, I would like to ask everyone in the tribe, do you believe I harbor any affection for Lu Yuan? Is there any distinction in my feelings for him compared to others? Lu Qingqing's words were blunt, directly hitting at Lu Yuan's core. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yuan retorted, "But you gave me those precious blueprints. And I also provided the medicinal formula to Song Sheng, the recipes to He Fong, the weaving patterns to Xiang Yin, and the written language to everyone in the tribe. Oh, you think that means I have feelings for them too?" Lu Qingqing replied, curtly. Lu Yuan felt this was the case in his heart, but was unwilling to admit it. Then Jiang Wanwan, defiantly, interjected, "But you've always targeted me because of brother Lu Yuan." "Haven to you," before Lu Qingqing could respond. Qin had already stepped protectively behind Jiang Wanwan, his displeased gaze fixed on Lu Qingqing. "You are targeting Wanwan. You. Please don't be angry. This is merely a misunderstanding that can be resolved. After all, I have no feelings for brother Lu Yuan, and sister Qingqing has no reason to target me," Jiang Wanwan said supportively. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression grew even more frigid. "A mere female from a small tribe dares to bully my mate? Are you courting death?" The oppressive aura radiated from him, unceremoniously directed at Lu Qingqing, who met his gaze with a cold smile. "That I may just be a female from small tribe. But what are you?" Lu Qingqing had come to realize that in front of these individuals, her words and actions were futile. They looked down on her group and would find any excuse to make things difficult. Qin Yu sneered repeatedly, "I don't bicker with females." Then he fixed his gaze on Xiao, speaking bluntly, "If you expel this female from the tribe, I will overlook this matter. Otherwise, we are not beings you can provoke." Expelling a female from the tribe is no different from condemning her to death. To claim he would not seek retribution. The most petty-minded person is undoubtedly Qin Yu, in his eyes, stating such was a mercy towards an entire tribe, reflecting his leniency. Yet to his surprise, Xiao stood resolutely in front of Lu Qingqing without hesitation. "No one can casually bully the females of our tribe, especially not Lu Qingqing, that we kindly rescued your mate. And this is how you repay us? Such a stance is unacceptable to us." Besides Lu Qingqing, the other members of the tribe stood in solidarity beside her, their intentions clear. In unison, they shouted, "Our tribe does not welcome you. Please leave." Qin Yu's expression darkened visibly. "Do you realize whom you are provoking?" A surge of power emanated from him, instilling fear in everyone present. Under his imposing presence, the beastmen could hardly maintain their composure, their legs trembling as if they might kneel at any moment. Jiang Wanwan stood by, her face alight with pride. This is the beast husband she chose, strong and handsome. Her gaze fell on Qin Xiao, expecting to see him trembling, only to find him unfazed, excitement bubbling in her heart. Indeed, the beast husband she chose is formidable. "Are you certain you wish to be my enemy?" Qin Yu scoffed. "It is your honor to have saved my mate. I shall certainly reward you. However, I will never forgive you for bullying my mate." "Then do tell how I have bullied your mate." Lu Qingqing stepped forward from behind the crowd. She pointed at Jiang Wanwan's attire. "Look at what she is wearing. It was painstakingly knitted by the people of our tribe from cotton. The whole tribe does not even have a leader." She then gestured at Jiang Wanwan's figure. "And look at her now. She has gained weight since she arrived. Is this how you treat her poorly?" The entire tribe regarded her as an esteemed guest, eager to offer her the finest treasures they possessed. Yet because I failed to acquiesce to her unreasonable demands, I have been accused of bullying her, and now the entire tribe must bear the brunt of your disdain. You nobles certainly have a way of making me see you in a new light. Lu Qingqing's words dripped with sarcasm as she cast her gaze toward the orcs who had drifted here alongside Jiang Wanwan. She asked aloud, Jiang Wanwan claims I bullied her. Perhaps you all can enlighten me on how I have done so? The group fell silent. Even they could not deny their actions were excessive, and they hung their heads in shame. Subsequently, Lu Qingqing turned her attention to Jiang Wanwan, reiterating, Now, please explain how I have bullied you. In detail, I never said you bullied me. It's just that Jiang Wanwan herself cannot articulate it clearly. Please, do not feign goodwill on my behalf. Your beast husband does not believe your ambiguous statements that I have not targeted you. Such vagueness only leads everyone to think I am indeed bullying you. Those unaware might even suspect you are deliberately fostering misunderstandings. Lu Qingqing remarked with a scornful smile that I trust you did not intend to make me a target. So kindly clarify to your beast husband how I have done so. Jiang Wanwan could no longer maintain her smile, and after much mumbling, she failed to provide a coherent response. Lu Qingqing then shifted her gaze to Lu Yuan, asking again, Did you not also claim I was targeting her? Pray tell, how exactly have I done so? Surely, my refusal to coddle her does not equate to targeting her. Have I done anything to cause her harm? Lu Yuan, enamored with Jiang Wanwan, had lowered himself, thinking everyone should indulge her as he did. In his eyes, she was unattainable, while in mine, she was nothing of consequence. Lu Qingqing's words struck a nerve with the two before her, leaning against the wall with an air of indifference. Come now, both of you, let us discuss how I have bullied Jiang Wanwan. It is crucial that our esteemed noble understands. Qin Yu observed the scene, gaining some insight. However, he would never admit to being wrong, nor could he hold Jiang Wanwan at fault. He stated plainly, Sometimes it is not physical harm that inflicts pain. Your disregard for Wanwan has already wounded her. Here's what we can do. I will not hold this against you, but you must kneel and apologize to Wanwan, and we shall consider the matter resolved. In Qin Yu's eyes, he believed he had shown enough leniency toward Lu Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing was enraged to the point of laughter. Is this truly the original male protagonist of the story? How absurd! What will you do to our entire tribe if I refuse? Lu Qingqing countered. You may certainly try. Qin Yu's expression turned cold. After being rebutted by Lu Qingqing, his patience had run thin. Were it not for the familiar presence of Qin Xiao nearby, he might have already struck. I, too, am curious about what you intend to do to my mate. Qin Xiao finally moved. Stepping closer to Lu Qingqing, he understood her desire to handle the situation herself, but he could no longer restrain himself. Even if Lu Qingqing were to blame him in the end, he felt compelled to intervene. Who are you? Qin Yu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the man before him, the familiar sensation growing ever stronger. I am Qin Xiao, Lu Qingqing's beast husband. Jiang Wanwan sensed the unusual emotion emanating from Qin Yu and quietly explained. What? Qin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Qin Xiao. His voice became hoarse and strained. You are Qin Xiao? No, it cannot be. I thought you were dead. Am I not allowed to be Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao replied with an innocent smile, as if meeting Qin Yu for the first time. You do not recognize me? Qin Yu countered. Is this not our first encounter? Qin Xiao stated directly. Have you seen me before? If I had, how could I not recognize you? Qin Yu quickly retorted. Qin Xiao nodded, not dwelling on the matter further, but instead focused on Qin Yu, declaring, You have offended my mate in your defense of yours. I challenge you. The crowd's expression shifted upon hearing this. They could sense the threat from Qin Yu and were bewildered by Qin Xiao's actions. Lu Qingqing's worried gaze fell upon Qin Xiao, not for fear that he would lose to Qin Yu, but rather that his identity might be exposed, potentially leading to significant trouble. Qin Xiao offered a reassuring look to Lu Qingqing, whispering in her ear, Do not worry. I am fine. You wish to challenge me? Qin Yu regarded him as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. Disbelief etched across his features as he chuckled. What? Are you afraid? Qin Xiao provocatively challenged. What do I have to fear? But if you lose, what then? Will your mate have to kneel and apologize to Wanwan? Qin Yu retorted that I will apologize to her on behalf of my mate. I will do so in whatever manner is deemed appropriate. Qin Xiao replied softly. Lu Qingqing was taken aback by Qin Xiao's response, as he placed great value on dignity. given that Qin Xiu cared for her so deeply. She would not hide behind him and do nothing. With this thought, Lu Qingqing firmly grasped Qin Xiu's hand, whispering, "Do you have confidence in defeating him?" "Yes," Qin Xiu replied. "Good. I believe in you," Lu Qingqing said effortlessly. Her words stirring something deep within Qin Xiu, that if my beast husband loses, we will both apologize to her. "You may dictate how we do so," Lu Qingqing declared. Qin Yu regarded the pair as if they were a source of amusement, dismissing their words entirely. Regardless of whether Qin Xiu bore a striking resemblance to that person, he would not be intimidated. After all, he had devoted years to training, surely becoming stronger than that individual. He was finally free from living in that person's shadow. In that case, I find it rather inappropriate to be hesitant. Qin Yu stepped forward gracefully, a roar escaping him as he transformed into his beast form. His gaze toward Qin Xiu was laced with skepticism. He too was eager to discover if this man was as he envisioned. However, as time passed, Qin Xiu showed no signs of transforming. He merely stated, "Let us begin. You intend to challenge me in human form?" Qin Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Especially when he saw Qin Xiu nod so nonchalantly, he could not help but laugh. "You underestimate me. Hurry and transform." "I do not have time to waste on you. Let us begin," Qin Xiu reiterated calmly, launching an attack at Qin Yu. Initially, Qin Yu did not take it seriously, even contemplating withstanding Qin Xiu's punch. However, he quickly realized the weight of that strike far exceeded his expectations, feeling as though something heavy had crashed down upon him, prompting an involuntary cry of pain. And no longer could he regard Qin Xiu with the same casual demeanor. He now scrutinized the man before him with a cold gaze, determined to take the fight seriously. Qin Xiu appeared notably diminutive against the dragon form, weaving between its massive presence, delivering blow after blow to Qin Yu. This left Qin Yu feeling as though he had no room to unleash his own strength. As time wore on, the battle between them grew increasingly intense. Ultimately, Qin Xiu seized Qin Yu's tail. Exerting a slight force, realizing what Qin Xiu intended, Qin Yu's expression shifted in alarm, and he thought to himself that this was bad, only to find himself uncontrollably hurled aside. Even with his tough scales, he still felt a tinge of pain in that moment. Humiliation and rage consumed him, the singular thought echoing in his mind. He could not afford to lose, especially not to someone who so closely resembled that individual and hailed from a mere small tribe. Where would his dignity go? Qin Yu's dantian exerted a subtle force as he let out a furious roar, lunging once more at Qin Xiu, determined to rend him to shreds. However, he was taken aback when his opponent deftly evaded his assault. Undeterred, he charged again, wrapping his body tightly around Qin Xiu, pouring every ounce of strength into his attempt to suffocate him. Yet as time wore on, it became increasingly evident that this endeavor was insurmountable, and the two found themselves locked in a stalemate. One sought to constrict, while the other tugged at the other's tail in an effort to break free. In that moment, neither could claim victory. Qin Yu's heart brimmed with frustration. Their conflict had devolved into this farce. Not only was he unable to prevail, but even a victory would yield little satisfaction to outsiders. He was merely a source of ridicule. Zhang Wanwan observed this puzzling scene, bewildered by the drawn-out struggle in her eyes. It should have been a simple matter for Qin Yu to subdue Qin Xiu. She nervously tugged at her clothing, a flicker of anxiety shimmering in her gaze, one she herself had yet to recognize. Lu Qingqing felt similarly. As the original male protagonist, Qin Yu's capabilities were evident. Given that Qin Xiu had sustained severe injuries during his escape, it seemed unlikely he could match Qin Yu, especially since Lu Qingqing, from a distance, could see the cold sweat glistening on Qin Xiu's brow. Prolonging this stalemate would bring him no advantage. Yes, she contemplated a resolution to this predicament. Qin Yu suddenly transformed into human form. Standing before Qin Xiu, Lu Qingqing wasted no time, rushing forward with a concerned expression, inquiring, "Are you all right? How is your body?" "I'm fine," Qin Xiu replied, warmth flooding his heart as he looked up to offer Lu Qingqing a smile. His gaze then fell upon Qin Yu's pallid face, and he clenched his fists, struggling to suppress a tremor. Qin Yu had grown significantly stronger. In this state, facing Qin Yu was still too much for him. Fortunately, It was Qin Yu who ultimately conceded first that I acknowledge your strength. Consider this challenge your victory. Continuing further serves no purpose, particularly since you are in human form, Qin Yu said, feigning a relaxed demeanor. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao scoffed but refrained from deliberately provoking Qin Yu, simply stating, I must thank the young Master Qin for showing mercy. Otherwise, I could hardly have held my ground for so long. This remark only served to inflame Qin Yu's indignation, filling him with a burning rage that he could not express. With a forced smile, he retorted, given your level, it's quite an achievement to have come this far, especially in human form. Jiang Wanwan listened intently to their exchange, her confusion deepening. She understood Qin Yu was not a magnanimous individual, and his current behavior seemed uncharacteristic. Was there something amiss? Jiang Wanwan, astute as she was, opted not to pry further, instead positioning herself in front of Qin Yu, observing Qin Xiao and Qin Yu with quiet scrutiny. I hold your abilities in high regard. There is no need for apologies. Let us consider this a gesture of friendship, and we shall leave this matter behind, Qin Yu declared generously. Although the others were perplexed by the situation, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief as it appeared to have been resolved. Yet, for Jiang Wanwan, this news plunged her heart into despair. She understood that for Qin Yu to speak thus, it could only mean one thing. He might not be able to defeat Qin Xiao. But how could that be? Qin Yu's prowess was well recognized throughout the city-state. The mere thought of this possibility stirred a tempest of emotions within Jiang Wanwan. If that were the case, her desire to possess Qin Xiao only intensified. Such a formidable male should rightfully belong to her. Lu Qingqing, unaware of Jiang Wanwan's ulterior motives, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Qin Xiao's strength was not inferior to Qin Yu's, thus ensuring a modicum of safety for them. However, Lu Qingqing's worried gaze fell upon Qin Xiao. It seemed that Qin Yu was beginning to suspect Qin Xiao's true identity. They needed to devise a strategy promptly. For in the original narrative, Qin Yu's suspicions had, to some extent, precipitated a tragic outcome for the four protagonists. She was determined to alter this fate, as the situation appeared to reach a satisfactory conclusion. Xiao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Yu spoke up. This must be the leader of the Qingshi tribe. We wish to remain in your territory for a while longer. We hope the leader will grant us permission. Rest assured, we will not impose without reciprocation. With a smile, Qin Yu produced a red, gem-like object from his pocket and tossed it into Xiaoan's arms. This is a beast crystal, a rare gem found only within the bodies of powerful beasts. Beastmen can absorb its energy to become even stronger. This is my offering to you. Xiaoan's eyes widened in astonishment at the mention of the beast crystal, his hand trembling as he clutched it. He was well aware of what a beast crystal entailed and could not hide his shock. With the acquisition of such a crystal, their tribe could soar to new heights. His breath quickened. Yet within the triumphant gaze of Qin Yu, he found himself swallowing hard, struggling to decline. No, I cannot accept this. The smile on Qin Yu's face froze, replaced by a look of disbelief. Are you not aware of what a beast crystal is? That cannot be. You seem too excited to be ignorant of its significance that I know what a beast crystal is and what it could mean for our tribe, Xiaoan replied, taking a deep breath. His gaze subtly drifting toward Lu Qingqing. His decision was straightforward. First, Qin Yu was far too powerful, and he feared bringing trouble upon the tribe. Second, he sensed Qin Yu's curiosity regarding Lu Qingqing and Qin Xiao. Should it pose any risk to them, it would be detrimental. For the tribe, he felt that Lu Qingqing's value outweighed that of a mere beast crystal. Qin Yu was taken aback, keenly aware that something was amiss. It seemed he needed to stay behind and investigate further. His gaze hardened with resolve, and just as he was about to seek an explanation, Lu Qingqing interjected lightly. Leader, I find their sincerity quite profound. Why not allow them to stay for a while? Spring has arrived, after all, and it would be mutually beneficial as they could assist in hunting. Wouldn't it be a win-win situation? Lu Qingqing spoke with a gentle smile, fully aware that Qin Yu had begun to suspect them and displayed interest in their coupledom. Under such circumstances, it was better to ease tensions than to drive them away. Forcing them out would only invite further complications, as Qin Yu would likely investigate their backgrounds. It was wiser to keep them within the tribe, enabling them to detect any ulterior motives promptly. Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Xiao readily acquiesced. He trusted that Lu Qingqing had her reasons for agreeing to this arrangement. The exchange between Xiao and Lu Qingqing did not escape Qingyu's notice. He frowned involuntarily, scrutinizing Lu Qingqing. This individual appeared far from ordinary. Qingyu was settled into the tribe, with Xiao, wary of offending him, arranging for him to stay in the best cave within the tribe, his own residence. Yet even in such a favorable setting, the moment Qingyu entered, disdain flickered in his eyes. Xiao noticed, but chose not to comment. I have given instructions. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek help from the tribe's members, Xiao advised. Qingyu nonchalantly nodded, about to respond when his attention was drawn to something in the distance. He strode over to a stone table and questioned the characters inscribed upon it. Why does your tribe possess knowledge of written language? A flicker of conflict crossed Xiaowen's eyes. He was reluctant to disclose Lu Qingqing's involvement. Fearing for her safety and the possibility of her being taken by these formidable individuals, he struggled to formulate an explanation. Jiang Wanwan, impatient, interjected, "It seems this is the writing that Lu Qingqing taught them. I saw it a few days ago." When Qingyu heard these words, he felt no great surprise, as if this was the only possible outcome. The orc city-states indeed possessed a written language, albeit one that was still rudimentary, having learned merely a few elements from humanity. Historically, humans and orcs have been at odds, often repelling each other, and opportunities for interaction were scant. Humans were particularly rife with disdain towards orcs. Under such circumstances, it was improbable for the orcs to glean any substantial knowledge from humans. If he could bring the literate Lu Qingqing back to the city-state, would the city lord take notice? With this thought, Qingyu withdrew his gaze, just in time to catch a glimpse of the guarded expression in Xiaowen's eyes, and he offered a gentle smile. Our city-state also has a written language. I did not expect you to have one as well. It is quite surprising. We can communicate through writing. Even so, Xiaowen's heart remained taut, particularly upon learning that Qingyu hailed from city-state. His expression shifted. This was a presence they could not afford to offend. It is getting late. We shall not trouble you any further. The chief should return to rest, Qingyu murmured, offering no further remarks. After acknowledging him, Xiaowen turned and departed. That Lu Qingqing is quite remarkable. Qingyu's smile faded. Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of discomfort. She did not appreciate this situation. Unable to contain herself, she interjected. What is so remarkable about her? It is merely writing, is it not? Our city-state possesses that as well. It is not the same. Though I only caught a fleeting glance earlier, I am certain her command of writing exceeds that of our city-state. If I were to bring her back to teach writing, the city lord might regard me with new eyes, bringing me one step closer to the position of city lord. Qingyu spoke. He silently clenched his fist. He had awaited this day for far too long. Is she really that formidable? Jiang Wanwan felt an even deeper discomfort and muttered under her breath. Isn't it just a bit of cleverness? Our primary task in the Qingshi tribe is to uncover the secrets hidden within this tribe, especially those pertaining to Lu Qingqing. From what I have observed, this Qingshi tribe is indeed extraordinary, possessing something quite different from other tribes. Noticing the reluctance in Jiang Wanwan's eyes, Qingyu softened his voice, gently placing his hand atop her head. Wanwan, listen well. Everything I do now is for our future. Only when I ascend to the position of city lord will we have a future. Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. Right, I understand that I will ensure I do not hold you back, that I knew you were the best. Qingyu smiled, suddenly recalling something and glancing towards his subordinates behind him, but he softly inquired, Do you think that Qin Xiao is the same one we know? Surely not. He is already. Bai Yuan began to speak, but then fell silent. Furrowing his brow, he continued, Moreover, if it were him, why would he not acknowledge us? And staying in such a small place offers him no advantage. Indeed, Qingyu nodded in agreement, yet the unease within him only grew more pronounced. Jiang Wanwan, listening to their conversation, suddenly had a thought and asked, Do you know that Qin Xiao? Qingyu nodded. We indeed know Qin Xiao, but he may not be the same one. What do you mean? Jiang Wanwan asked, perplexed. However, Qingyu had no intention of elaborating, merely smiling. It is of no consequence. In any case, that person will not return. Jiang Wanwan refrained from pressing further, planting a seed of doubt in her heart. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Qingqi's expression grew increasingly grave as he looked at Lu Qingqing, his gaze filled with turmoil. "What is troubling you? You seem rather unhappy," Lu Qingqing said as she sat beside him, gently placing her hand atop his. She smiled softly. In that moment, the tension within Qingqi eased, and he took a deep breath before finally speaking. "I know Qin why you..." Lu Qingqing was not surprised by this revelation and simply replied, "And so, do you not wish to know where I come from? What kind of person I am?" Qingqi hurriedly asked, his heart a tumult of emotions. Lu Qingqing displayed little interest in his past, which made him feel she did not care for him. Yet if she were to inquire, he might not know how to respond. "I do not directly answer such questions. Rather, I counter with a question. Do you not wish to know why I possess such knowledge? Why I have undergone such a transformation? That is your secret. If you do not wish to share, I will not press." Qingqi suddenly exhibited an expression of realization. Each of us harbors our own secrets. If you choose not to divulge yours, it is no great matter, and there is no need for such inner turmoil. Lu Qingqing responded with a smile. Under the warmth of her smile, Qingqi felt a measure of relief. He spoke again. "I come from York City State, and my father is the current city lord. I was unjustly accused, stripped of my formidable powers, and my parents wished to cast me aside, even plotting my demise. With no other option, I had to flee with 3 children, distancing myself from everything there." As he recounted this, a self-deprecating smile crossed his face, his gaze momentarily distant. Before these events transpired, he had harbored enough love and trust for his parents. Now, however, a flicker of sympathy glimmered in Lu Qingqing's eyes, but she said nothing, simply moving closer to embrace Qingqi. Until now, his experiences had been mere words on a page to her. It was only at this moment that she began to truly feel the weight of his suffering. It was the most painful ordeal one could endure, to lose everything in an instant after having once been favored, only to realize the love of one's parents was so feeble. And no wonder he would later become a great antagonist. "Those events are in the past. You have us now." Lu Qingqing softly reassured him. A faint smile finally graced Qingqi's lips, and after much inner turmoil, he inquired, "Do you already know?" "Know what?" Lu Qingqing asked, bewildered. "That Bao and the others are not actually my offspring," Qingqi murmured. This matter had troubled him for quite some time. He had always sensed that Lu Qingqing viewed him in a certain light. Lu Qingqing did not lie, directly confirming, "I indeed know some things. Their parents died protecting me. I owe them a debt." Qingqi's voice was heavy with sorrow. The individuals who once helped him escape now numbered only a handful. Lu Qingqing gently patted his back, offering silent comfort. Beyond this, she was at a loss for words. As time passed, with Lu Qingqing's quiet companionship, Qingqi's mood improved significantly. He reached out to embrace her, feeling a surge of contentment. "I have something to discuss with you." Lu Yuan approached Lu Qingqing once more, his emotions complex. "But I feel there is little for us to discuss," Lu Qingqing replied coolly. Casting him a fleeting glance, a premonition stirred within her. She knew the words he was about to speak would not be to her liking, as expected. In the next moment, Lu Yuan continued, "I apologize. I have been unaware of your feelings. What I wish to convey is that while you are indeed exceptional, I could never be your orc husband, that I hope you will not trouble Wanwan on my account." As he spoke, Lu Yuan's tone carried an undercurrent of pride. Lu Qingqing felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Was he truly so foolish? She patiently replied, "I've already told you that I harbor no interest in you. Please do not misunderstand, that I have understood completely. You need not deny it, that I know your feelings, but it is simply not possible between us." Lu Yuan's gaze held a hint of disappointment as he looked at Lu Qingqing. Where did this average man come from? Lu Qingqing finally lost her patience and stated bluntly, "I have made myself very clear. You mean nothing to me. I do not dislike Jiang Wanwan, but it is certainly not because of you." Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Lu Yuan became increasingly convinced of her feelings for him, interpreting her comments as jealousy. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, "What is the point of all this? So many wish to be your orc husband. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly?" Lu Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes, exclaiming, "What will it take for you to believe that I have absolutely no interest in you? If you continue to pester me, Do not blame me for my harshness. You should be aware of how formidable my beast husband is. Your fragile physique cannot withstand such torment. How could you possibly incite Qingqiu to act against me? Spare me your duplicity, Liu Yuan interjected. While I cannot be your beast husband, I can promise to create something for you as compensation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing immediately became wary. This person surely had ulterior motives. Therefore, hand over those blueprints. I have not yet finished reviewing them. I've already decided to leave with Wanwan and the others. And before I depart, I wish to create something for you as a gesture of goodwill. Lu Yuan seemed confident that Lu Qingqing would not refuse him. He had already heard Jiang Wanwan analyze the situation, concluding that Lu Qingqing must harbor feelings for him. This notion alone was enough to fill him with pride. After all, even the shaman of the Qingshi tribe had shown interest in Lu Qingqing, and the thought of such a female being enamored with him was quite gratifying. With this in mind, Lu Yuan straightened his posture, eagerly awaiting Lu Qingqing to hand over the blueprints. Were you struck in the head as a child? Lu Qingqing inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain calm. I provide you with these blueprints in hopes that you will create something beneficial for the tribe. Now that you are leaving, why should I still give them to you? Do not feign stubbornness. Your reluctance to part with the blueprints only indicates your desire to keep me here, that I assure you. I will not stay. Qingyu is a member of the Beastman city-state, and only by following him can I achieve greatness. Liu Yuan regarded Lu Qingqing with the same expression one might reserve for a bewildered cub. Sighing heavily, the reason I need your blueprints is to offer you an opportunity. If you refuse me now, you will miss your chance that my parents also require your attention, and I vow to repay you in the future. At last, Lu Qingqing could no longer tolerate the situation. Grasping the whistle that Qingqiu had recently gifted her, she blew into it. Before long, Qingqiu appeared before Lu Yuan, shielding Lu Qingqing with his presence. Casting a wary glance at Lu Yuan, he quietly asked Lu Qingqing, "What has happened?" He believes I have feelings for him and refuses to listen to my explanations that I leave this for you to resolve. I hope that he will keep his distance from me in the future. Liu Qingqing shot Lu Yuan a cold glance, ignoring him entirely as she hastened away. Very well, Qingqiu replied, turning to face Lu Yuan after Lu Qingqing's silhouette vanished from view. His gaze sharp, his aura radiated dominance, causing Lu Yuan's heart to race uncontrollably. That a wave of panic surged within him. Liu Yuan, unable to contain his retreat, swallowed hard and hastily exclaimed, "You must think this through. If you truly harm me, Lu Qingqing will certainly be angry with you. What gives you the confidence that Qingqing would favor such a cowardly male as yourself, who admires Jiang Wanwan yet lacks the courage to express it?" Easily swayed by mere words, Qingqiu regarded him with disdain, dismissing him as a rival entirely. Ultimately, you are simply envious of the affection I've garnered from Lu Qingqing, that if you dare to act against me today, she will never forgive you. Liu Yuan's confidence waned further. Then let us gamble and see whether, should I truly act against you, Qingqing will blame me or thank me. Qingqiu let out a derisive snort. He ceased his verbal sparring with Lu Yuan, launching himself at his opponent. Liu Yuan's instinctive reaction was to shift into beast form, unleashing a roar as he charged at Qingqiu. Yet, in the next moment, he was forcefully knocked to the ground. Howling in pain, in the face of overwhelming strength, Lu Yuan was left utterly defenseless, enduring a one-sided assault. "I concede. Please, no more. Are you not afraid that Lu Qingqing will hold you accountable?" Lu Yuan shouted, fear coursing through him at that moment. He genuinely believed that Qingqiu harbored intentions of killing him, especially after he uttered those words. Qingqiu's killing intent flared as he coldly remarked, "It seems you truly lack the capacity for communication. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will be cast out of the tribe. And no matter how powerful you are, no one will take in a beast man who slaughters his own kind." Desperation compelled Lu Yuan to shout this. Upon hearing these words, Qingqiu finally halted his assault. Standing over Lu Yuan with a disdainful gaze, Liu Yuan exhaled in relief, having genuinely feared for his life moments ago. "Do you not believe that Qingqing loves you? Then let us see how much she cares for you." Qingqiu scoffed. In an unexpected move, he thrust his hand against his own chest, causing blood to spill from his lips as he began to cough violently. A smirk slowly crept across Qingqiu's face. Then you shall witness clearly who it is she truly cares for. What are you doing? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he saw Lu Qingqing rushing over. Worry etched across her features as she supported Qingqiu. What has happened? How did you sustain such grave injuries? Whether facing off against the wandering beastmen or challenging Qingqiu had always appeared at ease. Lu Qingqing had always believed him to be strong enough to handle someone like Lu Yuan without issue. How could Lu Yuan possibly be strong enough to injure him? Is Lu Yuan truly that formidable? Lu Qingqing murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart, realizing that the pain within him surpassed any physical wounds. Was he truly so lacking? A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Qingqiu's mouth as he shot a challenging glance at Lu Yuan before leaning weakly against Lu Qingqing's shoulder. He had already sustained some internal injuries from his earlier confrontation with Qingyu, and now they had worsened. I apologize. I have proven to be utterly useless. Lu Yuan watched in disbelief as the very man who had brutally subdued him moments ago now appeared pitifully vulnerable before Lu Qingqing. His lips twitching in discomfort. Not speak nonsense. It was you who unilaterally assaulted me. That I did not lay a finger on you. His words dripped with a hint of grievance. Yet he quickly noticed Lu Qingqing's sudden change in expression and promptly fell silent. How could he still claim innocence when he was in such a state? At that moment, Lu Qingqing completely forgot that she had hoped for Qingqiu to confront Lu Yuan, glaring at him in discontent. Upon hearing Qingqiu's pain cries, her expression softened with concern. Once I return, I will ensure you receive proper care, that I will brew you some medicine. It is entirely my fault for not realizing your injuries sooner, which has exacerbated your condition. Seeing the guilt in Lu Qingqing's eyes, Qingqiu averted his gaze. Feeling a twinge of shame, Lu Qingqing's swift change in demeanor did not go unnoticed by Lu Yuan, leaving him momentarily stunned. Her attitude was unmistakably clear, making it impossible for him to deceive himself. Could it be that Lu Qingqing truly held no feelings for him? With a cold smirk, Lu Qingqing stepped forward, delivering a swift kick toward Lu Yuan. This is the consequence of your incessant harassment, that if you continue to pursue me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. The disdain in her eyes was palpable, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Last, Lu Yuan was certain. Lu Qingqing had never lied. She genuinely did not harbor any affection for him. He lowered his head in despair, recalling his recent actions, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Understand now that I will no longer pursue you. After uttering this, Lu Yuan scurried away in haste. Let us return as well. Lu Qingqing helped Qingqiu to his feet, guiding him toward home. The two of them, leaning on each other, appeared especially warm and tender against the backdrop of the setting sun. Upon arriving home, Lu Qingqing's first order of business was to examine Qingqiu's injuries. Are you hurt anywhere else? I'm fine. Qingqiu quickly shook his head, a sense of guilt gnawing at him that you've coughed up blood. How serious is this? Do not feign strength, Lu Qingqing insisted, her concern prompting her to tug at Qingqiu's clothing. Startled, Qingqiu instinctively clutched his garment. Meeting Lu Qingqing's worried gaze, he was about to protest when he found himself captivated by her concern. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he replied, What are you doing? Lu Qingqing looked at him, puzzled. What are you up to? I assure you, I am truly fine. Qingqiu spoke in a low voice, and upon noticing Lu Qingqing's disbelief, he felt compelled to confess the truth. I was merely pretending earlier. You have already coughed up blood. Yet Lu Qingqing remained somewhat skeptical. That was a result of my own actions. I know my limits. Truly, there is nothing to worry about. Qingqiu cautiously observed Lu Qingqing's expression, fearing that she might become angry in an instant. Lu Qingqing understood the reason behind Qingqiu's actions, a look of helplessness crossing her face. However, she was not angry. She merely replied calmly, Even so, I still need to check on your condition. What if you were too reckless? Lu Qingqing once again tugged at Qingqiu's shirt, and this time he did not resist. After a brief examination, she finally sighed in relief, grateful that he was unharmed. Her gaze towards Qingqiu was complex. She had never anticipated that he could engage in such melodramatic antics. Even so, there was no need for you to truly injure yourself. What if you had been too heavy-handed? That would be far too dangerous. Lu Qingqing admonished gently. Are you not angry with me? Qin Xiu asked again, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Qingqing, fearing any sign of disdain for her. What is there to be angry about? However, if you were to pull such stunts again, I would indeed be angry. Lu Qingqing feigned a stern expression as she looked at Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu instantly grasped that Lu Qingqing was worried about him. A wave of warmth washing over him as he quickly assured her, rest assured, this will be the last time that a smile graced Lu Qingqing's lips as she turned, taking advantage of Qin Xiu's distraction to pour some spring water from the space into a nearby stone bowl before handing it to him. Drink this. It should help you feel better. Qin Xiu hastily drank the water, fearing that any hesitation would displease Lu Qingqing. Seeing him in such a flustered state, Lu Qingqing could not help but chuckle softly. Deep inside, she marveled at the unexpected endearing side of what was originally portrayed as the villain in the narrative. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, after facing setbacks with Lu Qingqing, had confined himself at home, refraining from even stepping outside. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. His parents watched this unfold with anxious hearts, unsure of how to console him. Are you upset because of Jiang Wanwan? Lu Yuan's mother, Zhang Yu, finally could no longer suppress her concerns and approached him. You already have a beast husband. While females can bond with several beast husbands, yours is clearly not easy to deal with. Moreover, she has always viewed you as a brother and has no intention of forming a bond with you. Can you not look ahead? Lu Yuan listened to these words silently, allowing them to drift in one ear and out the other. Zhang Yu, witnessing his despondent demeanor, felt a pang of heartache and could no longer contain herself. Poking Lu Yuan's forehead with her finger, why can't you have some ambition? There are countless individuals from the Qing Stone tribe hoping to bond with you. Why cling to just one? Mother, you don't understand. I cannot give up on Wanwan. That would be too painful. I cannot live without her. Lu Yuan replied with a bitter smile, from the moment Jiang Wanwan had reached out to him in her childhood. His heart had been destined for her alone, that he could not bear to part with her. Zhang Yu, observing Lu Yuan's state, could not help but feel a tinge of resentment towards Jiang Wanwan. While she could accept Jiang Wanwan's disinterest in Lu Yuan as her freedom, she could not accept that Jiang Wanwan treated Lu Yuan as a brother while maintaining close proximity, leading him to believe that a relationship was possible. Their family had finally settled in the Qing Stone tribe, and she cherished their current life. She hoped that Lu Yuan could soon find stability, bond with a female in the tribe, and bear a few offspring. Completing their lives, however, Lu Yuan was stubborn, fixated solely on Jiang Wanwan, disregarding all others at Yuan. Must it truly be her? Zhang Yu sighed deeply, her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's father, Lu Li, shared a similar sentiment, his expressions changing as he contemplated speaking, but ultimately swallowing his words. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Yu, both understanding the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. The situation was about to escalate further, as Lu Yuan's next words would leave them even more stunned. I have made my decision. I will leave with Qin Yu and Jiang Wanwan. You two should live well in the tribe. And once I establish my name outside, I will return. Seeing the drastic change in his parents' expressions, Lu Yuan quickly added, do not worry. I will take care of myself, and they will not leave the Qing Stone tribe for a while. I intend to make the most of this time with you. Are you going out to seek adventure or to pursue Jiang Wanwan? Lu Li could not help but roll his eyes. How could I have such a son? Ultimately, all his words coalesced into a long, drawn-out sigh. Lu Li stopped Zhang Yu from interjecting, shaking his head at her. He then addressed Lu Yuan, since you have made your decision. Go ahead. Your mother and I will not stop you. Lu Yuan did not expect matters to progress so smoothly that, he looked at his parents. An inexplicable wave of unease surged within him, which he quickly suppressed. Thank you for understanding. Rest assured, once I have accomplished something outside, I will come back for you. Qin Yu is from the city-state, and I believe I can learn a great deal from being around them. Lu Yuan recalled Jiang Wanwan's words from that time. A sense of pride washing over him, Lu Li observed this with skepticism, but chose not to voice his doubts. They had sheltered Lu Yuan too well. It was high time he faced the world's harsh realities. As long as you are happy, Lu Li eventually said, resigned. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained engrossed in dreams of the future, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Lu Li sighed helplessly, appearing as if he had much to say, but hesitated. You must have some misunderstanding regarding me and Lu Qingqing that I have confirmed that Lu Qingqing has no interest in me at all. Lu Yuan approached Jiang Wanwan, his expression tinged with embarrassment. The mere thought of what he had previously said in front of Lu Qingqing filled him with shame. How could this be a misunderstanding? She undoubtedly has feelings for you, Jiang Wanwan asserted with conviction. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why Lu Qingqing would target me. This is truly a misunderstanding. Please do not dwell on it any longer, Lu Yuan insisted. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, though he held no grievances against Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan felt indignant, convinced that her intuition was correct, but seeing Lu Yuan in this state led her to refrain from further comments. I apologize, I misunderstood. You need not apologize to me. It is all in the past. I believe Lu Qingqing may have other reasons for not liking you. Once she sees your merits, I am certain she will become friends with you. Lu Yuan reassured Jiang Wanwan, wishing to alleviate her disappointment. Jiang Wanwan smiled and did not press the matter further, merely stating, in that case, Lu Qingqing likely has not given you the blueprints. She hopes to use them to change the life of the tribe. And since I am leaving, she would not want to take them, Lu Yuan explained, his tone laced with regret. He genuinely enjoyed the life of creating things using blueprints. Jiang Wanwan, hearing this, felt a surge of displeasure but did not show it in front of Lu Yuan. With a calm demeanor, she replied, I have also shown your blueprints to you. They are quite extraordinary within the Qing stone tribe, but they would not be of much use elsewhere. Once we reach the city-state, these will likely be unnecessary that if she chooses not to give them, so be it. Jiang Wanwan's nonchalant attitude successfully soothed Lu Yuan's feelings of regret. He gazed intently at Jiang Wanwan, his emotions surging once more. Wanwan, have you ever considered accepting another beast husband? Lu Yuan gazed at Jiang Wanwan with unbridled anticipation. Having harbored affection for her since his youth at long last, it seemed a resolution was within reach. However, he was taken aback when Jiang Wanwan, upon hearing his words, forced a smile and awkwardly replied, A U.S. status is quite esteemed. It is indeed a rare privilege for me to form a bond with him. It would be rather excessive to establish a blood pact with another so soon after our marriage. Thus it is best to defer this matter for the time being. Jiang Wanwan's smile was tinged with embarrassment as she continued. Moreover, my sentiments are in harmony with the U.S., and I do not wish for outsiders to intrude upon our lives. Her words were laden with a clear refusal. The beastly partner Jiang Wanwan desired was formidable, a quality Lu Yuan evidently lacked. Listening to her, Lu Yuan's expression fell, and he struggled to muster a smile, his heart a tumult of emotions as he remarked, Your relationship appears to be quite splendid. Indeed, our bond is very strong, Jiang Wanwan replied with a smile, adding, I have faith that one day, Yuan, you will also find a mate who shares a similarly profound connection. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's smile became increasingly forced. He opened his mouth, but could only utter, Let us hope so, before providing a vague excuse to leave. Qin Yu emerged from the shadows, his tone layered with complexity. His feelings for you are indeed deep and sincere. Yet I care only for Yu. To me, he is merely an elder brother. I was never aware of his affections until now. Jiang Wanwan responded, her eyes betraying a hint of distaste. This sentiment gratified Qin Yu, who stepped closer and enveloped Jiang Wanwan in his embrace, whispering, Nevertheless, this Lu Yuan possesses considerable utility for us. I have already had some items crafted based on the designs he provided. If we bring these back, one can only imagine how pleased the city lord will be. Are those items truly so remarkable? Does the city not possess similar ones? Jiang Wanwan felt a pang of discomfort, having grown up in the city-state. I'm most familiar with such items. It is certain I do not know from where Lu Qingqing acquired these. Qin Yu's gaze shifted, and Jiang Wanwan felt a slow burn of jealousy toward Lu Qingqing. She had not anticipated encountering such an individual in such a remote locale. You think she harbors secrets we remain unaware of. If we could uncover these secrets, perhaps we could... A glint of coldness flickered in Jiang Wanwan's eyes. She could not accept Qin Yu's burgeoning interest in Lu Qingqing. That is to be expected. Someone like Lu Qingqing is difficult to control, and no matter how many resources she possesses, they will not serve our purposes. However, If we can ascertain the means through which she acquired these resources, then they would truly belong to us. While Qingyu did indeed feel a spark of interest in Lu Qingqing, it was merely that interest. He understood well that someone of her caliber could never be at his disposal, that in that case, we should remain here for a while longer. I wish to see what else she can produce. This way, we can uncover her secrets and glean knowledge as well. Qingyu stated coolly, sensing that Lu Qingqing might present them with even greater surprises. Before long, Bai Yuan entered the room and stood before Qingyu. During this time, we have been inquiring into matters concerning Lu Qingqing and Qin Xiao, but have found no leads at it. Remains a mystery how Lu Qingqing came to know these things. The leader may possess some knowledge, but chooses to remain silent on the topic. My subordinates feared that probing too deeply might arouse the leader's suspicions. Hence they ceased their inquiries. Nonetheless, one thing is certain. Qin Xiao is not the individual we once knew. It has been said that someone in the tribe has witnessed his beast form, which is serpentine in nature. From their descriptions, it appears he is a serpent beast man, and it is understandable that Qin Xiao would be reluctant to assume such a form, particularly given that he arrived with 3 cubs. How could that person possibly have cubs? As Qingyu listened to Bai Yuan's words, a sense of relief washed over him. He understood well that the individual in question despised cubs and would never consider raising another's offspring. It seemed he had indeed overthought the matter. It truly was not that person that in that case. Let us conduct a discreet investigation into Lu Qingqing. This person is undeniably intriguing. Qingyu suggested, as for the leader, we may have to proceed with caution. Indeed, Bai Yuan responded. Jiang Wanwan listened to their conversation, her mind swirling with confusion. Who exactly was this Qin Xiao they spoke of? Since the onset of spring, Lu Qingqing had instructed the tribe to begin domesticating animals. Now, 2 months later, the chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle raised by the tribe had fully adapted to their new lives. Strolling through the village, one could hear the crowing of roosters and the barking of dogs, which brought a sense of tranquility to Lu Qingqing's heart. These designs are now in your hands. I shall leave the subsequent matters to you, Lu Qingqing said as she handed all the blueprints to Qin Xiao. These blueprints included plans for housing and for diverting water from the mountains. Once the issues of shelter and water were resolved, the tribe would truly embrace a pastoral lifestyle, no longer enduring the hardships of the past. Moreover, residing in caves day after day had begun to wear on her. As she pondered this, her gaze toward Qin Xiao softened considerably. It was only now that she realized his skills in interpreting the blueprints and crafting items surpassed those of Lu Yuan by leaps and bounds. With him by her side, it wouldn't be long before everything came to fruition. Will such items even exist in the city-state? Lu Qingqing mused aloud, suddenly breaking the silence. Qin Xiao, having only just emerged from the shock of the blueprints, dazedly shook his head. This response stirred a sense of concern within Lu Qingqing. If that were the case, might Qingyu seek to obtain these items and take action, should he turn against the tribe? Would they possess the means to resist? Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until after they had departed the tribe to initiate their plans. The thought of this left Lu Qingqing feeling disheartened. Noticing her mood, Qin Xiao gently placed his hand on the back of hers, soothingly assuring, "You need not worry about these matters. I am here. Pursue your desires freely. I shall handle any challenges posed by Qingyu." Lu Qingqing raised her eyes to meet his, her heart firming in that moment. She realized she had been overly anxious. What was there to fear? Challenges would arise, but they would be met head-on. Understanding this, Lu Qingqing smiled in return that I was merely overthinking. I need not concern myself with their opinions, that I shall proceed with my plans. She entrusted these matters to Qin Xiao, for she had more pressing endeavors to attend to. It was time to prepare for the crafting of ceramics. The pots, bowls, and utensils used by the Beastman tribe were predominantly made of stone, which was excessively thick. Boiling water took an eternity, and preparing delicious meals was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the weight of the stoneware made it feel as though one were exercising while dining. She could no longer tolerate it. However, the space she occupied did not provide her with a tutorial for crafting ceramics, so she had to experiment on her own. She scoured the nearby mountains for various types of soil and discovered a cave where she diligently practiced day after day. Different soils possessed unique properties, and varying proportions yielded distinct results. Even the firing temperature affected the final outcome. She persevered through repeated failures, each setback weighing heavily upon her spirit. Finally, after a fortnight of tireless effort, she succeeded in creating a somewhat presentable porcelain vase. Though its shape was somewhat awkward and it had collapsed slightly during firing, its color was exquisite, shimmering in the sunlight. "Ah, Xiao, look at this! Isn't it beautiful?" Qingqing exclaimed, rushing home to share the joyous news with Qin Xiao. "Is this what you refer to as porcelain? It is truly stunning." Qin Xiao responded, captivated by the porcelain and unable to tear his gaze away. Such items were sufficiently thin, allowing for faster and more delectable cooking than stoneware could provide. Qingqing spoke up busily, yet within her heart, she could not help but ponder. If only she could locate an iron mine, then she would be able to forge iron pots. However, for Qingqing, it was merely a fleeting thought, as she was utterly ignorant of the art of ironworking. "I have accumulated sufficient experience. Grant me some time, and I shall undoubtedly be able to forge even more formidable creations." Qingqing brimmed with confidence. That moment, Qin Xiao gazed at her, perceiving her as if she were radiating light, his expression growing increasingly gentle. "Why do you look at me so?" she inquired, feeling a tad embarrassed and lowering her gaze. It was only natural for her face to bear some dirt, having spent so much time playing in the mud. "You have nothing on your face. You are quite lovely," Qin Xiao remarked nonchalantly, as if stating something utterly mundane. Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stared at him in astonishment. When had Qin Xiao begun to speak so candidly, she cleared her throat softly, casting aside her unease, and asked in a hushed tone, "Has the matter of the house been resolved?" "Yes. I've been searching for materials recently. We should commence construction in a couple of days. The chief has also been preoccupied with the water diversion project, which is quite complex and will require some time," Qin Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Qingqing's excitement surged. She could hardly contain herself as she exclaimed, "That is truly fantastic. I shall finally have a house to live in and will no longer dwell in a cave." Witnessing her joyful expression, Qin Xiao could not help but smile as well. After Qingqing discovered how to forge porcelain, she rallied a group from the tribe to begin mass production, even constructing a furnace-like space within a cave dedicated to firing the porcelain. The emergence of porcelain left both the tribe members and Qinyu in a state of astonishment. The exquisite colors, derived from mere clay, were nothing short of astounding. Qinyu had contemplated covertly investigating how the porcelain was crafted. However, to his surprise, those studying porcelain under Qingqing were reticent, even avoiding him altogether. Despite his attempts to bribe them, he found success elusive. It was the first time Qinyu had encountered such a tight-lipped tribe. Unbeknownst to him, those learning porcelain crafting alongside Qingqing were specially selected members of Qin Xiao's personal guard, the most trustworthy of individuals. There was no way they would betray Qin Xiao and Qingqing for mere trifles. Qingqing was well aware of these dynamics, but chose not to disclose them. She did not wish for the craft of porcelain to spread widely, as it could serve as a significant advantage for the Qing stone tribe in competing with others. "Haven't I taught you all how to cook? Why do you always come here looking like starving ghosts?" Qingqing remarked helplessly, observing the tribe members. They had come to assist and ended up dining at her home. Yet, these individuals seemed insatiable, as if they could devour an entire cow. The group exchanged glances until one finally spoke up with a resigned expression. "You taught us, but that doesn't mean we know how. We truly tried our best. We followed your instructions step by step, yet the results were rather peculiar." This person's words quickly garnered agreement from the others. "Indeed, despite my earnest efforts, the taste remains strange. It pales in comparison to the boiled meat we used to have. You all are fortunate, but dishes are merely unpalatable as for me. I ended up burning everything. Had I not fled quickly, you might never have seen me again. I dare not cook for myself any longer. Who isn't in the same predicament? Look at my fur. It's all singed from cooking that I fear fire. I do not dare to prepare my own meals. When I am not eating with you, I resort to eating things raw." Listening to the back-and-forth banter, Qingqing felt a wave of exasperation sweep over her. This was a scenario she had never contemplated. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. Kitchen disasters do exist in this world. Moreover, to be candid, the tribe members were exceedingly busy, and ensuring proper sustenance under such circumstances was indeed a challenge. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qingqing lifted her head and addressed the group with a smile. "Let me take care of this matter, but you must diligently learn to read and write. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to enjoy delicious food in the future." The orcs held a certain obsession with culinary delights. Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, their eyes lit up, and they eagerly responded, "Rest assured, we will certainly strive to learn." Lu Qingqing returned their enthusiasm with a smile, but refrained from saying more. However, after her declaration, the tribe members not only committed to learning to read and write, but also approached the construction of their homes with newfound diligence. Within a mere half-month, the first house in the tribe was completed. This was a design personally drafted by Lu Qingqing, tailored specifically for their family. It was a two-story building, with the first floor designated for storage and cooking, while the second floor was intended for living quarters. As she surveyed each room and its furnishings, satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. Given the current capabilities of the orc tribe, achieving such a structure was already quite impressive. From now on, you three brothers shall reside in this house. As for who sleeps where, you may decide among yourselves. The table over there can be used for studying. I placed fireflies in that area, ensuring it remains bright even at night. You can simply cover it as needed. If you find anything lacking, do not hesitate to voice your needs. We shall assist you," Lu Qingqing said, having given her instructions concerning the three children before finally retreating to the master bedroom. She touched various items, reveling in her satisfaction. "I have already grasped those blueprints. In a few days, I shall craft the furniture, and the rooms will no longer seem so barren." At some point, Qingqiu had appeared behind Lu Qingqing. Carefully embracing her, startled, she quickly regained her composure and smiled gently. "Before long, all the orcs in the tribe will be able to reside in houses that I believe education must also progress. I can no longer tolerate the sight of the tribe members mating indiscriminately," Lu Qingqing admitted, unable to suppress her exasperation. As someone with a defined moral compass, she found it utterly unacceptable to witness such public displays of mating and nudity, now that everyone donned garments made from cotton. Even during the summer, the situation had improved significantly. Qingqiu stifled a chuckle. He hailed from city-state, where the orcs possessed a modicum more of modesty compared to those from smaller tribes. Though it was still minimal to owe them, clothing merely symbolized social status. Lu Qingqing nodded in understanding. This would afford her a greater sense of comfort. By the way, I would like to ask for your assistance." Lu Qingqing spoke again, retrieving a piece of parchment from her pocket and handing it over. "I would like your help in crafting a seal like this, as intricate as possible, to prevent imitation." Qingqiu accepted the parchment, nodding in agreement without inquiring about the purpose of this item. Qingqiu had resided here for a while, yet he remained frequently astonished by the tribe's progress. He was certain that before long, the Qing Stone tribe's quality of life would surpass that of the city-state. In the eyes of these individuals, his sense of superiority as an orc from the city-state would likely vanish entirely. With that thought, Qingqiu sighed in resignation. "You, what troubles you?" Jiang Wanwan suddenly inquired. "You may share your thoughts. Let us see if I can assist you in any way." Qingqiu fell silent, only to hear Jiang Wanwan continue. "Is it about Lu Qingqing?" Upon receiving a nod from Qingqiu, Jiang Wanwan fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. "It appears that the couple is quite invested in their three children. Perhaps we could exploit that if we were to abduct Lu Qingqing. Once she is in our grasp, uncovering her secrets would be effortlessly within our reach." Yet what Jiang Wanwan truly desired was that by the time that moment arrived, whatever she wished to do to Lu Qingqing would be an effortless endeavor. For reasons she could not quite comprehend, Jiang Wanwan found herself harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Lu Qingqing. This aversion was so profound that even she could not articulate it. Yet every time her gaze met Lu Qingqing's, an overwhelming sense of unease settled in her chest. Her instincts warned her that Lu Qingqing would bring her peril, compelling her to resort to any means necessary to eliminate the threat. Jiang Wanwan possessed unwavering trust in Qingqiu. In her eyes, as long as Qingqiu was willing to assist her, Lu Qingqing would undoubtedly find no escape from their grasp. However, to her astonishment, the next moment, Qingqiu furrowed his brows and expressed his dissatisfaction. "How can we engage in such disreputable conduct? If word of this were spread, what would others say of me, should it reach the ears of the city lord? I would be even further from the position of heir. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, suppressing her displeasure without allowing it to surface. I was too hasty. Thinking to alleviate your burdens, yet I overlooked this aspect. What do you believe would be a more suitable course of action? Bai Yuan's capabilities were quite commendable, and he would be more than adequate as a match for Lu Qingqing. If they could forge a blood pact with her, perhaps they could uncover the secrets she harbored. After some contemplation, Qin Yu finally conceived of this rather dubious idea, eye in his eyes, regardless of the circumstances. They were citizens of the city-state, eye in the eyes of the small tribal beastmen. City dwellers were always regarded with reverence, and it was indeed a stroke of fortune to establish any connection with them. He believed Lu Qingqing would not refuse. Perhaps we can explore additional avenues. Jiang Wanwan spoke again, whispering a few suggestions in Qin Yu's ear. This time, Qin Yu did not dismiss her proposal. I find your suggestion quite agreeable. Let us proceed accordingly. Bai Yuan began to hover around Lu Qingqing, displaying excessive attentiveness. Allow me to assist you. As a female, you deserve protection from all, so why must you toil so? Bai Yuan took the burdens from Lu Qingqing's hands, then murmured softly, "Where is your beast husband? Why has he not come to your aid? Such a beast husband is truly appalling." Bai Yuan feigned indignation on Lu Qingqing's behalf, which did not escape her notice, causing her to frown involuntarily. She did not believe Bai Yuan genuinely wished to assist her. It seemed he harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, having assistance was indeed a welcome occurrence, and she felt no need to refuse. Lu Qingqing watched as Bai Yuan completed all her tasks, even suggesting he accompany her home. "It is far too perilous for a female to be out alone. Allow me to escort you back." Bai Yuan's gaze was overtly ingratiating, yet it immediately raised Lu Qingqing's suspicions that, no need. This is the Qingshi tribe, and I know everyone here. What danger could there possibly be? Lu Qingqing firmly declined. Yet Bai Yuan continued. One cannot be so absolute in their assertions. The people of this small tribe are capable of anything. His words dripped with disdain, openly revealing his contempt for the Qingshi tribe. Lu Qingqing's expression soured. These individuals clearly held her tribe in low regard, and if they wished to leave, so be it. There was no need to linger. If we were in our city-state, I would not have to worry about such matters. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on a female would surely face punishment. That I believe a remarkable female like you deserves better than to remain here. Why not join us in the city-state? You would undoubtedly be well received and could find an even more exceptional beast husband, living a superior life. Life in the city-state is surely far better than our current existence. Bai Yuan continued to extol the virtues of city life into Lu Qingqing's ear, his tone brimming with pride. Like the tea last, Lu Qingqing could no longer contain her irritation and halted her steps, casting an annoyed glance at him. If the city-state is so splendid, would it not be a disservice for you to remain here? Shouldn't individuals of your elevated status take their leave to spare us this small place from neglect? Observing Lu Qingqing's demeanor, Bai Yuan finally realized she might be angry. However, he did not believe his words were erroneous. Their city-state was indeed superior to such small tribes. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, Bai Yuan suppressed his displeasure. He offered an apology, stating, "I misspoke. Please do not take offense that I genuinely admire you and do not wish for you to be overlooked in such a humble setting. If you were to go to the city-state, you would surely earn the city lord's favor, with guards at your side and attendants to cater to your every need. You would no longer have to toil as you do now. Cooking and working. How many females do you see burdened with such labor?" Bai Yuan persisted, his tone imbued with a forced sincerity. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing merely scoffed, responding coolly, "I am quite satisfied with my current life. I may consider going to the city-state in the future, but it will be for my own purposes, not merely for a better life. For a better life. The city-state could never compare to the life she had led in her previous existence. Moreover, she believed that with effort, she could elevate the Qingshi tribe to surpass even the city-state. You have any further matters to discuss?" Lu Qingqing raised her gaze to him, her impatience growing. Bai Yuan, sensing the growing animosity, inwardly cursed his misfortune. The more he endeavored to win Lu Qingqing's favor, The more hostile her demeanor became, that, if this continued, his mission would likely remain unfulfilled. With this thought, Bai Yuan gritted his teeth and continued, "In truth, I have feelings for you and wish to forge a blood pact to become your beast husband. Together, we could go to the city-state, and you would no longer have to struggle here. I will take good care of you." He gazed at Lu Qingqing with sincerity, yet she could not suppress the shivers that ran down her spine, pondering his true intentions. Lu Qingqing fixed her gaze upon him. And just as Bai Yuan believed she was softened, she spoke again, "I have no interest in you, nor in the city-state." Her words undoubtedly struck a painful chord within Bai Yuan. Proud, he could not fathom being lesser than Qin Xiao, a mere snake beast man from a small tribe. Bai Yuan took a few steps forward, blocking Lu Qingqing's path, his chest puffed out in arrogance. "You are unaware of my excellence. I am the most capable subordinate of our noble master, respected throughout the entire city-state, and I possess a trace of dragon beast blood." Bai Yuan attempted to continue showcasing his merits, but Lu Qingqing impatiently interrupted him. "And so, what relevance does that hold for me? Ultimately, you are nothing more than Qin Yu's subordinate, someone who serves him." Lu Qingqing's disdainful tone pierced through Bai Yuan's pride. Furious, he shouted without restraint, "What of your beast husband? What makes him so remarkable? He is merely an unwanted snake beast man. Perhaps in your small tribe, this is not apparent, but once you see the broader world, you'll realize that snake beastmen are universally reviled, the most despised among all beastmen. Not to mention, he brings 3 children into your bond. In a world where females are so esteemed, you care for the offspring of your beast husband and another female. Do you not find that pitiable?" "Why would I find it pitiable?" Lu Qingqing scoffed. "Most females die giving birth to offspring, and I have no desire for children. Having 3 children fall into my lap is nothing short of a blessing. Why should I feel discontent?" She declared, "I am quite content with my current life, and I do not require your unsolicited interference." Seeing Bai Yuan open his mouth, seemingly ready to continue his tirade, Lu Qingqing directly exposed his motives. "As for you, I do not know what you aim to gain from me or what schemes your group harbors, but let me assure you, you are mistaken. I am not so foolish as to allow myself to be used by you. Keep your distance, or I shall instruct my beast husband to treat you unkindly." Your master nearly became a defeated foe at his hands. How long do you believe you can endure under his shadow? Bai Yuan felt an urgent surge of energy, silently clenching his fists and suppressing the impulse to lash out. If he were to act against Lu Qingqing, Qin Yu's objectives would be thwarted. He had to endure. Ultimately, Bai Yuan could only watch helplessly as Lu Qingqing cast him a disdainful glance before turning to leave, his frustration simmering but powerless to act. Trouble needed to be stirred. Not far away, Qin Xiao observed this scene. Abruptly halting in his tracks, he commanded those behind him, "I do not wish for Bai Yuan to have any energy left around the female master." "Understood?" "Yes," the others replied. "And as for that Qin Yu, it seems he's been rather idle of late. Let us put him to work." Qin Xiao's gaze bore a chilling intensity, becoming increasingly fearsome. "Yes," the group exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. Their master had truly returned. Qin Xiao's gaze slowly drifted to Lu Qingqing's figure in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood well the anxieties that plagued Lu Qingqing at present. Perhaps it was time to consider ways to have Qin Yu and the others depart. Recently, Bai Yuan found himself inundated with requests for assistance from the Qing Stone tribe. He could not refuse them too often, lest he provoke dissatisfaction and misunderstandings, jeopardizing Qin Yu's intentions to remain in the tribe and investigate matters. Especially since Lu Qingqing often watched from nearby, Bai Yuan wished to leave a favorable impression on her. So he complied with their demands. Yet as time passed, he found his patience wearing thin. "Master, I truly cannot endure this any longer. I have never been tasked with so many menial chores. At this rate, I fear I shall lose all combat capability." As Bai Yuan spoke, his sense of grievance deepened, and he declared, "Master, I would prefer to engage in battles with beasts and sustain injuries than to continue this current existence." Qin Yu regarded him, unable to suppress a long sigh, and gently patted his shoulder. "I truly apologize for your grievances. After all this time, has Lu Qingqing shown any change of heart towards you?" At this question, Bai Yuan's sense of injustice intensified. Not at all. She is swift to assign me tasks, but has no intention of forming a bond with me. Despite my numerous efforts to assist the tribe, extracting any meaningful information from them has proven exceedingly difficult, at best yielding a mere token of gratitude. Bai Yuan felt as if he were on the verge of bleeding from frustration. Harboring resentment towards the people of the Qing stone tribe, that he lamented, these individuals from such minor tribes are the most treacherous. They know nothing of gratitude. I have assisted them abundantly. Yet in the end, I have received nothing in return. It is simply too unjust. With this in mind, Bai Yuan turned to Qingyu once more, stating, I believe these people are merely pretending ignorance. Even if we were to inquire, we would gain nothing. It would be better to. He made a slicing motion across his throat, his expression fierce. The grievances suffered during his time with the Qing stone tribe. He wished them all to be repaid. Absolutely not, Qingyu countered firmly. The Qing stone tribe has been engaging increasingly with neighboring tribes. If anything were to occur, the news would surely spread. If anyone were to uncover the truth and link it back to me, it would spell trouble. Having witnessed Lu Qingqing's capabilities, Qingyu had considered taking action against the Qing stone tribe. However, since not long ago, neighboring tribes have begun visiting the Qing stone tribe to trade for resources, such as salt and cotton cloth. The Qing stone tribe was under keen scrutiny from these surrounding tribes, and in such circumstances, should the tribe face destruction, it would undoubtedly be a loud affair. Not to mention, there was still Qin Xiao to contend with. Qin Yu could not guarantee he could defeat Qin Xiao in a single blow, let alone contend with all others. Bai Yuan felt a vague sense of unwillingness. But with Qin Yu's words, he had no choice but to relent. Fortunately, a moment later, Qin Yu added, it seems Lu Qingqing is not as approachable as we envisioned. You need not go out of your way to please her. We shall devise another plan. Yes, Bai Yuan replied, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Qin Yu had initially considered employing Jiang Wanwan's strategy, using the three children to distract Qin Xiao and Lu Qingqing. Luring Qin Xiao away with the children, they could then act against Lu Qingqing and quietly take her away. However, the risks were too great. Should they be discovered, their escape would not be guaranteed. A thorough plan was essential. Qin Yu grew increasingly entangled in his thoughts, uncertain whether Lu Qingqing was worth the risk of inciting an enemy like Qin Xiu. Lu Qingqing had begun her training in beast transformation under Qin Xiao's guidance. Yet after all this time, no progress had been made. In a nearby cave, Lu Qingqing sat cross-legged on the ground, exhaling a weary sigh. With a forlorn expression, she said, why can I not feel anything in my dantian? Are you certain there should be that fiery sensation? When I transformed as a child, I felt just that, Qin Xiao replied, his eyes filled with remorse. Others have said the same. Why not give it another try? Lu Qingqing, however, began to doubt herself. Can females truly undergo beast transformation? She questioned. Legend has it that they can, Qin Xiao responded. The mere mention of legends deepened Lu Qingqing's skepticism. But legends are not always true. What if this is a falsehood? I am uncertain, but I believe you are clever enough to succeed. Shall we try once more? Qin Xiao suggested. Lu Qingqing, feeling increasingly dispirited, looked up at Qin Xiao and slowly opened her arms, softly requesting a hug. Qin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining composure, he stepped forward and gently embraced her. In that moment, Lu Qingqing felt a sense of fulfillment, taking a deep breath as she declared, all right, I am recharged and ready to continue. Recharged? Qin Xiao glanced at her in confusion. Lu Qingqing nodded, realizing he was unfamiliar with the term, and offered an embarrassed smile that I was just saying that casually. You need not take it to heart. Seeing Lu Qingqing in this manner, a wave of helplessness washed over Qin Xiao. He had noticed long ago that she often uttered words he did not understand, leaving him perplexed. Whenever he sought clarification, she appeared equally at a loss for how to explain, leading to vague exchanges. Qin Xiao disliked this feeling, as if a barrier existed between them. Yet, since Lu Qingqing remained silent, he refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to take a deep breath and suppress his discontent. But he believed that one day she would share these matters with him, and for now, he could only wait. Lu Qingqing closed her eyes once more, following Qin Xiao's guidance to direct the energy within her body. As time passed, she appeared as though she had drifted into slumber, her breathing gradually steadying. Qingqiu remained by her side. Vigilant and tensed, he recalled his own first experience with beast transformation as a child, a complex ordeal that nearly cost him his life. He fervently hoped Lu Qingqing would not endure a similar fate. At that moment, Lu Qingqing found herself immersed in an alternate realm, each sight more foreign than the last. A warmth emanated from her dantian, enveloping her entire being. Initially, she could accept this heat, but as time wore on, it felt as though she were trapped in an inferno, her breath growing labored. It is so hot. This singular thought consumed Lu Qingqing's mind. What was happening to her from the outside? Qingqiu's concern deepened as he observed Lu Qingqing's condition deteriorate. Her body radiated a deep crimson hue, as if she were being boiled alive, steam rising from her form, and her expression twisted in agony. Upon realizing this, Qingqiu instinctively rushed to her side, desperate to ascertain what was amiss. Yet, as he reached to touch her cheek, he was met with an unbearable heat. Was this the temperature a person should possess? Was she burning with fever? Yet, despite the passage of many years, Qingqiu had never witnessed an orc burning with such fever. Could it be that the distinct transformation methods of male and female orcs had an impact on Lu Qingqing? Would she be all right? In that moment, a multitude of questions flashed through Qingqiu's mind, and his heart was heavy with concern. He gazed intently at Lu Qingqing, his expression shifting to one of determination. Perhaps there was but one way to aid her. With this thought, Qingqiu transformed into his beast form, unleashing a resonant roar that echoed overhead. From his claws emerged several spheres of water, which he hurled toward Lu Qingqing. Upon contact, the water transformed into steam, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, Lu Qingqing's expression began to soften, her pain seemingly alleviated. It appeared that this method was indeed effective. Realizing this, Qingqiu intensified his efforts, conjuring large spheres of water that cascaded down upon Lu Qingqing like a waterfall, drenching her garments. The relentless flow of water continued to pour over her, visibly lowering her temperature. Qingqiu pressed on, until the water gradually spread throughout the cave, flowing out unnoticed by anyone else. At last, Lu Qingqing felt a semblance of coolness amidst the heat, slowly parting her lips to welcome the falling water, greedily drinking it in. Yet, the moment the water touched her lips, it seemed to vanish, leaving her thirst unquenched. In desperation, Lu Qingqing opened her mouth wider, instinctively yearning for more water. Qingqiu, noticing her plight, carefully directed the water into her mouth, cautious not to pour too quickly for fear of choking her. As time passed, Lu Qingqing's condition finally began to improve. Qingqiu extended a hand to tentatively touch her skin, and indeed, it felt cooler. Relieved, he yearned to embrace her. But in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A fiery lotus spontaneously erupted from the palm of Lu Qingqing, launching itself toward Qingqiu. Caught off guard by worry, Qingqiu reacted too late, singeing his hair and hastily extinguishing the flames with a torrent of water. Was that fire conjured from Lu Qingqing? Could it be she had learned to transform? Realizing this, Qingqiu's gaze fixated on her, a mix of joy and concern swirling in his heart. The fiery lotuses continued to emerge from her, seemingly defending her while repelling Qingqiu with relentless attacks. Yet, nothing could impede his advance toward her. He needed to understand what was happening and whether Lu Qingqing was in danger. Just as he was about to reach her and extend his hand, a piercing cry rang out, compelling him to cover his ears instinctively. When he looked up again, Lu Qingqing had vanished, replaced by a magnificent bird adorned with iridescent feathers. Its fiery red tail, feathers arched proudly. A sight unlike anything Qingqiu had ever encountered, leaving him momentarily entranced. As the warmth dissipated, Lu Qingqing regained her senses and slowly opened her eyes. Had she failed once more, observing the disheveled Qingqiu? She tilted her head in confusion. "What happened to you?" Qingqiu, soaked and bearing signs of burns, wore an expression of urgency and worry. "Qingqing," he called tentatively. The bird nodded in response. "What is it?" "You've transformed," Qingqiu exclaimed, elated for her that I can transform. Lu Qingqing glanced down at herself, startled by her own appearance. "What is this? Am I a bird?" She struggled to comprehend her new form, that I've never seen such a bird before. But it's beautiful, and you can control flames. How impressive. Qingqiu praised her enthusiastically. His compliments made Qingqing puff up with pride, declaring, "Of course I'm impressive. Just look at who I am." Qingqiu chuckled. Contemplating, "Can you try to revert to your human form?" Qingqing nodded, closing her eyes once more and focusing on the thought of transforming back. "Have I returned to human form?" she asked softly. Eyes still shut, but received no reply. Tentatively, she opened her eyes, only to find Qingqiu staring at her, his expression seemingly ablaze. "What is wrong with you?" she inquired, puzzled. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept into the cave, sending shivers down her spine. Upon looking down, she realized her predicament. Her clothes had been burned away, leaving her completely exposed before Qingqiu. "Da-da!" Qingqing cried out, hurriedly covering her chest with her hands. Then her face in embarrassment. Despite her distress, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, glaring at Qingqiu in indignation. "What are you staring at? Turn around." Qingqiu, feeling it unnecessary to turn away, acknowledged their intimacy as a married couple, but he understood that not turning might only provoke her further. Reluctantly, he turned his back to Qingqing, feeling uncomfortable, rummaged through her space for clothing. She didn't forget to glance at Qingqiu. "Warning, I warn you. Don't turn back." "All right," he replied without hesitation, noticing how her demeanor contrasted sharply with the rest of the orc tribe, resembling more of a human. After a lengthy pause, Qingqing's shy voice finally reached him. "Okay, you can turn around now." Upon turning, Qingqiu was met with the sight of Qingqing's flushed cheeks. Struggling to contain his laughter, he knew that laughing now would only further aggravate her. "Your clothes?" he asked, perplexed. He was certain she hadn't brought extra clothing, let alone that they had been incinerated. "I hid them here a few days ago," Qingqing explained nonchalantly. Such a flimsy excuse was too transparent, and Qingqiu could see through it. Yet he chose not to call her out, recognizing that his mate had more secrets than he realized. "We should leave," Qingqing suggested, shifting the topic. "I've finally mastered female transformation. And to celebrate, I'll cook a feast for you all when we return. I look forward to it." Qingqiu replied with a smile, following her as they exited the cave. "The dragon's roar we heard must have originated from this direction," Qingyu remarked, furrowing his brow as he approached the vicinity of the cave where Qingqiu had been. "Master, are you sure you didn't miss here? How could such a place produce a dragon's roar?" Bai Yuan questioned skeptically. "I could not have misheard. That was indeed a dragon's roar," Qingyu stated with growing seriousness. If his memories serve him correctly, the individuals he had sent to monitor Qingqiu and Qingqing had reported their mysterious arrival in this area, but they soon vanished without a trace. Could it be that the one who emitted the dragon's roar was... Realizing this, a wave of panic surged within Qingyu. That individual had left a significant shadow in his mind, one that could not be easily dispelled. "That I know you've been suspecting that the Qingqiu we see now is that person. Could it be your imagination? If he were that person, why wouldn't he acknowledge us?" Ultimately, Bai Yuan ceased to speak, for he had caught sight of Qingyu's piercing gaze directed at him, compelling him to fall silent. Qingyu surveyed the surroundings, his expression shifting as he swiftly made his way towards a nearby cave. He gazed at the water incessantly flowing from within the cave, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. Such a cave should not logically emit water, and yet there were signs of past visitors among the orc kin. Perhaps only Qingyu could summon water. His unease deepened. He turned to Bai Yuan and said, "Find someone to probe their intentions and inquire with the tribe if Qingqiu has been seen in this vicinity." Observing the seriousness etched on Qingyu's face, Bai Yuan understood the gravity of the matter and promptly agreed. Within a few days, they arrived at a conclusion. Qingqiu had indeed been spotted nearby. This revelation intensified Qingyu's suspicions regarding Qingqiu's identity, until Qingqing successfully diverted the mountain spring water down to the base, utilizing bamboo to channel it to every household. "Wow, this is truly miraculous. And incredibly convenient. No longer must we trek to the river for water," exclaimed one. "Indeed, mountain spring water is far sweeter than river water. Who could have imagined such a method?" Listening to the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Qingqing smiled softly, her gaze briefly sweeping over Qingyu and his companions not far away. "I merely wish to experiment, and I didn't expect it to succeed so effortlessly. I had spent quite some time attempting to understand the cave's structure on the back mountain. She remarked lightly. Were you all experimenting with water diversion on the back mountain recently? Bai Yuan couldn't help but inquire. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, a wave of regret washed over him, and his anxious gaze fell upon Qingyu. Noticing that Qingyu did not seem displeased by his question, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, within the tribe, I feared that if the water ran uncontrollably, it would create chaos and disrupt everyone's lives, Qingqing said with a smile directed at Bai Yuan a short distance away. Qingxiu, having overheard, felt a slight tremor in his heart. He fixed his gaze on Qingqing for an extended moment before gradually averting his eyes. Why do you ask that? Is something amiss? Qingqing inquired innocently, her eyes directed towards Bai Yuan and Qin. You did a few days ago. I heard strange animal sounds near the back mountain and worried that rogue beasts might be attacking the tribe. So I rushed over, but found nothing. I wonder if you have noticed anything unusual? Qingyu fixed his unblinking gaze upon Qingqing. A cold smile gracing his lips, he sought to discern some hidden truth in her eyes. Yet the outcome was disappointing. Qingqing's expression remained clear and serene as she replied, I didn't hear anything unusual. Could it be the strange sounds were merely the water splashing as I diverted it? It is amusing. Once, when the water hit the leaves of the silver flower tree, it produced a peculiar roaring sound that startled me. Qingqing spoke with a hint of lingering fear. Fortunately, I later discovered it was just the sound of flowing water. Otherwise, I might have been too frightened to venture to the back mountain again. Her response appeared flawless. Yet to Qingyu's ears, it did little to quell the unease festering within him. He could not shake the feeling that there was something he remained unaware of. Ah, I see. Then I need not worry, Qingyu responded, a smile that bordered on skepticism gracing his face. Otherwise, I was contemplating whether to send people to patrol the area. Then I must thank you. Young Master Qin, Qingqing replied with a smile. The exchange between the two, perceived by outsiders as a mere mundane conversation, was overlooked as everyone basked in the joy of the successful water diversion. All, that is, except Qingxiu. Are you attempting to cover for me? Upon returning home, Qingxiu questioned Qingqing, his thoughts a tumultuous mix. Qingqing looked at him, puzzled. Among the orc kin, only the dragon-shaped orcs possess the ability to summon water at will. Your knowledge of the dragon-shaped orcs exceeds my expectations, Qingxiu replied, his tone laden with complexity. What are you implying? Qingqing's smile faded as she regarded Qingxiu with newfound caution. Could it be that he had uncovered something? Although they had developed a mutual understanding, she recognized the truth. Human nature is fragile and cannot withstand scrutiny. If Qingxiu were to learn of the secrets she concealed, he might be tempted to exploit them. Seeing Qingqing's demeanor, Qingxiu let out a silent sigh. What do you think I wish to convey? He retorted sharply. Seizing the moment while Qingqing was still processing his words, he stepped closer and enveloped her in his embrace. You need not be wary of me. I would never harm you, Qingxiu whispered. You have always sought to protect me. While I feel utterly powerless to assist you, I loathe my own ineptitude. It seems I am incapable of doing anything. His voice brimmed with regret, and Qingqing, sensing his turmoil, wrapped her arms around him in return. I understand your frustration. Being wrong to this extent, no longer the favored one, and even looked down upon by Qingyu and his ilk. Yet, I believe that one day we shall avenge you and make those who have harmed you pay dearly, Qingqing softly reassured, gently patting Qingxiu's back, her heart heavy with empathy. Throughout the narrative, Qingxiu and the three children emerge as the most pitiable characters. Initially, they had committed no wrong, yet were wrongfully cast out. After finally finding a place to call home, they were tormented by their original selves, ultimately exposed by Qingyu's arrival. Having yet to recover from his injuries, Qingxiu narrowly escaped death at Qingyu's hands. While the three children were sold off and lost to obscurity, leading to their dark transformation. Now that Qingqing had arrived, to her, Qingxiu and the three children were of utmost importance. Her sole aim was to protect them, ensuring they would never endure the tribulations depicted in the story, and instead lead joyful and fulfilling lives. You know that I have been wronged. Qingxiu asked hoarsely, recalling how he had only mentioned his injuries in his previous conversation with Qingqing, never disclosing the extent of his plight. How did she come to know? Of course I am aware. I know much more than you might think, Qingqing affirmed, burying her head in his embrace. I merely wish to convey that, regardless of the circumstances, I will never harm you. That in fact, I will aid you. But for now, I cannot reveal everything that as she spoke. Qingqing braced herself for the possibility of Qin Xiao pushing her away. After all, based on the portrayal of Qin Xiao as the antagonist in the original story, coupled with her observations over time, she understood him to be a suspicious individual. With so many secrets surrounding her, it was natural for him to doubt her. Contemplating this brought a wave of sadness and reluctance to Qingqing. She realized she had developed genuine feelings for Qin Xiao. Yet, such innocent affection felt trivial in the grand scheme of things. Qin Xiao's prolonged silence only solidified Qingqing's convictions, just as she began to lower her arms. Intending to disengage and depart, he unexpectedly tightened his hold on her. Do not even think about leaving. I care not for these matters. Throughout his life, Qin Xiao had possessed so little. Once he had something, he was unwilling to relinquish it. You, Qingqing, have taken quite a while to regain your voice. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to accompany me and protect me from the shadows. How could I possibly let go of someone like you? Qin Xiao murmured, yet the doubts in his heart grew increasingly pronounced. Holding the female in his embrace, he found himself questioning whether Qingqing truly was the same person who had once harbored disdain for him. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his face, but it vanished just as quickly. This is irrelevant. What truly matters is that the one I cherish is here, belonging solely to me. Qingqing could not suppress the tears welling in her eyes, nodding fervently in a place where no one could see. She was deeply appreciative of his trust. After an indeterminate time spent in each other's embrace, their emotions finally began to settle, and they sat down hand in hand. At this moment, Qin Yu should have been able to set aside some of his suspicions, but she doubted it would last long. His presence here is far too perilous for us, Qingqing whispered. I will handle this matter. Qin Xiao suddenly spoke, saying, I will find a way to make him leave sooner. Qingqing still held a firm belief in Qin Xiao's capabilities, and upon hearing his words, she finally felt a sense of relief. However, when she lifted her gaze, she found him intently staring at her, and in confusion, she asked, Why are you looking at me? Is there something on your mind? The sound of Qin Xiao swallowing was particularly pronounced in that moment. An atmosphere laden with danger emanated from him, enveloping Qingqing entirely. Startled, she instinctively took several steps back before coming to a halt. Why are you looking at me like that? In the next moment, without uttering a word, Qin Xiao leaned closer, unexpectedly capturing Qingqing's lips, gently kissing her. Initially taken aback, Qingqing retreated several steps, but he grasped her slender waist. And the words of refusal seemed to evaporate from her lips. Her gaze became increasingly dazed as she surrendered to the kiss he offered. When the kiss ended, Qingqing felt her body weaken. And just as she was about to take a few steps away, her legs inexplicably buckled to the side. Fortunately caught by Qin Xiao in time, "Be careful," he softly admonished. "This isn't my fault." Qingqing shot him a sidelong glance, retorting with a hint of annoyance. Yet, a wave of sweetness surged within her. She quite enjoyed the sensation from moments prior. "Yes, it is all my fault," Qin Xiao readily acquiesced. Bending down to scoop her up and place her on the bed, Qingqing was taken aback, hastily pushing against him in refusal. "Calm down, it's still daytime," she declared with a righteous demeanor, but was met with a soft chuckle from him. "I believe you might be misunderstanding something. I had no intentions of doing anything." After laying Qingqing on the bed, Qin Xiao stood beside it, looking down at her with a teasing smile. Qingqing's face flushed crimson, feeling embarrassed by her earlier actions. "You should take a good rest for a while. You've been far too busy these past few days." Qin Xiao spoke with genuine concern, leaning down to place a kiss on her forehead. Qingqing responded with a soft hum, slowly closing her eyes, yet her heart raced uncontrollably, making it impossible for her to drift into slumber. Qin Xiao's visage continually flashed in her mind, causing her heartbeat to accelerate further. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xiao meticulously carved out the item that Qingqing desired. The intricate design required immense concentration, and he dedicated considerable effort to ensure its completion. "Your craftsmanship is quite impressive," Qingqing exclaimed excitedly. She used a printing board to transfer the design onto paper, her exhilaration causing her to leap into Qin Xiao's embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. "You are truly remarkable, or perhaps it is the blueprints you provided that are exceptional. But what do you intend to do with these items?" Qin Xiao inquired, puzzled. "In the human realm, there exists something called money, a form of currency that can serve as a substitute for animal hides and transactions, significantly reducing complications." Qingqing explained with a smile that I plan to create my own currency to price the goods within the tribe, facilitating trade. Eventually, this could even be expanded to neighboring tribes, aiding in their development. Qingqing seemed to foresee the future's progress, her eyes narrowing in delight. She was determined to liberate the entire tribe from its primitive existence. Although Qin Xiao did not fully comprehend her vision, he was willing to support her in whatever endeavor she wished to pursue. After much deliberation, Qingqing selected the material to create currency, ultimately deciding on a powder derived from firestone to be imprinted on shells for ease of transport and preservation. She understood the rationale behind her choices and embarked on the experimentation, eventually producing her first batch of currency, which she then presented to Xiao. "And how is this to be used?" Xiao asked, bewildered. "I want to introduce this currency within the tribe first, starting with a group of skilled culinary beastmen to open a few restaurants. This way, they can use money to purchase meals instead of having to cook themselves," Qingqing elaborated. "This would save a great deal of effort, allowing the beastmen more energy to handle other matters. In the future, we could implement this currency across other tribes as well. Previously, when we only used animal hides, it was challenging to assess value accurately, but with set prices for all goods, things will be different." As Xiao listened, although he still couldn't grasp every detail, he felt that her ideas made a certain sense and agreed to her proposal. "As long as you say it, the people in the tribe will listen. I'll ensure this matter is conveyed. Moreover, if the restaurants you mentioned are established, the beastmen will only be happier." Qingqing recalled the beastmen's previous remarks and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She then continued, "Those who run the restaurants would be chefs. In the future, they could specialize in this, exchanging their meals for currency, which they could then use to procure other necessities. Besides chefs, beastmen could choose different roles based on their skills, earning currency through their work, ultimately allowing them to sustain themselves. This way, everything will be orderly, and the entire tribe will prosper." Xiao absorbed her words. Excitement flickered across his expression, and he slapped his thigh, eagerly stating, "All right, I'll follow your lead and announce this shortly." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and cautiously scrutinized Qingqing's expression. Finally, he spoke. "It seems the new guests in the tribe have taken quite an interest in you." He hesitated, but Qingqing interrupted. "Are you asking whether I am interested in leaving with them to the city-state?" She asked with a bemused expression, as Xiao's emotions were too evident to ignore. "Yes, I am indeed somewhat concerned," he admitted sheepishly. He understood well the insignificance of their small tribe compared to the city-state. Any beastman aware of the city-state would surely desire to go there. Lu Yuan was one such example. Qingqing could depart from the Qingshi tribe, yet the tribe might not be able to exist without her. Fearful of her contemplating departure, Xiao cautiously observed her demeanor. Qingqing reassured him, "I have a fondness for the Qingshi tribe. While I may explore other places in the future, the Qingshi tribe will always be my home, and my family remains here." Upon hearing this, Xiao finally felt at ease. He comprehended her sentiment. Qingqing was young and would naturally aspire to venture beyond their small confines. However, as long as she regarded this place as home, that was sufficient. "Have you considered when you might embark on your journey?" Xiao inquired once more. "Perhaps when the tribe is sufficiently established," Qingqing replied succinctly, soothing Xiao's underlying anxieties. "All right," he concurred. After a moment's thought, he handed her an object. "This is a crystal that Qingyu gifted to the tribe. I'd like you to have it." Qingqing's eyes brightened instantly. She was well aware of the significance of crystals to beastmen. Having just begun to undergo her transformation, possessing a crystal would undoubtedly expedite her progress. However, this belonged to the tribe. Despite her desire, she still declined. "Rest assured, the tribe's members have no objections," Qingqi's strength is recognized by all, and your contributions to the tribe are evident. You deserve this. Qiao insisted, presenting the crystal once more. Qingqing hesitated, but Qiao firmly placed the crystal in her hands. Take it, if you choose to travel. Qingqi's formidable strength will offer you protection from dangers. Though he is quite powerful now, the outside world is filled with capable individuals, so caution is still necessary. Qiao earnestly urged, and to him, Qingqing's contributions to the tribe had elevated her status significantly. Then I shall accept it with gratitude. Chief, Qingqing ultimately decided to put away the crystal. The smooth stone cradled in her hand imparted a distinct sensation to her. In truth, the beast god had assigned me other tasks as well. After much hesitation, Qingqing spoke again. What tasks? Qiao inquired eagerly. Observing Qingqing's troubled expression, he added directly, do not worry, since it is the beast god's task. No matter how arduous, we shall find a way to accomplish it. He provided me with a method for female beastification, and I intend to teach it to the females of our tribe. Qingqing declared flatly, shocking Qiao into his core. What did you say? The method for female beastification. Are you certain? How could this be possible? Qiao became flustered at a loss for words. That I have indeed discovered the method for female beastification. Qingqing paused momentarily, deciding to speak candidly. I am already capable of beastification. Qiao was rendered speechless by the revelation, utterly astonished. Please give me a moment to gather my thoughts, he said, retreating to a chair, needing to sit to steady his emotions. Time passed slowly as Qingqing patiently awaited Qiao's composure. He finally managed a bitter smile, saying, You must understand, this is no trivial matter, should word get out. Our entire tribe could face dire consequences. I understand. Qingqing nodded. She then asked, but this could make our tribe even stronger. Once we gain strength, what is there to fear? Moreover, even without the method for female beastification, our current pace of development has already attracted the attention of surrounding tribes, which will inevitably lead to hostility. Should we refrain from action simply out of fear of the risks involved? Even if we receive guidance from the beast god, must we pretend to be oblivious? Qiao pondered Qingqing's words deeply before raising his gaze to meet hers, with a wry smile. He replied, You have successfully persuaded me. You are correct. The only way to safeguard ourselves is to grow stronger. The blessings bestowed upon Qingqing by the beast god were not intended for the tribe to live in fear. Of course, we must exercise caution. That I intend to find a few females to learn in secret, so that we can strengthen ourselves. That I fear that if this matter is leaked before we are sufficiently powerful, we may encounter problems. Qingqing smiled and added, Fortunately, I have a cultivation method suitable for all beastmen that can enhance their strength. She cast a glance at Qingqing, who had been quietly listening nearby, a slight smile gracing her lips. This cultivation method was not from the realm, but rather one that Qingqing had provided. His noble lineage and formidable strength stemmed from both his bloodline and cultivation techniques. Witnessing Qingqing's dedication to the tribe, he too wished to contribute. Unbeknownst to Qingqing, Qingqing had his own ulterior motives. There were too many secrets surrounding her, and should these secrets be unveiled, it could incite chaos throughout the beast world. In the face of great interests, both humans and beastmen are capable of anything. That he worried that one day, should Qingqing find herself at odds with everyone, at least the people of the Qingstone tribe would protect her out of gratitude for her efforts. Qingqing spoke. Qiao's expression grew increasingly animated, his hands trembling as he reached for the white cloth covered in her writings. These notes are recorded in writing, so the tribe must learn to read quickly. Otherwise, it could prove quite inconvenient, Qingqing reminded him. With this, Qiao finally understood why Qingqing had been so insistent on teaching the tribe to read. Additionally, we should only allow a select few trusted individuals to use this information at first, Qingqing suggested. Otherwise, it may end up like Lu Yuan, who took what I taught him and presented it to Qingyu in surrender. She spoke with a tone full of derision. Her ire was not directed at Lu Yuan for sharing his knowledge, but rather at his foolishness. Handing over such leverage so eagerly, she wondered how he would manage to maintain his standing thereafter. Qingqing did not need to take revenge on Lu Yuan. She was content to wait for him to dig his own grave. I entrust these matters to you. Chief, you understand the gravity of the situation better than I do. And I hope you will handle it with the seriousness it deserves. Lu Qingqing reiterated before turning to leave with Qin Xiao. Won't leaking this cultivation method affect you? Or expose your identity? Lu Qingqing could not help but ask during their return. Rest assured, this cultivation method is a modification I made, combining techniques from the aristocrats of the city-state. Even if Qin Yu cannot discern anything, he is unlikely to remain here for long. Qin Xiao replied, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Have you done something? Lu Qingqing asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Yet, she received only a vague response. You will know soon enough. Very well. Disappointment flickered across Lu Qingqing's face as she searched her mind for information about the original text. At this point in time, what events might unfold? Ultimately, she dismissed her thoughts of failure, shaking her head to cast aside her disappointment. What shall we have for dinner tonight? I will cook personally. I enjoy whatever you prepare. Qin Xiao replied with a smile, his eyes sincere. Lu Qingqing could not help but roll her eyes. Since when did you speak so sweetly? It sounds so insincere. I speak only the truth. Your cooking is exceptionally delicious. How could I possibly dislike it? Even if you doubt me, you must trust the 3 children. Just look at how happy they are every time you cook. They spend their days complaining about me. Qin Xiao grumbled, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. In that case, I shall prepare something delicious to reward you all. You have worked hard lately, Lu Qingqing declared decisively. Recently, the 3 children had been diligently studying and had ranked among the top, even finding the energy to teach other children, completely unlike the dark villains of the original text. Perhaps everything had changed imperceptibly. With this thought, Lu Qingqing felt a surge of joy. Her steps lightened as she walked. However, as they strolled along, someone rushed toward them, a look of urgency etched on their face. Qingqing, hurry and save them. Only you can help, Song Sheng exclaimed, sweating profusely as he seized Lu Qingqing's hand, attempting to pull her aside. Qin Xiao, however, blocked his path, a displeased expression on his face. What are you doing? Speak clearly first. Despite his urgency, Song Sheng quickly recounted the situation to Qin Xiu. It turned out that a female was experiencing complications during childbirth, with the cub's feet emerging first. Such situations had occurred in the tribe before, often resulting in the loss of both mother and child. Human lives are invaluable, especially for a tribe where both females and cubs hold tremendous significance. It was no wonder Song Sheng was so frantic. I understand. I will go with you right away. Do not panic, Lu Qingqing assured him, quickly following. Upon arrival, she realized the situation was even more dire than she had imagined. The expectant mother appeared on the verge of collapse, with several newly born beast-shaped cubs lying beside her. Only one female cub remained inside her, and Lu Qingqing could already see the cub's tiny feet. Given the mother's condition, it seemed she lacked the strength to deliver the child. She was desperately chewing on ginseng to sustain her life, but it offered only temporary relief. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming. Lu Qingqing held her breath and approached. You must save her. The mother's mate paced anxiously nearby, red-eyed and pleading with Lu Qingqing. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to save her, Lu Qingqing reassured them. Her words were akin to a divine decree in their eyes, alleviating some of the tense atmosphere. Lu Qingqing had witnessed similar circumstances before. Once, while on a mission in the deep mountains, a torrential rain had caused landslides that blocked all routes, and a woman was in imminent need of giving birth. With no other options, Lu Qingqing had to step in herself, and fortunately, the outcome had been favorable. Recalling the scene she had experienced and the advice from the gynecologist during a remote consultation, Lu Qingqing made a swift decision that the cesarean section is necessary. This is utterly incomprehensible for the entire orc tribe, yet there is no time for her to ponder further. Qin Xiao remains to assist me, while everyone else must leave. Lu Qingqing ushered everyone out. The Beast Realm tribe cannot be sedated. Should a cesarean be necessary, the pregnant woman may not withstand such agony. You know how to induce her into a brief state of unconsciousness. Alleviating her pain, Lu Qingqing raised her gaze to Qin Xiao and inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Xiao replied softly, We have some narcotic fruit at home. It may yield such an effect, I shall fetch it immediately. You must return swiftly. I fear she cannot endure much longer, Lu Qingqing remarked, Observing the pregnant woman's anguished expression, letting out a silent sigh that, "I understand," Qingqiu acknowledged, turning to depart. "Hold on a little longer. I will save your child," Lu Qingqing whispered gently into the pregnant woman's ear. She bent down, attempting to push the baby's foot back into the womb, her heart racing with urgency. If time stretched any longer, the child might suffocate. However, the pregnant woman seemed to sense her anxiety, and for reasons unknown, slowly opened her eyes, as if suddenly infused with strength. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingqing quickly spoke. "Do you still have strength? Trust me, I will save you. I feel as though I have suddenly regained my strength. I can surely give birth to the child." The pregnant woman managed a faint smile. Lu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. It was wonderful to see her conscious again. She withdrew her hand from the woman's grasp, intending to continue assessing the situation with her abdomen, when the pregnant woman's voice abruptly changed. "No, I feel very uncomfortable. I suddenly lack strength and feel like I cannot hold on any longer." Hearing this, Lu Qingqing hurriedly leaned in once more, and as soon as she grasped the pregnant woman's hand, the latter's complexion instantly regained its rosy hue. Could it be related to her? Lu Qingqing could only surmise this possibility. She slowly closed her eyes, fervently wishing to save the female before her and to impart strength to her. When she reopened her eyes, she beheld a reddish glow seemingly drifting from her towards the pregnant woman. The woman's complexion visibly improved. Is it truly connected to me? Lu Qingqing found herself momentarily dazed. Perhaps it was related to her beast form that "I have brought the items." Qingqiu suddenly burst in, excitedly holding a red fruit. "Quickly administer to her," Lu Qingqing urged, snapping back to reality and prompting Qingqiu to begin the rescue. As for her own physical condition, that could be addressed later. Not long after consuming the narcotic fruit, the pregnant woman visibly slipped into slumber. The potency of this narcotic fruit is quite remarkable. Lu Qingqing lifted her gaze and cast a faint glance at Qingqiu. In the original narrative, Qingqiu was said to have sustained severe internal injuries, relying on the narcotic fruit to sustain his life. Fortunately, Lu Qingqing's arrival had allowed for some improvement in his condition, rendering the narcotic unnecessary. Qingqiu stood transfixed as Lu Qingqing, after scorching his scales, made an incision in the pregnant woman's abdomen. "Don't just stand there. Come help me. This is not the time for dawdling," Lu Qingqing urged. "Oh," Qingqiu nodded in a daze, quickly moving to assist the pregnant woman. As Lu Qingqing opened the woman's abdomen and glimpsed the infant, she noticed the child's face was already tinged with a bluish hue. Any longer, and the child might suffocate. She felt a surge of relief as she handed the baby to Qingqiu and commenced the subsequent suturing. Once most matters were attended to, the sun had already set, and she wiped the sweat from her brow. Retrieving spring water from her space, she offered it to the pregnant woman to drink. It was not yet completely safe, and circumstances must still be monitored. If the wound remains uninfected and the pregnant woman can withstand the next couple of days without a high fever, she should be fine. Lu Qingqing stepped outside and addressed the pregnant woman's beast husband. "You must take good care of her during this time, that I will provide you with some herbs shortly. Do not forget to brew them for her. The infant seems to be in stable condition, but the pregnant woman's situation is precarious. Whether she can pull through depends on her subsequent resilience. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out." Each of Lu Qingqing's admonitions was attentively absorbed by the beast husband, who committed them to memory. Once Lu Qingqing finished speaking, he hurried back to the room. "All right, we should return now," Lu Qingqing said, her steps somewhat unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. Not to mention, she was covered in blood from the cesarean, her face smeared as well, creating a rather alarming sight. Especially with the temperature steadily rising, even though it was night, Lu Qingqing felt overwhelmed by the metallic scent of blood, as if she were on the verge of fainting. This was rather nauseating. It was only after returning to her room and washing up that she felt she had truly come back to life. The image of the pregnant woman giving birth haunted her thoughts. She extended her hand, feeling the heat radiating from her palm, and suddenly a small flame flickered to life, as if it were trying to please her. This inevitably sparked a question within Lu Qingqing. What exactly is her beast form? She had once glimpsed her reflection by the water's edge. It was a striking red bird, resplendent, with each feather shimmering brilliantly. However, truth be told, she had never encountered such a bird and was unaware of its characteristics. Qingqiu was equally oblivious, leaving Lu Qingqing to explore this mystery on her own. Sighing in resignation, Lu Qingqing extinguished the flame in her hand. As night deepened, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep as she pondered the day's events. Suddenly, she was startled as someone beside her embraced her tightly. "What's wrong?" Lu Qingqing managed to ask, regaining her composure. "I feel that we truly cannot bear children in the future," Qingqiu murmured, holding her close, burying his head in her neck and gently nuzzling her, his demeanor filled with affection. Lu Qingqing was increasingly puzzled. Giving birth is truly terrifying. I think we are fortunate to have the three we do. Qingqiu reiterated. His voice was hoarse, and his grip around Lu Qingqing trembled slightly. Qingqiu had never witnessed a female giving birth before. He had only heard tales of its perils. Yet today, witnessing it firsthand filled him with profound dread. He could not fathom the thought of Lu Qingqing undergoing such an experience. The abdomen being cut open, the child extracted, and then the abdomen stitched up again. He had believed he had endured unimaginable torment when he was wrongfully injured. Yet now, he realized that nothing could compare to the agony of childbirth. Lu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, and it took her a while to grasp Qingqiu's meaning. Warmth flooding her heart, she embraced him in return, gently nuzzling against his chest, softly affirming her understanding. Yet within her, an unexpected thought emerged. She suddenly felt that having a little one with Qingqiu was not entirely unacceptable. "As long as we are together as a family, that is what matters most," she added. A gentle smile crept across Qingqiu's lips, and he contentedly held Lu Qingqing as they drifted into slumber. However, while he found satisfaction, Lu Qingqing felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her. An indescribable warmth surged from her dantian, engulfing her entire being, coupled with the rising temperature of the weather and Qingqiu's body heat. Lu Qingqing felt as if she were ensconced within a furnace. If this continued, she feared she might perish. Lu Qingqing opened her eyes, staring helplessly at the ceiling, attempting to muster all her strength to extricate herself from Qingqiu's embrace. But to no avail. She tried to rouse him, yet despite her persistent nudging, he showed no sign of stirring. The most distressing part was that her discomfort only intensified. It felt as if a flame were scorching her throat. In the moonlight, her gaze fell upon Qingqiu's face, and the heat within her became increasingly pronounced. She felt utterly wretched. Her vision blurred, and she could barely see anything beyond Qingqiu's face. Overwhelmed, she leaned in to press her forehead against his, immediately feeling a coolness wash over her. How soothing! Lu Qingqing let out a soft sigh, clinging to Qingqiu, reluctant to part from his side. At that moment, her mind was a foggy haze, yet she was acutely aware that something was amiss. Oh no, could it be that she was experiencing desire? The thought sent a wave of discomfort through her. Although they had already exchanged mutual feelings since the last time Qingqiu had succumbed to his instincts, they had not engaged in any intimate contact. She could sense his yearning, yet deep within, she felt a subtle resistance. That it was not a rejection of Qingqiu himself, but rather a feeling that things were progressing too swiftly. That it should have been a time for sweet mutual understanding during their romantic entanglement. Yet they had hastily crossed boundaries, leaving her feeling somewhat disconcerted. However, Lu Qingqing's gaze fell once more upon Qingqiu's face, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. It must be said that his visage perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Being adults and married, engaging in such activities was entirely normal. There was no need for her to be overly sentimental, she reassured herself, ultimately concluding that her desire for Qingqiu was simply a natural human inclination. In her current state, there was no need to suppress her instincts. Embracing this thought, she leaned in, pressing her lips against his, her hands uncontrollably tearing at his clothing. Although Qingqiu was a dragon beast man, his essence resembled that of a snake beast man, exuding a coolness even in human form. This chill enveloped Lu Qingqing, dispersing all traces of her rationality. It felt utterly delightful. Lu Qingqing was not one to deny herself, especially not at this moment. Perhaps it was due to her ability to transform into her beast form, but her current state of desire mirrored her initial arrival in the beast realm. The heat within her felt as though it could consume her, a painful ache in her chest that begged for release. As Lu Qingqing stirred restlessly, Qin Xiao awakened from his slumber. Blinking open his eyes, he found Lu Qingqing tugging at his clothing, her hands pressed against his chest. For a moment, he was bewildered, thinking he might still be dreaming. It wasn't until she leaned down to kiss him, her lips biting down slightly, sending sharp pangs through his mouth, that he realized the gravity of the situation. Qingqing, he murmured, their lips still connected. That I'm so uncomfortable. Lu Qingqing whispered, tearing at his garments. That a wave of coolness washed over him. And Qin Xiao finally grasped the situation, attempting to sit up, only to find himself firmly restrained beneath her. Concerned about potentially hurting her, he clenched his fists, hesitant to make any sudden movements. He softly inquired, "What's wrong? Are you in heat?" Lu Qingqing responded with a soft hum, her kiss trailing to his ear as she murmured, "Help me," with her beloved in her embrace, and in such a state of longing. Qin Xiao felt his eyes redden. He grasped her hands, gently pulling her into his embrace. "Help me," Lu Qingqing pleaded, having completely lost her sense of reason, instinctively gravitating toward him. Qin Xiao was like a massive block of ice in the sweltering summer, capable of providing her with endless coolness, extinguishing the flames within her heart. Her clothing was nearly in tatters, and she gasped for breath, growing frantic as Qin Xiao remained still. "Don't rush," he rasped, but his voice only heightened her urgency. "I feel awful. Please help me," Lu Qingqing urged, attempting to pull him closer, only to be restrained by his grip on her wrist. Unable to move, left to curl up in distress. Then at last he moved, kissing every inch of her in the darkness. A surge of satisfaction rose from deep within her, yet it was accompanied by an insatiable yearning, her heart pleading for Qin Xiao to give her everything. Waves of pleasure crashed over her, and for a fleeting moment, her heart found brief solace as her fingers dug into his back, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. That night was undoubtedly indescribable for both of them, their hearts slowly drawing nearer. Lu Qingqing passively received everything he offered, drifting into the depths of desire until she lost all other sensations and succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, this lasted only through the night. And the next morning, Lu Qingqing awoke as usual, her heart swelling with relief. Surely, this time she would not become a laughingstock. Yet, as she gazed at Qin Xiao's profile beside her, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, leaving her feeling nothing but regret. Oh my, what had she done last night? How utterly embarrassing. One might think she was a woman consumed by insatiable desire. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but ponder how, from Qin Xiao's perspective, the events of the previous night must have unfolded. He would have awakened to find her kissing him forcefully and taking advantage of him. Oh heavens, how mortifying! Covering her face in shame, Lu Qingqing felt utterly humiliated. "What's wrong? Sleep a little longer," Qin Xiao mumbled sleepily, glancing at her before pulling her back into his embrace and drifting back to sleep. In that instant, Lu Qingqing's emotions were a tangled web. She wanted to struggle, but found herself held tighter, ultimately succumbing to his embrace and falling back asleep. "About last night, I'm sorry," Lu Qingqing murmured when she finally awoke again, feeling bashful. "What is there to apologize for? We are, after all, husband and wife," Qin Xiao replied with a chuckle. He genuinely found Lu Qingqing's shyness amusing, so different from the people in their tribe. Despite his words, Lu Qingqing felt as though the events of the previous night had forced Qin Xiao into something against his will. As she pondered this, Qin Xiao suddenly stirred, leaning down to kiss the corner of her mouth before she could react. Startled, Lu Qingqing looked up at him. "What are you doing? Stop overthinking. I wonder what thoughts occupy your little head every day. This can only bring good fortune to me." Qin Xiao's words successfully reddened her cheeks, prompting her to shoot him a glare and fall silent. This matter had finally passed, yet it left a distinct feeling between them. The news about the currency and the restaurant quickly spread through the tribe thanks to Qiao, and initially, everyone had reservations about the currency. The boisterous beastmen disliked any form of complication. However, upon hearing about the restaurant, their spirits soared. Now they would no longer need to worry about lacking delicious food. Xiao selected the tribe's best cooks to lead the initiative, opening for business at mealtime, which indeed attracted a considerable crowd. This is quite intriguing, thought Qingyu, as he savored the meal that Bai Yuan had brought back, his eyes reflecting profound thoughts. Observing him, Jiang Wanwan felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Her greatest fear had come true, with Qingyu developing an interest in Lu Qingqing. What about her? What was she to do? Jiang Wanwan's concerns were not unfounded. After all, they had been together for so long without solidifying their bond. What if Qingyu had a change of heart? She felt utterly powerless in that scenario. This was why she, as the female leader, treaded so carefully in Qinyu's presence. In a secluded corner, Jiang Wanwan bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry and hesitation. This operational model is more suited for city-states. Perhaps we should find a way to learn from this model and bring it to the city-state, she mused, observing him with a heart full of questions. She longed to ask what Qingyu intended to bring to the city-state. Was it this operational model or Lu Qingqing? Yet, she held her tongue. There were too many secrets surrounding Lu Qingqing. It seemed unwise to act against her for the time being. The secrets surrounding Lu Qingqing are too numerous. It appears we cannot act against her for now, Qingyu said softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Things were indeed growing increasingly interesting. What is this? A visitor trading at the Qing Stone tribe inquired softly. Leader Yunshang, this is our tribe's latest invention, called a restaurant, where designated people will prepare a meal for the tribe in exchange for currency. Xiao explained, his tone brimming with pride. Yunshang responded with a faint acknowledgement, clearly indifferent to the matter at hand. As mealtime approached, the rich aroma wafted to everyone's nostrils, causing Yunshang to swallow involuntarily. Her eager gaze fixed upon Xiao and unfazed, Xiao continued discussing the trade between the two tribes. The Yunshang tribe's mountainous region was abundant with a plethora of fruits, far sweeter than those found elsewhere. During the fruit ripening season, it was the time for trade between the tribes. This occasion marked the Yunshang tribe's visit to deliver fruits to the Qingshi tribe, seeking to glean information about them. The recent changes within the Qingshi tribe had, unbeknownst to them, spread across neighboring tribes, all eager to witness these transformations. From the moment they entered the Qingshi tribe, the astonishment on Yunshang and her companions' faces had yet to fade, particularly upon seeing the delectable dishes laid before them. Chief, it's getting late. Perhaps we should, Yunshang hesitantly suggested. Yet Xiao appeared to have an epiphany. Indeed, time has slipped away. It is time to eat. Just as Yunshang anticipated that Xiao would take her to indulge in the fragrant delicacies, he announced, "Why don't you all prepare as well? I must go eat now to tea that moment." A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Xiao's lips. Sure enough, the next instant, Yunshang could no longer restrain herself and called out to him, "Wait! What is it?" Xiao turned, feigning innocence in his gaze. Embarrassed, Yunshang found herself at a loss. The words to ask for a meal lingered unspoken, yet the tantalizing aroma made it unbearable to leave empty-handed. Taking a deep breath, she finally mustered the courage to speak. "We haven't prepared any food, and I wonder if the Qingshi tribe could." Her face flushed slightly, though bashfulness lingered. The desire for food overshadowed her hesitation. "I see." Xiao continued to feign ignorance. "Then I shall send some food your way. You can cook it yourselves. After all, we're not entirely certain of your taste." That a surge of satisfaction coursed through him, a subtle thrill of revenge igniting within. Previously, every time Yunshang visited the Qingshi tribe, he had extended the highest courtesies, only to have them disdain the offerings, especially the food. Now he savored the opportunity to flaunt his tribe's improvements. Yunshang clenched her teeth, fully aware that this was the result of past grievances with Xiao, and though she longed to storm off, the irresistible aroma held her captive. Meeting Xiao's gaze. Despite her discontent, she proposed, "How about we dine at your establishment? It would save you the trouble of sending us food. That may not be feasible. The food we prepare may not suit your palate. And what we serve is fairly uniform, that if we were to give you our meals, our tribe might go hungry, as we haven't prepared for your tastes." Xiao's smile deepened, and Yunshang, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to tear that smirk from his face. Suppressing her displeasure, she managed to force a smile, saying, We traveled quite a distance, and we would like to sample the Qingqing tribe's fare. Who knows when we shall return? After a moment of contemplation, she added, if necessary, we could offer some of our fruits in exchange, to compensate for the beasts that might go without food this afternoon. Even so, you lack currency, which complicates matters, Qiao replied, a look of consternation on his face. He lamented, you see, our establishment only accepts currency, not furs. Even as chief, I cannot compel them to serve you. Observing Xiao's exaggerated demeanor, Yunshang felt her temper flare. Yet, under the circumstances, she had to yield. After a prolonged silence, a thought struck her. But aren't you currently trading with currency? How simple. We could exchange some of our fruits for currency, allowing us to purchase meals directly. This was precisely the rationale behind Xiao's lengthy discourse. Now that his objective was within reach, he cleared his throat, suppressing his amusement, and with a feigned sense of regret said, since you are so sincere, let us proceed this way. I shall escort you to the restaurant. Behind him, Yunshang couldn't help but curse under her breath, reluctantly following him. However, all reluctance vanished the moment she tasted the food. This is simply exquisite. How can there be such delightful flavors in this world? Compared to what they had previously consumed, the food they were experiencing was akin to a heavenly feast. How is this made? I want more, Yunshang, shedding her initial aloofness, eagerly inquired. I can't cook either, Qiao replied with unwavering confidence. It is only because the chefs here excel at their craft that we decided to establish a restaurant for our people. Otherwise, our own skills would fall short. This notion indeed held merit, and Yunshang nodded in understanding. She contemplated that upon returning to her tribe, they might replicate this model. But then she reconsidered, realizing they lacked individuals capable of crafting such delectable dishes. Yunshang felt deflated, her desire to return to her tribe waning. What is that artwork at the entrance of the restaurant? She asked, puzzled. She had noticed that every patron entering or exiting the establishment would glance at that piece and murmur something, their faces lighting up with smiles afterward. That is writing. It lists the dishes prepared today, allowing patrons to decide what they wish to order before entering. Qiao explained nonchalantly, oblivious to the ripple of surprise crossing Yunshang's face. You mean writing? Isn't that a divine gift from the beast god? How could your tribe possess it? Yunshang was genuinely taken aback. She had only heard whispers of writing before. Naturally, it is because our tribe is favored by the beast god. Otherwise, we wouldn't be where we are now, Qiao declared with conviction. The wisest decision he ever made was taking in Lu Qingqing. Now that they had writing, he envisioned documenting the tribe's history, ensuring that no matter how many years passed, he would be remembered as the illustrious leader by future generations. Yunshang yearned to counter his claims but found herself at a loss. Aside from a Qingqing tribe being favored by the beast god, she could not conceive any other explanation. Envy swelled within her as she pondered what the Qingqing tribe could have done to earn such divine favor. You truly are fortunate, Yunshang remarked, her voice tinged with jealousy. It's acceptable. Not only that, but we have also mastered the art of salt production. Now we use our own, and if you require some, we can offer it at a lower price than the Haili tribe, Qiao declared with pride. Yunshang could hardly contain her astonishment. They were indeed quite fortunate. Resolving within herself, she determined that they must strengthen their ties with the Qingqing tribe moving forward. We brought an abundance of fruits, as well as specialized juices and fruit wines. Feel free to offer anything of value in exchange, Yunshang eagerly proposed. The Qingqing tribe was her first stop in trading, initially intending to explore other tribes afterward. However, it now seemed sufficient to trade solely with the Qingqing tribe, eliminating the need to venture elsewhere. Have you noticed our garments? They are not made from animal hides, but from cotton fabric, keeping us cool even in summer. And we have seasoning. You need only cook it with meat, and it will yield flavors as delightful as what we are savoring today. Qiao enthusiastically shared several innovations from the Qingqing tribe. Watching as Yunshang's excitement grew, he concluded with a crucial reminder. However, I must inform you that this year will be the last for barter. In the future, we will only engage in currency transactions. I hope you can relay this to your leader upon your return. Understood. Yunshang acquiesced. Upon returning this time, she must elucidate these matters to the chief. Additionally, aside from during transactions, you are welcome to visit us anytime. Our restaurant is open to the public. Choan remarked once more. Just as he was about to continue, he caught sight of Lu Qingqing in the distance, his expression brightening as he waved to greet her. "Qingqing, are you here to dine at the restaurant as well?" Lu Qingqing nodded in response, saying, "I couldn't be bothered to move around. It's more convenient to come here." Her gaze gradually fell upon Yunshang beside her, and she inquired again, "Is this the guest who came to trade with the tribe?" "Indeed. Would you like to converse with him?" Cho hurriedly replied. Observing the interaction between the two, Yunshang discreetly furrowed her brow. Having known Choan for many years, this was the first time she had seen him so amicable towards someone. Who is this person? Nevertheless, if time permits, I would like to visit their tribe to see if there is anything intriguing. Lu Qingqing responded with a smile. "That sounds good. After all, it isn't too far. We can have the trained beasts take you there." Choan nodded in agreement. After such a long time, the orcs' interest in pulling carts had diminished significantly, and they primarily relied on beasts for that purpose. "They trade fruits with our tribe, along with some juices and fruit wines. You can take a look and pick whatever you like." Choan smiled as brightly as a flower while speaking to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing acknowledged, and, meeting the gazes of Yunshang and the others, departed. "Who is this person?" Yunshang couldn't help but ask. "She is a female of the tribe," Choan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yunshang instinctively tightened her brows. This person is certainly not as simple as she appears. However, since Choan would not divulge more, she had no choice but to swallow her multitude of questions. Yunshang had initially intended to remain in the Qingshi tribe for a while, seeking answers to her inner doubts. Yet, Choan's overt rejection left no room for such an opportunity, insisting that the entire tribe had no accommodations for them. With no other option, Yunshang could only depart. Watching their retreating figures, Choan wore a sardonic smile. He had anticipated that so many individuals would be intrigued by Lu Qingqing, all desiring to win her over. He would not grant them that chance. Embracing this thought, Choan led a group to Lu Qingqing's residence. "These are the fruits and juices from our trade. They taste delightful. I specifically reserved them for you. And since you didn't come to collect them, I had no choice but to bring them to you." Choan beamed at Lu Qingqing like a blooming chrysanthemum. Lu Qingqing shivered slightly in distaste and hurriedly replied, "Could you please speak properly? Your demeanor is somewhat unsettling. The outside world is perilous. A throng of people is curious about you, so you mustn't be swayed to leave with them. Rest assured, we will ensure that you and your family live well in the tribe." Choan quickly assured her. Lu Qingqing's eyes brimmed with resignation. "Chief, you needn't worry. I have stated that I will not leave the Qingshi tribe, so there is no need for you to treat me as you did before." "Very well," Choan responded, somewhat disappointed. He reminded her, consuming too much of this fruit wine can leave one feeling dizzy. The cubs must absolutely avoid it, so please exercise caution that I understand, Lu Qingqing replied, seeing them off. Having been the Qingshi tribe for such a length of time, she had, to a certain extent, come to regard it as her home, and how could she possibly leave so easily? Although Cho and his companions had their selfish motives. Who in this world is devoid of personal interests? "Let us visit the capital city in a while," Lu Qingqing remarked, glancing at Qin Xiao. "What is the matter?" Qin Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback. "Haven't you always wished to uncover the truth behind your framing? The capital city is the first step. Only by becoming stronger can we have the leverage to negotiate with those individuals." Lu Qingqing sat upright in her chair, her posture unwavering despite looking up at him. Seeing his grave expression, she chuckled lightly, saying, "Aren't you also secretly investigating these matters? It is not easy for us to uncover the truth here in the Qingshi tribe." Qin Xiao remained silent for a long while, his emotions complex as he gazed at Lu Qingqing, momentarily at a loss for words. Had she known everything from the very beginning? "I have mentioned that I know many things," Lu Qingqing stated candidly. "I understand that you cannot let go of the past. Even though you are here, your mind is elsewhere. We are a family. Your matters are mine too. If we cannot resolve this issue, you will find it hard to relax here, and I genuinely wish to explore the outside world." "Thank you," Qin Xiao said, his feelings intricate as he gently embraced Lu Qingqing. She returned the embrace, tenderly stroking his back, her voice soft. "We will surely uncover the truth of what happened back then and clear your name." Qin Xiao nodded solemnly. After a prolonged period of stable living, He had contemplated whether to simply continue living a tranquil life with his family in the Qingqing tribe. Yet, deep down, he remained unwilling to accept it. He yearned to discover the truth of what transpired. Who was it that wished him harm? Once everything is resolved, we shall return to the Qingqing tribe and ignore everything that happens outside, Qingqiu murmured, holding her tightly. Lu Qingqing nodded, though her thoughts diverged. Qingqiu's identity dictated that he could not extricate himself from these matters. Once they departed the Qingqing tribe, everything might change entirely, but a sense of agitation crept into Lu Qingqing's heart as she tightened her embrace around him. Since they were here, she resolved to accept the situation, believing that all would eventually pass. Moreover, even if they wished to remain secluded in the small Qingqing tribe, individuals like Qin Yu would never disregard them. Not to mention, once the Qingqing tribe grew stronger, it would undoubtedly attract attention from various quarters. Since it was inevitable to face hostility, it would be better to embrace it actively that I wish to conduct some business with you. Qin Yu suddenly approached Lu Qingqing. What business? Lu Qingqing tilted her head to glance at him, replying, perhaps you could speak directly to the chief. I am nothing and cannot engage in business with you. You are being overly modest. There is likely no one in the entire Qingqing tribe with more influence than you. While trading with the chief may not guarantee success, your agreement certainly will. Qin Yu said, a smirk playing on his lips as he scrutinized Lu Qingqing, his gaze laden with meaning. Just as he was about to continue, he sensed the unmistakable hostility emanating from the side. Looking up, he met Qingqiu's displeased, warning gaze and chuckled nonchalantly. His eyes ultimately settled back on Lu Qingqing. So, do you wish to engage in this business with me? That would depend on the nature of the business. Lu Qingqing countered that I wish to purchase cotton cloth, pickling materials, and salt from the Qingqing tribe on a long-term basis, that I will send someone to collect them at intervals. And as for the price, you may set it as you wish, Qin Yu stated with an air of affluence. However, Lu Qingqing quietly interjected, I require beast crystals. Qin Yu's expression shifted slightly, maintaining a semblance of a smile as he responded. I possess many other valuable items. Is it truly necessary to insist on beast crystals? But I only require beast crystals, Lu Qingqing insisted. If it cannot be beast crystals, then let's forget it. Are you acquiring them for your beast husband? Qin Yu continued to inquire. Beast crystals are inherently precious, and he currently possessed little. Moreover, he did not wish for Qingqiu to enhance his abilities with them. Even if Qingqiu were not that person, he still did not wish for it. Nevertheless, engaging in business with Lu Qingqing was imperative. However, taking these items back should yield a substantial amount of beast crystals. Qin Yu quickly came to this realization. Looking at Lu Qingqing and readily agreeing, very well. You can discuss your requirements with the chief. After all, these items are the result of the tribe's hard work, and I cannot make decisions unilaterally. All right, Qin Yu readily agreed. Noticing that Qingqiu's gaze had not wavered from him since the beginning, he turned his head to look over and asked, You've been watching me. Is there something on your mind? Nothing, Qingqiu replied, quietly. Oh, Qin Yu acknowledged. Continuing, we share the same surname, Qin. Perhaps we were once part of the same family. There is no need for you to harbor such hostility towards me. I have no intention of causing you harm. I bear you no ill will, Qingqiu stated, though the emotions in his eyes belied his words that in truth, I have a younger brother who also bore the name Qingqiu. Tragically, he was murdered a few years ago due to certain events, and my family has mourned deeply. Seeing you today stirs different feelings within me. As Qin Yu spoke, he let out a long, resigned sigh, gazing intently at Qingqiu. If my brother were still alive, he would likely resemble you quite closely. It is indeed a pity. It is indeed unfortunate. I had no idea that young Master Qin had such a poignant past, Qingqiu replied coldly. His expression gave no hint that he was the subject of the conversation. I have heard that you were not originally from the Qingqing tribe. There is something extraordinary about your presence. I wonder where such remarkable individuals like you originate. Qin Yu probed further. I hail from a small tribe near the Qingqing tribe. After a beast tide devastated our village, I was the sole survivor, escaping with 3 children. The past is filled with sorrow for me, and I prefer not to dwell on it, Qingqiu replied nonchalantly. I see. That is indeed regrettable. I am quite curious about the mother of the 3 children. Qingyu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qingqing. Noticing no change in her demeanor, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Did Lu Qingqing truly not mind the existence of the 3 children? It was not uncommon for a female beast to form new blood bonds after the passing of her previous mate. But typically, no matter how exceptional the new mate might be, they would not capture her affections. Moreover, the offspring of the former mate were usually raised by the tribe. In beast tribes, the status of females is quite high. It is already a rarity for a female to raise her own offspring, let alone accept those born of another. Cases like Lu Qingqing's, treating the children of her predecessor as her own, were nearly non-existent. Qingyu found it hard to believe such a noble soul existed in this world. Suddenly, a cold glint flickered in his eyes before swiftly vanishing. It's all in the past. Qin Xiao said lightly, I merely feel that meeting you, Qin Xiao, is a regretful delay. I wish to forge a friendship. There is no need for you to be so guarded against me. One might think you have some grievances. Qin Yu said casually, but Qin Xiao retorted, I do not require friends, especially not those of noble lineage from the city. Qin Yu's smile faltered. He was certain this person was being deliberately antagonistic. Was he truly that individual? Doubts flooded Qin Yu's mind as he stole another glance at Qin Xiao. Then he said, I am about to take my leave. Who knows when we shall meet again? I wanted to bid you farewell in advance. I still believe that a place like the Qingshi tribe is not suited for you. Should you wish to go to the city, feel free to contact me. Having known each other for some time, I assure you I shall take good care of you if you arrive in the city. Qin Yu took a deep breath, forcing his discontent deep down. Since his birth, it had been many years since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have let this person go unchallenged. However, now was not the time to sever ties with Qin Xiao. They still held sufficient value for him. Even while feeling displeased, he maintained a gentle smile. Yet the moment he stepped out of Lu Qingqing's home, his expression turned wide. That time, he would arrange for some individuals to discreetly keep watch nearby. Should there be any news regarding Qin Xiao and Lu Qingqing, they must inform him at once. Understood, Bai Yuan replied, his voice tinged with excitement. It was truly wonderful. They could finally escape this dreadful place. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan was ambivalent, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow as they prepared to leave. She was glad that Qin Yu would no longer be in contact with Lu Qingqing, yet sorrowful that she could not take revenge for the neglect and targeting she had endured from Lu Qingqing. She cautiously observed the profile of the person beside her, letting out a resigned sigh. Once Qin Yu departed, Lu Qingqing sat in her seat, her mind racing. Was Qin Yu in such a hurry to leave due to some pressing matter? According to the narrative, nothing should have transpired in the city just yet. Could it be? Lu Qingqing turned to glance at Qin Xiao, chuckling lightly as she asked, Did you do something to make him leave in such haste? Qin Xiao did not answer directly but countered, Do you not wish for him to depart? Of course, I do. Lu Qingqing scoffed. His presence here is exceedingly inconvenient. Lu Qingqing could sense the ever-watchful gazes, all sent by Qin Yu to keep an eye on them. It was utterly bothersome. Then that settles it. As long as the outcome is favorable for us, the means do not matter, Qin Xiao smiled faintly. This immediately gave Lu Qingqing an impression of a nefarious villain, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Hadn't the villain reformed already? Why did he still evoke such fear in her? Lu Qingqing looked over again, only to see Qin Xiao's countenance radiating gentleness, as if the previous impression had been nothing but an illusion. That moment, Qin Xiao had yet to undergo any trials, and the 3 children were all well. Surely, he would not descend into darkness. Lu Qingqing whispered to herself, her face lifting into a smile again as she said, Perfect. Once we have arranged matters in the tribe, we shall set off at Qin Xiao nodded. I must also prepare adequately. With most matters resolved, he finally felt a sense of relief. Let us celebrate, Lu Qingqing said cheerfully. Rising from her chair, she walked over to fetch some fruit wine, waving it enticingly before Qin Xiao. Would you care to try? Lu Qingqing had prepared some marinated dishes to accompany the drinks, and the 2 of them lost track of time, toasting and drinking in their room. The fruit wine was not particularly strong, but they had consumed quite a bit. Lu Qingqing soon felt the effects of intoxication. leaning back against the bed. Her expression softened with a silly smile. "This wine tastes delightful," she said, tilting her head to gaze at the handsome face nearby. Leaning in closer with a goofy grin. Hearing her words, Qingqing, though rationally aware she was referring to her fondness for the fruit wine, felt a stirring in his heart as he watched her draw nearer. Their lips inched closer, and Qingqing instinctively closed his eyes. Yet in the next moment, an animal instinct warned him of imminent danger, and without thinking, he opened his eyes. He then watched in horror as a ball of flames surged towards him. Without a second thought, he dodged to the side. The flames rushed toward the table, prompting him to conjure a water sphere to extinguish the fire. Qingqiu's gaze fell upon Lu Qingqing, whose flames appeared to be spiraling out of control. He was apprehensive that the fire might consume the house and that they would draw unwanted attention, forcing him to clumsily extinguish the flames with water spheres. "Qingqing, please regain your senses," Qingqiu called out, attempting to approach Lu Qingqing to bring her back to her senses. But it was futile. He could only retreat further under the pressure of the flames, his anxiety growing. However, at that moment, something even more concerning unfolded behind him. With a low moan, Lu Qingqing's clothing caught fire, transforming into her beast form, and the flames became even more unruly. Qingqiu gritted his teeth, summoning a torrent of water that surged toward Lu Qingqing. Disregarding the intense flames as he enveloped her in his embrace, the water shielded him from the flames, and thick steam rose from their bodies, obscuring their forms. "Qingqing, calm down," Qingqiu said in a deep voice. Trying to awaken her consciousness, Lu Qingqing finally showed some reaction. Qingqiu gazed intently into Lu Qingqing's eyes, yet found no trace of emotion within them, unable to stifle a low curse. What on earth should he do? How could fruit wine render Lu Qingqing in such a state? He vowed to keep a vigilant eye on her henceforth, for she must not indulge in fruit wine again. It was far too perilous. Lu Qingqing struggled incessantly, attempting to break free from Qingqiu's embrace, but he held her firmly, rendering her immobile. This confinement was exceedingly uncomfortable for Lu Qingqing, and the scant rationality she possessed compelled her to keep fighting. "Let me go." Her voice, tinged with a sharpness akin to a beast's, did not come across as unpleasant. "Father, mother, has something happened?" Outside, Bao knocked vigorously on the door, his heart laden with unease. "It's fine. You all stay by the door. If anyone comes, just tell them that your father and mother are busy and cannot see anyone." Qingqiu's tone was grave. The three children outside listened, their hearts growing increasingly anxious. Xiao Bao was ready to charge at the door. But Bao restrained him. "With father here, mother will be safe. We just need to follow father's instructions and avoid causing trouble," Bao reminded them. Bao felt a swell of discontent, yet always obeyed Bao. So he reluctantly agreed. The three children stood guard at the door, watching as the sun gradually descended and nightfall approached. Meanwhile, the situation inside grew more urgent. Lu Qingqing's wings flapped wildly, her strength escalating. Even Qingqiu struggled to maintain control over her. Qingyu had yet to depart. If Lu Qingqing managed to fly out, it would surely raise suspicions. Most importantly, Lu Qingqing's fiery demeanor could incite unforeseen troubles if she were to escape. "Qingqing, I am Qingqiu. You must calm down and regain your senses," he whispered continuously in her ear, uncertain whether she could hear him. "Qingqiu?" Lu Qingqing finally uttered his name. "Yes, it's me. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I will always protect you." A flicker of joy crossed Qingqiu's eyes as he spoke eagerly. That moment, Lu Qingqing felt as though she were engulfed in flames, yet curiously, the heat brought her comfort rather than discomfort. "Qingqing," a soft feminine voice echoed persistently in her ears. "Who are you?" Lu Qingqing inquired anxiously, her inner turmoil momentarily soothed. She was certain she had never heard this voice before, yet it felt inexplicably familiar. "I am your mother," the voice responded. "Why mother?" Lu Qingqing was taken aback. She quickly grasped the implication of the words. Was this voice the biological mother of the original host? However, she had found no information regarding the original host's mother in either the original text or the memories of the original owner. Lu Qingqing could not help but reflect deeply, her thoughts swirling until a sharp pain in her head forced her to cease. "Good child, do not think any further. Listen to your mother, and I will help alleviate your suffering." The feminine voice reassured her once more, Obediently, Lu Qingqing ceased her ruminations, her expression gradually softening. Breathe steadily. Let the energy flow through your body. Trust me, you can do this. Following the guidance, Lu Qingqing relaxed her body, closing her eyes as if she could visualize the veins within her, pulsating like red threads, facilitating her breath. In Qin Xiu's gaze, Lu Qingqing finally began to settle, no longer thrashing about, appearing as if she had drifted into slumber. Yet his worry remained unassuaged. He held her close, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It seemed he was utterly incapable of assisting her. Recognizing this, Qin Xiu felt a surge of frustration and powerlessness that moment. Lu Qingqing was completely unaware of Qin Xiu's emotional turmoil. She had wholly immersed herself in her cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time. She sensed a growing comfort within her, a sensation akin to floating among the clouds. Until, slowly, she opened her eyes and exhaled softly. Lu Qingqing could distinctly feel her newfound strength. "Where are you? How can you converse with me?" Countless questions surged within her, yet she was unsure of what to ask. Silence was her only response. Had the voice vanished? Just as a fleeting sense of loss washed over her, she heard Qin Xiu's worried and urgent voice nearby. "Qingqing, you have finally awakened. What has happened to you?" She turned her head and met Qin Xiu's concerned gaze. Just as she was about to reassure him that she was fine, she became acutely aware of her current predicament. Had she transformed into a beast? "I am fine. I apologize for frightening you." Lu Qingqing replied with a calm demeanor as she rose and changed her clothes, then looked back at Qin Xiu. "I feel much better now. I believe the fruit wine has benefited me, and I am stronger than before. Even so, you must exercise caution if you choose to drink fruit wine again. You nearly transformed into a beast and flown away today," Qin Xiu said, a hint of helplessness evident as he recounted every detail of the earlier events to Lu Qingqing. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had she been spotted by Qin Yu and the others, it would have been difficult to explain. After all, they had been secretly observing the couple. Regardless, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Lu Qingqing smiled back at him and glanced at the sky, momentarily taken aback. "I didn't realize it was so late." That moment, Qin Xiu reacted, quickly saying, "I had the 3 children guard the door. Since you are well now, I will let them in." Shortly after Qin Xiu stepped outside, the 3 children hurried in behind him. "Mother, are you all right? What happened to you?" they chorused as they rushed to Lu Qingqing. Clinging to her legs, their eyes filled with concern. "I am fine. I was just a bit unwell," Lu Qingqing replied nonchalantly. Fearing they might dwell on her condition, she swiftly shifted the topic. "We will soon be leaving the Qingshi tribe to explore. Are you excited?" Lu Qingqing expected them to be thrilled, having enjoyed their previous trip to the market. However, to her surprise, their expressions darkened with rejection. "Why must we leave the Qingshi tribe?" Bao could not contain himself. "I think this place is wonderful. Wouldn't it be better for our family to stay here forever?" "Indeed, and the Qingshi tribe is improving. We've been to many places before, but none compare to here." The 3 children voiced their sentiments, each echoing the desire to remain. Lu Qingqing observed them and slowly knelt down, enveloping the 3 in her embrace. "The Qingshi tribe will always be our home. We will certainly return one day. However, there are more pressing matters at hand, and we must first survive elsewhere for a while." She sensed the shivers coursing through the 3 children in her arms and sighed deeply before asking, "Can you tell me why you do not wish to leave?" The children remained silent for a long time, and just as Lu Qingqing contemplated what more to say, Bao finally spoke. "Those people outside are bad. I do not like them and do not want to associate with them. Our family should stay in the Qingshi tribe. That would be good. They threw stones at us, insulted us, and tried to harm us. If it weren't for Father's quick thinking, we might have perished at their hands. If it weren't for them, San Bao's health wouldn't be so poor." Bao added indignantly. San Bao did not echo their sentiments, but quietly stated, "However, if Mother wants to go, we 3 are willing to accompany her. Wherever Father and Mother go, we will follow." Upon hearing San Bao's words, Bao and Bao exchanged glances before turning to Lu Qingqing, speaking in unison. "Yes, wherever Father and Mother go, we will go too. I will strive to grow stronger and protect you both." Ensuring no one harms you. Bao clenched his fists, a flicker of cold determination in his eyes. As, oh, will I. I will never allow those wicked people to hurt you. The second child likewise spoke up. Although the third child remained silent, his intentions were unmistakably clear. Observing the three children, Lu Qingqing felt a warm surge in her heart as she embraced them once more. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao took a few steps forward and enveloped the four of them in his arms. Gradually tightening his embrace, in a gentle tone, he remarked, "You are still young. Let me take care of protecting your mother. Just refrain from causing her any worries." After a considerable time, the family of five finally released one another. Lu Qingqing remained squatting on the ground, gazing at her children at eye level. This world is vast. There are both good and bad among the beastmen. You have encountered bad people before, but there will also be good ones. We cannot remain confined to this small corner forever. You are still young. It is time for you to explore the greater world. You need not worry. Your father and I will always protect you. And we will not allow you to come to harm. As for the bad people, as long as our family of five stays together, there is nothing to fear. A smile slowly graced her lips as she continued. I believe my children are not so fragile that they would only think of hiding when faced with danger. You not possess the courage to confront the uncertainties of the future? Of course, we are strong. Even if we cannot do so now, when we grow up, we will have the ability to protect you, and we will certainly be even more formidable than father, the eldest child eagerly assured. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly have quite the confidence. Naturally, the eldest replied unabashedly, meeting Qin Xiao's gaze with unwavering conviction. Father, do not worry. When you grow old, I will ensure your protection. Very well. We shall look forward to your guardianship. Lu Qingqing replied with a smile, her heart swelling with satisfaction. When Lu Qingqing resolved to depart, Qin Yu, having finalized the details of the transaction with Qiao An, also eagerly left the Qingshi tribe. This underscores the significance of the matter at hand. This is the beast crystal they sent. I brought it for you. Qiao An once again approached Lu Qingqing, handing her the beast crystal without a hint of reluctance. This unexpected gesture left Lu Qingqing momentarily stunned. Why have you given all of this to me? Do the others not need it? Do you not need it yourself? She inquired, genuinely taken aback by Qiao An's decision to present her with all the beast crystals. She understood that in Qiao An's eyes, her contributions to the tribe warranted such a return. Yet she had not anticipated he would go to such lengths. I do not require it. What matters most is that you all grow strong. Qiao An replied with a smile, brushing off her concerns. He had pondered this decision for quite some time, realizing that he had no aptitude for cultivation and that using the beast crystals for himself would be a waste, as for the others. Giving to anyone would likely stir discontent. It was better to bestow everything upon Lu Qingqing. Given Qin Xiao's talents, utilizing these beast crystals would likely elevate him above even the city-state's inhabitants, thus fortifying the Qingshi tribe's position. Furthermore, Qiao An firmly believed that Lu Qingqing would also become immensely powerful in due course. No, I cannot accept all of this. Lu Qingqing gently declined Qiao An's kindness. As she noticed him about to say something further, she continued, I understand your goodwill, but we will soon be leaving the tribe and may be away for a considerable time. Enhancing our strength will be of little use if we cannot protect you. Given the current trajectory of the Qingshi tribe, it is imperative that those who remain behind grow stronger. Hearing this, Qiao An reflected on her words and asked, if that is the case, who should receive the crystals? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingqing replied softly, we should choose those who are sufficiently strong and have made contributions to the tribe that I hope to expedite the tribe's growth. Listening to her reasoning, Qiao An expressed no doubts and nodded in agreement. Then I shall return and draft a list, and you can select the final candidates. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's expression shifted to one of exasperation as she spread her hands and said, you are the leader. Why must you seek my input on everything? That is because you are the beast god's messenger, Qiao An said, winking at Lu Qingqing. Realizing this, Lu Qingqing suppressed the urge to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead and was left speechless. Qiao An was indeed unwavering in his belief regarding her status as the beast god's messenger. You are the true leader, and you know the people in the tribe better than I do. I lack the capability for such leadership, Lu Qingqing conceded. Moreover, my responsibility lies in disseminating knowledge, not in managing the tribe. With Lu Qingqing making her stance clear, Qiao refrained from further pressuring her. Then I shall go back and consider it. However, Lu Qingqing, after some thought, offered a reminder. While ability is important, mindset is equally crucial in the early stages. That it is best to select those who are loyal and have no ulterior motives towards the tribe. Otherwise, cultivating powerful beastmen who might defect to another tribe would create complications. I trust you have a sense of this. Leader. Xiao absorbed her words and eventually replied, I understand, in a few days. I will bring the candidates over. Xiao worked swiftly. In just 3 days, he had selected 10 males and 3 females. The number of females in the tribe was already limited, and these 3 were the most suitable candidates. As they had no beast husbands and no childbearing obligations. Among them was Xiang Yan. Although her brother Xiang Gu had been indirectly driven away by Lu Qingqing, any initial hostility she harbored had long since dissipated. Her brother had already settled in another tribe, with only sporadic contact. This was indeed the fate that Xiang Gu had brought upon himself. Who could blame him for causing trouble over a female? Xiang Gu had suffered considerably outside, and Xiang Yan's only thought on the matter was that he deserved it. She hoped he would come to understand through this experience. Not to mention, Lu Qingqing had also taught Xiang Yan how to weave cloth with cotton, improving their family's living conditions in the Qingshi tribe. By now, Xiang Yan held nothing but admiration for Lu Qingqing, devoid of any other sentiments. Females transforming into beast forms. That sounds too arduous. I don't see the necessity. One female spoke up as she entered, unable to contain her complaints. Are we really going to hunt in the future? Lu Qingqing furrowed her brows subtly, assessing the speaker. Qiao shot a sheepish glance at Lu Qingqing. He did not wish to invite pessimism, but the situation was beyond his control. Females did not need to cultivate or hunt. They merely needed to rest within the tribe. That it would be unreasonable to compel them into cultivation at this stage. In the past, females were capable of cultivating, and those who had undergone beast transformation were indeed far stronger than males. Lu Qingqing stated directly, do you truly wish to remain forever weaker than the males? Dependent on their protection? Why not? The female retorted boldly, as you said. That was in the past. How long ago was that? I have never seen a female who needed to cultivate since my birth. The female continued with conviction. I think being protected by males is rather nice. In truth, Lu Qingqing shared a similar sentiment. It was not ideal for females to cultivate, should they suffer injuries or mishaps. Losing their ability to bear children would be a significant loss for the tribe. Xiao could not help but chime in. Indeed, it is not suitable for females to cultivate, that if they were to sustain injuries or face mishaps. Losing their capacity to reproduce would be a grave loss for the tribe. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed Lu Qingqing's cold expression and promptly fell silent, pondering which of his words had displeased her. The female who had spoken, seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere, continued unabated. Exactly. Females only need to bear offspring. Why must we engage in cultivation or hunting? Is it not hard enough? The words of the two left Lu Qingqing momentarily speechless. Do you think bearing offspring is easy? Giving birth to several at once entails immense suffering, and it can even lead to death. Lu Qingqing remarked helplessly. Who says it is hard? My mother said that when she gave birth to me, it was particularly easy, like passing stool. This is simply the duty of females, just as hunting and cultivation are the responsibilities of males, Bai Shu insisted, sounding quite resolute. Bai Shu, I do not share your perspective. After a prolonged silence, the other female, Zhou Qing, finally spoke up that I do not share that sentiment, that I witnessed my mother give birth to my younger brother, and it was terrifying, blood everywhere. I would do anything to avoid the experience of childbirth. My mother herself mentioned the numerous aftereffects she suffered post-delivery. As she spoke, Zhou Qing trembled involuntarily, as if haunted by some dreadful memory. In the tribe, I often overheard the ants whispering about their painful experiences. Many females had perished during childbirth. Yet upon seeing me, they would fall silent, claiming they did not wish to frighten me. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qing offered a bitter smile. In any case, I was indeed frightened by them. I no longer wished to bear children. Upon hearing this, Qiao became anxious and exclaimed, How can you think this way? Childbearing is of paramount importance to our tribe. It is your duty, as a female. Such thoughts should not be uttered again. But I can practice like a male, and I can hunt to contribute to the tribe. As for having offspring, I would rather avoid that. Zhou Qing replied, her thoughts on the matter filling her with dread. You cannot think like that, Xiao insisted, quickly turning to Lu Qingqing. You should also persuade her, urge her to reconsider. I see no issue with her thoughts. Lu Qingqing replied nonchalantly. How can that be without issue? She is a female, and it is her responsibility to contribute to the tribe's progeny. Xiao asserted, gritting his teeth, that if allowing females to practice leads them to shun procreation, I would prefer they not practice at all. Lu Qingqing had anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. A faint smile graced her lips as she countered, what if I told you this is the will of the beast god? Would you still defy it? Xiao's expression shifted drastically, disbelief flooding his features as he turned to Lu Qingqing. What do you mean? No, that cannot be. The beast god would never harbor such intentions. It's absolutely impossible. Xiao's face was etched with incredulity. He could not accept such a conclusion. The beast god had long been disappointed with the current state of the beast realm, which was why he had sent me a dream, hoping I would alter the deplorable conditions and enlighten the beast men. Lu Qingqing lied with a calm demeanor. Qin Xiao, listening from aside, appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He was certain that every word Lu Qingqing uttered was mere fabrication. Yet a sense of worry gnawed at him. He did not mind her statements, but was concerned that she might provoke the beast god with her reckless words. What do you mean by that? What do you mean that this is the will of the beast god? Bai Shu and the others grew anxious, their gazes fixed intently on Lu Qingqing. To them, the beast god was an unwavering faith. Beyond question, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not fear being struck by lightning for blaspheming the beast god? Bai Shu retorted, unable to trust Lu Qingqing's words. Is this truly what the beast god said? Xiao regarded Lu Qingqing with skepticism. In his worldview, the interests of the tribe superseded all else, particularly the mission of strengthening the tribe through reproduction. He had always believed this was also the will of the beast god. However, Lu Qingqing's statements were so profoundly subversive that he struggled to accept them. Indeed, Lu Qingqing replied firmly, let me explain. The beast god is also female. Currently, females possess little value beyond childbirth, their status having plummeted compared to a century ago. This disappointment prompted her to seek me out, hoping I could alter this dismal state. Your words are preposterous. Who doesn't know that females hold the highest status in the beast tribe? The matriarch can command her mate to do anything, and every tribe caters to the females without question. How can their status be low? Bai Shu scoffed, her gaze filled with doubt as she looked at Lu Qingqing. Ultimately, what do you gain from this high status? Lu Qingqing countered directly. You avoid labor, and whatever the matriarch decrees, the mate complies. The mate will do anything to please the matriarch. Doesn't that indicate a high status? Bai Shu regarded Lu Qingqing as if she were a fool. Listening to this, Lu Qingqing sighed silently. Is this truly all you desire? Have you never considered that females cannot become leaders or shamans? In all matters of the tribe, they lack a voice and must conform to the males. Though they may be matriarchs, they lack the power to command the males, trapped under the guise of protection within the tribe. Where can they go? They are bound to a monotonous life of bearing and nurturing offspring. You claim that females can have whatever they wish and receive the tribe's favor. But have you considered that this is because they are confined to a small world, seeing little and desiring even less? They cannot commit significant transgressions. Much like the domesticated beasts within our tribe, they live comfortably, free from hunger, with servants attending to them daily. But why do the beastmen serve them? Because they intend to slaughter them for meat. Is this not the same principle? Just a few decades ago, females possessed abilities equal to those of males, capable of becoming leaders or shamans, pursuing any ambition they held. Yet now, they are confined to a small tribe. You may be content with this, akin to those domesticated animals that have lost their wildness, fixated only on immediate comforts. But not all females share your perspective. Lu Qingqing scoffed coldly, stating, if you do not wish to practice, then so be it. Return to your idyllic life. She then turned her gaze to Xiang Yin and Zhou Qing, saying, the same goes for you. If you believe your current lives are satisfactory, then disregard my mention of practice. Before Lu Qingqing finished speaking, Zhou Qing eagerly interjected, I am determined to learn. No matter the hardships I endure, I shall practice to become stronger. I feel the same, Xiaoyan added. While I adore children and harbor no aversion to childbirth, I do not wish for my life to be confined to merely bearing offspring within the tribe, that I aspire to see a broader world. Her recent visit to the market, the first time she ventured so far from the tribe, had been an entirely different experience. Deep within, a voice urged her to explore a larger world. Lu Qingqing nodded in satisfaction and turned her attention back to Bai Shu, calmly stating, since you were disinterested in practicing, you may leave. Bai Shu felt somewhat cornered. Her face flushed as she huffed. As if I were eager to stay here, I await the day you all regret this. With that, she stormed off in anger. Rather than pursuing practice, she yearned to bond with a powerful mate who would protect her, not willing to endure such hardships. Yet Xiao appeared torn, as if he wished to speak yet hesitated. He was a perceptive individual, acutely aware that should this path be taken, it might not bode well for the tribe that it could lead many females to forsake procreation, potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences for the tribe. Seeing the struggle etched on Xiao-En's face, Lu Qingqing understood his thoughts. This is my resolve, as well as that of the beast god. If you disagree, I can leave the tribe. I do not mind establishing a tribe of my own. The meaning behind Lu Qingqing's words was unmistakable. If Xiao-En could not accept her stance, she would have no choice but to depart and act independently. The blessings bestowed by the beast god would no longer be granted to the Qing stone tribe. Xiao-En's face was a mask of conflict, unsure of how to proceed. Must it be this way? Is there truly no other choice? He implored Lu Qingqing with a pleading gaze, yet Lu Qingqing's expression remained resolute. There are no alternatives. This is my conviction that I hope that before I depart, you can provide me with a clear answer, Chief. Yet, the expression on Xiao-En's face was rife with turmoil. He could hardly fathom the consequences that would ensue should such an event transpire. If calamity were to befall the tribe under his stewardship, how could he possibly justify it to the former chief who had placed such high hopes in him? I have said all I can. The rest is in your hands. Lu Qingqing harbored an obstinacy regarding this matter that was unfathomable to outsiders. Xiao-En gazed steadily at her, wishing to articulate further, yet ultimately, all his thoughts coalesced into a long, weary sigh as he departed. His steps were notably more frantic. He would acquiesce. At some point, Qin Xiao had positioned himself behind Lu Qingqing and spoke softly. Huh? Lu Qingqing queried, perplexed, but I get the impression he seems quite troubled. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but recall the incident involving Meng Lan. For Xiao-En, the tribe superseded all else, and the actions she was currently undertaking were evidently detrimental to the tribe in his eyes. He might not agree after all. He will certainly agree. He is a clever man who understands your worth better than anyone. Not to mention, he has always firmly believed you to be the messenger of the beast god. Do not forget the reverence the beast men hold for the beast god. Qin Xiao replied with a confident smile. Just wait. In the end, you will undoubtedly consent. Lu Qingqing merely pursed her lips, remaining noncommittal. Xiao-En stood before Lu Qingqing the next day, his emotions complexed. I have made my decision. I shall act as you suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing secretly exhaled in relief, not expecting such swift progress. She had initially planned to say something persuasive. Perhaps her bewilderment was too evident, for Xiao-En felt compelled to clarify. Since you are the messenger of the beast god, I should place my trust in you. Moreover, regardless of the situation, you have brought tangible benefits to the tribe that I believe your intentions are indeed for the tribe's good. Though his heart was still conflicted, he was willing to take a gamble. Very well, Lu Qingqing replied, then retrieved several blueprints from her side and extended them towards him. What is this? Xiao-En inquired, puzzled. These are blueprints for reinforcing the walls and for traps involving bows and arrows. They can protect the entire tribe. After all, the Qingshi tribe is still too weak. Should any trouble arise, we would have no means of retaliation. However, with these provisions, we can at least safeguard ourselves. Lu Qingqing smiled slightly. I believe that with these measures in place, even nearby tribes or city-states contemplating an attack on the Qingshi tribe will think twice. This will afford us enough time to strengthen our capabilities. As Qiao listened to Lu Qingqing's words, his expression grew increasingly animated, his hands trembling slightly as he grasped the blueprints. This is truly remarkable. I was somewhat concerned. Soon it will be the season when the wandering beastmen appear frequently. If they set their sights on our tribe, it could spell trouble, not to mention that the Qingqing tribe has been developing and many nearby tribes already harbor grievances against us if other tribes express interest in what we have to offer. We can engage in trade or teach them some skills, such as farming or domesticating animals for cooking, Lu Qingqing pondered aloud. However, Qiao's demeanor shifted to one of discontent. How can that be? This is a divine gift from the beast god to the Qingqing tribe. We must rely on these resources to grow stronger. How can we so casually share them? In the realm of the beastmen, there existed no concept of mutual benefit to owe them. Everything belonging to the tribe was solely theirs. How could they share with others? Perhaps this was why the beastmen tribes, despite their strength, had never truly flourished. Chief, I understand your concerns, but hear me out. Only when all of us grow strong can the beastmen tribes become even more formidable, particularly for smaller tribes like ours, which must unite as one. Moreover, some core elements must remain in our own hands. Sharing certain knowledge will not undermine the Qingqing tribe status. To be why proceeding in this manner, we can earn the respect of neighboring tribes and foster amicable relations. Lu Qingqing paused, her expression serious, and urged, "You must understand that one cannot always focus solely on the immediate. While our current circumstances are indeed favorable, have you considered that beyond these smaller tribes, there are also beastman city-states in the human world? Humans, though weak, are adept at utilizing tools and strategies, and when pitted against beastmen, they may not necessarily lose. The city-states have their own unique cultivation methods, rendering us, as small tribes, exceedingly vulnerable in these respects. Should a city-state wage war against a tribe, or if peace between humans and beastmen is shattered, a mere Qingqing tribe, regardless of its growth or the beast god's favor, would find survival exceedingly difficult in their hand. If we wish to stand against these larger entities, all small tribes must unite. We must think long-term." Qiao listened, only partially comprehending. The beastmen world had enjoyed peace for so long that many had nearly forgotten the wars of yore with humans and amongst themselves. Although Qiao was not young, his grasp of those past conflicts was limited, and he felt a sense of bewilderment as Lu Qingqing spoke of them. Will there truly be war? The beast god has foretold it. Lu Qingqing's gaze drifted into the distance. When that time comes, it could be described as rivers running red with blood. She needed to prepare in advance. Discussing further with Qiao had proven unproductive in invoking the beast god's significance. Lu Qingqing continued, "In any case, I will not harm the tribe. This matter will not jeopardize the tribe's interests. I have more to offer than just this. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment." Qiao slapped his thigh, gritted his teeth, and acquiesced outright. He then inquired, "When will you be leaving here?" "In a while. It is currently the peak of summer, an unsuitable time for departure. We must leave before winter arrives to explore other places." Lu Qingqing contemplated, then looked at Qiao and earnestly why parents will need your care. "Thank you. What is there to thank? I will ensure they are well taken care of," Qiao replied hastily, his tone brimming with delight. He could see that Lu Qingqing shared a close bond with her adoptive parents, that it was evident that she would not neglect them. The fact that Lu Qingqing could leave her adoptive parents in the Qingqing tribe indicated that she would undoubtedly return. This was the best outcome. Lu Qingqing nodded softly and continued, "Furthermore, I need to establish a robust transportation team to carry goods that I intend to trade with the tribes along the way, and perhaps even open some shops in the city-states." Qiao listened, increasingly perplexed, but knowing that Lu Qingqing had proposed it, he felt obliged to agree. "Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately." With all matters settled, Lu Qingqing finally felt a sense of relief. With this, she could depart the Qingqing tribe with peace of mind. As Lu Qingqing left the Qingqing tribe, the walls had only been slightly reinforced. She looked up at the imposing walls and, turning to Qingqiu, softly said, "Why don't you test the hardness of these walls and see if they can withstand a beast tide?" Qingqiu acknowledged her request and, with no one around, shifted into beast form, sweeping his tail against the wall. The surface trembled slightly, and the ground quaked uncontrollably in response. Fortunately, the wall showed no signs of collapse, merely shedding a few stones and dust. A noticeable change appeared on Qingqi's face. This strike had required considerable effort. After all, not even a smaller mountain would likely remain unscathed. He took a deep breath and swung his tail once more, this time leaving a distinct crack in the wall. Noticing Lu Qingqing's gaze upon him, Qingqi's face momentarily flashed with pride. Not bad. It should be sufficient to withstand a beast tide. That will suffice. Now I can leave with peace of mind, Lu Qingqing replied, feeling relieved as the group set off towards the horizon. Little did they know, shortly after their departure, beastmen arrived to repair the walls. Staring at the cracks for an extended period without any reaction, they had tested the walls numerous times. They were indeed sturdy. How could this be? What is happening? The captain approached, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the fissures. He then voiced his displeasure, exclaiming, "Did you not assert that it was sufficiently sturdy? What on earth is happening? How can there be cracks without any interference? How can it withstand a beast tide?" Yet, voices of dissent arose as someone hastily protested, bewilderment lingering in their hearts. What could possibly have caused this? Surely you cannot suggest it was a bull from the heavens, the captain retorted sharply, pointing at the city wall and continuing. You are to resume construction immediately, and it must be even more robust than before. Should such a situation arise again, do not expect to continue working here. With that, the captain turned on his heel and strode away. Leaving the others exchanging perplexed glances, they could not fathom how such a seemingly impenetrable wall could develop cracks overnight. However, dwelling on it was futile. The priority was to reinforce the wall that Lu Qingqing's party, aside from her family of 5, had also selected 3 individuals. These 3 were members of Qingqi's guard, who had infiltrated the Qingshi tribe in batches after Qingqi's arrival, appearing as if they had no connection to him in the eyes of outsiders. Before them, Qingqi had no need for pretense. "My lord, are we to seek vengeance upon our return?" Leisure eagerly inquired as they walked a few paces. Hecate last, then he not feign unfamiliarity with Qingqi in front of others. Moreover, they felt compelled to investigate the events of years past, for their own sake and for Qingqi's retribution. But a flicker of hatred crossed Leisure's eyes. He had awaited this day for far too long. Indeed, Qingqi replied nonchalantly, his gaze resting on Lu Qingqing in the distance. Does your mate know of your true identity? Leisure cautiously glanced at Lu Qingqing, lowering his voice as he continued. With her present, upon our return, the city lord will undoubtedly treat you with greater esteem. Not to mention your current strength. Leisure's excitement grew, only to be interrupted by Qingqi. We shall not return to the city for the time being. Qingqi stated softly. Why not? We have finally become powerful. Should we not seek justice for ourselves? Leisure retorted defiantly. It has been 6 years. How much longer must we wait? Are you questioning me? Qingqi's demeanor grew cold, an imposing aura enveloping Leisure that he flinched, hastily lowering his head. That was not my intention. Regret washed over him. He had become too impulsive after years of comfort, forgetting the true nature of Qingqi. My decisions are not up for your scrutiny. Qingqi's voice turned increasingly frigid, but when it fell upon Lu Qingqing's silhouette, it softened with a hint of warmth. Leisure sensed this, and, after much internal struggle, could not help but inquire, is it because of your mate? What relevance does that have to you? Qingqi retorted, his pressure mounting upon Leisure. He gritted his teeth. It was careless of me to speak. The silence enveloped them as they stood in opposition, until Lu Qingqing suddenly waved at them from ahead, calling out, Why are you so slow? Hurry up. The 3 children insisted on accompanying Lu Qingqing. And with the family crammed into one vehicle, Qingqi was reluctantly forced into another. With a heart already brimming with resentment, hearing Leisure's words only exacerbated his displeasure. Yet, when he glanced at Lu Qingqing from afar, a smile crept onto his lips. We will be there shortly, he murmured to Leisure. This is not the opportune moment to return. Revenge is inevitable, but not just yet. With that, he fell silent, cracking the whip upon the beast pulling the cart. Reluctantly, Leisure ceased his protests. Regarding Lu Qingqing, he harbored lingering grievances. Given Qingqi's stature, he could have chosen any mate, yet he had forged a bond with someone like Lu Qingqing. The current Lu Qingqing was vastly different from the past. Lei Shi had begun to alter his perception of her. However, he was dismayed to discover that Qin Xiu was now prioritizing Lu Qingqing over seeking vengeance and reclaiming what was rightfully his. Resentment toward Lu Qingqing flared within him once more, as he could not fathom her motives, knowing full well her companion's identity, yet still preventing him from exacting revenge. Surely, she did not harbor ulterior motives. Lu Qingqing had brought along many provisions, such as seasoning, porcelain, salt, grain, and seeds, intending to establish the Qingshi tribe's reputation along the way. Their first stop was a place named Malevolent tribe. Upon their arrival, it was midday, and Lu Qingqing quickly devised a plan, instructing her companions to prepare lunch nearby. "Mother, what are we having to eat?" The three children eagerly clustered around Lu Qingqing, their faces alight with anticipation. "Egg fried rice and hot pot." Lu Qingqing replied with a smile, her hands busy at work. The children's eyes sparkled, and they chorused, "We love hot pot. However, you must eat less this time, lest you suffer from heat and stomach troubles like last time," Lu Qingqing cautioned. The children exchanged awkward glances before responding in unison. The enticing aroma of the hot pot quickly wafted through the air, drawing the attention of many Malevolent tribe members, who observed from a distance. Hesitant to approach, adults could exercise some restraint when confronted with delicacies, but the young ones were unable to contain themselves. Yes, they watched the three children devour their meal. The little ones could no longer hold back, swallowing hard as they turned to the nearest adult. "Mother, what are they eating? It looks so delicious." The mother, equally perplexed, admitted she had never seen such a dish before. The adult, unable to resist, swallowed hard, their gaze filled with anticipation as they looked at Lu Qingqing and Qin Xiu. "Can I go ask them?" The child inquired eagerly. "But what if they are bad people? What if they kidnap you? With so many people in our tribe, they wouldn't dare take me away, would they?" The child replied confidently, stealing a glance at Lu Qingqing. The child could no longer contain their curiosity and, while the adults were distracted, dashed over to her. The adults, alarmed, watched from afar, unable to neglect their child. Sending someone to inform the tribe leader while cautiously approaching Lu Qingqing. "What are you eating? Can you share some with me? I can trade you something," the child stammered, trembling slightly, but unable to resist the alluring aroma. "We can't share, but I can sell you some base ingredients. You can make such delicious food for yourselves." Xiao Bao chimed in between bites, remembering Lu Qingqing's purpose, though the child did not know what base ingredients were. The prospect of making such delightful food thrilled them. "Can we really make such delicious food? Will the base ingredients be expensive?" "Of course, they will be expensive," Xiao Bao replied without hesitation. "This is something my mother painstakingly developed. It took a lot of effort. Moreover, something so delicious cannot possibly be cheap." As he spoke, he playfully waved the bowl in front of the child's nose, nearly overwhelming them with the enticing scent. "Don't get too carried away." Lu Qingqing chuckled at the scene, deftly filling a bowl with food and offering it to the child. "Here, try this, I can share a little with you." The child was taken aback by the unexpected generosity, staring in astonishment at the delicious food before them, hesitant to accept. "Mother, why are we giving them food for free? You worked hard to prepare it. They should buy the ingredients and cook it themselves. And we could make some money." Xiao Bao complained that, "If you continue to speak nonsense, I will sew your mouth shut." Lu Qingqing spoke with a hint of annoyance. These individuals were hidden clients, and she certainly needed to take good care of them. "Xiao He, you cannot eat that." The approaching orc quickly intervened as it saw its young one accepting the bowl. It had overheard their conversation, and one could not be sure that food from strangers was safe to consume. It might even be poisonous. Moreover, the bowls containing the food were exquisitely crafted, and the value of the food was likely considerable. If they were to eat it, they might not be able to afford the equivalent amount of animal skins. However, before the orc could finish speaking, Xiao He eagerly took the bowl and began to eat, emitting satisfied, slurping sounds. "How can you eat anything that others give you?" The orc, infuriated, swatted at the child, causing it to jump in fright. "Rest assured, there is no poison. We are all eating it, and this is near your tribe. If I were to harm your child, wouldn't your tribe tear us apart?" Lu Qingqing remarked with amusement. The orc chuckled awkwardly and finally mustered the courage to say, "I am not worried about poison. I just mean that if you give this to the cub, we may not be able to afford the animal skins." This is a gift for him. It is not something of great value. Lu Qingqing replied with a smile. For them, acquiring these ingredients was exceedingly simple. The game they hunted a few days prior had yet to be fully consumed if they did not use them soon. They would have to discard it.as for the hot pot base. They had already devised a method for mass production. It would not be long before it became industrialized. Even so, how can we accept your goods so easily? That would be quite improper. The orc blurted out after a brief moment of shock that it truly is not something of great value. Lu Qingqing chuckled. Moreover, we are itinerant merchants. We have come to conduct business. I wonder if you have any interest in that we small tribe cannot afford what you bring. The orc replied with an awkward laugh. The members of their tribe wore animal skins. They had never seen clothing as exquisite as that worn by Lu Qingqing, nor the marvelously crafted cart and elegant bowls and chopsticks. Each item made it abundantly clear that these belonged to a realm of considerable worth. Can it really be that expensive? Lu Qingqing exclaimed. She continued, a small piece of hot pot base can create such a large pot of soup, enough to cook plenty of meat and ingredients, sufficient for a whole family. 1 elk hide can purchase at least 10 small pieces. Is that still expensive? W8. The orc was momentarily stunned, unable to process the information. This was hardly expensive. It was remarkably affordable. 1 elk hide could buy 10 pieces. The orc inquired eagerly. Lu Qingqing nodded, of course. The bowl is indeed a bit pricey, around 1 hide each, but the other items are similarly priced. We also have salt, grain seeds, clothing, and more. Do you not require these? Although the weather has cooled somewhat, wearing animal skins must still be uncomfortable. The hide you wear could be exchanged for several outfits like mine. Lu Qingqing's casual remarks struck a heavy blow to the orc, who looked at her in disbelief, unable to articulate a response for quite some time. Only when Lu Qingqing sighed, I always thought this price was quite fair. I didn't realize it was still considered high. It's a pity that we cannot do business. Did the orc, fearing that Lu Qingqing might leave without trading, hastily interject, No, it is indeed very affordable. I will take you to meet the chief. I believe many in the tribe would like to trade with you. Thank you so much, Lu Qingqing replied with a smile. Then let us finish our meal together before seeking them out. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The orc's gaze fell upon the hot pot, unable to suppress a swallow. What's inappropriate? It's merely a matter of adding an extra set of bowls and chopsticks, Lu Qingqing replied nonchalantly, once more offering the utensils. Meanwhile, the orcs from the malevolent tribe, observing this scene, were filled with anxiety, puzzled as to how they had begun eating with the other party. What is happening? My name is Ling Yin. The food you brought is truly delectable. Many in the tribe will certainly wish to trade with you. The orc Ling Yin said while eating. That is wonderful. I was somewhat concerned. Lu Qingqing replied that I told you, mother, your worries are entirely unnecessary. Your culinary skills are so exceptional. How could anyone possibly dislike them? Bao chimed in. Food 1T silence your mouth. Lu Qingqing retorted. Bao felt indignant, but obediently fell silent. Before Ling Yin could take Lu Qingqing to meet the chief was already being escorted over by the members of the malevolent tribe. He was an elderly man with graying hair, likely hurriedly summoned by the orcs, his clothing not yet properly worn and walking hurriedly. What are you all in such a hurry about? Can't you consider this old bone of mine? Chief Qingqing complained while jogging in such a short time. He felt as though his old bones might fall apart, wondering what major event warranted such haste, just as he could no longer bear it and wished to stop. An irresistible aroma wafted into his nostrils, and he immediately forgot his complaints, dashing toward the source of the delightful scent. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, the pot was already empty, and he could only watch helplessly as the individuals before him discarded the remaining contents. What are you doing? Why is this being thrown away? You didn't even let me taste it. Qingqing continued to grumble. The people before him were all strangers, save for Ling Yin, who quickly spoke up. If there is such a delicious item, why didn't you call me to save some? A visible frown crossed Ling Yan's forehead as he glanced at Lu Qingqing and the others, then took a few steps closer to Qingqing and whispered, Chief, be cautious in front of outsiders. This is not my possession, and I had no way to prevent it. What a pity, Qingqing could not help but swallow, lamenting inwardly that it's not a pity. They are itinerant merchants, here to do business with us. We can purchase it. Ling Yin said eagerly, he then observed, as Mei Qing's expression shifted from hopeful to despondent, and quickly added, "Do not worry. They said it is inexpensive. 1 animal hide can be exchanged for 10 pieces of hot pot base, and 1 piece can make a pot of such delicious food." Really? Mei Qing could hardly contain his excitement. Turning his gaze to Lu Qingqing and stating directly, "Good. How much do you have?" "I will buy it all." To his surprise, Lu Qingqing replied, "We might not have much." Mei Qing was taken aback, disappointment flooding his heart. "How much do you have then? Are you familiar with the Qingshi tribe?" Lu Qingqing suddenly asked. Given that the Malin tribe was not far from the Qingshi tribe, Mei Qing had certainly heard of it and nodded. "We are from the Qingshi tribe. That if you require a large quantity, you can go there to trade. They have many similar items and can even teach you how to prepare these delicacies," Lu Qingqing explained. However, upon meeting Mei Qing's skeptical gaze, she inquired, "What is it?" "I have been to the Qingshi tribe before. They didn't have these items." Mei Qing's tone was filled with disbelief. "They were only recently developed. I have no reason to deceive you," Lu Qingqing replied with a smile. "That is true. I will find someone to visit the Qingshi tribe in a while," Mei Qing mused, glancing at Lu Qingqing with a more amiable expression. "Can you give me some now, so I can have a taste?" "Certainly," Lu Qingqing readily agreed, producing a small portion of hot pot base for trade. She also shared some other items, which Mei Qing delightedly examined and promptly decided to purchase. Having acquired the coveted items, he beamed with joy. "Will you be staying in our tribe for a while?" "Guests from afar must be properly entertained," Mei Qing eagerly suggested. "There is no need. We must continue our journey." Lu Qingqing's response successfully painted disappointment across Mei Qing's face. He had hoped to stay in the tribe through Lu Qingqing in exchange for other items. After completing the transaction with the members of the Mei Lin tribe, Lu Qingqing chose to press on without the slightest hesitation. Along their journey, they passed through numerous tribes, finalizing several deals that genuinely thrilled Lu Qingqing. In the evening, the group casually found a place to rest. Lu Qingqing occasionally sat down to cultivate while Qin Xiu stood guard beside her. In just a fortnight, they had accomplished many trades, and Lu Qingqing's strength had significantly increased. Recently, however, there seemed to be unrest, necessitating caution. Qin Xiu cast a sidelong glance at some loose stones nearby and suddenly lowered his voice. Lu Qingqing noticed the gravity in his tone, lifted her gaze to him, and followed the direction of his eyes, spotting movement not far off, which instantly sobered her expression. There seemed to be someone there. Lei Shi and the others also became aware, discreetly setting aside their tasks and shielding Qin Xiu and Lu Qingqing behind them. "Are those wanderer beastmen?" Lei Shi queried in a hushed tone. "There's a high probability." Qin Xiu nodded, continuing, "Everyone be careful." He turned to Lu Qingqing, about to assure her of his protection, only to be taken aback by the excitement gleaming in her eyes. "I've practiced for so long. Surely it must come in handy at some point. But remember, you all must give me a chance to showcase my abilities." Lu Qingqing silently clenched her fists. If not for the timing, she would have charged forward to test her recent training results. Qin Xiu shook his head helplessly. "Are you really that thrilled?" "In any case, you all must provide me an opportunity to demonstrate my skills," Lu Qingqing insisted. She genuinely feared that before she could take action, the others would have already subdued their adversaries. "Who are they? Could they be people sent by Qin Yu?" Lei Shi expressed his concern. He was not worried about anything else but whether such matters would attract Qin Yu's attention. "They shouldn't be. They appear more like wanderer beastmen, whom Qin Yu looks down upon," Qin Xiu replied, retracting his gaze. "During this time, we've been overly conspicuous in our dealings with various tribes. It's bound to attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Their delayed action has genuinely surprised me." Lu Qingqing's lips curled into a cold smile as she surveyed the crowd before her and beckoned them forward with a gesture of her fingers. Qin Xiu was puzzled but complied, motioning for Lei Shi and the others to come closer. The group gathered, and Lu Qingqing quietly shared her plan. Various expressions flickered across their faces, and their gazes toward Lu Qingqing were filled with complexity. Meanwhile, the nearby wanderer beastmen watched this scene in bewilderment, eager to eavesdrop, yet fearful of being discovered. "Fei Ling, your hearing is sharp. Quickly go listen to what they are discussing. Have they discovered us?" "I can't help it. It's too far, and I can't hear anything clearly," The group began to murmur in hushed tones until someone noticed something amiss. "Look, they've disappeared," someone shouted in panic. "What is happening? How could they suddenly vanish? Calm down. There are only a few of them. What is there to worry about? Let us stay composed and find them. Capturing them means we won't have to worry this winter." A voice rang out amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from nearby, capturing everyone's attention. "Quick, let us see what is going on," someone yelled. Yet before the sound faded, a group led by Qingqing emerged, charging directly toward them, startling everyone. Having trained for a while, Qingqing refrained from transforming into her beast form as she surged forward, flames radiating from her hands as she attacked. The beastmen reacted swiftly. Realizing the assault and quickly engaging with Qingqing, she evaded deftly. In her past life, she had possessed considerable agility, though the long absence had rendered her somewhat rusty. Now, combined with her current training, she was increasingly adept. In mere moments, her opponents could hardly approach her. After sending one beastman flying with a kick, Qingqing turned to see that the Wanderer beastmen had all been knocked to the ground. "What are you doing? You can't just attack people without reason. This is outrageous," one of the fallen beastmen shouted in indignation. "What do you intend to do? You know full well," Qingqing retorted coldly. "Just because you're foolish doesn't mean nothing has happened, that you've been following us for at least 4 or 5 days. Did you really think we were oblivious to your intentions?" Qingqiu stepped forward, kicking down a struggling beastman. "Oh, you know what that move we just used is called?" Qingqing asked Bao softly. Bao shook his head in confusion. Qingqing sighed. The strategist among the minor villains had yet to fully mature. Understand that this is called a feint. Create a false impression to confuse the enemy, leading them to a misjudgment, then deliver a surprise attack to ultimately achieve victory. Bao, take note. You might find it useful in the future. Bao nodded in agreement. "I'll remember." "Mother, why don't you let me write it down?" Bao complained. Qingqing gently ruffled Bao's hair, but remained silent. She couldn't exactly say that with Bao's intellect. Even if he wrote it down, he might not apply it correctly. With this in mind, Qingqing whispered, "You've been training well lately. Keep it up as for strategic matters. Let her brother handle them." Bao immediately grasped the underlying message and couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Bao. However, appeared confused and asked, "Brother, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Just listen to Mother. She is always right," Bao chimed in. Although Bao sensed something was amiss, he still obediently nodded. Qingqiu and the others exchanged glances at this interaction between the mother and her children. Meanwhile, the fallen Wanderer beastmen realized that Qingqiu and his companions were no longer focused on them, seizing the opportunity to flee. However, as soon as they rose, they were swiftly kicked down, glaring angrily at Qingqiu. "Leave these to you. Ensure they possess no ability to harm others," Qingqiu directed Lei Shi and the others, casually determining the fate of the Wanderer beastmen. "Understood," Lei Shi and the others replied, forcibly dragging the Wanderer beastmen away. The ensuing scene might be somewhat gruesome, unsuitable for the presence of the young ones. Wanderer beastmen were inherently brutal, capable of anything, and even if they spared their lives this time, they would certainly ensure the perpetrators would not have an easy time. Lei Shi and his group crippled the limbs of these beastmen, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm as for what happened next. It would depend on their own fate. After resolving the issue with the Wanderer beastmen, Qingqing and her companions resumed their journey. News from the Qingshi tribe indicated that Qingqiu and Qingqing had departed, reportedly traveling to broaden their horizons, though their true intentions remained unclear. Jiang Wanwan nestled in Qingyu's embrace, plucking a grape and feeding it to him. In a discreet moment, a hint of malice flickered in her eyes. A mere Qingshi tribe could never hope to retain individuals of their caliber. "I believe that with their abilities, we shall meet again one day." That a playful smile danced on Qingyu's lips, and he genuinely anticipated that day. Jiang Wanwan felt increasingly uneasy, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Qingqing must not approach them, for her presence would undoubtedly bring trouble. With this realization, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed her eyes, suppressing her discontent. Jiang Wanwan's gaze fell upon Qingyu, her tone tinged with caution. "Shouldn't we seal our blood pact?" It has been quite some time. Darling, why the urgency? I have promised to provide you with the very best. Thus, the day we bond must be chosen with great care, and I have already instructed the priest to select an auspicious date. Once it is determined, we shall proceed with the pact, Qingyu replied, his gaze towards Jiang Wanwan still tender. Yet it sent a chill through her heart. Her intuition warned her that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Such matters should be orchestrated by the Beastmaster. As the female sovereign, what need do you have to rush? Rest assured, I shall never let you suffer. Qingyu gently caressed Jiang Wanwan's cheek, his touch soft, as if she were a precious treasure cradled in his hands. Alas, even such tenderness could not diminish the panic surging within her. In her pursuit of happiness with Qingyu, she had sacrificed too much and could not afford further losses. In this game, victory was imperative. No one would stand in her way. Do you not trust me? Qingyu suddenly spoke, his voice laden with reproach. We have shared so much. Am I not deserving of your trust? His words, spoken with a hint of accusation, left Jiang Wanwan flustered. It is not that, she hurriedly replied. I trust you completely. I simply yearn for a closer bond between us. Yet upon reflection, we are quite well as we are. There is no need to bind ourselves with a blood pact. Sweet darling. Qingyu sighed, leaning in to place a gentle kiss upon her lips, his hands wandering unceremoniously around her waist. Jiang Wanwan's gaze grew increasingly hazy as she embraced him. But just as she leaned in closer, a sudden knock at the door jolted them back to reality. Who is it? Qingyu snapped irritably, his annoyance evident at the interruption of their intimate moment. Lu Yuan wishes to see you, a guard's voice called from outside. Instantly, Qingyu's demeanor hardened, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Wanwan sensed something amiss and placed her hand gently on his, offering a soothing touch. I am quite busy here. Tell him to leave. Qingyu retorted brusquely. No male could tolerate the presence of other males surrounding his female sovereign, and thus he regarded Lu Yuan with disdain. Once the guard had departed, Qingyu lowered his gaze to Jiang Wanwan. You won't be upset by my attitude towards him, will you? What is there to be upset about? He is indeed bothersome, always pestering me with trivialities. He pales in comparison to you, and I do not understand his audacity in believing he could bond with me through a blood pact. Jiang Wanwan scoffed, her disdain for Lu Yuan evident. He holds no value for us now. Perhaps we should simply dismiss him, for I can hardly endure his presence any longer. Do you not feel any sympathy for him? He gazes at you with such longing and has offended Lu Qingqing on your behalf. Qingyu inquired, playfully squeezing Jiang Wanwan's chin, curiosity glinting in his eyes. I only feel sympathy for you. Qingyu, his fate is of no concern to me, Jiang Wanwan replied, moving closer to embrace him, her smile radiant with sweetness. Within the confines of the room, the two became a whirlwind of laughter and joy, their merriment echoing throughout. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan found himself in a dismal situation, dejectedly sent away. Having accompanied Qingyu for so long, he had envisioned a life of grandeur in the city, one where he would no longer be looked down upon. Yet, reality proved far more disheartening. Almost everyone regarded him with contempt. Jiang Wanwan and Qingyu paid him no heed, especially now that he had no designs to offer. As events unfolded, Lu Yuan begrudgingly acknowledged the possibility that they might have merely been exploiting him. Given the current circumstances, what would happen once he ceased to be of use? Could he truly survive in the city on his own? And what of Jiang Wanwan? Was she truly the gentle and kind person he had imagined? For the first time, doubt crept into Lu Yuan's mind, leading him to question whether his past beliefs held any truth at all. Before long, the beaten beastmen, having suffered at the hands of Lu Qingqing and her associates, were discovered. Their pitiful state deterred many who had contemplated taking action against them, but a brief tranquility returned to Lu Qingqing's journey, leaving her somewhat bored at tea that moment. However, a new source of amusement arrived. Are you Lu Qingqing? A haughty beast man with tiger ears stood before her, surveying her from an elevated position. Who are you? Lu Qingqing replied dismissively, continuing with her tasks. How dare you ignore me? Do you not know who I am? The slighted individual kicked a porcelain bowl from Lu Qingqing's hands with disdain. Believe it or not, the next kick will not target your possessions, but rather your head. The smile on Lu Qingqing's face vanished. her right hand firmly restraining Qingqiu to prevent him from retaliating as she coldly regarded the provocateur before her. Who exactly are you? And what do you want? I am Ganya. Someone has placed a bounty on your life. Your time is up. Ganya looked at Lu Qingqing as though she were already dead, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Lu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected fool. Are you prepared to die now? Ganya taunted, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he lunged towards her. Before Lu Qingqing could react, a furious voice rang out. Ganya, what are you doing? Surely you are not bullying someone again. Ganya's body visibly stiffened, and he reluctantly turned to face the voice, only managing a bitter smile. Lu Xiangxiang, what brings you here? The expression on Ganya's face was more akin to sorrow than joy. He could hardly believe this troublesome individual had arrived. How I arrived is of little importance. What matters is why you are here. You are not planning to bully anyone again, are you? Do not go too far. Lu Xiangxiang admonished, striding closer to Ganya and delivering a swift kick. I thought I told you not to bully others. Otherwise, my father will not let you off easily, she declared without reservation. Ganya, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your innate strength? Are you trying to cripple me with that kick? Truly, you are a madwoman, Ganya seethed, though he only dared to complain softly, not wishing to provoke her further. After all, Lu Xiangxiang's strength was formidable, and she was the chief's daughter. That is your own fault, Lu Xiangxiang replied, her eyes filled with disdain as she turned her attention to Lu Qingqing. I apologize. He is not quite right in the head, and no need for apologies. Lu Qingqing shook her head nonchalantly. Let's not forget, he has yet to do anything wrong. Even if he did, it would not be of great consequence. Lu Xiangxiang smiled, eager to continue the conversation, when her gaze fell upon Qingqiu, and her expression shifted dramatically. Qingqiu Ge, is that really you? What are you doing here? Her face lit up with joy, as she rushed forward, eager to throw herself into Qingqiu's embrace. However, Qingqiu swiftly sidestepped, retreating behind Lu Qingqing, his expression a mixture of confusion and unfamiliarity. Lu Xiangxiang, caught off guard by his quick evasion, lost her balance and tumbled to the ground, gazing up at Qingqiu with a sorrowful expression. Qingqiu Ge, how could you treat me this way? It is utterly unfair. I do not know you. Qingqiu replied flatly, his eyes void of recognition. How could you not know me? You are Qingqiu Ge, are you not? We grew up together. Surely you have not forgotten? Lu Xiangxiang's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke, her voice tinged with grievance. Everyone said you were dead. I refused to believe it, thinking it was mere jealousy. Now that I see you are well, I can finally breathe easy. I am indeed called Qingqiu. But I am not the Qingqiu Ge you speak of, and I can assure you, I have never met you. Qingqiu spoke again, stating, your actions are becoming a source of distress in our lives. This is rather excessive. Yet, Qingqiu's sister, Lu Xiangxiang, remained resolute. It was then that three young cubs, appearing out of nowhere, stood before Qingqiu, casting unfriendly glances at Lu Xiangxiang. And why father has claimed not to know you. Can you not hear that? Bao complained with evident dissatisfaction. Indeed, you can't possibly be lingering around just because my father is handsome. That simply won't do. Bao chimed in. San Bao, still taciturn, stood silently beside them, his gaze towards Lu Xiangxiang imbued with hostility. The sudden appearance of the three cubs astonished Lu Xiangxiang, who looked at them in disbelief before shifting her gaze back to Qingqiu, unwilling to accept this reality. Has your Qingqiu brother really fathered three cubs? Qingqiu suddenly inquired. Lu Xiangxiang instinctively shook her head, thinking it impossible for her brother to have offspring. Moreover, considering the timeline, if he had cubs, they would have been born before the incident occurred. Could I have mistaken someone? Lu Xiangxiang murmured softly, scrutinizing Qingqiu with a furrowed brow. How could there exist two individuals so strikingly similar in appearance, bearing the same name? Are you truly not my Qingqiu brother? Lu Xiangxiang pressed, her voice laden with disbelief. That I genuinely do not know you. Qingqiu reiterated, his eyes sincere, given the gravity of the situation. It would indeed be excessive for Lu Xiangxiang to cling to Qingqiu any longer. Ultimately, with reluctance, she conceded, I apologize. Perhaps I have mistaken you for someone else. Lu Qingqing, observing their interaction, felt a twinge of discomfort. It turned out that this seemingly random El Xiangxiang had grown up alongside Qin Xiao as childhood sweethearts. Their prior relationship remained a mystery. Lu Qingqing pondered this. Her unease deepened, and she shot a fierce glare at Qin Xiao before approaching Ganya. "Why do you wish to kill me?" Qin Xiao, bewildered by her glare, felt entirely innocent. Who could have predicted El Xiangxiang's sudden emergence? "Simply because I find you disagreeable." Ganya averted his gaze, adopting a demeanor of indifference towards whatever Lu Qingqing might do. Lu Qingqing, unfazed, huffed coldly and approached Qin Xiao, whispering, "Lend me some fire." Qin Xiao looked perplexed, only to witness Lu Qingqing's wooden stick burst into flames, startling everyone present. It became clear that she aimed to make it appear as though she could conjure fire. And Qin Xiao nodded in understanding. Beasts, much like their wild counterparts, feared fire, and Ganya was no exception. He recoiled in terror as Lu Qingqing approached with a torch, his face paling dramatically. Did not come closer. "What do you intend to do?" In this desolate place, devoid of any passers-by, should she rashly attempt to kill him, it would be perfectly reasonable for him to retaliate and incinerate her alive. A smile crept upon Lu Qingqing's lips, which, to Ganya, resembled that of a demon. Upon hearing such cruel words, El Xiangxiang instinctively moved to intervene. While Ganya was indeed at fault, his crime did not warrant death. Moreover, they were both from the same tribe. El Xiangxiang found it hard to accept such a brutal demise for him. However, just as she attempted to step forward, Qin Xiao blocked her path, glaring at her in anger. "What are you trying to do?" Even if he harbored malicious intentions, nothing has transpired thus far, has it? You cannot simply burn him alive. That is too extreme. El Xiangxiang chastised Qin Xiao, her disappointment palpable. She was now certain that this individual could not possibly be her Qin Xiao brother, who would never exhibit such cruelty. "Step aside. Will you allow your mate to employ such vicious means to harm others? This is intolerable. Had I known, I would not have assisted you." El Xiangxiang exclaimed indignantly. She glared fiercely at Qin Xiao, shouting defiantly, "You are certainly not my Qin Xiao brother. He would never be as cruel as you. How could I ever associate you with him? This is truly unfortunate. She won't truly harm him. Rest assured." Qin Xiao's voice remained cold and firm, exuding an air of oppression. Yet El Xiangxiang gazed at him with concern. Then, she observed Lu Qingqing slowly advancing towards Ganya, the searing flames illuminating her face, causing Ganya to tremble in fear. "Don't come any closer," he shouted. Still not speaking, Lu Qingqing mocked, stepping closer, as the flames licked Ganya's face. He quaked in terror, tightly shutting his eyes, yet ultimately remained silent, only exclaiming, "Go on and kill me. I am not afraid." Even at this moment, Ganya resolutely kept his lips sealed, refusing to utter a word. "Is your resolve truly that strong?" Lu Qingqing's brow furrowed deeper as she scrutinized the struggling figure before her. Just as she was about to take further action, she noticed something drop from Ganya's person. As she bent down to retrieve it, someone else, faster than her, snatched it up. "This is significant," Qin Xiao remarked, his expression grave as he examined the item in his hand. Do you recognize this?" Lu Qingqing inquired. Puzzled, "Return it to me." Ganya cried out in fear, attempting to lunge for the item, only to be sent sprawling by a kick from Qin Xiao. He curled into a ball, despair evident in his eyes. This was disastrous. If they uncovered the truth about his identity, they would surely not spare him or his family. Is this item truly so important? Lu Qingqing's curiosity deepened. Just as she was about to speak further, El Xiangxiang approached, astonished, exclaiming, "Isn't this the token of the Lord of the capital city?" "The token of the Lord of the capital city. Then that means—" Lu Qingqing turned to Qin Xiao, her expression inscrutable. "I will explain everything later," Qin Xiao whispered, aware that with El Xiangxiang present, they needed to tread carefully. Lu Qingqing nodded in understanding, directing her gaze back to El Xiangxiang. "Why would the people from the capital city want you to kill her?" El Xiangxiang confronted Ganya sternly. "And who ordered the killing?" El Xiangxiang, "Since you are aware that it is the people from the capital city who wish for me to kill her. You should realize which side you ought to be on. Those whom the Lord of the capital city seeks to eliminate are certainly not virtuous individuals. Are you not concerned about incurring their wrath by siding with them? Gongya managed to sit up, a hint of reckless laughter escaping him as he looked at the group. I am indeed a person sent by the Lord of the capital city. If you dare to kill me, the Lord will not let you go. You can certainly try. Though his bravado was palpable, he lacked conviction. After all, the order to kill Lu Qingqing had been given discreetly, revealing that the Lord did not want this information to surface. Now that it was known, the Lord's people might not spare him either. However, he had to maintain his fade in front of Lu Qingqing and Qin Xiao. To kill me? Lu Qingqing murmured, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Xiao. Given this, it seemed that Qin Xiao's identity bore little relevance. But why would the Lord of the capital city wish to eliminate her? Confusion clouded her eyes as she ultimately directed her inquiry at Gongya. You do not even know who sent you to kill me, do you? How could I be unaware? Of course I know. Gongya's face momentarily flickered with panic before he composed himself, scoffing, how could I not know who ordered my assassination? Bind him. Once we reach the capital city, everything will be revealed, Lu Qingqing decisively commanded. The relationship between the Lord of the capital city and the Lord of the Bee City was fraught with tension, and Lei Shi and others had long harbored resentment towards them. Consequently, they showed no mercy towards Gongya. Perfect. I too must return to the capital city. Would you be so kind as to take me along? I see that your item appears quite impressive. It seems capable of transporting people, and I am feeling rather fatigued. Xiangxiang cast an apologetic glance at Lu Qingqing and said with a smile. She too was curious as to why the Lord of Fuqing had chosen to target Lu Qingqing. Qin Xiao initially intended to refuse, but before he could voice his thoughts, he heard Lu Qingqing readily agree from his side, which left him perplexed. Xiangxiang did not share the same carriage as Qin Xiao and Lu Qingqing. As the vehicle slowly moved forward, Qin Xiao could no longer suppress his inner questions. Why are you taking her along? What if something goes awry? He asked, concern lacing his tone. She's your childhood friend, and a female at that. What if you leave her behind and something happens? Can you bear it? Each of Lu Qingqing's words dripped with jealousy, and she shot Qin Xiao an annoyed glare. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Xiao tugged at his hair and could not help but ask, what does childhood friend mean? This question nearly rendered the already furious Lu Qingqing speechless. It refers to a male and female who have grown up together, sharing a close bond, and are likely to form a blood pact as adults, Lu Qingqing explained, her patience waning. She then added, with a hint of jealousy, she still remembers you, which clearly shows how much she cares about you. Her childhood brother. Are you jealous? Qin Xiao, who had been pondering Lu Qingqing's previous remarks, suddenly realized this and stifled a laugh as he sat beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. I am not. Lu Qingqing retorted, elbowing Qin Xiao in the back with annoyance. What reason do I have to be jealous? Haven't you heard the saying? Childhood friends cannot compare to a fated encounter. I am that fated encounter. Lu Qingqing huffed, stating bluntly. How can that not be jealousy? Qin Xiao chuckled, shaking his head as he held her tighter, whispering, I can't truly call her a childhood friend. Yes, we grew up together, but our relationship is quite distant. We've only met a few times that I've been too busy with my training to spend time with her. Distant relationship? But why do I perceive a close bond between you two? She seems quite invested in you. Lu Qingqing's expression was rife with skepticism. It is true. You must trust me. I only know her surname and have forgotten her first name. Besides, I wish to sever ties with the past. To me, she is merely a stranger, Qin Xiao said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingqing as if she were the only one who existed in his world. This made it impossible for Lu Qingqing to overlook his feelings for her. All right, I was merely teasing you. Don't take it to heart. I'm not angry, Lu Qingqing murmured, leaning against Qin Xiao's shoulder. I'm not so easily swayed by doubts. Rest assured. Qin Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. Gently nuzzling her head, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Meanwhile, Xiangxiang was not idle either, engaging in lively conversation with Lei Shi beside her. Where do you hail from? What brings you to Fuqing? She inquired, her mind still preoccupied with confirming Qin Xiao's identity. She believed that there could not possibly be two people so alike in this world. Something must be amiss. The resemblance between Qin Xiao and that person was uncanny. What were the odds? Lei Shibai looked intently at Xiangxiang, a surge of impulse welling up within him. He was eager to reveal Qin Xiu's identity to the female before him, yet his rationality cautioned him against it. If he spoke out, Qin Xiu would undoubtedly cast him aside, and he could not afford to take that risk. Lei Shibai was acquainted with Xiangxiang, but in the past he had merely been an unremarkable guard, often masked, so she obviously did not recognize him. In Lei Shibai's eyes, Xiangxiang was the most suitable match for Qin Xiu. Although she was female, she possessed innate strength and was hardly inferior to males. Not to mention her formidable background. Her tribe was powerful enough to provide significant support to Qin Xiu. However, with Qin Xiu already bound by a blood pact to Lu Qingqing and exhibiting an unwavering devotion to her, he felt powerless to, "Oh, you have something to say to me?" Xiangxiang asked, puzzled. No, Lei Shibai replied, awkwardly averting his gaze and quietly explaining, "We come from the distant Qingshi tribe and have never been to these parts before. You must have mistaken us for someone else. We are here to conduct business in Fuqing." Hearing Lei Shibai's resolute words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiangxiang's eyes. That my home is also in Fuqing. "Perhaps I could assist you in some way. You can visit me at the Divine Tree Tribe if you need anything," she offered. "Thank you," Lei Shibai responded, his eyes filled with inner turmoil, ultimately remaining silent as he turned his gaze away. Sensing something was amiss, Xiangxiang contemplated but ultimately refrained from voicing her suspicions. "The Lord of Fuqing, Zhang Yan, is my nephew." Just as they neared Fuqing, Qin Xiu spoke up, startling Lu Qingqing, observing her astonished expression. He relaxed his serious demeanor and chuckled. "You truly did not know this? I assumed you were aware of everything." "I don't know everything," Lu Qingqing replied, exasperated. The original text had not mentioned such details. Or perhaps she had simply overlooked the intricacies involving the minor characters. "Zhang Yan's mother is my sister, and our relationship is not particularly close. That I suspect Zhang Yan is the one who orchestrated my downfall," Qin Xiu explained in a low voice. "Initially, my father intended to pass the position of Lord of Fuqing to me, but after my incident, it fell to Zhang Yan. I have every reason to believe he is the one who caused my misfortune. Once we arrive in Fuqing, we can investigate further. However, they will undoubtedly question your identity. Your appearance and name are identical, making it difficult to disguise." Lu Qingqing lowered her gaze, anxiety creeping in. "Even so, I refuse to live under another's name and identity. As if I have something to hide, that I merely wish to shed my past and disassociate from them. Once I have avenged myself, we shall return to the Qingshi tribe," Qin Xiu said lightly, nostalgia for his life in the Qingshi tribe evident in his tone. "All right," Lu Qingqing acquiesced. Regardless of the crises they faced, their family would confront them together. However, she could not recall any mention in the original text regarding the truth behind Qin Xiu's framing. Logically, even if he were the antagonist, the story should elucidate such matters. Could it be that these events were orchestrated by Jiang Wanwan and Qin Yu? Perhaps they glossed over it to avoid any disgrace. Lu Qingqing silently noted her speculations and refrained from discussing them further. That night, she closed her eyes, attuning herself to the space within her, and sighed in frustration. Despite the passage of time, there seemed to be no sign of improvement in her abilities. She wondered what could be amiss. Could it be that the scarcity of people in the Qingshi tribe resulted in a lack of energy for her? Would the situation improve upon arriving in Fuqing? With such thoughts, Lu Qingqing gradually closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Fuqing indeed differed vastly from ordinary tribes. Like the Qingshi tribe, it was surrounded by formidable walls, with patrols frequenting the area and guards stationed at the gates. Upon entering Fuqing, the streets bustled with small stalls where goods were exchanged, reminiscent of the marketplaces she had previously visited. Fuqing also had houses, albeit constructed from stone and somewhat rudimentary in appearance. "Is this your first visit to Fuqing? It is far more prosperous than a small tribe. There must be many things you have yet to see. Feel free to ask me anything if you're unsure," Xiangxiang said with a hint of pride. In her eyes, Lu Qingqing and her companions were newcomers, bound to be unfamiliar with their surroundings. However, as they walked, Daba suddenly complained, "Is this really Fuqing? It seems inferior to our Qingshi tribe." "Indeed, look at the stone houses. They are quite ugly and lack the beauty of our home," Bao chimed in, full of disdain. Mother, didn't you say you would show us the world? What is there to see in this Fuqing? Xiao Bao could not resist joining the chorus of complaints. Qingqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Momentarily at a loss for words, you have houses in your tribe? Xiang inquired in astonishment. Aren't small tribes supposed to reside in caves? Of course not. We construct our homes from wood and mud, which are far more aesthetically pleasing, Deepening replied with a proud expression. These ideas were all conceived by their mother. However, Xiang, upon hearing this, displayed a rather indifferent interest. Houses made of wood and earth are at best mere frameworks. They cannot possibly compare to the sturdiness of stone. She gazed at the three cubs, ultimately refraining from delivering any discouraging remarks, merely responding with casual remarks to Qingqing and her companions arrived by vehicle, inevitably attracting considerable attention and causing quite a stir. It was their first encounter with such intriguing sights. Listening to the unabashed discussions among the surrounding orcs, Qingqing suddenly spoke up. We ought to find a place to settle down from time to time. Why not come to our divine tree tribe? We are favored by the beast god and are quite hospitable, Xiang suggested, anticipating expressions of admiration from the group. Yet, to her disappointment, the response was lackluster. What is so impressive about being favored by the beast god? Bao retorted. Before he could finish his sentence, Deepening swiftly covered his mouth, glaring at him in disapproval. Mind your words, Deepening warned in a hushed tone. Bao, catching the warning in Deepening's eyes, immediately understood the gravity of his near misstep. They could not allow outsiders to learn about their eavesdropping on the leader's conversation with Qingqing. Realizing this, Bao quickly looked at Deepening, signaling with his eyes that he understood. Deepening finally released him, giving his head a light tap as a form of reprimand. In contrast to Bao, Deepening's thoughts were far more intricate. He was acutely aware that should outsiders discover that Qingqing was the beast god's messenger, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. With this in mind, he shot a disapproving glare at Bao. This child, how is it that he has made no progress over time? Bao sheepishly stuck out his tongue and took a few steps back. Falling silent, Qingqing observed the interaction between the two and unconsciously furrowed her brow, exchanging a knowing glance with Qingqiu. They reached a consensus. It seemed these two children were concealing something from them. Xiang, noticing Bao's demeanor, also sensed something amiss and couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at Qingqing. What precisely did Bao refrain from voicing? I have heard of the divine tree tribe. Even the city lord would show some deference. I did not expect you, Miss L, to be the daughter of the tribe's leader, Leisha remarked at that moment, emphasizing the title of city lord as if to remind Qingqiu of something. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Qingqiu's gaze had remained fixed on Qingqing, causing him to turn away in disappointment that we're not accustomed to depending on others. It's best we find another place to settle. That I've heard houses can be rented in the city. Qingqing suggested that this. Xiang replied with a smile. Indeed, houses can be rented, but they require beast crystals. And one must register in the city. Do you possess sufficient beast crystals? Qingqing was taken aback. Their few beast crystals had nearly been consumed during the journey, let alone the fact that such resources were only available in places like the city. Observing Qingqing's expression, Xiang smiled once more. Our meeting is a sign of fate, and since Gongya is one of our tribe, it is only right for us to make amends for his actions. Qingqing's face exhibited clear hesitation. Given the circumstances, perhaps going to the divine tree tribe would be more advantageous. However, what if they discovered Qingqiu's true identity? Moreover, Qingqing genuinely wished to limit her interactions with Xiang. Let us rent a house, Qingqiu interjected suddenly. I have enough beast crystals and know where to rent. Qingqing looked at him in confusion, but quickly understood. After all, it was natural for someone from the city lord's residence to be knowledgeable about such matters. But we don't have many beast crystals left, Leisha couldn't help but murmur. He preferred going to the divine tree tribe, believing it would foster a better relationship between Qingqiu and Xiang, and perhaps gain the support of the tribe. This was evidently a win-win situation for them. Leisha had intended to persuade Qingqiu further, but was interrupted by the increasingly cold expression on his face. Causing him to feel a jolt of alarm, he cautiously inquired, "What is wrong?" If you wish to go to the Divine Tree Tribe, you are free to do so. No one will stop you here. And I believe Miss L would be willing to host you. Qingqiu replied with a cold smile. Although the latter part of his statement was not elaborated upon, Leisure understood the implication. If he went, there would likely be no return. Fearful of Qingqiu's serious tone, Leisure quickly added, I support your choice. Renting a house does sound good. I'm not quite suited to living under someone else's roof. L. Xiangxiang felt an increasingly strange sensation in her heart. She was perplexed by why Lei Shi and the others treated Qingqiu in such a manner. Her curiosity deepened as she yearned to understand the situation. Yet she was also acutely aware that both Lu Qingqing and Qingqiu maintained a certain level of wariness towards her. It seemed her desire to have them stay in the Divine Tree Tribe would be futile. Regrettably, she remarked, it's truly a pity. Nonetheless, it's no trouble that I can visit you in the future. You intend to conduct business in the city, correct? I shall ensure that the orcs from the Divine Tree Tribe support your endeavors. Thank you, Lu Qingqing replied with a slight smile. Then let us head to the city to discuss the matter of renting a house. We should also inquire about this Ganya. I'll accompany you. L. Xiangxiang eagerly offered. Noticing Lu Qingqing's slightly reluctant gaze, she quickly clarified. After all, Ganya is one of our tribe. I too wish to understand why he acted as he did and seek an explanation from the city lord's residence. Lu Qingqing considered this and acknowledged the validity of her statement, readily agreeing. A noticeable gleam of joy lit up L. Xiangxiang's eyes, and after nodding vigorously, she followed closely behind the group. Yet, throughout the journey, she remained discreetly observant of Qingqiu at her side. Even now, she felt a strong possibility that the person before her was indeed the Qingqiu she knew. Otherwise, the coincidences were simply too remarkable. Unbeknownst to them, just as they were approaching the city, they encountered a familiar face along the way. I heard there was a peculiar group that entered the city, traveling with odd vehicles pulled by beasts. I knew it had to be you, Qingyu exclaimed, striding over to Lu Qingqing and Qingqiu with an excited expression, appearing as if they were longtime friends. Brother Qingyu, do you know them? L. Xiangxiang's gaze flitted between the two groups, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Indeed, it was they from the Qingstone tribe who rescued Wan when she encountered danger some time ago. We stayed with them in the Qingstone tribe for quite a while. Qingyu replied with a smile that he then turned to L. Xiangxiang and asked, but how is it that you are with them? We met while out exploring, L. Xiangxiang responded, leaning closer to Qingyu, whispering, is he really not Brother Qingqiu? He looks so much like him. His name is Qingqiu, but he is not the Qingqiu we know. You've mistaken him, Qingyu said dismissively that a sense of unease washed over Qingyu. So many people believe that Qingqiu was indeed that individual. Surely it couldn't be mere coincidence. However, from a selfish standpoint, he hoped that this Qingqiu was not the one they were all thinking of, for he preferred to believe that the person in question had perished. Yet the resemblance was uncanny, and the name was the same. What were the odds of such a coincidence? That's not possible, L. Xiangxiang retorted defiantly. He has 3 cubs and has already formed a blood pact with someone. How could he be the Qingqiu we know? And if he were, why not return to the city lord's residence and acknowledge us? You are overthinking this, Qingyu patiently explained to LV Xiangxiang, though it was uncertain whether he was attempting to persuade her or himself. Was he truly overthinking the matter? I wonder if I'm imagining things. LV Xiangxiang murmured softly, her gaze once again falling upon Qingqiu. The familiar sensation in her heart grew increasingly pronounced. You have settled down in the capital city. Do you require my assistance? Qingyu inquired with a smile that a sense of doubt arose within Lu Qingqing. What was Qingyu doing in the capital city instead of currying favor with the city lord? She shook her head, declining his goodwill. We are heading to the city lord's mansion to arrange for a rental in the capital and to inquire about certain matters with the personnel there. Inquiring with the city lord's people? Has something occurred? Qingyu asked eagerly, as he happened to know some individuals from the city lord's mansion. Perhaps he could be of assistance. His pretentious words earned him an eye roll from Lu Qingqing. Internally, she scoffed, of course, he knows people in the city lord's mansion. Aren't they all part of the same family? However, she concealed her thoughts, and after glancing at Qingyu, she replied, that would be troublesome. A hint of suspicion lingered in Lu Qingqing's heart. She felt that this incident was likely connected to either Qingyu or Jiang Wanwan. Qingyu's demeanor left no room for doubt. Could it possibly be Jiang Wanwan? After all, Jiang Wanwan indeed harbored animosity toward her. Could you share what has transpired? Qin Yu asked once more on their way to the city lord mansion. He had not anticipated Lu Qingqing actually responding that on our way here, we encountered a member from the divine tree tribe who attempted to kill me, claiming it was an order from the city lord's mansion. Miss LV recognized that his token belonged to the city lord's mansion. Lu Qingqing explained cautiously, observing Qin Yu's expression, as newcomers. We believe we have done nothing to offend the people of the city lord's mansion, so we wish to clarify the matter. Qin Yu was taken aback. He could not fathom who would target Lu Qingqing. Could it be that Zhang Yin mistook Qin Xiao for that individual? But even so, Zhang Yin should have targeted Qin Xiao, not Lu Qingqing. Who else could it be? As he pondered, a name suddenly came to mind. Couldn't he possibly be her? Could it? The thought made Qin Yu grit his teeth internally, and he felt a surge of resentment towards Jiang Wanwan. He had intended to befriend Lu Qingqing. He just hoped Jiang Wanwan would not hinder his efforts. Qin Yu's complex expression did not escape Qin Xiao's notice as he subtly furrowed his brow, instinctively moving closer to protect Lu Qingqing. Meanwhile, news of a beast-drawn transport had reached the ears of the city lord, piquing her interest. Eager to witness the matter personally, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Qingqing and her companions just as she arrived at the city lord's mansion. Her expression instantly turning frosty. Isn't that Qin Yu? It's one thing for him to inexplicably reside in the city lord's mansion, but why is he bringing along all these random people? Zhang Yin stood before Qin Yu, his words laced with disdain. Qin Yu offered an awkward smile, unperturbed by the remark, and replied coolly, "They're my friends. We have some matters to resolve at the city lord's mansion." "Your friends?" Zhang Yin scoffed, his gaze towards Lu Qingqing growing increasingly contemptuous. Ultimately, he merely stated, "I have other pressing matters, so if you need anything, consult Zhao Lei." With that, Zhang Yin was eager to depart. However, just a few steps away, his gaze fell upon Qin Xiao, and he froze in shock. His reaction was far more intense than that of Qin Yu or LV Xiangxiang, as he involuntarily took several steps back, collapsing to the ground. Trembling, "Why you shouldn't be here?" Zhang Yan's voice trembled, revealing his fear as he stared wide-eyed at the man before him. "What is happening?" Lu Qingqing scrutinized him for a moment, then innocently asked, "City Lord, what seems to be the problem?" "Why is he here?" Zhang Yan's voice quavered, tinged with a hint of tears, as he continued to retreat. "City Lord, he is not Qin Xiao. You must have mistaken him for someone else," Qin Yu interjected, his tone peculiar, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Zhang Yin was helped to his feet by the orc behind him, bewilderedly studying Qin Xiao, hesitantly saying, "He truly isn't Qin Xiao, he is named Qin Xiao. But he may not be the Qin Xiao you're familiar with," Lu Qingqing stated flatly. "However, he does bear a striking resemblance." Zhang Yin continued to back away cautiously, scrutinizing Qin Xiao's expression. It seemed there were indeed some differences from the person in his memories. Gradually, Zhang Yin began to relax, and feeling embarrassed by his earlier panic, he awkwardly adjusted his clothing and cleared his throat to "My apologies. I mistook you for someone else. Please disregard what just transpired." After saying this, he internally berated himself. This was truly embarrassing. "I have a few matters I would like the city lord to address. I hope for a moment of your time," Lu Qingqing said, tossing the token into Zhang Yan's arms. She pointed at Ganya, stating, "This individual carries the token of the city lord's mansion and attempted to kill me, so I wish to inquire if I have offended you in any way." "I don't even know you, and why would I bother sending someone to kill you?" Zhang Yin snorted, "As for the token, it isn't exclusive to me. Many from the city lord's mansion possess them. Who knows if you have offended someone you shouldn't?" Zhang Yin clearly did not take the matter to heart, responding nonchalantly, "As the city lord, shouldn't you investigate this matter?" Lu Qingqing retorted in confusion. Her words elicited a mocking laugh from Zhang Yin. "Why should I concern myself with this? What does it have to do with me?" "But you're the city lord," Lu Qingqing insisted, increasingly perplexed. "Isn't it the responsibility of the city lord to manage such matters, just like the leader of a tribe? If you want to investigate, do it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, I didn't do it, so I have no interest in such trivialities." Zhang Yin found Lu Qingqing's insistence baffling. Observing Zhang Yan's attitude, Qin Yu couldn't help but smirk. He had known Zhang Yin would not bother with such minor issues. Lu Qingqing was left speechless, stunned in place for quite some time, unable to comprehend his dismissive demeanor. If you wish to investigate, do it yourself. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave. After casting a glance at Qin Xiao, Zhang Yin, still shaken, hurried to depart. He truly did not wish to see that face again. However, he was called back once more, irritation flashing his eyes. Qin Xiao coldly stated, "If that is the case, shall we handle this matter ourselves? Will the city lord not intervene in how we choose to address it?" Naturally, Zhang Yin nodded without a second thought. This statement caused Qin Yu's heart to race, and he quickly turned to give a knowing glance to those nearby. "Very well. We shall resolve this matter on our own." Qin Xiao refrained from pressing further, which relieved Zhang Yin, who hastened to leave. Under the guidance of the steward of the city lord's mansion, Qin Xiao and Lu Qingqing successfully rented a suitable residence before departing from the city lord's mansion. After their departure, a middle-aged orc silently followed Qin Yu. Zhang Yin felt he was on the verge of exploding with anger. Once he burst out of the mansion and inquired, he discovered that the individual with the peculiar transport was actually Lu Qingqing. His trip had been utterly in vain. Upon returning to the mansion, he found that everyone had already left, and he was eager to seek them out again, only to be intercepted by the steward. "They have already rented a place in the capital. If you are interested, you may go at any time. It is getting late. You should rest." Zhang Yin considered this and realized the truth in the steward's words. Agreeing to the suggestion, of course, there was another reason behind his compliance. He was genuinely apprehensive of Qin Xiao and wished to avoid encountering him. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan was still joyfully adorning herself in her room, her primary objective being to firmly grasp Qin Yu. Otherwise, she would truly have nothing left. Upon hearing footsteps, a distinct smile illuminated her face as she rushed to the door, eagerly throwing herself into Qin Yu's embrace. With delight, she exclaimed, "Ah Yu, I miss you so much. Did you miss me?" Unexpectedly, in the next instant, she found herself forcibly pulled away by Qin Yu, cast aside like an afterthought. Jiang Wanwan barely managed to steady herself. Gazing at Qin Yu in confusion, her voice tinged with grievance as she asked, "Ah Yu, what is wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Did you send someone to kill Lu Qingqing?" Qin Yu's voice was sharp as he interrogated, "Why are you targeting her?" "I didn't. How could I possibly kill her?" Jiang Wanwan's immediate reaction was to protest. She was baffled as to how Qin Yu had discovered this matter. Forcing herself to regain her composure, she cautiously inquired, "Has something happened to Lu Qingqing? Is someone trying to kill her? What has happened to her?" In her heart, she incessantly murmured, "Lu Qingqing must be dead. Otherwise, all her efforts would be in vain. Oh, your disappointment. She is perfectly fine." Qin Yu scoffed coldly, taking a seat nearby, his gaze piercing as it bore down on Jiang Wanwan. Under such scrutiny, Jiang Wanwan felt utterly exposed, cold sweat trickling down her back. After a sheepish smile, she defended herself. "Are you saying that I hired someone to kill Lu Qingqing? How could that be? I have no enmity with her. Killing her offers me no advantage. Didn't you find her distasteful back in the Qingshi tribe?" Qin Yu directly pierced through Jiang Wanwan's lies, his impatience evident as he stated, "What I want to hear now is the truth. Do not attempt to deceive me again." Even at this juncture, Jiang Wanwan still sought to defend herself. However, Qin Yu anticipated her thoughts, leaving her no opportunity to speak. "The person you sent has been captured and has even caused a stir before the city lord. If I hadn't acted swiftly to eliminate them, everyone would know about your intent to kill Lu Qingqing by now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's expression shifted drastically, her will to refute fading away. With a heavy heart, she lowered her head and summoned her courage to confess, "I admit, this matter was indeed orchestrated by me. Why on earth did you do this? Haven't I already told you? She holds utilitarian value for me and can bring me benefits. Once they know about this, I will no longer be able to approach them." Qin Yu was utterly infuriated, his eyes filled with disappointment as he regarded her. All along, he had believed Jiang Wanwan to be sufficiently intelligent, yet he never anticipated her to repeatedly act foolishly regarding Lu Qingqing. "Everything I have done has been for you." Jiang Wanwan no longer concealed her feelings. Raising her head to meet Qin Yu's gaze, which was brimming with sorrow and resentment. "You are so fascinated by her. You have feelings for her. What about me? Where do I stand in your eyes? Moreover, You are still reluctant to form a blood pact with me. Are you intending to bond with Lu Qingqing instead? Jiang Wanwan's eyes met Qin Yu's, filled with grievance and accusation. We have been together for so many years, and I have sacrificed so much for you. You are my only one. If you bond with someone else, what will I do? I do not desire any other beastmen. Jiang Wanwan buried her face in her hands. Sobbing, I am truly terrified that she will take you away from me. She may target me, may look down upon me, but I absolutely cannot accept losing you. Witnessing Jiang Wanwan in such a state, Qin Yu felt a surge of compassion. After all, the bond they shared over the years, despite its foundation in mutual benefit, still held significance in his heart. Seeing her cry so desperately for him, Qin Yu's heart ached, and he instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Yet, pride swelled within him, for this was a testament to his own charm that I will only use her. She cannot compare to you. I simply do not wish to bind myself in blood just yet. Can you give me a little more time? Qin Yu spoke patiently, as long as we can secure Lu Qingqing and Qin Xiu's allegiance. We will have a means to vie for the position of city lord. At that point, you will be the city lord's lady, and no one will dare to bully us. All right, I understand. This was indeed my mistake, and it will not happen again, Jiang Wanwan conceded, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. How could Ganya have suddenly died? Lu Qingqing stared at the corpse before her, momentarily at a loss. They had ensured the person was well guarded. How could they awaken to find him dead? We have no idea what happened. He just suddenly lost all signs of life. First, we thought it was an act, Leisure said, his brow furrowing. It was Qin Yu's people who did this. Qin Xiu interjected suddenly. Are you implying it was Yulian? Leisure recalled something as he spoke. Seeing Qin Xiu nod, he continued. That is indeed a possibility. Yulian's poison can induce silent death. I had not encountered it in so long that I momentarily forgot about it. Who is Yulian? Lu Qingqing asked, puzzled. He is one of Qin Yu's subordinates. Fiercely loyal to him, that I am not sure what beast form he takes, but his bodily fluids are toxic and can lead to silent demise. Qin Xiu explained, we were careless, forgetting to guard against their actions. Did Qin Yu kill to silence him? It seems this matter concerning Ganya is indeed connected to him. Why would he want to kill me? Moreover, he seemed unaware of today's events at first. Lu Qingqing mused, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. However, Qin Xiu pondered for a moment and said, I suspect it is not his doing, but rather Jiang Wanwan's. Initially, he was oblivious, but once he realized it was Jiang Wanwan, he acted. Lu Qingqing seized the moment, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she remarked, he truly loves Jiang Wanwan, doesn't he? True love may be an exaggeration. Their fates are intertwined. If Jiang Wanwan were to falter in this matter, he would not escape unscathed, especially considering his intentions to cultivate goodwill with you. Qin Xiu analyzed. However, now that the person is dead, we cannot accuse him of anything. Even if we could, it would be inconsequential. Given his status, Lu Qingqing chuckled lightly, saying, this situation may actually be advantageous. We can use it as a precaution against them without completely severing ties. However, I believe if this continues, they will certainly suspect your identity. We must plan ahead, she added. That Lu Qingqing's words received Qin Xiu's agreement as he nodded and replied, do not worry too much. As you said, where there's a will, there's a way. We will take it one step at a time. In fact, I believe we might seek assistance from the Divine Tree Tribe. Leisure, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. You have a good relationship with the Divine Tree Tribe? Lu Qingqing inquired. The master has a decent rapport with Miss L. The leader of the Divine Tree Tribe should lend us their support due to her, Leisure eagerly asserted. His words earned him a disdainful glance from Lu Qingqing. She had long since noticed that Leisure always regarded her with disdain, making it seem as though she had offended him in some way. It turned out he preferred Qin Xiu to be with El Xiangxiang instead. After all, as an outsider, he was ultimately untrustworthy. Before Lu Qingqing could respond, Qin Xiu interjected, his gaze toward Leisure carrying an implicit warning. Leisure hastily fell silent, not daring to say anything further, though he was filled with discontent. Lu Qingqing and Qin Xiu settled into the capital city. Although the capital was a vast place, the resources provided by the Qingshi tribe were still rather limited, swiftly stirring a wave of excitement within the city. Their small shop was perpetually bustling with customers. With people eagerly exchanging goods, Liu Qingqing even set up a large pot at the entrance of the shop, cooking hot pot, the aroma wafting through the air. Even if adults could resist, children found it impossible to hold back. Crying and pleading with their families to buy some for them, in no time, these adults, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to purchase the hot pot base with beast hides. After all, in the beast world, the well-being of the young ones was of utmost importance. You all return to the Qingshi tribe and instruct the transport team to deliver more goods next time. Liu Qingqing earnestly instructed several individuals before her. The group, equally filled with joy and excitement, nodded in agreement, for given the current circumstances, it was evident they would be able to reap substantial rewards, and it would also aid in their future vengeance against Qin Xiao. In a moment, the gazes directed at Liu Qingqing softened, especially that of Lei Shi. Yet, in his heart, he believed Liu Qingqing was ultimately but a solitary figure. No matter her prowess, she remained alone, and the need for a formidable backing was undeniable. Lei Shi's gaze drifted away from Liu Qingqing, lost in his own thoughts. Bring me more hot pot base. Do you have any other good items here? Bring me one of everything, a wealthy individual commanded Liu Qingqing. She felt somewhat displeased by his tone, but nodded nonetheless, instructing someone to prepare the order. She recognized this person as affiliated with the city lord's mansion in the capital, evidently procuring these items for Zhang Yan. Through her time spent in the capital, Liu Qingqing had come to realize that Zhang Yan was akin to a child, brimming with curiosity and preoccupied with play, leaving the management of the entire city to his steward and others, effectively shirking all responsibilities. Once the individuals departed, Liu Qingqing turned to Qin Xiao beside her. I can't shake the feeling that Zhang Yan doesn't seem like the type to frame you. He doesn't strike me as particularly clever, but he may not be. But those behind him certainly are, Qin Xiao replied with a hint of implication. Understanding dawned on Liu Qingqing as she nodded and continued. However, if that is the case, we may not be able to uncover the identity of the person who framed you solely within the capital. Zhang Yan appears blissfully unaware. In due time, his mother will arrive. Perhaps you will possess some knowledge, Qin Xiao stated suddenly. Isn't his mother your sister? Liu Qingqing exclaimed, realizing this connection. Sometimes, it's precisely those closest who wish to see you harmed, Qin Xiao remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he took Liu Qingqing's hand gently. Now that I have you, the past can no longer wound me. It is behind us that I only desire those who have wronged me to face the consequences, and then all will be concluded. Liu Qingqing returned his smile, firmly grasping his hand in agreement. After accumulating a sufficient amount of bee skins from the small shop, Liu Qingqing and Qin Xiao proceeded to the designated area in the capital for exchanging beast crystals, hoping to acquire some for cultivation. After all, it was paramount for them to grow stronger above all else. To their surprise, upon arriving and stating their request, the other party sneered mockingly. You outsiders actually wish to exchange for beast crystals? How laughable! Do you even know how they are priced? At the taunting tone, Liu Qingqing's expression hardened as she scrutinized the man before her. Are you refusing to sell to those outside the capital? Or is it just us? Liu Qingqing asked pointedly. Or is this a rule set by the city lord? It's simply our rule here. We don't sell to you. Now, please leave, the man responded bluntly, preparing to dismiss them. Their treatment of Liu Qingqing stemmed from their reasons. Aside from exchanging beast crystals, they also dealt in other commodities, akin to the small shop's nature. However, since Liu Qingqing's arrival, their business had plummeted, and few were willing to engage in exchanges anymore. The owner, unable to accept this decline, glared at Liu Qingqing with increasing disdain, stating, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for forcibly ejecting you. Liu Qingqing was taken aback. In this seemingly straightforward beast world, such individuals existed if they refused to trade. Then let's go, Qin Xiao interjected, taking hold of Liu Qingqing's hand to calm her rising anger. Casting a glance at the man as he attempted to lead her away. Before they could depart, a familiar voice called out, what is the matter here? They turned to see Qin Yu approaching with a look of complete bewilderment. Concerned, he addressed Liu Qingqing. I mentioned that you could always come to me if you encounter any issues in the capital. What has transpired? Is there anything I can assist you with? Liu Qingqing subtly furrowed her brow. Had he sent someone to monitor them? Why did he frequently appear in their vicinity? It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head dismissively, attempting to leave with Qin Xiu's hand in hers. Yet, she was called back again. Are you truly all right? I don't require your assistance, Qin Gongzi, Lu Qingqing stated bluntly, causing Qin Yu's smile to falter momentarily. He quickly regained his composure and replied, Very well, if you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, feel free to seek me out, asa friend. I will certainly help as much as I can. A profound sense of helplessness welled up within Qin Yu. Despite the passage of time, he remained unable to dispel Lu Qingqing's wariness towards him. He pondered what it would take for them to become friends. Qin Yu couldn't fathom this predicament. He had always been amiable, effortlessly gaining the respect and affection of others. Yet now, Qin Gongzi, do you know them? One of the beast crystal exchangers cautiously inquired upon witnessing the interaction that a wave of unease washed over him. Qin Yu was not someone he could afford to provoke. Given Lu Qingqing's disdainful attitude towards him, one could only speculate about his identity. They're my friends. Whatever they need, please do your utmost to accommodate them, Qin Yu said with a smile, his signature grin in place. Ah, so they are friends of Qin Gongzi. That makes them esteemed guests. You wish to exchange for beast crystals? We will attend to it immediately. The owner hastily instructed his staff to provide Lu Qingqing with the beast crystals. Though reluctant, Lu Qingqing accepted the items presented before her, realizing there was no need to refuse. Thank you, Qin Gongzi, she said, taking the exchanged beast crystals and preparing to leave. Qin Yu, observing this, hastened to catch up, quietly inquiring, Do you really desire beast crystals that much? Lu Qingqing did not respond, prompting Qin Yu to press on without offense. I can provide you with an abundance of beast crystals. Finally, Lu Qingqing halted, casting a perplexed look in his direction. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Qin Gongzi, your repeated goodwill. What exactly do you seek from us? At this moment, Qin Yu felt compelled to abandon subtlety. He believed it would be better to be forthright with Lu Qingqing and Qin Xiu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Yu, the nephew of the city lord, and I hope you will consider aligning yourselves with me. Of course, you need not be my subordinates. Rather, I envision you as my esteemed guest, that I will provide you with beast crystals and basic living support, and in return, you would assist me in establishing my position within the city lord's mansion. We have no interest. Lu Qingqing firmly rejected him. Qin Yu, unwilling to relent, countered, You should understand the advantages of bloodlines and connections within the city-state, that I know that the Qingshi tribe has flourished rapidly with your assistance. But that is merely one tribe, that, if you were to ally with me, I could ensure the emergence of many such tribes. You would garner respect within the city-state, and there would be no more instances of being looked down upon. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill. Moreover, I can provide Qin Xiu with exceptional cultivation techniques, enhancing his strength. His innate abilities are commendable, yet without suitable guidance, he will never achieve a significant breakthrough. Qin Yu believed every word he spoke was enticing enough. However, when he glanced up, he found that both Lu Qingqing and Qin Xiu maintained clear and resolute expressions, showing no signs of being swayed. Clenching his teeth, he continued, I can offer you every resource you may need, imposing no undue restrictions upon you, granting you ample freedom. Should I ascend to the position of city lord, you would become my right-hand allies, enjoying elevated status. If I recall correctly, the city lord of the beast tribes has his own son, daughter, and grandchildren. Why would you be the one to ascend to the city lordship? Are you not afraid of exaggerating your claims? Lu Qingqing retorted with a face full of disdain. Qin Yu's expression darkened due to Lu Qingqing's words, his gaze uncontrollably sweeping over Qin Xiu's hands. Suppressing the irritation rising within him, he patiently advised, I have my own methods. With your assistance, the position of city lord will undoubtedly be within my grasp. Apologies, but we are not interested. Lu Qingqing coldly declined. The smile on Qin Yu's face abruptly froze. Disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Lu Qingqing. Are you truly not tempted? Once seated in the highest position, everything would belong to you. What is there to be tempted by? I do not perceive any merit in high status. Lu Qingqing replied nonchalantly. Observing her demeanor, Qin Yu pressed on, You possess so many alluring possessions. If left unprotected, do you not worry that someone might exploit this to harm you and the Qingshi tribe? I do not worry at all if I dare to present these things. I have the means and confidence to protect them. Lu Qingqing smiled slightly, retorting, "Do you truly believe I am some naive little flower?" Qin Yu's body jolted, his composure evaporating in an instant. In just a few exchanged words, his heart began to flutter with unease. Rising apprehension towards Lu Qingqing, he suddenly realized he knew almost nothing about her. Was such a person truly someone he could provoke? If someone were to target me or the Qingshi tribe behind me, I would not hesitate to retaliate. Lu Qingqing remarked with a smile that appeared gentle, yet stirred a coldness within Qin Yu, that he sensed that her words were undoubtedly a warning, but a wave of dissatisfaction surged within him. He despised being so disregarded that he wished to lash out at Lu Qingqing, but his gaze fell upon Qin Xiao, who had been quietly protecting her with his eyes, connecting this with Lu Qingqing's previous statements. All his anger dissipated. With an awkward smile, he said, "It seems I have overthought. As long as you can protect yourself, I have no cause for concern. However, should you change your mind in the future, feel free to seek me out." Qin Yu forced himself to regain his composure. After all, he was the nephew of the city lord. Why should he fear the representatives of two small tribes? "I have nothing more to discuss, so I shall take my leave," he declared, eager to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qingqing exchanged a silent smile with Qin X Ayud. Lu Xiangxiang frequently visited Lu Qingqing under the pretense of boredom, seeking to pass the time with them. Though Lu Qingqing found it somewhat bothersome, she could not be overly dismissive of someone displaying goodwill. Fortunately, the Beast clan was there to assist, otherwise her irritation would have intensified. Unbeknownst to her, a silent war was unfolding without any smoke. "Brother, have you also sensed something amiss?" Xiao Bao observed Lu Xiangxiang and Leisure not far away with a cold gaze, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet in the next moment, Bao slapped him on the back of the head, looking puzzled as he scolded, "Brother, what are you doing? Don't show that villainous smile. It's quite bothersome." Bao spoke with righteous indignation, directing a similar gaze at Lu Xiangxiang. "Your phony, hypocritical smile isn't any better," Xiao Bao muttered under his breath, but he quickly fell silent upon seeing Bao's warning glare. "That Lu Xiangxiang has an interest in our father. I've seen her glance in his direction several times," San Bao remarked, subtly grinding his teeth. "It's not just that. I suspect Leisure is even more eager for our father and Lu Xiangxiang to be together, as he has been actively trying to pair them up." Bao observed astutely. He sneered, adding, "Moreover, Leisure does not seem to fancy our mother. I have seen him cast unkind glances at her on several occasions. I do not like him." "Neither do I," Xiao Bao and San Bao echoed simultaneously. "Their intentions are not pure. They mean to harm our family." Bao resolved decisively. He beckoned his brothers closer, lowering his voice to continue. "Do you want to teach them a lesson?" "Yes," they eagerly